in Jiangcheng on Tingtang Road, within an adult store named Joyful Pinnacle, stood a flustered and pale-faced high school girl. Full service costs $9,009, but you must first pay a deposit of $1,000 for the preliminary investigation. I held a cigarette between my lips, scrutinizing the girl before me. Her petite face, accentuated by her school uniform, appeared youthful, while her slender frame was contrasted by a surprisingly pronounced bosom. Under my gaze, the girl shifted uncomfortably. I only have 70. Can I pay the rest later when I have the money? 70 is fine. Place the money on the table, and you may leave. I will respond to you in 3 days. You're not a scammer, are you? Doubt flickered in her eyes as the 70 yuan in her palm was dampened by her sweat. We are dedicated to our clients' authenticity, efficiency, integrity, and confidentiality are the tenets of our profession. Your previous comment questioned my professional ethics. I snatched the bill from her hand and waved her away. Upon witnessing this, many might misinterpret my actions, assuming I was a scoundrel preying on minors, luring young girls into peril. However, that could not be further from the truth. My intentions were to assist her. My name is Gao Jian, the proprietor of this adult shop. Though that title is merely a facade, my true identity is that of a private investigator. I handle a myriad of cases: missing persons, corporate espionage, counterfeit protection, marital investigations, and various non-litigious matters. Returning to the matter at hand, the girl seeking help was named Xia Chi, a student at a prestigious high school in the city. Her presence here stemmed from an inexplicable incident. My brother, Xia Chi, went missing a week ago, and I suspect he has met with foul play. The moment she entered, her expression was one of panic and dread. For criminal cases, you ought to report to the police. I had glanced at her. Noting her youth, my interest waned. Reporting is futile. I have tried everything. No one remembers my brother's existence. His information is absent, even from the household registration records. It's as if he has evaporated from this world. Are you suggesting that the only memory of your brother resides within your mind? Her words did not seem to be a fabrication, a realization that was deeply unsettling. Yes, everyone has forgotten him. Except for me. I lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. If what she claimed were true, there could only be two explanations. Either a supernatural phenomenon had occurred, or the girl was suffering from severe schizophrenia, harboring a perverse persona of her brother within her psyche. Did your brother exhibit any unusual behavior before his disappearance? At that moment, I knew I had to follow her narrative to glean more clues. Patience was key. The night before he vanished, he was invited to an interview for a streaming platform, and he never returned. As she spoke, she retrieved a crumpled card from her pocket, reminiscent of the shabby advertisements for roadside sewer repairs or counterfeit medicines. Do you wish to become a star, the focus of adoration from millions of fans? Become a sign streamer on the Underworld show and open your own streaming channel. As long as you have the courage, talent, and time, you can turn all your dreams into reality from the comfort of your home. The Underworld show. What a peculiar name. After examining the card closely, I began to suspect it was a prank. The company name aside, I turned the card over. The interview for the streaming platform was scheduled from midnight to 3 in the morning at number 44, Wuding Road, Underground, room 444. Each detail seemed ill-suited for a rational individual. Do you think I'm fabricating this? Her reaction was tinged with desperation, and in her eyes, I could see both disappointment and fear. No, until an investigation is conducted, no one is entitled to draw conclusions. Even for the sake of the few bills she possessed, I felt compelled to say this: my office had not received a case in 2 months, and with the emergence of self-service condom machines, the adult shop's income was dwindling. At this rate, I would struggle to pay the rent. Thus, I accepted what seemed to be a prankish commission, leading to the initial scene described. The Underworld show. In recent years, streaming platforms have surged in popularity, with individuals broadcasting everything from culinary adventures to gaming exploits, or even employing seduction to entice naive viewers. While these were understandable, the Underworld show's name left much to the imagination. Could it possibly be a stream of the deceased's daily lives? I chuckled and urged Xia Chi to leave. Her prolonged presence in my adult shop could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since she had yet to reach the age of 18. As I lifted the thick curtain fashioned from military overcoats, Xia Chi was about to exit when she collided with a woman radiating an alluring femininity. I am sorry. Perhaps realizing that this adult shop was not her intended destination, She obscured her face with her backpack and hastily fled. You sell items even high school girls buy? The woman's voice was melodious, and I found it vaguely familiar. Whether or not they choose to buy is their prerogative. I have no right to interfere. The woman before me was undeniably beautiful, her delicate, fair ankle adorned with high-heeled sandals. Her legs were taut, and the lace hem of her dress floated in the air, a loose gown that failed to conceal her alluring curves. Although she wore a mask and sunglasses, obscuring her features, I was accustomed to the secrets that patrons harbored. If someone preferred to remain anonymous, I would not pry. Amicability breeds prosperity, and as long as payment was rendered, all was negotiable. The woman was fashionably attired, clad in luxury brands, and the handbag she carried was undoubtedly Louis Vuitton, worth more than my annual rent. May I inquire what you need, beautiful? Our shop is on the verge of closure due to poor management, and we're offering all products at a significant discount, everything at 20% off. I'm sorry, I want nothing. I'm merely here to find someone. The woman removed her mask and sunglasses. Gao Jian, it has been 5 years. You haven't changed a bit. At the sight of her face, the cigarette but in my hand fell to the ground. Yibing? She was my first love during our time at the police academy. Our combined scores perpetually occupied the top 2 spots. However, I was expelled following my involvement in a serial murder case, while she completed her studies successfully, aided by her new boyfriend, and was subsequently offered a chance to study abroad. It's been 5 years since we last met. You've truly transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix, radiating goddess-like elegance. I lit another cigarette, watching the smoke swirl around me. You changed your number and severed all contact. I thought you perished in a plane crash over the Pacific. Has 5 years not been enough to remedy your acerbic tongue? I acknowledge my past mistakes, but I harbor no regrets. The woman smiled, exuding maturity and confidence, every gesture igniting desire in men. Is that so? Then what brings you back now? Surely, you do not wish to rekindle old flames and relive passionate memories? I unabashedly gazed at Yi Bing's curvaceous form. I intended to have a proper conversation with you today, but given your current circumstances, it seems unnecessary. She refrained from elaborating and placed a bank card on the table. This card contains 100,000 yuan, a token of my apology for my abrupt departure years ago. Gao Jian, we are no longer children. It is time to confront reality and move beyond the past. In 3 days, I will be marrying Jiang Xiao at the Century New Garden if you are free. You are welcome to attend, as I have just returned and have few friends in this city. That Yi Bing's tone resembled that of someone recounting an utterly mundane affair, yet I discerned a profound disdain and disappointment concealed within her gaze. At that moment, I found myself utterly speechless. There was neither anger nor anguish, nor any hint of hysteria. I merely took a drag from my cigarette and uttered, "You can take the card. I shall arrive punctually in 3 days." I was unaware of when Yi Bing departed. I only noticed that after finishing an entire pack of cigarettes, my lungs felt ablaze. There was little to lament, for her mere card surpassed the entirety of my assets. Rather than succumb to futile indignation that would only invite scorn, it was far wiser to focus on the task at hand. I placed the small advertisement left by Xia Chi beside my computer. It was, after all, the sole business opportunity one had encountered in the past 2 months. Although the client was a minor and possibly grappling with mental issues, I could not afford to falter, for I was in dire need of funds. Chapter 2. The underworld show. When the late-night traffic dwindles sufficiently, the broad road reveals some truths of its own, those scars unseen in the light of day, hidden beneath the myriad of daily struggles. Though I am but a third-rate detective, I approach each case with utmost dedication out of respect for my profession. To ascertain whether the girl is lying, the simplest method is to venture down the unlit road at an opportune time, seeking the underworld show advertised. Upon opening my computer for research, I discovered that the unlit road indeed exists. Locals refer to it by a rather peculiar name, Screwtop. This term actually denotes a place of stacked corpses, for during the War of Resistance against Japan, it was the largest slaughterhouse in Jiangxing, with bodies piled upon one another until they reached the roof. Residents nearby claim that streetlights cannot be installed here. Any attempt to do so results in their extinguishment by the next day, either deliberately snuffed out or extinguished inexplicably. The bulbs would be intact, yet the filaments inside would have broken. Since then, no one has dared to install new bulbs. Even a flashlight would mysteriously fail within these alleys. Any electrical device proves useless at night. Motorcycles and electric bikes must be pushed along. The locals typically do not venture outside after dark. Thus, encountering a person on screw top at night may not guarantee that they are truly human. Establishing a business in such a location does indeed live up to its name of an underworld show. Frankly, I am a staunch atheist, and after an afternoon of research, I am increasingly convinced that this is nothing more than an elaborate prank. The truth will be unveiled tonight, dressed in plain clothes. With the advertisement and a stun device tucked into my pockets, I rode my bike towards my destination. The unlit road lay within the old city, and by the time I arrived, darkness had enveloped the area, accompanied by a fine drizzle. What unfortunate timing. On a rainy night, a stun device could easily backfire. Encountering a thug under such circumstances would be rather embarrassing. Wandering through the labyrinthine alleys, flanked by dilapidated buildings, I found the locals to be decidedly unfriendly. Whenever I inquired about the unlit road, they would wave me off and hastily depart. With no guidance, I stumbled aimlessly until after 10 o'clock, still unable to locate the fabled unlit road. The rain intensified, shrouding the area in a thick mist, and I sought refuge from the downpour, only to find that the nearby alleys offered no semblance of a proper shop. The few storefronts I encountered were filled with paper houses, spirit horses, and funeral wreaths, clearly catering to the deceased. As the rain fell heavier, I had no choice but to push my way into a funeral attire shop. To my surprise, once the clock struck 11, the proprietor extinguished all lights, lit 2 white candles, and handed me a black umbrella typically reserved for grave visits, urging me to leave. These people were quite peculiar. Standing in the rain with the black umbrella, I gazed down the alley, which was devoid of any light. An unlit road? A chill ran down my spine. After wandering alone for over 20 minutes, I found myself utterly lost. Just as I was about to pull out my phone to call for help, I spotted an elderly woman on the opposite side of the road, beckoning me. In the darkness and rain, how was she alone? Where were her family? The rain soaked her garments, and she appeared far more forlorn than I. She waved anxiously, and I hurried over to hold the umbrella for her. "Grandma, you—" A flash of lightning illuminated her face, revealing a pallor devoid of color, with wrinkles crawling from all directions like crumpled bean skins, covering her aged features. "I've lost my things. Please help me find them." Her voice trembled, reminiscent of someone nearing their last breath. This was the final plea before departing this life. I forced myself to remain calm. "What have you lost?" Her clouded eyes rolled to the sides. "I've lost my little grandson, right here in this alley." She pointed towards the darkened path and, as if entranced, limped forward. A grandson? A living child? For some inexplicable reason, the various rumors about the unlit road flooded my mind. Watching her retreating figure, my hair stood on end. It was impossible. Tales of ghosts and deities were merely products of self-inflicted fear. My current situation was merely a manifestation of human instinct responding to uncertainty. In the face of danger, a protective mechanism arises within us: fear and the urge to flee. The locals' reactions, coupled with online rumors, along with this elderly woman, all exuded a peculiar strangeness, as if they were deliberately crafting an atmosphere of terror. Skeptical of the supernatural, I still perceive this as a prank. Nowadays, many variety shows resort to extreme measures for ratings, producing an array of bizarre content. Perhaps unbeknownst to me, dozens of cameras were currently capturing my every move. With that thought, my fear diminished, and I opened the umbrella, stepping alongside the elderly woman into the depths of the alley. After what felt like an eternity, having long lost my sense of direction, I had resigned myself to aimlessness when suddenly the old woman stopped. "My dear grandson, don't run off next time. Have you found him?" I asked, astonished, following her gaze as my eyes widened. On the cold steps lay a tattered doll, drenched from the rain. The woman tenderly picked it up, entirely unconcerned by the mud and water, cradling it as though it were newborn. She is mad. I had unwittingly followed a deranged old woman for over an hour on a rainy night. "Oh, dear doll, please don't be upset. I shouldn't have lost my temper and thrown you on the ground. I've dirtied your new dress and made your face all muddy. You must be in pain. I am so sorry. If your clothes are dirty, I'll pat them down. If your face is dirty, I'll wash it. Wherever you hurt, I'll rub it better. From now on, we shall never part." The old woman embraced the doll, singing a lullaby as she drifted away. I could only offer a bitter smile, tinged with a hint of sympathy. At her advanced age, the only companion she had was a tattered doll. With that thought, I hurried after her, offering her the black umbrella. "The rain is heavy. Please take this and hurry home." The old woman took the umbrella, pausing momentarily. "Be careful on your way. Until we meet again." The rain soaked my clothes as I took shelter on the steps where I had found the doll. This was a 3-story building with an old awning at the entrance. For 70 yuan, I had truly gone to great lengths. With no leads on the commission, I squatted down, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, but as the lighter flickered to life, I noticed the door plate on the building and oppos. S exterior, unlit road number 44. The flame extinguished in an instant, and I pulled out the small card, leaning in closely to confirm. Could it be such a coincidence? Amidst the twists and turns, when all seemed lost, a glimmer of hope appeared. This was indeed the place I sought. The address from the advertisement truly existed, and the situation was growing increasingly intriguing. I pressed the stun device's switch, preparing to enter the hallway, when suddenly, my clothing was tugged. "Who?" I turned, extracting the stun device. The crackling arcs of electricity stark against the night. "Grandma?" The old woman, clutching the doll, had somehow appeared behind me, and despite my training in practical scenarios, I had completely failed to notice her presence. "Young man, it's dark. Don't wander about." The old woman shielded the doll from view, seemingly nonchalant as she produced a handkerchief from her sleeve. "Little mouse, up on the lampstand, stealing oil to eat, can't come down. Meow, 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 the cat is coming. Tumble down." Singing a nursery rhyme to soothe the doll, the old woman faded into the rainy night. I picked up the handkerchief she left behind, pure white, resembling a noose, and brought it closer to my eyes. It bore an ancient, elegant poem. In a dilapidated house, the paintings are hard to discard. The inner affairs have always been in the imperial city. To receive blessings, one must possess land. Within the realm of spirits, there lies no path, leaving the heart in a state of confusion. After reading it twice, cold sweat trickled down my brow. This is an acrostic poem. If one connects the first character of each line, it spells, "There are ghosts in the house." Is she truly insane? Considering the elder's previous remarks, her intended meaning becomes evidently clear, albeit subtly veiled. Logically, it holds no contradictions. Does the world truly harbor ghosts? Casting my gaze towards the darkened corridor, I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. For a detective, it is not the conclusion that ever captivates, but rather the process of unraveling the unknown. My eyes gradually acclimated to the darkness as I traced my fingers along the weathered walls, descending the staircase towards the basement. Number 44, Dark Road, basement level 4. Room 444. Chapter 3. The terrifying interview in Mandarin, Cantonese, Korean, and Japanese. The pronunciation of the number 4 closely resembles that of death, leading many to consider it an ominous digit. For instance, some buildings lack a 4th or 14th floor, and the Hong Kong Star Ferry does not have a vessel named number 4. In Taiwan, license plates avoid the numeral 4, and when selecting mobile numbers, we often steer clear of those ending in 4. Such superstitions were once foreign to me. Yet that night, gazing at the door number above, I found myself engulfed in profound contemplation. Room 444. The address on the flyer was undeniably accurate, leaving me incredulous that such a place truly existed in Jiangxing. Should I proceed? It felt akin to reaching the final level of a game, my emotions tangled in complexity. The inky corridor stretched endlessly, the floor occasionally cracking underfoot, revealing decaying wood and the remnants of insects. More disconcerting was the fact that I was 4 levels underground. My phone inexplicably went dark, and my only weapon, an imported German 8.000 volt stun gun, had ceased to function. I was left defenseless, facing whatever was to come with bare hands. The eerie, terrifying atmosphere, compounded by the old woman's acrostic poem, filled me with dread. If this were merely a prank or an avant-garde variety show, the orchestrators had gone to great lengths. I remained vigilant, yet I could find no cameras or clear signs of human intervention. This did not appear to be a jest. As my palm rested on the doorknob, I imagined that upon opening the door, I would be met by a dozen cameras recording my every move, alongside a sharply dressed host extending a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Gao, you've passed the test. Here is your 1 million yuan prize." Fantasy is delightful, but reality often brings sorrow. With a creak and a cloud of dust, I stepped inside. Is anyone here? Dim light flickered overhead, the carpet exuding a musty odor, while rotting tables and chairs lay haphazardly in the center of the room. On the far wall, for crooked characters proclaimed the words "Underworld Showcase." There were no dazzling lights or cameras, nor any bloodied specters dragging their heads. The best-case scenario had not materialized, nor had the worst. The room was simply a derelict warehouse. I could not afford to be careless. If the address provided by Xia Chi was accurate, it was likely the site where her brother had met his demise, implying that I now stood in a room where a murder had occurred. Gently closing the door behind me, the flickering bulb overhead cast a long-forgotten glow, offering me a modicum of comfort. Is anyone here? Though the lights were on, the furnishings created an illusion of long-standing neglect. As I stepped onto the worn, damp carpet, an odd sensation washed over me, akin to treading upon congealed blood embedded in hair. The floor groaned beneath my feet, and from the occasional openings, I glimpsed the remains of unidentifiable insects. The table and chairs at the center bore various harrowing inscriptions, with some areas marked by long scratches, hinting at the extreme torment and suffering endured by previous occupants. Approaching the back, the phrase "Underworld Showcase" was painted in a blood-red hue on the wall. Initially unremarkable, the longer I gazed, the more I sensed a sinister and eerie undertone within the words. Ordinary paint or varnish, left for extended periods, tends to flake and darken, and this color, with its reddish-brown tinge, bore the distinct characteristics of blood. Beside the inner wall stood a small door. After fruitless searching outside, curiosity compelled me to push it open. A chill swept through the room, and I inhaled sharply, my body freezing at the threshold. The moderately sized room contained a 2-meter-long black altar table, flanked by 3 individuals seated across from me. Dressed in formal attire, they resembled radio hosts. Yet I found it unsettling that each wore a paper mask, initially leading me to believe there were 3 paper effigies. "Are you here for an interview?" The person in the center lifted his head mechanically, his voice a deep rasp, akin to opening a rusted tin can. "Yes, indeed, I am here for an interview." Faced with these inscrutable figures, who might very well be the killers of Xia Chi's brother, I knew I had to remain composed in the presence of such cold-blooded murderers. "I stumbled upon your company's advertisement and have developed a keen interest in your Underworld Showcase. In this digital age, I firmly believe that innovation and divergence are the keys to success, and thus I wish to join you." Adapting quickly, I sought to bolster my persuasiveness by placing a crumpled card upon the black altar table. Interested? The 3 exchanged glances, and perhaps it was my imagination, but their paper masks seemed to betray a chilling smile. "Your arrival here is serendipitous, but the hosts of the Underworld Showcase are not merely living beings." The masked man rested his chin on his interlocked fingers. "May I ask you a few questions?" "Certainly." My demeanor remained unflinching. Having been expelled from the police academy years prior, I had traversed the human resources departments of numerous firms with a forged resume. I had honed my interviewing skills and researched common questions online. With an enigmatic confidence, I nodded with a smile. "Please, go ahead. Name? Gao Jian. Do you have any relevant work experience? For instance, have you ever streamed on another platform?" Regrettably, I possess no such experience, but I have strong communication and adaptability skills, which make me well suited to be a host. Being honest about my shortcomings while emphasizing my strengths is a key interview tactic. Well said, but the hosts of the Underworld Showcase differ from those on other platforms. We not only need to communicate with the audience, but also, more importantly, ensure our own survival. Survive. When the interviewer uttered these words, I sensed that matters were spiraling beyond my control. Indeed, in Damp, Oppos, is quite simple. Just survive. The individual in the center caressed his mask, causing the paper figure to adopt an eerie expression. "In our city, countless legends lurk in the shadows. From the 13th step of abandoned villages to the last bus for the deceased, from fleeting faces in midnight surveillance footage to the red-dressed girl perpetually loitering at the entrance. There are too many such tales. Are they all mere fabrications? Perhaps. Had you asked me before coming here, I would have readily affirmed that those were all concocted stories. Wait, are you implying that the hosts of the Underworld Showcase must visit those places to seek out material for their content? Quick on the uptake. I find you somewhat admirable. The laughter that erupted was almost inhuman, reverberating through the midnight shadows, striking at the heart of the city's most horrifying fears. Do you not find this exhilarating? The scenarios depicted in ghost stories are indeed intriguing. Perhaps they fulfill a significant psychological need for many. I maintained a nonchalant demeanor before the three, though internally, I was already contemplating retreat. To be fair, I do not dislike watching horror and supernatural films. But being thrust into the role of the protagonist in a horror story is an entirely different matter. Merely imagining myself prying open coffin lids, disturbing tombs at night, and potentially being pursued by a horde of spirits sends shivers down my spine. Ghost stories? No. It seems you still fail to grasp the situation. The masked man propped his chin on his hands, his gaze piercing through the paper facade like a sword. The truth is always far scarier than any tale. I assure you, the profound despair you have experienced will commence the moment you uncover the truth. What do you mean? The answer lies within this city. You will become a witness to another realm, to bear witness to true horror. The masked man spoke without a trace of levity. His tone was rigid and oppressive, devoid of any semblance of performance. I am now almost certain that the Underworld Showcase is not a prank or a variety show. It appears I have entangled myself in a significant predicament. My body instinctively leaned back, a desire to retreat beginning to take shape. Yet, the masked man seemed already aware of my thoughts. He made no move, and the door behind him creaked ominously, closing slowly by itself. Do not be anxious. Your interview has only just begun. Chapter 4. 5 questions. The door was tightly shut, and I stood beside the offering table, my forehead inexplicably drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Gao, are you all right? May I continue to ask my questions? A voice devoid of warmth emanated from beneath the paper mask, sounding both inquisitive and insistent. It's fine. Please proceed with your inquiries. Something felt amiss. I redirected my focus towards planning an escape route. For who would willingly play the role of a ghostly host in this macabre performance? Mr. Gao, I hope you can answer the following questions earnestly. If your responses fail to satisfy us, you may find it impossible to leave this place. He paused for a moment, picking up a crumpled advertisement from the table to add, just like its true owner, Xia Chi, brother of Xia Chi. So he was indeed murdered here. My heart raced. Are the police in Jiangsheng utterly incompetent? How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? Xia Qingji had not lied. Yet why was there no record of her brother in the household registration? Even her family bore no memories of Xia Chi. The discrepancies were too numerous, and I was lost in confusion. Mr. Gao, please listen carefully to my question. The speaker was the man on my left. They appeared indistinguishable in build, their only difference lying in the wear of their paper masks. When I was 13, I found my sister in damp. Oppo's, as cries unbearably irritating. So I killed her and disposed of her body in the well outside. When I checked the next day, the body had vanished. 5 years later, I quarreled with a friend and killed him, discarding his body in the same well. Again, it disappeared by the next day. 10 years later, in a drunken stupor, I killed a young woman who had become pregnant due to my negligence and threw her body into the well. The next day, it too had disappeared. 15 years later, after being reprimanded by my boss, I killed him and tossed his body into the well. Once more, it vanished by the next day. 20 years later, growing weary of caring for my disabled mother, I killed her and discarded her body in the well. This time, however, her body did not disappear. I returned on the 3rd day, the 4th, and every day thereafter, her body remained. Mr. Gao, your first challenge is to explain why your mother's body did not vanish. What kind of question is this? I focused intently, not missing a single word, yet found myself at a loss for an answer. Their inquiries felt less like a test for talent and more like an examination of criminal psychology. The simplicity of their tone, starkly contrasted by the terror it instilled in me. Felt as if a dark hand was tightening around my throat, slowly suffocating me. 30 seconds have elapsed. Please provide your answer. At this point, I resolved to analyze the situation, reasoning through the limited clues presented in the narrative. Each time a murder was committed, the body inexplicably vanished the next day, seemingly due to some supernatural aspect of the well. However, after killing his mother, her body remained. Thus, the only logical explanation must be that his mother was assisting him in disposing of the bodies. After speaking, I stole a glance at the man, whose paper mask betrayed no emotion. Now, please listen to the second question. He did not indicate whether my answer was correct, but continued to pose another query. Have you heard of snuff films? These are underground films filled with extreme violence and torture, known only to a select few. Some say these films depict real murders filmed by the perpetrators themselves. One day, while drinking with friends, he claimed to have such a peculiar tape, akin to a glutton who would risk everything for delicacies like pufferfish and scorpions. My curiosity piqued. I expressed a desire to watch it. He invited me to a secluded cabin in the mountains, and I arrived punctually, only to find him 30 minutes late. Apologies. My third child suddenly came down with a fever and refused to take medicine. Kids will be kids, I understand. Haha, let us begin. He played the anticipated film. The background filled with the heart-wrenching cries and tremulous laughter of child. A boy of about 10 was tormented for 20 minutes before succumbing to death. The horrific nature of the film compelled me to turn off the television halfway through, and I loudly questioned my friend, "How can you bear to watch this? Don't you have children yourself?" In response to my outrage, my friend casually remarked, "Yeah, I have too. But so what?" Mr. Gao, your second question is to deduce whether I, the character in the story, will survive leaving the cabin. This question, like the first, bore a frantic, sinister undertone. Surely, watching a video wooden and damp. Oppos, he cost me my life? As I pondered, I noticed a detail. My friend in Amp, Oppos, S last statement mentioned 2 children. Yet his excuse for being late was that the third child was ill. If the eldest and second were present, then where was the third? He was 30 minutes late, and the child perished after 20 minutes of torment. Could it be that the mass killer was my friend? The realization sent a chill down my spine. A terrifying thought indeed. Mr. Gao, please be mindful of the time. I surmised that the character in the narrative would likely not escape the cabin. He might become the subject of my friend's next snuff film. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, prompting me to unbutton my shirt and discreetly grip my self-defense weapon in my pocket. Correct. Please listen to the third question. They were childhood friends, believing they would grow old together. Yet, at the age of 35, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. Holding the diagnosis, she wept and laughed. Bewildered by the irony, she had never smoked or engaged in any harmful habits. She ventured to his office, only to find a bag of her favorite nuts in his drawer alongside a bottle of pills, a sight that filled her with horror and sorrow. 3 days later, she wept as she lit birthday candles for him, but he was absent. She lit 34 long candles and 1 short one, chuckling softly, "You've really lost weight." Please tell us why she remarked on his weight loss. This question seemed familiar, yet I could not recall where I had encountered it. After deep contemplation, I ventured a wildly imaginative answer. The man in the story betrayed the woman, coating her beloved nuts with a carcinogenic substance, wishing for her demise. Upon discovering the truth, she killed him, rendering his body into oil and wax, but it was insufficient for 35 candles. Thus she remarked that he had indeed lost weight. Very imaginative. Please listen to the fourth question. Due to infidelity, I pushed my girlfriend off the 6th floor, disguising it as a suicide to deceive the police. Yet, perhaps due to my guilt, I was haunted by the belief that she would return to confront me. My anxiety grew until the 7th day after her death, when I encountered a fortune teller. He warned that a vengeful spirit would return, and if I wished to survive, I must hide beneath my bed that night, ensuring she did not discover me. I followed his advice, and, as the clock struck midnight, I heard the sound of a basketball thumping against the floor in the living room. It was only when the bedroom door opened that I realized my fate was sealed. Mr. Gao, do you know what the character in the story saw that drove him to such despair? But wasn't her girlfriend already dead? This question seemed contradictory. The premise of the question relied on her being alive, though there was also the possibility that she had returned as a ghost. Just answer the question. My mind raced, but I pondered a deeper inquiry. Why were they presenting me with these four questions? What was their true objective? Assuming the premise of your narrative holds true, the girlfriend, having fallen from a sixth floor, likely struck the ground head first, thereby ascending with her head as the foremost point of contact. This resonates with the thud. Thud and oppos, sound resonating from the living room. Upon the opening of the bedroom door, the individual concealed beneath the bed is immediately discovered by the girlfriend, who is positioned head down, leaving him acutely aware of his impending doom. It is indeed captivating. Now only one final question remains. At this moment, the three individuals inexplicably speak in unison, their synchronization reaching an unnerving intensity. Cold sweat trickles down my jaw to my neck, and I involuntarily swallow. Mr. Gao, the final inquiry is, do you believe in the existence of ghosts in this world? Chapter 5. I'm a broadcaster. The inquiry into the existence of ghosts is far more perplexing than the age-old question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. After all, the majority of people are familiar with the flavors of chicken and eggs, yet few have encountered the visage of a ghost. I surmise that even those who dedicate their lives to the study of the supernatural would be hard-pressed to provide a definitive answer, let alone myself, a third-rate detective raised under the auspices of a red banner. However, ignorance does not preclude one from responding. In life, one often need not articulate the correct answer. Rather, it suffices to voice what others yearn to hear. The masked man stated at the outset that aspiring to become a broadcaster in the realm of the afterlife necessitates not only adept communication with the audience, but also the ability to safeguard oneself. This statement was laden with implication. The trial had commenced the moment I stepped through the door. Rather than obsessing over the existence of ghosts, I chose to meticulously recount my experiences from that night. The legend of the unlit road, the elderly woman clutching a doll on a rainy night, the interviewer with a paper face, and the 5 enigmatic questions posed to me. Everything seemed designed to shatter conventional wisdom, preparing me for that final inquiry. The answer they sought was, in truth, glaringly obvious. I believe in the existence of ghosts. As my declaration echoed, applause reverberated throughout the modest room. Across the table, the 3 interviewers clapped stiffly. You answered 4 out of 5 questions correctly. Congratulations, Mr. Gao. You are officially hired as a contracted broadcaster for our company in the realm of the afterlife. For numerous reasons, I had faced rejection from various companies in Jiangsheng more times than I could count, having been battered by failure to the point of developing a psychological scar. I never imagined this encounter would unfold so smoothly. Ironically, I felt no joy at being hired. Was this not a rather hasty decision? No. You are the most suitable candidate we have encountered. If there are no further questions, let us proceed with the contract, said the individual seated at the center, slowly rising. He was of similar stature to me, and his eerie paper face met my gaze across the table. Indeed, there were questions. Having answered 4 out of 5 correctly, could he divulge which question I had answered incorrectly? A lapse in reasoning would be fatal for a detective. You do not need to know that now laughter, reminiscent of a cawing crow, emanated from beneath the paper mask. For you will soon experience that despair firsthand, and you will understand precisely where you erred. Experience it firsthand? What a dreadful response. Any person of sound mind would surely recoil from immersing themselves in the scenarios posed by those questions. Mr. Gao, do you have any other inquiries? No, how could I not? My mind was ensnared by a myriad of doubts. Yet these questions remained unuttered, for even if voiced, the response would likely be met with silence or worse, incite my own demise. To navigate this night safely, the most prudent course of action would be to feign compliance, then promptly report to the authorities once I departed, aiding them in apprehending these lunatics. Very well, let us prepare the contract. He retrieved an aged, yellowed scroll from beneath the offering table and pressed my right hand upon it. It was cold. My first contact with the masked man revealed an unexpected chill, akin to that of a corpse awaiting identification in a morgue. What is the purpose of this? Before I could gather my thoughts, a grotesque insect resembling a centipede emerged from the floor, sporting a 1 or 2 centimeter long horn reminiscent of a dragon. It swiftly ascended the table leg and scurried up to the offering table, I attempted to evade it, but the masked man's arm clamped down on me like a vice, rendering me unable to struggle as I watched the creature bite into my wrist. The pain pierced my bones, eliciting a cry, yet the agony subsided within mere seconds. Upon regaining my senses, I noticed a black, plump, blossom-shaped wound on my wrist, blood staining the scroll, while the creature lay lifeless, curled up and falling into the crevice of the floor. The contract is complete. From this day forth, you are a member of the afterlife broadcasting realm. The masked man released his grip, his tone remaining eerily neutral as he retrieved a leather suitcase from beside his chair. All your broadcasting equipment will be provided by us. Your sole responsibility is to create engaging content that attracts viewers. He opened the suitcase, revealing a complete array of broadcasting tools, a camera, a mobile encoder, a selfie stick, a tripod, and even a large-screen smartphone. Had it not been for the stains of unprocessed blood on some items, I might have been tempted to believe this was a legitimate company. Your broadcasting tasks will be directly sent to your phone. You may choose your method of broadcasting, but please remember to use our provided tools. For only our equipment can capture what ordinary people cannot see. After each broadcast, we will evaluate your performance based on popularity and gifts. Points can be accumulated and exchanged for many unexpected rewards. However, rewards come with penalties. Should your points fall into the negative, you will vanish without a trace. Just like the individual who lured you here, Xia Chi. Upon hearing this, I could no longer maintain my facade of calm. The thought that someone could simply disappear without a sound suggested a highly organized criminal syndicate. Ironically, it seemed I had unwittingly boarded a ship of thieves. Details are outlined in the contract. Please review if you have any uncertainties. I picked up the scroll, now damp with my blood. It contained numerous stipulations, primarily stating that I must not disclose the existence of the afterlife broadcasting realm to outsiders and that I could not refuse any tasks. Notably, the back of the contract bore a points redemption table. The first line read, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 grams of pure gold. Surely, this was a jest. Gold currently sells for 250 yuan per gram, equating to 25,000 yuan for 100 grams. Continuing to peruse, I found that 5 points could be exchanged for a Thai spirit child, a minor ghost, 7 points for the Xiangxi corpse poison, 10 points for the filth-ridden Tai Sui, 12 points for a handwritten manuscript of the Jade Maiden's blessing, 15 points for the mundane heavenly eye, and 20 points for washing the tendons and marrow. 30 points? What nonsensical offerings. The dense, arcane text left me at a loss for words, as if I were in an entirely different realm. My gaze continued downward until I reached the bottom of the redemption table. To extend one's lifespan, 1,000 points can prolong life for 12 hours. 10,000 points can grant the option to withdraw, resetting everything to the beginning. Have you finished reading? Please keep the contract safe. Familiarize yourself with the broadcasting tools promptly. Your first broadcast is likely to take place tomorrow night. Can I refuse? How you choose is beyond our purview. However, your current points total 0. A single broadcast cessation will result in a deduction of 10 points. Okay, I understand. Can I leave now? Truthfully, I long to escape this place at once. If you have any questions, feel free to call. The phone in the suitcase can reach me. He adjusted his paper mask with one hand while the other gestured gently, causing the closed door to creak open. Mr. Gao, it is evident that you are a cautious and intelligent individual. I hope you take every broadcast seriously. Do not jest with your own life. Rest assured, I have no intentions of leaving this world just yet. Grabbing the suitcase, I hastily made my way toward the exit, unaware of how long I had lingered in that room. My legs felt numb, as if encased in plaster. Mr. Gao, I sincerely wish you survival. I did not catch the masked man's final words, for nothing good could come from a madman's lips. Pushing open the door to room 444, I stumbled into the darkness, sprinting up the staircase without regard for direction, racing along the street. After what seemed like an eternity of running, a glimmer of light finally appeared before me. The headlights of a car. Where to? A taxi came to a halt in front of me, its driver a balding gentleman. To the new district, East Tingtang Road, Jiangcheng, I stated eagerly, rapping on the door with impatience. The fare began at 20, with the latest regulation mandating an additional charge for fuel. Enough with the chatter, just open the door. My heart still racing. I hardly cared about the money, gasping for breath while clutching my suitcase tightly. Young man, in Oppos. It's not that I don an Oppos. Do you want to take you? But at this late hour, with you frantically clutching a suitcase, who knows what you might have inside? What if? You're overthinking it, I interjected, opening my suitcase to reveal a camera inside. Rest assured, I'm merely a daring live streamer thriving on the edge of danger. Chapter 6. The Hidden Talismans. Fortunately, the darkness concealed the bloodstains on the equipment. Otherwise, I would have found myself a loss for words despite having the truth on my side. After the balding uncle returned me to the adult store, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. At long last, I managed to doze off just before dawn, only to be plagued by a nightmare in which a female ghost imprisoned me in a desolate village inn. With dark circles under my eyes, I opened the store door. Regardless of my condition, business must go on. After brewing a strong cup of tea, I sat at my desk and began to document the events of the previous night in written form, a habit I had cultivated years ago. Such meticulous recollections aid in contemplation and prevent the oversight of crucial clues. A refreshing morning breeze swept into the room as the military coat curtain was lifted, revealing a vibrant and youthful girl who slipped in quietly. Xia Chi, aren't you attending class today? My train of thought was interrupted as I gazed at her wearily. It's still early. I came to check on you. So, how is it going with your brother? Her eager expression made it difficult for me to speak the truth. Glancing at her rosy cheeks, I turned my computer screen away and said, last night, I followed the address from the card to the dark road Erie showcase and uncovered some traces regarding your brother. I can assure you, you weren't lying. He did indeed exist. Do you know where he is now? That requires further investigation. I need time. I casually grabbed the egg pancake the girl had brought, my stomach growling as the aroma wafted to me after a night filled with tension. Hey, that's my breakfast. Next time, use less lettuce and more chili. After Xia Chi left, I opened the suitcase I had retrieved from the Erie showcase and wiped the bloodstains from the live streaming equipment. The selfie stick and camera held little interest, but the large screen phone caught my attention. After plugging it in and waiting 5 minutes for it to power on, I was surprised to find only 3 solitary icons on the nearly 8-inch screen: a contact list, a mailbox, and a stark black and white photo of myself. Upon opening this peculiar application, a line of text appeared: 12 hours and 30 minutes until the task is released. Remarkably, these counterfeit devices possessed quite a bit of technological sophistication. I glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It was now 7:30 a.m., which meant the task from the Erie showcase would be issued tonight at 8 p.m. Another evening? I sensed the scent of conspiracy and knew that I could not charge in blindly this time. I had to be thoroughly prepared. I took out my phone and searched for a familiar number in my contacts. Hey, Guzzi, there's work to be done. On the other end, I could hear the sound of a bottle shattering and a woman screaming. After a long pause, someone finally answered the phone. Jingu, ein Oppos. I'm a bit busy. Make it quick. Really? Ergo, you're using idioms now? The young man on the other end was Chun Ergu, who had dropped out at 14 to become a delinquent. 3 years ago, he came to my store to collect protection fees, only to be tied up and educated with electric shocks for half an hour, after which he had a change of heart and became an informant. In our line of work, we encounter all sorts of people. Informants provide intelligence, and in return, I offer them a certain compensation, an alternative form of transaction. I'm currently investigating a supernatural missing person case, and I need you to procure some items effective against spirits. Jingu, the police are on their way. Can you wait until tonight to tell stories? Damn it, get it done now. Hey, Jingu, I'm not talking about you. I knew it was hard for ordinary people to comprehend, but this was no jest. Before nightfall, I needed him to fetch some blessed talisman papers or Buddha amulets. The price was negotiable, but the items had to be effective. Dog brother, the police are here. Withdraw. Withdraw, withdraw. Use the back door. Hey, Jingu, I promise to deliver the items. Get lost, and remember, this bathhouse is my territory from now on. Move. Listening to the gradually approaching sound of police sirens, I couldn't help but reflect on the vitality of youth. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, a young man with a bandaged forehead arrived at the adult store. His right hand was in a cast, and his left cradled an old wooden box. Jian, come check this out. Ergu placed the box on the table and opened it with one hand, revealing an array of colorful talisman papers and assorted exorcism tools. I'm not sure what you need, so I just tied up Lu Xiezi from the Tianqiao fortune-telling stall. All of this came from his home. Lu Xiezi? I've encountered him before at the police station after he was warned for installing hidden cameras in a hotel. Yes, just a fraud pretending to be blind. As I rummaged through the box and pulled out a silver-plated cross and 2 long cloves of garlic, my suspicions were further confirmed. What is this? A fusion of Eastern and Western practices? He seems to have a wide range of interests. Never mind at this point. I held little hope and could only steel myself to categorize the talisman papers from the box, stuffing them into my clothes and pockets. A dead horse might serve as a live one. After all, what if Lu Xiezi turned out to be some reclusive expert? Jian, if you don't need anything else, I'll be heading off. Lu Xiezi is still detained, and I'm worried my brothers might be too rough and injure that old man. With that, Ergu lifted the empty box, preparing to leave. Wait, just as Ergu was about to carry it away, I noticed a peculiar talisman paper. It was affixed to the bottom of the box. Its color faded to a yellowish hue, blending almost seamlessly with the box itself. Jian, this peachwood box was passed down from Lu Xiezi's ancestors. Don't get any ideas about it, or he'll surely come after me. Ergu touched the plaster on his arm. That old man still has some tricks up his sleeve. His words only deepened my conviction that this box was extraordinary. Indeed, it appeared to be quite old, yet it emitted no odor of decay, instead exuding an indescribable charm. You can take the box, but this talisman must remain with me. I went to the back room to don a pair of disposable gloves meant for autopsies and carefully peeled off the talisman paper that had been pressed against the bottom of the box. It was astonishingly thin, its material indiscernible, yet was more resilient than ordinary paper. Jian, what does it say? If I could read it, I wouldn't be selling adult products here. We exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the elegantly inscribed characters on the talisman. We understood they were Chinese characters, yet the meaning eluded us. Strangely enough, the moment I removed the talisman, a foul odor wafted from inside the peachwood box. Realizing the situation was dire, I hastily handed Ergu 50 yuan, urging him to return the box immediately. As night fell, fully armed, I sat quietly at the table, gazing at the clock on the wall. It's 8 o'clock. The moment the hour hand crossed, my phone screen illuminated. There were no rings, no vibrations, no notifications. A faint cold light indicated an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hello. The cold phone pressed against my ear, and all I could hear was a woman sobbing on the other end. What are you looking for? The weeping gradually subsided, yet an eerie sensation drew closer, as if the woman on the other end were emerging from the phone and leaning over my shoulder. I want to find someone. Her voice bore no emotion. I see as a solitary tombstone in a mass grave. I'm sorry, but this shop only sells adult products. If you truly need assistance, you can add me on WeChat. I trembled as I struggled to articulate my words, unsure of what I was even saying. Help me find someone. He hid me beneath the floor inside the walls, and behind the bathtub in the bathroom years ago. Find him, find him. Her voice abruptly ceased, the call disconnecting and leaving me with endless speculation. Was this a dismemberment? A shiver ran down my spine, and at that moment, a new message appeared in my inbox. The night was deepening, and the dormant desires were on the verge of eruption. I picked up the room's phone to respond to the ambiguous inquiries. She was, in fact, waiting just outside the door, her crimson eyes fixed on me, anticipating my invitation. The live broadcast mission: check into room 203 of the Anshin Inn at the stroke of midnight and survive until dawn. Upon seeing the notification on my phone, I felt no sense of false hope. I was acutely aware of the location mentioned in the mission, just 3 months prior. A heinous crime had occurred in that small inn on the outskirts of the city, the victim being a male whose demise was shrouded in enigma. Chapter 7. The terrifying live broadcast acute myocardial infarction was determined as the cause of death by the coroner. Yet the sudden demise of a seemingly healthy individual left many unanswered questions. I retrieved the newspaper from that day, skimmed through it briefly, and tucked it into my pocket before hastily grabbing my equipment and heading out. I did not believe in ghosts unless I witnessed them with my own eyes. To save time, I hailed a taxi, fortuitously finding myself with the same balding driver from that fateful day. "Oh, broadcaster, what a coincidence to run into you right after my shift," he exclaimed. "Please hurry to the Anshin Inn in the northern suburbs." At that moment, I was not in the mood for conversation, my mind consumed by the impending task of the otherworldly live show. Why had they chosen that location? Who was the woman that had called me earlier? I had heard that someone had recently died at Anshin Inn. "You really know how to pick your spots," the driver remarked, chattering away. "You wouldn't believe it. The rumors online say the tenant didn't die by accident, but was scared to death. TSK. That place has a dark reputation. Years ago, someone mysteriously disappeared there." The driver grew increasingly animated, and I felt a strong urge to inquire if he had ever considered my feelings. "Sir, my live stream might not be what you think. Could you grant me a moment of silence? What is so different? I oppose. You've seen many young folks like you, just singing, dancing, boasting, and gaming, right? By the way, what do you stream? I'd love to support you." Supporting me was the last thing I wanted. If he ever stumbled upon my live stream, I hoped he would remember to call the police, for what lay within might not merely be entertainment. It was imperative not to disclose the existence of the otherworldly show. Such was the first rule of my contract. Sighing deeply, I pulled out my 8-inch smartphone, gazing at the solitary 3 icons on its screen, finally selecting the third application, my own black and white photograph. "Welcome to the otherworldly show. Your live task has been issued. Please name your broadcast room." Regardless of the format, the fundamental goal of any live stream is to capture attention and attract an audience. As such, a striking name is of utmost importance. I recalled the words of the paper figure interviewer, active in the midnight shadows, striking at the city's most terrifying horrors. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? If the pursuit of thrill was the aim, why not select a name that was equally sensational? I raised my hand and typed 4 characters into the blank field. Super Thrill. Name successfully registered. "Would you like to start today's live stream?" After much deliberation, I ultimately clicked no. The reason was simple. The driver was still in the car, and there was no need to involve him in this. "Sir, please drive faster. My time is limited." The Anshin Inn was located on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, adjacent to the Henzhan prison, in a sparsely populated area where only a few migrant workers ventured for the sake of affordable rent. The buildings began to dwindle, the vibrant city lights fading into the distance, and the smooth concrete road transformed into a bumpy, uneven dirt path. "Look, broadcaster, there's the sign. That's the Anshin Inn. You might as well stop here. It'll be hard to turn around further ahead." The driver parked on the roadside, evidently reluctant to proceed any further. I followed his gaze to see an old 3-story building, its roof adorned with colorful light bulbs forming the sign. "Women's Heart Inn?" It must be Anshin. The bulbs above were likely broken. The driver handed me a cigarette, saying, "Take care. I've heard that evil spirits can't stand the smell of smoke. I'll help you to this point." I shook my head with a wry smile, paid the fare, and stepped out of the taxi, dragging my black suitcase behind me. Scanning the area, I noticed not a single soul in sight within 100 meters. Only the Women's Heart Inn cast a faint red glow. Should I call the police? Before I could even pull out my phone, the roar of an engine erupted nearby, and clouds of dust swirled around me. When I looked back, the balding driver had already sped off 100 meters away. Damn! The driver made a hasty retreat, leaving me with no means to return to the city. Shouldering my suitcase, I trudged along the dirt path, realizing that a true warrior must not only confront the harsh realities of life, but also learn to deal with unreliable allies. With the dim light of my phone screen, the dilapidated inn, steeped in legend, finally stood before me in its entirety. A solitary 3-story structure with 2 stairways on either side, the steps cluttered with debris. And in the corner lay a police tape once used for investigations. This was not the yellow and white tape of construction sites, but the dark blue and white tape reserved for homicide cases. How could such a thing remain uncollected? An ordinary person might overlook the anomaly, but my years at the police academy had marked this place with the labels of murder and the uncanny. Is anyone there? I'd like to check in. The staircase was narrow, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, I finally spotted the inn's front desk. The surface, smeared with remnants of grease and grime, displayed a notebook filled with hastily scribbled guest information and identification numbers. the handwriting resembling that of a child. In this day and age, who still maintains handwritten records. I flipped through the pages, finding the earliest entry dated a week prior. So, I'm the only guest in the entire building. Cough, cough. The notebook was abruptly pressed down by 5 bony fingers, revealing an elderly man whose hair was almost entirely gone. Looking to check in? Just one person? His voice was frail, like a flickering candle in the wind. I stepped back nonchalantly, committing his features to memory. His eyebrows were faint, one half of his face speckled with age spots, while the other bore a burned scar the size of a fist. Yes, just me. The old man's visage was the kind you could never forget after a single glance. Truthfully, even before the live stream began, I felt an unsettling thrill. May I see your ID for registration? A single room is $35 per night, and no need for a deposit as long as you don't damage anything in a room. After completing the registration, the old man handed me a key and called out toward the dim corridor. Wife, take the guest to room 103 and boil some water for him. 103? The live broadcast task instructed me to check into room 203. I furrowed my brow and asked, could you possibly change my room? All right, which one would you like? 203. Clang. The key the old man held fell abruptly to the concrete floor. His reaction took me by surprise. What's the matter? Is that room uninhabitable? I maintained a calm demeanor, my hands buried deep in my pockets, one clutching talisman paper while the other gripped my phone tightly. It can be occupied. It's just that a few months ago, someone died here, and that deceased individual was in room 203. What is there to fear about being across the hall? It's not like they died in that very room. I feigned nonchalance. Let us go with that one. Please don't engage in superstitions, sir. We must trust in science. All right, all right. As the old man searched for the key to room 203, I crouched down to retrieve the 103 key lying on the floor, only to notice something peculiar. The old man was wearing a pair of shoes caked in dirt. This was indoors. Why was he wearing such shoes? Come on, I'll show you the room. The voice belonged to an old woman who carried a thermos with one hand. Though her age was comparable to the old man's, she appeared stout and strong. I placed the key on the front desk, picked up my suitcase, and followed the old woman up to the 3rd floor. Where in Oppos? We supposed to head to 203? Why were we going to the 3rd floor instead? Concerning the tasks related to the spectral performance, I dared not indulge in any carelessness for fear of making a mistake. The 1st floor is uninhabited. Room 103 is located on the 2nd floor, while room 203 is situated on the 3rd. It felt as though I had traversed a considerable distance. The corridor was illuminated solely by a solitary light bulb at the corner, flickering erratically, sometimes extinguishing itself only to inexplicably reignite moments later. This was it. The elderly woman inserted the key into the lock and gestured towards the numbers on the door. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Just as I was about to push the door open, the elderly woman's murmuring voice echoed behind me. Ah, this place is not like the city. One must not wander about at night. If someone knocks at the door after midnight, or if you hear any noises, simply pretend you do not hear them and do not venture out. Chapter 8. The live stream begins. Grandma, please don't frighten me. I am inherently timid. I can have nightmares for days just from witnessing someone slaughter a chicken. The bitterness etched upon my face was not entirely feigned, as I recalled the room across from me, where a death had occurred 3 months prior. If I stay inside, nothing will happen. Surely, nothing will. The stout, elderly woman turned and departed, leaving me alone in the corridor, a chill sweeping over me from head to toe as a cold breeze brushed past. Under the flickering light, I glanced once more at room 206 across the hall. The paint-chipped wooden door appeared somewhat rough, indistinguishable from the others aside from its room number. Having come this far, what was there to fear? I retrieved a cigarette given to me by the driver, lit it, and pushed open the door to room 203. The interior was far more spacious than I had anticipated, featuring a private bathroom, a double bed, and an old-fashioned wardrobe against the wall. Although the furnishings were simple, they were ample for a night. Overall, the room's rate of 35 yuan per night was remarkably economical. I checked my phone and realized it was already 11 p.m. I extinguished my cigarette, set up the camera on the windowsill, and was taken aback that my debut live stream was taking place in a room costing merely 35 yuan a night. The equipment functioned smoothly as I plugged in the mobile encoder and tapped the icon for the ghostly show on my large-screen phone. Acquiring image. Connecting to the barrage. Data stable. Do you wish to start the live stream? Having mentally prepared myself, I did not hesitate and clicked the option on the screen. The phone and Oppo's display momentarily darkened, then illuminated again, revealing the live stream interface. Standing by the bed was a young man, approximately 6 feet tall, and of a well-proportioned build, holding his phone. So, this is how it feels to see oneself on television. With a face full of melancholy, I noted that my live stream had commenced. Yet my room was utterly devoid of viewers. Experts excel in their fields. I may adeptly solve a homicide or trace an extramarital affair. But live streaming is an entirely different domain for me. How might I attract a larger audience? I reflected on the popular female streamers and lowered my gaze to my own collar. Alas, I lacked the assets to capitalize on such allure. Suddenly, a user named Teletubby Murdered entered the live stream. Someone in AMP. AMP? Oppos. S here. Welcome, little one, to the super thrilling live stream. Here, you will encounter the most authentic challenges and the most spine-chilling tales. At that moment, I faltered, for I was utterly unsure of what to do next. Should I merely await the witching hour for a ghostly knock at the door? Yet, I had explicitly selected the alluring beauty challenge. Why was I met with a clueless Teletubby? The user Teletubby Murdered also appeared bewildered. What are you broadcasting, host? There isn't even a live stream announcement. I consider myself somewhat of a paranormal exploration streamer. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. My fundamental purpose for streaming was to uncover one particular answer. Does the supernatural truly exist? Brother Teeling. Haha, I relish your earnest nonsense. Seeing your sister fell for me. I've also been searching for the greasy corpse. In mere moments, the viewership in a live stream soared to 11. It seemed that the channels for guidance within the underworld showcase were plentiful. However, without exception, the audience in my live stream had all stumbled in by chance. Some were engrossed in obscure films, caught off guard by an advertisement, and had arrived clutching toilet paper, landing in the super thrilling live stream. Poor souls. I hoped I had not left them with any psychological scars. Others had also entered by happenstance. Yet they shared a common trait. They were all watching alone. Host, your room looks somewhat familiar. I think I've seen it on the news. A user named Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3 suddenly sent a colorful message. Host, I am from Jiangcheng. You aren't staying at the Anshin Inn, are you? Finally, a sensible comment had emerged. I produced the newspaper I had prepared. Indeed, this is the Anshin Inn. You may not be aware of its history, so allow me to share the contents of this newspaper. 3 months ago, a bizarre death occurred within this very building, and the police have yet to ascertain the cause, attributing the death to an accidental sudden demise. However, some time ago, a photograph of the deceased circulated online, depicting a male whose pupils were dilated, his jaw agape at a 90-degree angle. Anyone possessing even a modicum of common sense would recognize that he must have witnessed something extraordinarily terrifying just prior to his death. What did he see? Do you not wish to know? The live stream abruptly fell silent, perhaps as the viewers contemplated the veracity of my claims. This room bore the number 203, while the room where the incident occurred 3 months ago was directly across from me. Ash from my cigarette had fallen, and I realized it had burned down to the end. I lit another cigarette, gazing at my reflection on the screen. Tonight, I shall endeavor to unravel the truth behind these events. Indeed, witnessing the horror with my very life is the essence of the super thrilling live stream. Having delivered this declaration with a sense of self-satisfaction, I found my audience seemingly unimpressed. Brother Teeling, spare me. If the police couldn't solve it, who do you think you are? Please don't mock me. I am quite fragile. I've taken a screenshot, eagerly awaiting the moment the host is terrified. Peaceful business manager. Host, what you require is an insurance policy. Our company has just launched a new family insurance package. One policy covers the entire family. Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3. The Anshin Inn is indeed peculiar. You might encounter something there. Be cautious, host. The barrage of comments from viewers, as diverse as they were, alleviated the fear and pressure that weighed upon me. In fact, according to the tasks of the Underworld Showcase, I had no obligation to interact with others. I merely needed to survive the night. However, adept individuals often dwell among the masses, should peril arise. Seeking assistance from the viewers might be my only lifeline. Alright, everyone, remain calm. Let us first examine our surroundings. Although I lack expertise in feng shui, I have attended police academy for 2 years, and I am somewhat adept at crime scene investigations. Room 203 was not the site of the death that occurred 3 months ago, but the Underworld Showcase specifically requested a live stream from this location, indicating that something was amiss within this room. The doors and windows were intact, the floor was tidy, and while the furniture was outdated, it was impeccably clean. One could say it was spotless. With a cigarette between my lips, I crouched down. There were no bloodstains or suspicious items beneath the bed, and the wardrobe felt slightly damp. The television opposite the bed was merely decorative, but wait. I shifted the old box television forward and discovered a mirror affixed to the wall behind it. Not particularly large, the 30-inch television screen perfectly concealed it. Host, a mirror facing the bed is an ill omen. This room was likely not intended for the living. The comment from Liu Banjian from Qingqing Mountain reignited the previously subdued livestream. Brother Teeling, you spout nonsense daily. I have a wall of mirrors in my bedroom, yet I live comfortably. Teletubby murdered. ISN and AMP. Oppos. T-by Sujin from Qingqing Mountain. Liu Banjian. Fa Hai is calling you home for dinner. Liu Banjian from Qingqing Mountain. Believe it or not, in terms of feng shui, mirrors are used to repel evil spirits. They should face the direction from which the malevolent forces come. If they face a person, that is a mirror curse, akin to a gaping mouth that consumes one and Oppos' vitality daily, leading to confusion and, in severe cases, family ruin. Handsome and virtuous. I suspect this upstairs individual is a fraud. True practitioners of the Tao would not type so swiftly. Liu Banjian from Xincheng Mountain. I have diligently practiced 2-finger meditation since childhood. If you're unconvinced, challenge me. Rubbing my temples, I felt a slight headache as I read through the flurry of comments. Had I not experienced that night on the unlit road, I might have remained a staunch atheist. Yet, that harrowing interview felt like a hammer, shattering my long-held beliefs into fragments. Is there truly an existence of strange forces and supernatural phenomena in this world? I once held a camera. Liu Banjian, please calm your anger. The place I reside in is indeed rather inauspicious. Could you assist me in discerning whether it would be safe to spend a night here? Beneath the verdant peaks of Qingqing Mountain, Liu Banjian responded. Knowing well that this is a haunted dwelling, why do you still wish to stay? Heed my counsel, young brother, and swiftly gather your belongings to depart. Otherwise, your fortune may be adversely affected. Tai Ling Biao Yi generously rewarded the spine-chilling live broadcast with 99 ghost coins. Tai Ling Biao Yi remarked, Host, do not heed that boastful one. If you choose to stay here for a night, I shall bestow upon you 99 coins every hour. Is this the nature of gifts? The simplistic offerings within the realm of the underworld are categorized as ghost coins, ingots, and gold bricks, with descriptions of such gifts detailed in the contract. Regrettably, I did not scrutinize them at the time. Chapter 9. Death Simulation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the generous patron from Teeling. Yet I find myself yearning to hear the insights of Liu Banjian, for he is a professional in this domain. I glanced at my phone. It was not yet midnight, and there remained a stretch of time before the chubby old woman had warned against venturing out after midnight. If all else fails, I could always escape to call the authorities. Liu Banjian from Qingcheng Mountain. Nowadays, the youth are so desperate for wealth that they would forsake their lives. Nevertheless, since we meet, I shall offer you some guidance. Thank you, Master. The live stream in Oppos' audience swelled to 37 and continued to grow. When the earth and Oppos' energy is abundant, the dwelling shines brightly, and its occupants naturally receive blessings. When the energy wanes, the dwelling becomes desolate, and its inhabitants are devoid of vitality, leading to decay. First, open the window. I wish to observe the earth's energy, Liu Banjian instructed. I complied, opening the window and illuminating the space with my phone. The grass lay dormant, flowers unbloomed, and the trees contorted in bizarre shapes. The surroundings were elevated on all sides, with a low center, the energy stagnating and foul air accumulating, leaving no escape. After a couple of minutes, Liu Banjian sent another message. quickly closed the window and checked the corners of the room for any grains of white rice or traces of red, white, or yellow paper. I lifted the camera and zoomed in. The corners of the room were immaculate, devoid of cobwebs. However, when I aimed the camera at the double bed, a wave of unease washed over me. White rice. Scattered inconspicuously on the inner sides of the bed legs were several grains of wet rice, as if soaked in cold water. Gao Jian from Qingcheng Mountain. White rice, aside from being offered to ancestors, can also appease restless spirits. The layout of this room portends great misfortune. It is likely that more than one person has perished here. Search beneath the bed. There must be talismans to ward off evil spirits. Do not approach if the number exceeds 4. Vacate immediately to preserve your life. Beneath the bed, I crouched down, gripping the bed's edge with one hand while holding the camera with the other, stretching my head under the bed. The cold floor seemed to freeze my body, sending shivers through me as if insects crawled through my veins. The scene before me was unprecedented, and the sensation was indescribable, a blend of terror and disbelief. Beneath the 2-meter by 1.5-meter bed, the underside was plastered with densely packed talismans, adorned with red characters on a yellow background. Tinky Winky was murdered. Oh my, this is triggering my trypophobia. Officer Huang from Class 2. Brother, call the police. I suspected this case was problematic from start. Don and Amp. Oppos. T blame me, I and Amp. Oppos. Am quite fragile. Damn. I and Oppos. Am terrified. Dizzy. I prop myself up on my elbows, sitting on the floor. Master, I did not count, but I estimate there are more than 4. Gao Jian from Qingcheng Mountain. Young brother, you must fend for yourself. The talismans are meant to attract good fortune and ward off misfortune. But if I am not mistaken, the symbols in your room are meant to suppress malevolence. The malevolent energy is now apparent. Clearly, the talismans have lost their efficacy. And upon entering this dwelling, you have already invited disaster. Are you saying I cannot escape my fate? I wish to assist you, but being in Qingcheng, I am powerless to help. The handsome and capable man is adored by women. You two are having such a delightful back and forth. I see through it now. This Gao Jian from Qingcheng Mountain is merely a hired actor. His lines are decent, and the script is acceptable. I give the props a score of 90. Better than some domestic films with shoddy effects. Timo stewed mushrooms. Is this a performance? I am 12 years old. Do not deceive me. So I married a hater. The unscrupulous broadcaster is showcasing their acting skills, deceiving naive viewers for gifts. Teeling's Biaoyi. Who are you calling ignorant? Do you dare cross me? My inner fear dissipated amidst the barrage of comments. I sat on the bed, lighting a cigarette, suddenly recalling the sea of talismans, and quickly stood aside. Could it be that this inn truly harbors malevolent spirits? Though I had my suspicions, I was reluctant to accept them, without direct evidence. Mere conjecture could not substantiate anything. My training at the police academy instilled a habit of thorough analysis. Any conclusion must be supported by a complete chain of evidence. After taking a drag from my cigarette, the live stream fell silent. Following the recent events, the audience count had risen to over 60. Whether you label me a fraud or an actor, I shall spend this night here. Death does not discriminate. I refuse to succumb to superstition. With a resolute mind, I lay back on the bed, feeling an immense sense of relief. Teeling Biao Yi tipped the Super Horror livestream with 99 ghost coins. Refreshing. This sounds invigorating. Here, SA reward. Gao Jian from Qingcheng Mountain tipped the Super Horror livestream with 99 ghost coins. Wealth is but a transient entity. One cannot take it with them in life or death. Why do you concern yourself so? In truth, I bear my own burdens. I am bound by the tasks assigned by the Underworld Showcase. If I were to breach the contract recklessly, I might incur the wrath of that enigmatic organization, potentially vanishing from existence. There is no avoiding it. I must confront it head-on. I have encountered countless ruthless, cunning, and inhumane criminals. Why should I fear an ethereal specter? Not only will I spend the night here, but I shall actively seek out the supernatural. If all of this is but an illusion, then I shall expose the Underworld Showcase as nothing more than a gathering of deceitful mortals masquerading as phantoms. Indeed, this is their task. Yet it also presents an opportunity for me to unveil their true nature. With this thought, My fear was vanquished by reason. I lifted the camera to face myself. Dear viewers, I share your curiosity. Do ghosts truly exist? Are supernatural phenomena real? Among the multitude of urban legends, which are fabricated, and which conceal unspeakable conspiracies, there is an abundance of mysteries awaiting our exploration, and today marks merely the beginning. I shall endeavor to recreate the circumstances surrounding the tenant and amp, oppos, estimise, guiding you through that suffocating scene of death. From this moment forth, I shall embody the ill-fated tenant, acting in accordance with his mindset, striving to replicate the same fatal outcome, witnessing the ultimate horror, only to be scared to death. Simulating the victim's experience can significantly aid in resolving the case. However, executing it is exceedingly complex, often requiring meticulous planning and the assistance of psychological experts. In this desolate village inn, simplicity reigns. Though I'm no psychological expert, I possess a basic understanding of environmental psychological traits and criminal psychology. Timo stewed mushrooms. The style has shifted. Suddenly, the broadcaster seems impressive. Sister loves me. What is this exhilarating anticipation I am feeling? Officer Huang from Class 2. I have long suspected the broadcaster is an insider. It is time to showcase true skills. Death simulation is not an extravagant endeavor. Rather, it involves accurately reconstructing the scenario based on the victim's character, the original death scene, the motive for the crime, and the criminal psyche. I directed the camera towards myself. I have observed this case. The victim was a local male from Jiangcheng, unemployed and deep in gambling debts. He had no home to return to and fled to the Anshin Inn to evade his creditors. Interestingly, he had resided at the inn for half a month without incident. Yet misfortune struck on the 15th day of the month. What transpired on that day? Or did he engage in some peculiar behavior that led to his tragic fate? I roamed the room with the camera in hand, concealing oneself in one place for half a month, with a broken television and no entertainment, facing two terrifyingly aged faces daily. The time of death was during the deep of night. What would a bored, youthful man do? Could it be? I rummaged through the room, and finally, beneath the pillow, I discovered a vividly colored card. Timo stewing mushrooms. Dear host, what have you discovered? Could it be that the card contains invaluable messages left by the deceased? Handsome and charismatic. Haha, little Timo, it's not that we wish to withhold information from you. Rather, silence speaks volumes, and everything is implied. Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3. Please be mindful of your words, as this topic is quite heavy for a minor. Handsome and charismatic. Heavy? Nonsense. It seems you are merely a pawn hired by the host. Your tone is so rigid. Be cautious lest you finish your performance without a meal. Teletubby murdered. The depths of this live stream are truly profound. Chapter 10. Someone at the door, hello. We are a legitimate live streaming room. Let's not jump to conclusions. I hastily intervened to prevent the eager veterans from speeding off. My intent was merely to simulate the actions of the deceased, not to engage in any reckless behavior. Streamer, you are playing with fire. Rest assured, I would never engage in actions that contravene moral or legal boundaries. I am acutely aware of that, though I spoke with conviction. An inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered within me. The live chat was teeming with a motley crew of thrill seekers, eager for excitement, prompting my wise decision to redirect the conversation. Let us not forget that despite the victim and oppo's volatile temperament, his financial circumstances would have precluded any extravagant behavior. A debtor, perpetually anxious, hiding in a cheap motel in the outskirts, surviving on meager meals, must have been in dire straits. Once again, we return to the crux of the matter. What precisely had transpired on that fateful night? If I were he, cowering in a grim and eerie room, in the dead of night, with nothing to my name, would I not consider stepping outside for a smoke? Upon checking into room 203, the elderly lady had cautioned me against venturing out, regardless of any noises heard. It stands to reason that the victim had received similar admonitions. Yet, what if he had disregarded the warning and ventured out in the dead of night? Logically, this connection between the victim and amp, oppos, estimise, and his nocturnal escapade holds water. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was still not yet midnight. I opened the door and positioned the camera outside, using my phone to stream the view. The third floor was devoid of life, shrouded in an eerie silence. Let us take a stroll. Since I have resolved to confront the supernatural, I must not allow fear to deter me. With the camera stationed at the door, I gazed across at room 206, recalling the unsettling presence of the deceased. To claim I was unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. If I could gain entry into room 206, perhaps I might uncover clues overlooked by the authorities. Alas, such thoughts were mere musings. To broach such a request with the elderly couple could very well set off alarm bells, for in my eyes, they too bore the shadow of suspicion. Descending to the second floor, I found the scarred-faced elder and the stout elderly lady absent, leaving only a young woman in her 20s at the front desk. She knelt with her back towards me, seemingly engaged in a ritual for a little girl no older than 2 or 3. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but could you tell me where the landlord is? My television is broken." "The television has always been broken. It cannot be repaired." "Ah, your words carry an interesting sentiment. It is precisely the broken things that require mending." The woman rose, wiping the black and white photograph of the little girl from the incense burner. "Just like people, once broken, they never truly mend." She remained turned away, her voice barely above a whisper. "You should return to your room. It's not safe here at night. You have piqued my curiosity. Is that girl in the photograph your child?" "She is my sister. She went missing when she was very young." "My condolences." "It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. I just hope I'm not the next to vanish." Her tone was laced with a tinge of despair. "Is it sustained solely by the 3 of you? Where's your husband?" "I have a brother working in another city." "Ah, life is indeed challenging. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out." I offered generously, my gaze never leaving her. Her body trembled slightly, as though gripped by fear. "I mean any form of assistance, including support in any way you might conceive." This was merely a test. I did not expect her to trust a stranger unless she was utterly desperate. Having gleaned nothing from my inquiries, I returned to room 203 and closed the door, placing the camera aside. In a cheap motel charging $35 a night, one cannot expect robust security. I must remain vigilant against both malevolent spirits and human trickery. The peeling wooden door appeared aged, the lock precariously loose, a design reminiscent of the late 20th century. I gripped the handrail and shook it back and forth. Honestly, such a door would likely succumb to the force of a rowdy child. I pocketed the key, opening the door crack. Room 203 and room 206 were positioned centrally in the corridor, which was ominously flickering, illuminated by a dying bulb at the staircase, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. It was unnecessary to embellish the scene further. The ambience alone sufficed to quench any desire to venture outside. I was left pondering how this establishment continued to operate. I placed the thermos sent by the stout elderly lady in the door crack, placing a teacup atop the lid, not to barricade the door, but to serve as a warning. Should someone attempt to stealthily enter at night, the cup would surely topple, alerting me to respond accordingly. My caution was not indicative of paranoia. Rather, the recent experiences had been profoundly unsettling, leaving me uncertain whether I was to face a human or a specter. Adjacent to the door was a small compartment, the bathroom. During my initial inspection, I had been too engrossed in Lou Banzian's barrage of comments to examine it thoroughly. I hoped not to encounter anything peculiar. Engaging in a rather clumsy, self-soothing monologue, I pushed open the bathroom door. The floor was adorned with pristine tiles, the walls decorated with clean porcelain sheets, and the toilet and wash basin were unremarkable. Peering further, I spotted a solar water heater, still encased in its packaging, with a bathtub partially embedded in the wall. For a $35 a night motel, this bathroom seemed excessively lavish, though devoid of talismans or idols. The dim light, reflecting off the stark white tiles, evoked an inexplicable eeriness. The external decor remained stuck in the 90s, while the bathroom had undergone renovations, a striking contrast that felt disjointed. Something felt amiss. Such anomalies often indicate deeper secrets. Every illogical occurrence within the case hints at unintentional oversights left by the perpetrator. Why, of all places, had only the bathroom been renovated? After a moment of contemplation, I formulated a theory. The proprietors were concealing something. Could this bathroom also serve as a crime scene? I retrieved the camera and began documenting the bathroom and amp. Oppos, as condition, searching for any elusive clues. As time slipped away, I was jolted by a faint knocking at the door. I crept to the entrance, straining to listen. When the knocking resumed, I crouched to peer through the crack. In the dim light, I discerned a vague white figure standing silently at the door of room 206. The very room where someone had perished 3 months prior. The light was too dim for clarity. I strained to make out the figure, half of its body leaning against the door, eyes wide open. This indistinct silhouette appeared tall and slender, with long black hair cascading over its shoulders. Was it human or ghost? The figure stood motionless. Time seemed to freeze. Gripping the talisman with one hand and the camera with the other, I steeled myself. What was I afraid of? I had come to confront the supernatural, to unveil the truth behind this otherworldly theater. I could not waver now, resolving to proceed. I released the talisman and slowly turned the lock. As the door creaked open, I thought, "Come forth, let me behold your true form. Let me see what a specter truly resembles." Just as I was about to fully open the door, the cursed bulb at the corridor's entrance extinguished, plunging everything into darkness, with only the chilling breeze swirling around me. My back was drenched in cold sweat. In the oppressive silence, it felt as though something was moving in the shadows. As the light bulb flickered, a fleeting brilliance reemerged. In that moment, I beheld a pale, expressionless face framed by dark hair rapidly approaching me. Goodness! The door was thrust open, and the teapot at the entrance toppled over, causing the teacups to clatter chaotically. Scalding hot water splashed onto my legs. The slick floor, coupled with the intense agony, left me utterly unprepared. My balance faltered, and I fell backward, one hand instinctively lifting the camera while the other grasped the indistinct white figure. Thud! I collapsed heavily, and when I regained my senses, I found myself clutching a fragment of a pure white gown. As I looked up, I was met by 2 alluringly slender legs that were just inches from my nose. Chapter 11. Are Ghosts Real? During my time at the police academy, I participated in numerous clubs including self-defense, sanda, martial arts, taekwondo, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and baton techniques. Although I did not master any of these skills, I inadvertently developed a robust physique and remarkable reflexes. Thanks to this, when I held a white dress and followed the ghostly figure up her thigh to behold her pale, terrified face, I was able to react in mere moments. With a swift motion, I leaped up and covered her mouth before she could scream. If the landlord and his wife had witnessed this scene, I might as well have been taken by the ghost myself. Do not move. I mean no harm. Once the ghost's wildly dilating pupils settled, I ushered her into the room and gently closed the door, exhaling deeply and enduring the sting of my burnt calf. I picked up the thermos and teacup. "Hey, are you hurt?" My hands were smeared with something, and I bent over, appearing quite disheveled. "I'm more curious about your sudden appearance." The woman before me was indeed the one I had seen on the second floor. Unperturbed by her exposure, she exhibited an unusual calmness. "It has been a long time since I conversed with a normal person. If this continues, I shall surely go mad." "What do you mean? Can't those 2 elderly folks keep you company?" I was taken aback. "They are both insane," she replied with a bitter smile, suddenly noticing the camera in my hands. She hurriedly covered her chest and crouched down. "Turn it off." The scene before me was indeed inappropriate, so I averted the camera, limping to the bedside to drape the girl with a blanket. "What happened earlier was just an accident. Do not overthink it. I am neither an undercover cop nor an investigative journalist. I will not harm you." "Then why do you have a camera?" she asked, perplexed. "I'm an outdoor host, passionate about exploring the supernatural and seeking out paranormal phenomena. I checked into this in late at night to create a program, which is why I'm intrigued by your situation." "A ghost exploration program?" The expression on the girl's face could be summarized in 3 words: utterly curious. "You can see for yourself." I chuckled, handing her the phone from the ghostly showcase. The chat room was flooded with comments. "I want to see the girl. Adult content streamer. I'm calling the police. The young lady is so beautiful. How can I quickly enhance my chest on the 4th floor?" Selling nutritious snacks and quality free-range eggs in the front row. As she observed the rapidly refreshing comments, a rare smile graced her lips. You are truly fortunate to have so many people with you. I sat at the foot of the bed, deliberately maintaining some distance. Is this what you call happiness? Your definition of happiness is rather simplistic. She was taken aback by my words, staring at me for a long time. You would not understand my feelings, and I will not divulge them. Tonight, we are mere strangers. I wish to discuss lighter topics. As you wish, the long night offers ample opportunity for conversation. A smile played on my lips. Even the most basic dialogue could yield a wealth of information. This was the essence of detective work. The host's smile is laden with meaning, hinting at the girl. Run, girl. The host intends to trick you. The countless tales of anguish from netizens. The longest journey I have traversed is the host's cunning. Through our conversation, I learned that the woman before me was named Xiaofeng, the adopted daughter of the elderly couple. However, as she recounted, the reasons behind her adoption were not entirely pure. When the inn was newly constructed, a half-monk, half-Taoist feng shui master warned the landlords that it was a place of great misfortune and that harmony between yin and yang was essential for safety. At the time, the elderly couple had only one biological son, which prompted them to adopt a daughter to restore this balance. There was an oddity regarding the missing 2- or 3-year-old girl. Xiaofeng refrained from mentioning her name, which seemed to be a taboo within the inn. As our conversation deepened, my confusion only grew. I observed her closely. Xiaofeng appeared desperate to convey something to me, yet was fearful of being overheard. I had meticulously scanned her for any listening devices, finding none, and I had long since searched the interior of the room, the most advanced technology being the light bulb above us. What was she afraid of? She seemed perpetually hesitant to speak. Was there a third person present in this room besides me? Reflecting on the talismans beneath the bed, I recalled the saying that 3 feet above one's head reside spirits. Was she perhaps frightened by these unfounded entities? The night wore on, dark and silent outside, the moon obscured by thick clouds. Realizing the hour was late, I gently tapped Xiaofeng's shoulder. It's getting late. You should head back, or your adoptive parents might misunderstand. I pulled out my phone. What else should we chat? Since I tore your dress, let me send you a red envelope as an apology. My ID is Happy Pinnacle. ISNT it a bit revealing for a grown man to name himself Happy Pinnacle. Happy Pinnacle is the name of my store. Feel free to follow it for an 80% discount on your future purchases. With little gain from our exchange, I rubbed my temples, the anticipated clues failing to materialize. And it seemed I could only wait in vain. Xiaofeng sat up, the blanket slipping down. I don't have a phone. My adoptive parents dislike me connecting with the outside world. Oh, this girl resembled a domesticated animal, blooming in youth yet harboring a multitude of untold secrets. Can I stay here tonight? Of course what? Xiaofeng's words startled me. If I can stay, my adoptive parents will be pleased. What do you mean? What is the nature of your relationship? I pondered, glancing out the thick night sky. Forget it. If you wish to stay, then stay. At least we can keep each other company. I cleared half the bed for her, rolling up my pant legs to inspect the burn. Do not move. It may get infected. Xiaofeng, clad in her simple attire, sat beside me, lifting my leg onto her lap. The burn has stuck to your pants. Rolling it up will break the blister. She was familiar with room 203, turning to retrieve a small pair of scissors from the bedside table to cut my pants. Then fetching a towel from the bathroom to rinse my wound with cold water and gently pat it dry. Xiaofeng's actions were tender and practiced. She appeared to be the type accustomed to household chores. What a pity. What did you say? I said you should rest. I can handle it myself. By the time we finished tending to the burn, it was 1:30. Xiaofeng lay on the bed with her back to me, observing her gently rising and falling form. I knew she was not asleep. Perhaps it was best not to mention the talismans beneath the bed. I took out my phone. Perhaps due to the anticipated ghostly entities not appearing, the viewer count was rising at a noticeably slower pace. Civilized broadcasting starts with you and me. The host remains unperturbed. Give a thumbs up. Hey, is there a host doing naughty live streaming here? Sorry, you have dialed the wrong number. This is KFC. Uncle McDonald remained silent. The comments in the chat were varied and entertaining. I lit a cigarette, thoroughly amused. As the clock edged towards 2 in the morning, fatigue washed over me, and the chat room gradually quieted. I covered Xiaofeng with a thin blanket, lying down on the other side as my eyelids grew heavy. The handsome host is waiting for us to fall asleep to monopolize the girl. How could that be possible? I must expose his true nature. Tomorrow, I have an ethics exam. I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. It seems I have overthought it. Overthought? Water harms the body, severing yin and yang. Smoke enters the face, obscuring the spirit. This is the essence of a lingering soul. The deceased are inherently absent. I ultimately failed to comprehend the barrage of comments by Liu Banxian as an irresistible wave of drowsiness swept me into the realm of dreams. The hazy scene bore a semblance of familiarity, an abandoned village inn, where I found myself imprisoned by a ghostly woman, her features obscured. This dreamscape mirrored one I had experienced earlier that morning, with identical structures, the same ground, and the same walls. Outside the window, tiny bulbs intertwined to form the Women End amp, Oppos, Eshard Inn, casting an eerie crimson glow. It dawned on me that this dreamland was indeed the Anshin Inn. My consciousness fluctuated between clarity and confusion. I was aware of my frenzied escape, but remained oblivious to the entity pursuing me. I yearned to glance back, yet my body betrayed me. I longed to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. Who lurked behind me? Who was it? I strained to awaken from the nightmare, biting down on my tongue, veins bulging on my forehead, but all I could manage was a futile twist of my head. My narrow field of vision gradually filled with blood, a scarlet hue seeping from every corner of the inn. In the final moment, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. She was so hot. My chest suddenly felt as though it was ablaze, and I jolted awake from the dream, drenched in sweat, as if I had just emerged from the depths of a river. How did I fall asleep? What a terrifying dream. I glanced down at my chest, where the source of heat lay, the talisman I had kept hidden away. Goodness, this object is truly extraordinary. I tucked it away carefully and raised my eyes to see a girl facing me, motionless. Thankfully, I had not been discovered. This girl sleeps deeply indeed. However, it is rather inappropriate to stare at her sleeping form for too long. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I rested my head on my arm and turned to the other side, facing a girl covered with a thin blanket, breathing evenly, lost in slumber. Ah, this girl sleeps so soundly. Wait, hold on. If the girl before me, wrapped in that thin blanket, is Xiaofeng, then who is the woman I just glimpsed who now lies behind me? Chapter 12. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Terrifying horror films can be broadly categorized into two types. One relies on atmospheric buildup and suspense, keeping viewers in a constant state of dread, while the other strikes suddenly, akin to being jolted awake from a 1,000-year slumber, delivering a shock of terror that can elicit bone-chilling screams from the soul. Clearly, I found myself in the latter situation. My heart raced, my limbs turned icy, and my body felt as though it had been cast into a frozen vault, rigid and immobile. I dare not turn around. My eyes were fixed ahead, cold sweat trickling down my forehead, all cries for help lodged in my throat. Who was behind me? Who lurked in the shadows? The scene from my dream seemed to be replaying itself, yet I was powerless to struggle against it. Was this what they called sleep paralysis? A chill swept through the air, penetrating even my clothing, like a dagger pressing against my waist, or perhaps an unseen hand creeping along my spine, gradually sliding towards my neck. What was it? What was this entity? I was fully aware that I was not dreaming. Everything unfolding before me was rooted in the reality of the world in which I had lived for 25 years. My eyes widened, pupils darting as a strand of black hair slowly emerged within my limited field of vision. It was filthy and disheveled, mingled with dirt and blood, far from the strands of a normal person. A strange force gripped my neck, the sinister hair creeping up my body, twisting my head little by little towards the back. My gaze was forcibly redirected, my eyes bloodshot, resembling a puppet on the verge of bursting. The pressure on my neck intensified, and if this continued, I would undoubtedly perish. The talisman. Yes, the talisman. Holding my breath, I bit my tongue, the pain jolting my senses. My fingers moved swiftly to remove the talisman resting over my heart. A warm current surged through my limbs, and I leaped from the bed as if wielding a blazing inferno, striking back into the void behind me. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a blurred visage reflected in my bloodshot eyes. Yet, when the talisman fell, the space behind me was utterly empty. It was impossible the pain in my neck served as a reminder that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. Standing at the edge of the bed, I was still shaken. Was there truly a ghost? Grabbing my camera and phone, I thought that if the equipment of the underworld could capture the spirit, then everything that had just occurred should have been recorded. This meant that the audience in the live stream must have witnessed the true apparition. Is anyone there? Can someone tell me what transpired after I fell asleep? The chat room was eerily quiet. It was nearly 3 in the morning, and most had already retired for the night. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman. After a moment, a solitary comment appeared in the live stream, authored by Lu Banzian from beneath Qingsha Mountain. Upon seeing this ID, I felt as if I had grasped a lifeline. Banzian, save me. Young man, I do not know what merits you accumulated in your past life to have obtained this Thunder Talisman prototype. Had it not been for a benefactor's assistance, it would have been destined for you to perish. Banzian, at such a time, could you please speak in terms I can comprehend? I am waiting online, and I am quite anxious. Clutching the talisman, I stood at the bed and Oppo's edge, feeling unsafe in every direction. You, a mere mortal, harboring distracting thoughts, will surely encounter calamity if you dwell in this ominous dwelling during the midnight hour. Yet, the heavens are not devoid of mercy. A glimmer of hope resides within that talisman prototype. Was the talisman truly so extraordinary? After several uses, I found its essence diminished, its radiance subdued, becoming exceedingly dim. Before I entered Xinsheng, I spent years seeking the ancient peach struck by lightning and devoted my life's learning to crafting a talisman coffin, all to cultivate a thunder talisman. Each word from Lu Banzian brimmed with an inexplicable pride that I could not fathom. Alas, once I entered Xinsheng, that talisman coffin was entrusted to my descendants for the sake of suppressing clan fortunes. Should I open the coffin now? We could indeed compare its power against your talisman prototype. Banzian, once you've finished boasting, could you please attend to my predicament? Just now, I swear I saw my shadow moving. Do not panic. In the darkness lies a ghost, and the one moving is not your shadow. With yin and yang coexisting, you have the protection of the talisman, yet the spirit harbors resentment and will not relent, surely targeting that girl. What should I do? Perhaps I should jump out the window and call for help. A decayed tree cannot be carved. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I shall make an exception and impart to you the incantation for the Thunder Talisman. I had nearly reached the window, 1 foot already on the ledge. Listen well, this house is a place of great misfortune, haunted by restless spirits. If you wish to survive the night, you must hold a pure heart and advance boldly, avoiding selfish thoughts and the fear of death that may cloud your judgment. All right, I will heed your words. It made sense. I could not simply abandon Xiao Feng alone here. Though there had been quite a ruckus, she remained sound asleep, which was somewhat eerie. The spirit has possessed her. Quickly follow my instructions. Cast aside distractions. Visualize the Ziwei deity at the center. Inhale through your nose. Drawing in the essence, channel your energy, and release it into the atmosphere. Banzian, can you speak in terms a human can understand? Is Ziwei from the television show My Fair Princess? And how does one visualize? On the bed, Xiao Feng began to tremble erratically, her eyelids twitching as her upper body slowly rose. Faith brings forth the spirit. The divine will surely arrive. Do not jest or be careless, lest disaster befalls you. Oh my, she has sat up. Is there anything more terrifying than this impending doom? Xiao Feng, on the double bed, resembled a marionette under control, suddenly standing upright. Her eyes wide open, revealing mostly white. Feng, we bear no enmity. Do not speak further, young man. The Thunder Talisman must be activated. Follow my instructions. Bring your index, middle, ring, and pinky fingers together, bending them toward your palm without touching it. Press your thumb against the inner side of your 4 fingers, securing them tightly, ensuring no nails protrude. Lu Banzian's comments flashed rapidly, indicating the urgency of the situation. Xiao Feng's possessed body had ceased trembling, standing coldly on the bed, staring at me like a hanging ghost. Cast aside distractions and chant the incantation with me. I had no time to read Lu Banzian's subsequent messages. For the possessed Xiao Feng lunged towards me, a pair of scissors concealed in her hand. I dodged the razor-sharp scissors, seizing her arm, intending to subdue her with a grappling technique. To my surprise, Xiao Feng possessed immense strength at this moment. We were locked in a stalemate when she suddenly reached for the thunder talisman resting in my palm. This was my lifeline. I pushed her away with all my might and leaped onto the bed, aiming to flee through the door. Alas, before I could take a step, I was tackled to the ground. Quickly, chant the incantation with me. In the live stream, Liu Banzian had already sent the lengthy incantation. With my life on the line, I desperately blocked the scissors aimed at my chest and shouted the spell aloud. By the decree of thunder, swift as a shooting star, mighty deities of the 8 directions, let my nature prevail. Spirit talisman, proclaim to the heavens, Qianluo Dana, penetrate the void, vanquish the wicked and bind the evil, slay the myriad of ghosts. May the foul dissipate, and the Taoist energy endure. The incantation rang out like thunder, and the possessed Xiao Feng and Oppos, as movements became sluggish. Now was the moment. The heavenly thunder talisman. I waved the talisman, and miraculously, that thin piece of paper transformed into a blade of righteousness, shimmering with electricity, piercing Xiao Feng's chest. The thunder talisman's guardians bound the fierce spirit, and the Xiao Feng who had just been menacing collapsed softly to the ground, her shadow abruptly tearing apart. A piece racing along the wall and vanishing into the bathroom. Today, I shall spare you, but should you return, the thunder talisman shall ensure your soul is scattered. Sitting on the floor, I was still trembling. Though I spoke fiercely, my legs felt weak, and I lacked the strength to rise. Young man, now is not the time to rest. While it is weakened, hasten to pursue it. This seems rather inappropriate. A great figure once said that one should not pursue a desperate foe. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Although you have fortuitously injured it with a talisman, you have inadvertently forged a bond of karma with it. Henceforth, you may find yourself ensnared by that vile entity. Ensnared? To an unyielding end? Are malevolent spirits truly so straightforward? Struggling to my feet, I removed the talisman and tossed the scantily clad Xiao Feng onto the bed. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. A completely new realm unfolds before me. Whether I believe it or not, it will assert itself into my life with an undeniable force. With one hand raised to wield the camera and the other clutching the talisman and my phone, I pushed open the bathroom door. It seemed that the entity had ultimately retreated into this space. Chapter 13. Deep within the well earlier, I had deduced that the restroom had been deliberately renovated, suggesting that the landlord was intentionally concealing something. The elusive, sinister truth hidden beneath the layers of time was likely connected to other homicides. I organized the clues swirling in my mind. The Anshin Inn had never been a place of genuine comfort. The balding taxi driver had mentioned that someone had gone missing in this vicinity years ago. The precise reasons eluded me, but all evidence pointed to this dilapidated establishment. Scrolling through my phone and Oppo's inbox, I recalled the phone call from a mysterious woman at the onset of my task. She had claimed to be hidden within the walls, beneath the floor, and behind a bathtub. A chill ran down my spine. Was that call a summons from a restless spirit? Gazing at the bathtub, partially affixed to the wall, I steeled my resolve and fetched scissors from the room, prying the tiles apart piece by piece. The dim, damp environment, replete with accumulated filth, was undoubtedly the most oppressive area in the house, making it plausible for a ghost to linger here. On the other side of the screen, Master Liu was monitoring remotely, cautioning me not to let my guard down. As I pried off the tiles, I discovered a pitch-black void beneath the bathtub, supported at the corners by bricks, leaving the center ominously hollow. What lay beyond this chasm? The architectural layout of the Anshin Inn was bizarre, with no discernible pattern to the room numbers. Although I was currently residing in room 203, I could not ascertain whether beneath me lay room 103. Shining my phone's light into the abyss, I noted the depth of the cavity, where remnants of fabric, faded and almost indistinguishable from the earth, clung to the walls. Artificial fibers. Perhaps remnants of someone's clothing that had been carelessly torn. This was a long-abandoned hole, purposefully concealed. Who had excavated it, and for what reason? The buried truth might very well reside within. Standing at the precipice of uncertainty, I resolved to investigate further. The camera was too cumbersome to bring along, so I set aside. Fellow viewers, let me reiterate, this is neither a prank nor a prearranged show. I will refrain from unnecessary chatter. If I have not returned in an hour, please remember this address and call the authorities. I was uncertain whether there would be a signal within the cavern or if danger awaited me. The unknown loomed large, and I could only rely on the support of my viewers. Rest assured, I will call for help if anything happens, one viewer assured me. Did the ghost appear after you woke up? Speak up. Another chimed in, you're doing a great job. Have you considered joining our film crew? Handsome and talented. The ladies love you. I don't know if you're acting, but this live stream is definitely inappropriate. Prepare for the consequences. I reported you half an hour ago. Quiet upstairs. This place is genuinely haunted. We saw it. While I chuckled at the absurdity of someone claiming to have already contacted the police, I felt a sense of relief. With them on alert, I had one less concern. Gathering my belongings, I braced myself against the walls and slowly descended into the dark void. The streamer had vanished. After a few seconds, my feet finally found solid ground. This nearly vertical hole was about 3 meters deep, with small handholds carved into the walls for climbing. I had presumably reached the first floor. The confined space allowed me to hear the wind, alleviating my fears of suffocation. Crouching low, with the talisman pressed against me, I cautiously began to explore. Without the camera, Master Lu would be unaware of my situation. It was now solely up to me. Raising my arm, the pale glow of my phone screen became my only guide, illuminating a mere few dozen centimeters ahead. I dreaded the possibility of encountering a face in the darkness. Having crawled a short distance, I noticed an indentation in the wall beside me. Turning my head, I beheld a dual-faced statue carved into the surface. One visage radiated benevolence, while the other exuded malevolence. I snapped a photo with my phone before continuing onward. After crawling for several meters, I finally glimpsed a flicker of light. I switched off my phone and stealthily approached the source. Old man, room 203 is making quite a ruckus. That young man is likely in grave danger. Serves him right. He shouldn't have been involved with that worthless creature. Oh, what a calamity. The conversation was faint, and I crept closer until I discerned a fork in the tunnel ahead. One path led deeper into darkness, while the other connected to the first floor of the inn. A couple stood before me, plastering the walls with cement, intent on sealing off the tunnel and oppos. S entrance to the first floor. Let S block this route. We'll never engage in such activities again. My dear, I still wish to see our son one last time. That little scoundrel 1T be coming back, alas. Hiding in the tunnel, I dare not breathe. It was clear that the couple had excavated this passage, but what motivated them to do so? Once they departed, I rose and turned on my phone, heading toward the other side of the fork. The ground was muddy and damp, leading to a shallow well covered with wooden planks at the end of the path. I lifted the heavy boards, and a putrid stench assaulted my senses. My goodness, the well was shrouded in darkness. A common person would likely have recoiled, but I could not turn back. This foul odor was one I had encountered at a crime scene before, the unmistakable scent of decay. Maximizing my phone's brightness, I peered into the abyss, revealing a mass that was neither water nor moss, but rather a tangled mass of hair and remnants of highly corroded bones. My complexion turned ashen as I estimated the number of victims based on the skulls peeking through the hair. No fewer than 4. A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm me as I replaced the wooden cover and retraced my steps. I must call the authorities. This was a serious crime. Stumbling backward, I climbed the vertical shaft, desperately seeking escape. Yet, before I could ascend halfway, I heard the sound of a door creaking open above me. Shall foam? I questioned, glancing up, only to meet the gaze of a familiar face at the entrance. It was the old man. In disbelief, I gasped, realizing my escape route was blocked. I released my grip and leaped back into the hole, pivoting to flee toward the fork. The path to the first floor was not yet completely obstructed. I could escape that way. I sprinted, kicking aside the wooden planks that obstructed my exit, and entered a room adjacent to the tunnel. The space was cluttered with debris, and 2 sealed metal barrels stood in the corner. With no time for scrutiny, I dashed toward the door. I had to escape. Grasping the doorknob, I yanked it open, only to find that the sole exit was blocked by the stout old woman. No wonder I smelled something foul. You lifted the well cover. She concealed a cleaver behind her back, the blade's tip already protruding. I must wait for my son here, so I must trouble you to be silent. The old woman brandished the knife, and with a resounding thud, I slammed the door shut. It was over. I found myself trapped with no way out. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Ghost, I now faced peril from a living adversary. Bang! Outside, the old woman frantically hacked at the door lock, while the sound of another elderly person and Oppos, as footsteps echoed from the tunnel. Surrounded and utterly exhausted, I was in a state of complete disarray, unsure of how to proceed. As time slipped away and despair fermented within me, the scarred-faced elder emerged from the tunnel, and suddenly, outside the wall of the nearby inn, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Those inside could hear it clearly. We have received credible reports that illegal activities are taking place here. Chapter 14. Redemption of points. Crouching in the midst of the disarray at the Anshin Inn, I appeared disheveled. Yet a smile of relief graced my face, a sentiment even the special police officers guarding me could scarcely suppress. Be serious. We are dealing with a homicide here, they admonished. Indeed, it was fortuitous that I owed my rescue to a vigilant online friend who had alerted the authorities. Just as I found myself cornered and desperate, 2 officers arrived, responding to reports of illicit transactions. Upon hearing the commotion, I cried out for help, and with the officers' assistance, we managed to subdue the elderly individuals involved. I provided the police with a detailed account of the situation, which, involving 4 lives, necessitated immediate action. The city bureau dispatched a team overnight, sealing off the Anshin Inn. Officers collected evidence, while forensic specialists and detectives busied themselves until dawn, at which point they lifted the quarantine and escorted the 2 elderly individuals away in a police vehicle. Bathed in the morning sunlight, I had never felt so exhilarated. It had indeed been a grueling night. Ding! As the sun warmed my skin, a new message appeared in the inbox of my phone from the Underworld show. The live broadcast task of checking into room 203 of the Anshin Inn and surviving until dawn has been completed. Scoring will now commence. Points were awarded for various accomplishments. Completing the live broadcast earned 1 point. Reaching a peak viewership of over 100 garnered another. Receiving gifts totaling over 100 soul coins granted yet another. And fulfilling a commission from the Underworld provided an extra point. In total, I had accumulated 4 points. Was the Underworld commission aimed at exonerating the deceased and alleviating the vengeful spirits? Recalling the woman's call at the onset of the task, I wondered if this live broadcast was indeed her commission. To this day, I remain uncertain of the existence of ghosts. I have been attempting to comprehend the events of the previous night through alternative lenses, yet my knowledge leaves me at a loss. With a total of 4 points accumulated, I pondered whether to redeem them for goods. The available items were as follows: 100 grams of pure gold, authentic and reliable, redeemable for 1 point. 5 drops of premium bull tears, to be placed at the corners of the eyes for spiritual sight, redeemable for 1 point. A genuine Buddha amulet, though officially sanctioned. It must be worn correctly, redeemable for 2 points. A fortune talisman, a love talisman, small talisman paper, redeemable for 1 point. An outline for celestial vision training, which includes various levels such as discerning vision, judgment, foresight, and remote viewing, redeemable for 3 points. Fragments of the plum blossom divination technique, 3 points, and materials for crafting a spirit child, 4 points. Amidst the array of offerings, 1 item immediately captured my attention: the outline for celestial vision training. Do not inquire about my motives. I shall not divulge that it was the term remote viewing that intrigued me. If this item proves effective, akin to the lightning talisman, then who knows what possibilities lie ahead. With a total of 4 points, I chose to redeem the outline for celestial vision training along with 100 grams of pure gold. This marked my inaugural communication with the Underworld show, and their response was prompt: 622843. Remember this card number. We have opened a personal account for you at the Central Bank of Jiangxing. All redeemed items have been placed in your personal safe, with the password being your date of birth. Your next live broadcast task will be announced in 3 days. Please keep an eye on your inbox. Thus concluded my first live broadcast in the Underworld show. Though questions and regrets lingered, the essence of life prevailed above all. Having given my statement the previous night, I should have been free to leave. However, the special police officer stationed at my side showed no inclination to release me. Officer, I am merely an ordinary citizen. If there are no issues, would I not be allowed to leave? The Iron Team has explicitly instructed that no one may be released without her permission. You'll have to remain here for now. The Iron Team? Wasn't Captain Zhang the head of the criminal investigation team? We had shared drinks in the past. There was no need for such formality. Due to the nature of our professions, I was well acquainted with the detectives at the Bureau, and it was not uncommon for us to socialize. Captain Zhang had been reassigned, and now the Iron Team was in charge. You better behave. The Iron Team isn't as accommodating as Zhang, the young officer warned, displaying a respectful demeanor at the mere mention of the Iron Team. Little did he know, I was no novice. Having weathered numerous storms, I was far from easily intimidated. Stretching my cramped legs, I teased, every time you mention the Iron Team, your eyelids flutter, and your eyes roll back. It seems one might suspect you harbor a secret admiration for her. Is the Iron Team a woman? Your observations are astute. It would be a waste for you not to be a police officer. A woman's voice chimed in, crisp and commanding, akin to a mountain spring. I turned to see a pair of polished police boots, and, as I looked up, my gaze was drawn to her stunning figure, ultimately resting on her enigmatic smile. And you are? Hi, Jian. Do you recall that love letter from 5 years ago? I racked my brain, and a name surfaced, Taining Xiang. This woman was my senior in the police academy, recognized as the campus beauty, eclipsing even Yi Bing in allure. Regarding the love letter she mentioned, it was, in fact, a misunderstanding. During my freshman year, I had made a bet with others to write a love letter to the reigning campus beauty, Taining Xiang. However, the letter was confiscated by our military training instructor, resulting in a public reading before my entire class. To be honest, I never imagined she would remember that incident, as it had merely been a jest in my eyes. Hello, senior. I greeted, acknowledging her with a hint of nostalgia. Countless admirers had queued up to converse with her back in our academy days. Were you the first to discover the body? That was indeed me. Oh. Taining Xiang feigned indifference as she inquired. But what were you doing in such a place at that hour? With live broadcasts trending lately, I thought I would follow suit and create a supernatural horror program. This desolate location certainly sets the mood. Taining Xiang scrutinized me with her captivating gaze, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. Yet, the report I received stated that someone had reported an illicit transaction leading to your presence here. How do you explain that? I found myself momentarily speechless. Before I could formulate a response, 2 officers emerged, assisting a pale and weak Xiao Feng out of room 203. Uncle Officer, he was with me last night. Xiao Feng, wrapped in a bedsheet, cast a pitiful glance at me. You are the worst. You've left me so drained that I can barely walk without support. Alas, a misunderstanding. Under the scrutiny of several piercing gazes, I found myself at a loss for words. Do you have anything else to say? Taining Xiang lifted my chin with a gentle yet firm touch, softly uttering, Junior? Under the formidable aura of the Iron Team, I sheepishly replied, if I were to say that she was possessed by a ghost and we fought all night, would you believe me? Handcuff him. Take everyone back to the station. After providing 2 statements and following verification by the relevant technical departments, I was eventually released by Taining Xiang, as it was confirmed that I had not engaged in any inappropriate conduct the previous night. Meanwhile, the investigation into the Anshin and murder case continued, yet many clues had vanished over time, complicating the process of gathering evidence. Upon preliminary investigation, it appears that the elderly couple was merely engaged in the handling of a corpse, with the true perpetrator likely being someone else, the prime suspect being their son, Liu, who had been working away for the past year. This inference was initially proposed by me for a rather straightforward reason. I had previously encountered a similar question during an interview for an underworld talent show, when a murderer was indeed the psychologically disturbed son. In the presence of Taining Xiang and the officers from the Criminal Investigation Department, I naturally refrained from disclosing the existence of the underworld talent show. Instead, I spun a tale that was coherent and self-consistent, analyzing the situation with apparent expertise. As for when Liu might face justice, that is not a concern of mine. After all, I am merely a detective, not a police officer. Chapter 15. The wedding invitation. Upon exiting the police station, I made a beeline for the bank, eager to retrieve the items I had exchanged using my Livestream points, which, according to the Underworld showcase, should be securely locked in my personal safe deposit box. Although I had little understanding of what a personal safe deposit box entailed, I felt assured that the Underworld showcase would not deceive me in this regard. Covered in mud, with my pant cuffs torn, I resembled a refugee as I approached one of the largest banks in Jiangxing. Sir, how may I assist you today? I wish to access the contents of my personal safe deposit box. My card number is 622,843 personal safe deposit box. I'm afraid, sir, our bank does not offer that service. You must be mistaken. The receptionist maintained a relatively polite demeanor, yet the other patrons waiting in line were far less patient. Who does this bumpkin think he is, asking for a personal safe deposit box? Does he think this bank is his family's? Next door is the Rural Credit Union. Perhaps you've come to the wrong place? Speed it up, I'm in a hurry. A cacophony of complaints ensued behind me, yet I remained accustomed to the chaos. Please check again. My car number is 622843. The receptionist appeared troubled, and a security guard approached. How about this? Let me consult the manager. If she is unclear, then I truly cannot assist. The receptionist seemed to be a recent graduate on her internship. Anyone else might have lost their patience by now. Hey, our time is valuable. Bumpkin, step aside. Moments later, the receptionist hurried back, not uttering a word but placing a sign reading service suspended at the window. What does this mean? Negligence. Be careful. We'll file a complaint. Where's your lobby manager? I wish to lodge a complaint. After several seconds, not only was the window before me suspended, but 3 consecutive counters behind me also ceased operations, with staff rushing into the back room. What is happening? A terror drill? As I pondered this, a melodious voice called out from the VIP entrance. Mr. Gao, this way, please. VIP entrance? Business transactions exceeding $1 million? Just for him? A crowd of onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes scrutinizing me as they whispered among themselves. The lovely lobby manager reiterated, Mr. Gao, please proceed to the VIP area for your comfort. Faced with the astonished gazes surrounding me, I finally held my head high, though I felt parched after standing for so long. My sincere apologies. Do you prefer long jing or pu'er tea? Let us skip the fuss. A chilled cola would suffice. Entering the VIP area for the first time, I was astonished by the opulence of the reception room. This place is splendid. Is that sofa genuine leather? Forgive the display, the lobby manager replied, standing beside me. After several minutes, a young teller approached with a tray. Sir, here is the key to your safe deposit box. Atop the tray lay a pure black bank card, its material indiscernible, devoid of reflection, exuding an air of understated elegance. Your safe deposit box is underground. Shall we proceed to open it? Certainly. I followed 4 staff members downstairs, swiped my card, entered my password, and retrieved the contents wrapped in black cloth from within the safe. The entire experience felt surreal, akin to a cinematic production. And as I exited the bank with the package in hand, I still felt as though I were dreaming. Remarkable. This Underworld showcase is truly extraordinary. I mused about the nature of this organization while unwrapping the package. Ding! A glimmering object fell to the ground, attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. The hue, the shape, that dazzling aura goodness, a gold brick? I swiftly picked up the gold brick, not daring to look back, and hurriedly hailed taxi. Driver, step on it. Seated in the passenger seat, I discreetly stowed the gold brick in my pocket and began perusing the tome entitled Tianmu Practice Compendium. 1 point could be exchanged for an entire gold bar. This compendium had cost me 3 points, undoubtedly remarkable. My eyes sparkled, akin to unearthing Pandora's box. The anticipation was palpable. The book was bound in a traditional style, appearing quite ancient. Upon opening the first page, grand characters leapt out at me. Every drop of clarity reveals trust. The 5 eyes and 6 openings discern the divine and demonic, with sight and sound. One can traverse thousands of miles. Is this not the universe, akin to a fleeting boat? What profound wisdom! The elegance of the writing was astonishing. I was nearly moved to applause. Yet upon turning to the second page, I was met with white paper. The second page was entirely blank, devoid of text. Perhaps this was a printing error. After all, who among us is infallible? Gradually, an ominous premonition crept into my mind as I continued to flip through the pages. Blank. Blank, all blank. I slammed my fist onto the seat, disregarding the bewildered driver, and frantically flipped through the book, only to discover that aside from the first page, the entire volume was devoid of content. Come on, my friend, I didn't pay for a pirated book this egregiously. A pirated book? 3 gold bricks cost nearly 70,000. What kind of pirated book sells for that? I fought the urge to tear it to shreds, carefully rewrapping it. I wonder if the Underworld showcase allows returns. Having endured a sleepless night, utterly fatigued, I finally returned to my little shop, hoping for a good night and Oppos, as rest. Upon exiting the taxi, I realized how naive I had been. At the entrance to my modest establishment, 3 figures, standing, sitting, or squatting, had been awaiting my arrival. What is this? A trap? Is misfortune truly piling upon me? One figure leaned against a BMW X1, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a red folder. Another seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, yet possessed the vigor of youth, tall and imposing, his eyes obscured by a black cloth, wielding a carrying pole with an intimidating demeanor as he squatted at the entrance. The third was a much more endearing sight, a timid high school girl clutching a backpack, glancing nervously at the other 2. How did these 3 come together? I recognized them all. The man in the suit driving the BMW was the secretary of the Jian real estate company, a notable figure in Jiangxing. The intimidating man wielding the carrying pole was Lu the Blind, and given his fierce demeanor, it was likely that the matter of the Thunder Talisman had been exposed. As for the shy girl, it was undoubtedly Xia Chi, concerned for her brother's safety. Well, your presence truly elevates this humble shop, but due to a slight ailment, I shall not be open for business today. So, if you'll excuse me as I turn to leave, a gust of wind swept past my face, and I heard a loud crack as the 7-foot carrying pole struck the ground mere inches from my feet, shattering the cobblestones beneath. My throat tightened as the gravity of the situation dawned on me. Disregarding the other 2, Lu the Blind was clearly here to settle accounts. Old Lu, what is the meaning of this? We live in a society governed by law. Let us discuss this civilly without resorting to violence. With a bitter expression, I produced my keys. Please, let us not linger outside. It's rather inappropriate. Let us discuss this inside. I shall not intrude further. It's clear that Mr. Gao has many pressing matters to attend to. The suited man adjusted his glasses, wearing a professionally polite smile. This is an invitation to the wedding of young Master Jiang and Miss Yibing. We hope you can grace the occasion with your presence amidst your busy schedule. Not only Miss Yibing, but young Master Jiang is also eager to meet you. Meet me? That wealthy airborne with a silver spoon wishes to see me, a mere impoverished wretch, at his wedding, merely to belittle me in front of Yibing, to demonstrate who is the more suitable choice. I can already envision the events that will unfold at the wedding venue. A throng of sycophants will undoubtedly mock me cruelly, ingratiating themselves with Jiang Shao like dogs, all while reveling in my embarrassment. He is indeed a petty man, yet it matters not. I have promised Yibing that I shall attend. I do not intend to abandon all decorum, for there are words that must be spoken in the presence of that woman. Thus, I await your esteemed arrival. The gilded invitation rests in the palm of my hand as the suited gentleman departs in his BMW. With 1 nuisance gone, 2 more remain. I open the shop door and hang out the close for business sign, inviting Lu Xiaoji and Xia Qingji into the premises. Chapter 16. The power of sincerity. The atmosphere in the small shop was somewhat oppressive as the 3 of us exchanged glances. Fixated on the thin talisman resting in the center of the desk. Old Lu, do not be too disheartened. I shall take responsibility for you. I gazed at Lu the Blind, whose face was a shade of ashen blue, reminiscent of a bronze statue. Without this talisman, I might not have survived the night. If you desire any form of compensation, speak freely. Within my means, I shall not refuse. Compensation? Lu the Blind scoffed, entangled in karma. I demand your life in recompense. Are you willing? We live in a society governed by law. If something were to happen to me, you would be implicated as well, right? Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I recalled how Lu the Blind was typically a non-confrontational herbivore. Yet in this moment of crisis, he was demanding my life in return. This is merely a civil dispute. How about I compensate you with some money instead? Money? How dare you utter such words? Lu the Blind withdrew a peachwood box, performing a respectful gesture as if he were cradling the ancestral tablet of his forebears. This talisman was left by my great-grandfather to safeguard our clan's fortune, ensuring prosperity for the Lu family for a century, generations flourishing and thriving. Yet, as far as I know, you're already in your 40s, still a bachelor. Has this talisman not lost its efficacy? With a loud thud, the shoulder pole struck the floor, causing my eyelids to flutter nervously, and I dared not speak out of turn again. My Lu family hails from a lineage of geomancy. The wisdom of our ancestors is beyond your comprehension. I nodded and bowed, acknowledging my prior fault. To speak honestly, your luck is quite remarkable. This talisman has survived wars and turmoil, evaded foreign devils and the Japanese, only to be drawn out by you in the end. I am but an ignorant fool, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The talisman returned to the peachwood box, and perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I sensed an infusion of vitality within the thunder talisman. You have meddled with our clan's talisman, unwittingly entwining yourself with the Lu family's karma. Should our clan face adversity in the future, you must lend your aid. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. After confirming that the thunder talisman was not severely damaged, merely weakened, Lu the Blind's expression softened somewhat. Rest assured, should you require assistance, I will be at your service. Such sweet words. Who knows how sincere you truly are? Retrieving the peachwood box, Lu the Blind sighed. You have invoked the Lu family's karma. If you encounter misfortune, our family will be implicated as well. I see the darkness clouding your brow. Your fate is precarious, and you have brought us great trouble. Had anyone told me on the street that my brow was dark and my days numbered, my immediate reaction would have been to chase them down and strike them. Yet recent experiences have been inexplicable by scientific standards. Being forcibly contracted by a spectral showcase and spending a night at a hotel where at least 4 had perished. I seem to have witnessed the rumored possession. All this suggested that Lu the Blind was not speaking nonsense. Perhaps my days truly were numbered. Old Lu, do you know any methods to resolve this? As you said, we are but grasshoppers on the same boat. Who knows what malevolent spirits you have provoked? Besides, I am merely a fortune teller. While I can read faces and decipher texts, I am no expert in combating demons. Lu the Blind said as he removed the blindfold and produced a bottle of eye drops, applying a few drops. Are you not blind? Summer Qingji, sitting quietly in the corner, finally dared to interject after listening to our conversation. I never claimed to be unable to see. The blindfold is a means to cultivate my 6 senses and connect with the divine. After applying the eye drops, Lu the Blind covered his eyes again. Little girl, why are you here with this Gao fellow? Your aura is tainted. Your proximity to him is detrimental. I interrupted Summer Qingji, remembering that the matters concerning the spectral showcase must remain confidential, as per the first clause of our contract. To be candid, I have been entangled by something inexplicable, and due to certain circumstances, I must frequent desolate areas heavy with negative energy every few days. What business do you have in those places? Lu the Blind frowned. I placed the black package on the table and revealed a gold bar. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. There are deeper reasons I cannot elaborate on, but I hope Lu the Blind understands my predicament. Wait a moment. Where did you acquire this book? Lu the Blind disregarded me entirely. His attention captivated by the comprehensive guide to heavenly vision. You did not steal it from Gao Jian Temple, did you? This guide is an esoteric secret, accessible only to inner disciples after 5 years of cultivation to amass merit. Do I appear to be a thief? This book is, never mind, it was neither stolen nor robbed. An improper origin can lead to disaster. Today's practitioners are far different from those of yore. Is Miao Zhan Dao particularly formidable? I felt a twinge of apprehension at Lu the Blind and Oppo's words, for who could say where the spectral showcase obtained this book? Ah, you truly are a Navi novice. Modern Taoism has evolved over millennia, resulting in myriad sects, categorized into 5 schools. The accumulation of virtue school, the classic school, the talisman school, the alchemical school, and the divination school. Regionally, they're the Longmen School, Laoshan School, Suishan School, Huashan School, Yushan School, Hashan School, Huashan School, Wudong School, among others. If we were to categorize by lineage, the list would grow even longer, including figures such as Xiaoyang Wang Xuanfu, Jinyang Zhonglihan, Chunyang Eldongbin, Ziyang Zhongbudwan, and Chongyang Wang Zhongfu. The Miao Zhendao belongs to the Suishan School, which is considered one of the more influential sects in contemporary times. Goodness, are there truly so many practitioners today? The universe is ever-changing, and extraordinary individuals abound. Only the celestial beings and Taoist masters remain hidden from the mundane world, indifferent to worldly affairs. With that being said, I feel reassured. If they're indifferent to the mundane, retreating to the mountains to cultivate, even if I awaken my heavenly vision and gain insight, they would remain oblivious. Flipping through the guide, I remarked, moreover, this book appears quite presentable. It is utterly blank within. Old Lu, do you think practitioners engage in petty schemes? Is it possible that the characters only reveal themselves when soaked in realgar wine? If you truly wish to pursue the Tao, allow me to offer you 4 words, and amp, Oppo's sincerity begets spirit, and amp, Oppo's, Lu the Blind, close the book. This tome should not be shown lightly. Do not force matters. It is all about fate. When the fruit is ripe, it will naturally fall. Lu the Blind and I conversed until the afternoon, finally mending our rift. I had suggested offering a gold bar as remuneration to hire him as my supernatural consultant, but he declined. This man was quite intriguing. He would rather endure the elements and evade the city inspectors than accompany me on a live broadcast. After bidding farewell to Lu the Blind, I turned to Summer Qingji, who had begun working on her assignments in my shop. This girl had grown comfortable with me, treating me as if I were family. Classmate, once you finish your homework, hurry home. It is getting late. I was in dire need of rest, my eyelids heavy with fatigue. I came to provide clues. I found some markings left by my brother at home. Shall we go take a look? This somewhat introverted first-year girl spoke up only after Lu the Blind had departed. Although I hesitated to refuse her, visiting unannounced might lead to misunderstandings. Typically, detective work is conducted discreetly. Perhaps another day. I am truly too tired right now. Summer Qingji's expression dimmed with disappointment, yet she did not relent. I have photos of those markings on my phone. Would you like to see them first? We can go to my house tomorrow when you're arrested. Qingji, your brother's situation is very complex and perilous. I cannot divulge too much to you. This is not a matter for a high school girl to involve herself in. I had a profound understanding of the dangers surrounding the spectral showcase. Please head home. I will uncover the truth about your brother. However, the girl, clutching her phone, ultimately did not press me further. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and quietly departed, murmuring an apology for the disturbance. Observing her somewhat solitary figure, I couldn't help but reminisce about my own past. Misunderstanding and loneliness are experiences that everyone must endure. And in such moments, no one can offer assistance. Once she had left, I powered on my computer, as was my custom, intending to compile the events of the previous night into written documentation. Just as the machine booted up and I was about to brew a cup of tea, I suddenly noticed that Xia Qingji's assignments and textbooks lay abandoned on the table. How could this girl, at her age, be so careless? She had only just departed. I should be able to catch up with her if I hurried. Chapter 17. An act of chivalry. Stepping out of the quaint little shop, I glanced around, observing the bustling street filled with vehicles, yet there was no sign of Xia Qingji. Where could she have gone? I made my way towards her school. For the arduous homework I had completed that afternoon should not be jeopardized by a forgotten item, lest the teacher reprimand me. Not far along, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed from the alley behind the shop. Qingji, is that you? Peering into the dimly lit corner, I beheld a high school girl clad in a uniform, her hair dyed a vibrant yellow, brandishing a broken bottle menacingly. How audacious! Did she truly consider herself a saint? Today's youth, so quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. I shook my head. Such matters ought to be handled by the school, and outsiders should refrain from intervening. Just as I contemplated leaving, I heard the yellow-haired girl shout, strip her of her clothes, and record it, so the entire class can witness this wretched creature's true nature. Such malice was appalling. I firmly believe that humanity is inherently flawed and requires education to set it on the right path. This young delinquent clearly fell into the category of those lacking proper upbringing. I yearned to deliver a sharp reprimand, to remind her of the principle of equality. Did you hear that? Be humble, you filthy creature who frequents the convenience store, pretending to be pure. A man's voice, distinctly not that of a student, cut through the air. I've long been displeased with her. She struts around school with an air of superiority, yet spends her after-school hours in such a sordid place. Pathetic. Why are you silent? Is it because you've been exposed as the dirty thing you are, feeling shame? The venomous taunts continued, and I felt a flush of embarrassment wash over me. Listen closely. Tonight, Brother Chen wants to invite you for drinks and karaoke. Don't be ungrateful. Just because you possess a pretty face doesn't mean you can do as you please. You'd better heed Brother Chen's words, or you'll regret it. The girl wielding the bottle gestured threateningly. Enough. Don't harm her. The girl has an exquisite figure and a lovely face. The speaker appeared to be Brother Chen himself. A smirk of ill intent plastered across his face. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I wouldn't amp, oppose. Tia believed that this seemingly obedient model student would spend her afternoons in such a place. Brother Chen chuckled ominously. If you can please others, then you can please me as well. Tonight, we won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Don't forget about me, piped up a girl beside him, adopting a playful tone. Of course. Tonight shall be a double delight, Brother Chen commanded, and his lackeys began to tug at the girl who was being bullied. Slap her. How dare you strike me? Brothers, teach her a lesson. Several ruffians began to rain blows upon the cornered girl, showing no mercy in their assault. This was too much. I can no longer stand idly by. I stepped into the alley. How can you big men bully a small girl and still have the audacity to show your faces? Who do you think you are? A thug with an earring pointed at me, cursing. I had no intention of meddling. But when they referred to my cherished shop as a filthy place, that was a line I could not tolerate. Roll up your sleeves. Let us settle this. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. While I may not be adept at dealing with supernatural beings, if I couldn't handle a few street thugs, I would be utterly ashamed of my extensive extracurricular activities at the police academy. Enough of your nonsense. Two thugs advanced, flanking me. Their movements were sluggish, not even as nimble as the elderly women performing square dances. As they approached, I bent low to evade one of their punches, and, with a well-timed kick, I sent the other sprawling. With a heavy blow to the kidneys, the fallen thug lay groaning on the ground, unable to rise, feeling weak in the legs. With such poor physical condition, how dare you attempt street brawling? Curse it. Let us all go at once. The remaining thugs charged at me, but the narrow alley restricted my movements. Although I took a few punches, my years of rigorous training at the police academy had fortified my resilience. For them to bring me down, they would have to try much harder. In the chaos, I finally resorted to my ultimate technique, the 8,000-volt stun gun, and subdued them. As I gazed upon the figures convulsing on the ground, foam spilling from their mouths, I felt a strange sense of accomplishment. From now on, behave yourselves. Before you bully someone, remember the sensation of being electrocuted today. To bring down the villains until they could not even utter a plea for mercy, that was true justice. After dealing with the thugs, I approached the depths of the alley, where a girl stood with her gaze cast downward. Her uniform zipper was torn, and she hugged herself against the filthy wall, her backpack lying in the mud, marked with footprints. This was the first time I observed her so closely. Her youthful face revealed an inescapable pain and fear, her features soft yet hauntingly beautiful, even in their subtlety. Xingji, it's all right. I gently brushed her dark locks with my fingers, tenderly caressing her head, an act of intimacy between us. As she slowly raised her face, I noticed her biting her lip, desperately trying to stifle her tears, yet the trails of sorrow on her cheeks were undeniable. It's all right. She clutched my shirt, and though I struggled to find words of comfort, a realization washed over me. Due to the existence of the sinister underworld, her brother and Appo's disappearance, and the unspeakable secret that bound us, I might be the only man in the world who could truly understand Xia Chi. When everyone else turned away, deeming her a hopeless lunatic, a monster with split personalities, it was only I who could stand beside her because I alone understood her truth. Here, your textbooks and homework. At your age, still being forgetful? I picked up her backpack, brushing off the dirt. Let us go eat something first, then I'll accompany you home. We can take a look at the marks left by your brother. Perhaps we can make some groundbreaking progress. Back at the shop, I found a men's shirt for Xia Chi to change into, and together, we hurriedly dined under the watchful eyes of passers-by. Qingji, there is something I'm uncertain whether to mention or not. Yes, in our line of work as private detectives, typically, it is the clients who pay for the meal. I can't hear you. I'm wearing headphones. By the way, could you please plug in the cord for me? 20 minutes later, clad in her unconventional attire, Xia Chi and I arrived at her residential complex, ascending the stairs amidst the whispers of several elderly folks enjoying the evening breeze. What should I say if your parents inquire about my identity? Just tell them I'm a teacher from our school, here for a home visit. I fabricated a story on the spot, but upon entering the home, I discovered that Xia Qingji's parents were not present. Perfect. Take me to your brother's room. Let us make haste and wrap this up quickly. Xia Qingji's home comprised 3 rooms and a living room. The decor suggested they were not particularly affluent, yet they certainly belonged to the middle class. This is my brother's room, but it has been converted into a storage space. It's rather messy. She turned on the light as we stepped inside. Where are the markings you mentioned? Let me see. Under the bed. Clearing away the clutter, I crawled beneath the bed. Close to the wall, in the innermost corner, I discovered some words carved with a small knife. Using my phone for illumination, I found several lines of jagged red letters in the spot Xia Qingji had indicated. The color was dark. It appeared to have been etched in blood. The handwriting was shaky, as though penned by trembling hands in the throes of extreme fear. When will this nightmare end? I don't want to go live. I'm dying. My points are in the negatives. I can feel them coming. Don't take me away. I don't want to die. In the hallway, outside the window, I wondered if they might be lurking by my bedside. The words inscribed on the floorboards are likely the final testament left by Xia Qingji and Amp, Appo's older brother. His points have been reduced to a negative value, and he is destined to be obliterated by the underworld and Appo's showcase. These lines merely attest to the underworld and Appo's capability to render individuals silently vanish from the realm of the living, offering me no tangible assistance. Did your brother leave behind any other messages? After a moment and Amp, Appo's contemplation, Xia Qingji rummaged through her backpack and produced a framed photograph. This is the only picture my brother left behind, which I have safeguarded since his disappearance. In her hands, it was a family portrait featuring Xia Qingji alongside her parents and a tall, sun-kissed, handsome boy, clutching a basketball, though his face remained unseen. Chapter 18. Troubles unending. I held the picture frame, scrutinizing it closely. The boy depicted was tall and fair-skinned, yet his face remained shrouded in obscurity. Apart from this photograph, all other images featuring my brother had inexplicably vanished, instilling a profound sense of dread each time I perused the album. Why was this particular photograph so distinct? The notion of images dissipating from photographs seemed utterly preposterous. Had I not encountered the name Xia Chi from the lips of the paper figurine interviewer, I might have dismissed Xia Qingji's words entirely. This family portrait was entrusted to me by my brother shortly before his disappearance. On that day, he had uttered many peculiar phrases, yet upon awakening, I retained no memories, save for this photograph, which I clutched tightly. Therefore, it stands as your brother and Amp, Appo's, final memento. If we were to treat Xia Chi's disappearance as a criminal case, this photograph would be one of the scant clues at my disposal. Have you ever opened this frame? No, I feared damaging it. Merely examining the image revealed nothing. Yet my intuition whispered that the frame concealed deeper secrets. I requested Xia Qingji to fetch a smaller screwdriver, and as I sat on the floor, I carefully disassembled the frame. Indeed, on the back of the family photograph were inscribed 6 characters. Plum Blossom Brand, Plum Blossom Goo. What could my brother have meant by this? Xia Qingji leaned beside me, her expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Plum Blossom? Instinctively, I covered my right wrist. During the signing ceremony at the Underworld Showcase, a strange insect had bitten me, leaving a wound resembling a plum blossom. Could that centipede-like creature with a singular horn be the Plum Blossom Goo? Was this the method through which the underworld showcase exerted control over its hosts? I remained uncertain about the validity of Xia Chi and Appo's message, yet at least provided me with a direction. All written words, information, and photographs must remain confidential. Refrain from disclosing to outsiders that you have a brother. Understood? Why? They are perilous, exceedingly perilous. Xia Qingji, captivated by my words, leaned heavily against me. All right, I'll document this for now. You should quickly take a shower and change your clothes, as you appear rather unkempt. Urging Xia Qingji to depart, I captured photographs of Xia Chi and Appo's inscriptions and the image itself. Despite never having met, I could sketch an outline of Xia Chi and Appo's character in my mind. Was it you who led me down this path of no return, compelling me to take your place? Yet, why do I have no recollection of you? I am unafraid to speculate in the most unfavorable manner. It is possible that this Xia Chi and I had known each other long before. Having completed the documentation, I stepped out of the room, the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom, where Xia Qingji was still bathing. This girl possesses an alarmingly low level of vigilance. Fortunately, she encountered me. Had it been someone with ulterior motives. Just as I reached the door, the outer security door suddenly swung open. The sound of a key turning in the lock, almost causing my heart to leap from my chest. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate. The door creaked open, revealing a graceful woman in her 40s. Hello. It is disconcerting to open one's own door only to be met by a disheveled and weary stranger. Her mouth fell open in shock, her grip slackened, and the shopping bag she held tumbled to the floor, causing fresh, red apples to roll across the hallway. Husband, thief! A tall man, over 6 feet in height, dashed out from behind her, prompting neighbors to emerge with rolling pins in hand, ready to assist. Wait, I am not a thief. I am Xia Qingji and Amp, Appo's teacher, here for a home visit. The crowd halted momentarily, yet before I could catch my breath, Xia's mother spotted the school uniform carelessly discarded on the sofa. This is, she exclaimed, nearly in tears as she picked up the torn uniform. Her eyes swelling with distress as she retrieved Xia Qingji and Appo's muddy dress from the bathroom doorway. You, beast! The crowd and Appo's fury ignited in an instant, leaving me no time to protest. Call the police. Beat him to death. At that moment, crouched with my hands on my head, I could not help but recall a saying from Mr. Lu Sun. With a cold brow, I confront 1,000 accusations. Willingly. I bow my head to be a humble ox. Please do not strike my face. By the time I found myself seated in the interrogation room at the municipal police station, several minutes had elapsed. Gao Jian, you enter the precinct more frequently than I clock in for work. Even the doorman, Lao Huang, recognizes you. Tai Ningxiang held an ice pack against my swollen arms. They were rather rough, leaving you looking like a frozen radish. Sister, I am already in enough trouble. Please do not find amusement at my expense. Ouch, that hurts. Serves you right. Who told you to be alone with a girl in a room? If it were me, I would have to teach you a lesson. After saying this, Tai Ningxiang glanced at Xia Qingji, who appeared concerned and remorseful. Do not worry. This kid is quite resilient and can endure a beating. Once your statement is recorded, you may return home. We have reviewed the surveillance footage and will not trouble this into Appo's strange uncle, and Appo's such language is inappropriate. I am merely acting in defense of the weak. How can you label me a strange uncle? What would you have me say? The adults offer compensation, yet you refused, insisting on honoring you with 2 large banners instead? Tai Ningxiang sat beside me, weary from her day of police work. Once they leave, stay behind. There are matters I wish to discuss. Do not suddenly act so familiar. It gives me an ominous feeling. After Xia Qingji and her parents departed, Tai Ningxiang reverted to her authoritative demeanor, tossing a stack of case files onto the table. The forensic analysis aligns closely with your previous account. 5 bodies were discovered in the shallow well. The deceased include the landlord's son's sister, a childhood friend of the landlord's son, 2 former girlfriends, and the landlord and Appo's son's previous workplace supervisor. These 5 individuals, who had no prior connection, share a common link. The landlord and Appo's son, Lu Xing. We have largely ruled out the elderly couple as suspects, yet we remain perplexed as to why they continually enable their son and Oppos' reckless behavior, even assisting in the concealment of evidence and the truth. Perhaps due to overindulgence? I shrugged nonchalantly. Gao Jian looked me in the eyes. Tai Ningxiang suddenly grew serious. Gripping my shoulders, our faces mere inches apart. I do not know your true intentions in visiting the Anshin and late at night, nor how you deduce the truth of this case. However, I am aware that this matter is far from straightforward. Lu Xing is still at large, and you conceal something from me. With her face so close, I caught a whiff of Tai Ningxiang's fragrance. What could I possibly conceal? I am merely a humble citizen running an adult store. You are lying. We're the most outstanding individuals of our cohort. You cannot deceive me. Tai Ningxiang released her firm grip. One day, I will uncover everything, and then you will regret it. After exchanging glances with Tai Ningxiang, I managed a wry smile. Are you so eager to uncover the truth? Life and death are at stake. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. Speak swiftly. Tai Ningxiang activated her recording device, squatting beside me. Actually, when you are angry, you are rather attractive. Bang! The interrogation room door slammed shut, leaving me alone in the cold chair. I confess that there was a fleeting moment when I considered divulging the underworld showcase and my recent experiences to Tai Ningxiang, yet it was merely an impulsive thought. Should my live-streaming endeavors ultimately fail, perhaps fading away quietly, akin to Xia Chi, would serve as a fitting conclusion. At least it would be peaceful and spare others from harm. Upon returning to the adult store, I collapsed into bed, only awakening the following afternoon. After completing my workout, I proceeded to the bank to exchange my gold bars for cash, and then made my way to a boutique to purchase a well-fitted suit. As I gazed at my reflection in the fitting room mirror, I adjusted my tie, unexpectedly realizing that my first occasion to don such formal attire was to attend my ex-partner and Oppos' wedding. That day, I strolled along Ting Tang Road until late, contemplating a fresh start as I prepared to bid farewell to the past. The morning sun rose as it always does, and after a restful night, I finally shook off the weariness of the previous days. I washed my face, donned my suit, and polished my shoes. Indeed, my ex and Oppos' wedding promised to be an event worth anticipating. Chapter 19. The wedding of my ex. The bustling city seemed to be wound up like a clock, with everyone hurrying about their business. It was barely past 7 in the morning, yet the streets were already teeming with traffic. As I navigated through the crowd, I felt utterly out of place, a sensation that could be attributed to my profession, perhaps. I opted to walk rather than take a taxi, striding down the entirety of Ting Tang Road until I arrived at the tallest multifunctional building in Jiang City, the Century New Garden. The main building stood at 26 stories, flanked by two 13-story annexes, forming a mountain-like structure that overshadowed the city. This was the headquarters of Jiangjin Real Estate, one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiang City, and the venue for the wedding ceremony of Jiang Chun, the second son of the Jiang family in Yibing. The wedding, hosted here, was a grand affair, inviting the elite of Jiang City. However, it was merely a ceremony orchestrated by the Jiang family to formally introduce Yibing into high society. From this day forth, our paths would likely diverge entirely. I smirked at the thought, my gaze sweeping over the line of luxury cars at the entrance, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and even 2 Spiker cars starting at $500,000. Sir, today's Century New Garden is reserved for the second son's wedding. Please present your invitation. The burly security guard stated, his tone polite yet firm, exuding an air of authority backed by the Jiangjin group. Faced with the guard and Oppos' insistence, I had no retort. After all, luxury vehicles were ferrying the guests, while I had merely strolled over. Apologies, esteemed guest. Please enter, he said, stepping aside. Wait, is that Gao Jian? Just as I stepped through the door, a sharply dressed man rushed over from the parking lot. I never expected to see you at Jiang Shao and Oppos' wedding. Haha, it and Oppos'. It's been ages. I maintained a cool demeanor, offering little response to this overly familiar figure, Su Xiaoming, a former classmate from the police academy. He had always been eloquent and adept at navigating social situations. Despite his current enthusiasm, he was capable of feigning a heartfelt reunion even with a stranger on the street. Hello was the extent of my greeting, the briefest exchange I had ever shared with him. Look who's here. ISNT this our ex-brother-in-law. Gao Jian? Chimed in a woman named Zhang Yuan, another classmate from the academy. Unlike Su Xiaoming, she was notorious for her penchant for gossip and was far from likable. I had heard she married a man from another school right after graduation and was now a mother. Furrowing my brow, I quickened my pace. Pondering her presence, Zhang Yuan was hardly a successful individual. She had long since left Jiang City with her husband. What could compel her to attend Yi Bing's wedding? She had always envied Yi Bing's beauty. Such well-wishing seemed incongruous for someone like her, unless someone had specifically invited her with a tempting offer. It was evident that the petty groom, Jiang Chun, was behind this. It seemed today's wedding would be quite entertaining. The banquet hall was filled with guests. A glance revealing numerous executives from various companies, all business elites, their demeanor marked by the air of commerce. This wedding had transformed into a networking event, with most attendees more interested in expanding their connections than in genuinely wishing the couple well. Gao Jian, over here. Everyone in Appos. Waiting for you. Following the voice, I noticed 2 tables set aside specifically for me, or rather for my former classmate from the police academy. At the round table, exquisite cold dishes adorned the surface as a dozen classmates exchanged pleasantries. I heard you bought a new house. How old is your son now? Wow, that watch of yours must be worth quite a bit. I tuned out their chatter, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly. Compared to them, I felt like I had nothing. They were merely fleeting figures in my life. Yet, as the saying goes, while one does not intend to harm a tiger, the tiger may still harbor malice. Some classmates, who were struggling in their own lives, gradually shifted the conversation toward me. In their eyes, I, the one attending my ex's wedding, was the most pitiable figure of the day. Was there anything more distasteful than seeing an ex-girlfriend marry a man I could only look up to? Gao Jian, we haven't heard from you in years. I wonder how you're faring now? Yes, after that incident, we lost touch. I still don't know if they caught the real culprit. The incident they referenced was the shocking serial murder case from that rainy night, which had embroiled me in trouble and ultimately led to my expulsion from the police academy. Let us not dwell on that. Let us talk about something happier. Gao Jian used to excel in his studies. He could do anything better than us. Really? I heard he's been selling. You know, that kind of stuff? And living quite poorly. Is that so? No wonder Yi Bing left him. I wouldn't want to be with such a man either. Look at Jiang Xiao. Handsome and charming. Just like a leading man from a Korean drama. Indeed, and he's wealthy. Haven't you heard? The Jiang family could support half of Jiang City. Yi Bing truly had a fortunate fate. A group of them murmured amongst themselves, some envying her beauty, while others took delight in my misfortune. Exhaling a puff of smoke. I had witnessed too much filth in my line of work as a private investigator. There was little to refute. Evidently, you are more adept at dealing with the dead than the living. A light laugh chimed from beside me, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted past my nose. Taining Xiang? I refrained from turning around, having long memorized that scent, reminiscent of her essence. Have you finished with the Anshin in case? Extinguishing my cigarette, I turned to face her. Though I had braced myself for her arrival, I was still taken aback by her stunning appearance in formal attire. She looked exquisite. Her shoulders, akin to fine jade, were exposed, and her flowing gown swayed gracefully. Having shed her police uniform, she truly appeared as an ethereal being, untouched by the world's harshness. All the men at the table were rendered speechless, while the women ceased their gossip, casting envious glances at Tai Ningxiang. Could you move a bit? I need to talk to him, she said, and Su Xiaoming quickly stood, graciously pulling out a chair for her. Tai Ningxiang nodded and took a seat beside me. You all continue your conversations. It's a reunion, after all. Don't let me disrupt your enjoyment. How could we, with a goddess like you sitting next to that? Unfortunate fellow. What else is there to discuss? Just as they were remarking on how right it was for Yi Bing to leave me, here was Tai Ningxiang, even more beautiful than Yi Bing, seemingly intent on shattering their notions. What kind of luck had I stumbled upon? The discussions among my former classmates shifted from casual chatter to hushed whispers. Tai Ningxiang playfully glanced at me. Apologies for borrowing a bit of your time. No problem. I was quite bored here anyway. But what brings you to Yi Bing's wedding? My family is close to the Jiang family. I had no choice but to come, pressured by my stubborn relatives. She glanced around before shifting her chair closer to mine, leaning in to whisper, the landlady's adopted daughter from Anshin Inn, Xiao Feng, wants to see you. Her? While I had anticipated that Tai Ningxiang sought me for a reason, I hadn't expected it would involve Xiao Feng. I'm not sure what transpired between you two, but she specifically requested to meet you, saying there are things she can only discuss with you. Tai Ningxiang and Amp, Oppos. Eyes narrowed playfully, resembling a cunning fox. You two aren't involved in that kind of relationship, are you? Her expression was subtle, and, while I didn't care much, the men at the table were clearly stirred. That was an expression of jealousy, a gaze filled with envy. The goddess was evidently displeased by his attendance at his ex and Oppos' wedding. Damn it! What qualities does this fellow possess that can captivate such a divine being? You are overthinking it. My acquaintance with Xiao Feng is merely superficial, and our time together scarcely rivals the duration you have spent with her. Regardless, please accompany me back to the office this afternoon. Consider it a favor for your senior. I seldom witness Tai Ningxiang in a position of seeking assistance. And I jestingly remarked, no problem. Should I find myself in trouble in the future, I will surely rely on my senior. Our whispered conversation was not born of intimacy, but rather a desire to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders to matters concerning a homicide. Yet, this scene was misinterpreted by our old classmates present, igniting an endless stream of speculation. Chapter 20. I do not agree. At this wedding, our table merely serves as a fleeting interlude. Everything unfolds with meticulous precision, adhering strictly to the preordained program. It is apparent that Jiang Chun places immense significance on this occasion, with every detail executed to perfection. He will not permit even the slightest mishap to tarnish his nuptials. Following the introduction of the guests, the CEO of Jiang Jin Group delivers a heartfelt speech, and then the host stirs the atmosphere with a few opening remarks, leading us into the next segment. All right, dear friends, let us count down from 5 together to welcome the arrival of the groom and bride. The air is filled with the lively spirit of spring as the two brides, adorned in pristine white wedding gowns and crowned with beautiful flowers, gracefully approach us to the solemn strains of the wedding march, hand in hand, beaming with smiles. Friends, let us extend our heartfelt blessings, prayers, cheers, and applause for their perfect union, wishing them a future brimming with joy. The applause reverberates throughout the hall as the crimson carpet stretches across the venue. Clad in a wedding gown, Yi Bing, delicate as a bird, links arms with Jiang Chun. Resplendent in his pure white suit, strides forward with an air of pride, his gaze surveying the crowd, occasionally waving to those around him. As they traverse the halfway mark, he deliberately glances towards our table, seemingly in search of a forlorn and disgruntled man, only to be met with disappointment. Upon noticing Jiang Chun's gaze, my classmates erupt into enthusiastic applause, feigning expressions of heartfelt happiness. However, 2 individuals remain indifferent, engrossed in whispered conversations, leaning closely together. Jiang Chun's confidence wanes slightly as his eyes linger on me for a fleeting moment before fixating on Tai Ningxiang. Compared to the splendidly attired Tai Ningxiang, Yi Bing pales, not merely in beauty, but in an undeniable aura of allure. It is essential to recognize that Tai Ningxiang currently holds the esteemed position of team leader in the Criminal Investigation Division, a testament to her own diligence and capabilities, independent of familial connections. Such a strong, self-reliant, and beautiful woman undoubtedly stirs a man's desire to conquer. After conferring with Tai Ningxiang, I become acutely aware of Jiang Chun's fiery stare, yet I remain disinterested in this affluent air, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Gao Jian, why does the groom keep staring at you? Tai Ningxiang nudges me with her elbow. His demeanor resembles that of a child boasting about a new toy, only to realize that others have long since lost interest in it and have upgraded to something far superior. Your words sound rather odd. Is that so? Here, senior. Don't move. There's a bug on your shoulder. My hand rests naturally on Tai Ningxiang's shoulder. Apologies, I must have misseen. The wedding continues. today is undeniably significant for the newlyweds, and the entire process appears to be well rehearsed as they approach the host with poise. Anticipating lengthy speeches, I retrieve my phone, disinterested in the proceedings. The oversized smartphone in my hand is a relic from the Underworld showcase, a companion since the day of my interview. Perusing my inbox, I note that all messages and call logs vanish at midnight each night, leading me to wonder if a ghost resides within this device. 2 of the 3 applications serve merely as decorations. Bored, I tap on the Underworld showcase icon. Congratulations to the streamer on completing their first live broadcast. New feature unlocked: camera. You may confidently use your phone for live streaming. A new feature unlocked? I hadn't expected the Underworld showcase to keep pace with modernity. During my last venture into the cave, I had temporarily vanished from the streaming room due to the cumbersome camera. I assumed I would be penalized, yet serendipitously, I unlocked a new function. Exiting the Underworld showcase reveals an additional application on my home screen: the camera. While typical smartphone vendors boast of clear images and excellent 3D effects, the singular feature of the Underworld showcase phone is its ability to perceive that which is invisible to ordinary eyes. Out of curiosity, I activated the camera, filming my classmates at the table for several seconds, but nothing alarming transpired. I expected to capture an apparition or two. Scanning the crowd yielded no discoveries. After all, it was a bright day, the sun at its zenith, and with so many gathered in celebration, common spirits would surely not dare to show themselves. It appears this feature is best saved for the depths of night. A sudden image of recording myself in bed, only to find a female ghost beside me, flitted through my mind. Perhaps I should refrain from utilizing this function too frequently. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. As I prepared to stow my phone away, a startling observation caught my attention. When the screen focused on the newlyweds, I noticed something unusual on the groom Jiang Chun's back. Given his immaculate white suit, any anomaly should have been apparent to all present. What could it be? I aimed the camera at Jiang Chun, zooming in, my eyes widening in disbelief. Friends, as we gather for this grand wedding celebration, the groom and bride shall now pledge their heartfelt vows to one another. As Jiang Chun turned, I distinctly saw a gaunt, month-old infant clinging to his back. Impossible. I thought perhaps my eyes were deceiving me. But upon lowering my phone to observe Jiang Chun with a naked eye, looking every bit the gallant prince, his back appeared straight and devoid of any infant. No. I redirected my phone towards him again, and on the Underworld showcase screen, that emaciated infant undeniably existed. It was even moving. One hand gripped Jiang Chun's neck, while the other, withered and frail, reached toward Yibing. Friends, let's take a moment to truly feel the sincere declarations of love from our bride and groom. Groom, place your right hand over your heart, gazing into the bride's eyes. Do you vow to take this lady as your lawful wife? I do. In the hall, hundreds of guests held their breath, witnessing this solemn moment, while I remained fixated, eyes glued to the phone screen. The infant on Jiang Chun's back had crawled to his shoulder, its contorted little hand inching closer to Yibing's hair, its pinky embedding itself into its own flesh, while the remaining fingers brushed against her tresses. Regardless of whether your lives are smooth or fraught with adversity, whether affluent or humble, whether healthy or ailing, can you promise to love one another eternally? I can. As the ceremony progressed, upon uttering these words, the infant's hand had already entwined itself within Yi Bing's flowing locks. The scene displayed on the screen was eerily unsettling. The bond between the couple seemed overshadowed by the presence of this grotesque, deformed infant. I recalled that this entity was referred to as a Gumintong. I had once seen something similar on the Underworld Showcase's point redemption list, a Thai spirit requiring 5 points, and such a spirit capable of manifesting in public would surely be even rarer and more valuable. Typically, these spirits are crafted from the remains of abandoned infants through dark sorcery, a process both terrifying and hazardous. Yet, once successful, they can bestow wealth, luck, and fortune, proving to be quite effective. However, it is crucial to note that merely offering to it does not guarantee returns. Raising a spirit can severely shorten one's lifespan and may even lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment, I saw the spirit inching closer to Yi Bing, seemingly preparing to inhabit her, thus enabling it to seize the body of her unborn child upon conception. The host instructs the groom to lower his right hand, turning to the bride, who is enveloped in blissful happiness within her wedding gown. He says, "Please place your right hand upon your heart and gaze into the eyes of your groom." On the screen, a mischievous boy tugs at Yi Bing's hair, most of his body already distanced from Jiang Chun. The host then inquires, "Do you wish to marry this gentleman beside you as your lawful husband?" I cannot agree." The chair tumbles to the ground, and a profound silence envelopes the venue as hundreds of eyes converge upon that solitary yet defiant figure. After savoring the last puff of my cigarette, I put away my large screen phone and quietly extinguish the cigarette, but murmuring, "I am sorry, but I cannot agree." Chapter 21. The higher the path, the greater the challenge. 90% of the attendees at the venue were rendered speechless, my table of police academy classmates appearing as if they had collectively turned to stone. He disagrees? The individual is getting married. What grounds does he have to object? Even Tai Ningxiang, seated beside me, was taken aback by my audacious act. She grasped the hem of my suit and whispered, "Gao Jian, have you lost your mind? His name is Gao Jian? What manner of identity does he possess to audaciously disrupt the wedding of the Jiang family's heir? It seems Jiang City has never heard of such a person. Could he be the scion of a company from another province?" His attire was unremarkable, betraying no signs of being a child of a wealthy magnate. The atmosphere in the hall was rife with tension, with the elite from various sectors now fixated on me. "Gao Jian, do not do anything foolish." On the stage, Yi Bing appeared somewhat flustered, nervously clutching her wedding ring, fearing that the situation might spiral out of control. The groom, Jiang Chun, wore a stern expression, his demeanor unyielding. Born with a golden spoon, he had always been treated with utmost respect. Yet, this individual before him continued to disrupt proceedings, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament. What on earth was he planning? At this juncture in the ceremony, was he truly intent on eloping with the bride? Setting aside whether Yi Bing would consent, how could the 11 security teams in this building possibly allow him to leave unscathed? Being the heir of Jiangjin Real Estate, Jiang Chun was far from foolish. Much of his ostentatious demeanor was merely a facade. Jiang Chun and Oppos, as gaze bore into me, his eyes fixed with an intensity that suggested he had never regarded me as a worthy opponent before. After all, one was a privileged child of the elite, while the other eked out a living in a humble establishment akin to a rodent scurrying in the shadows. The tension in the air was palpable, the meticulously planned wedding agenda thrown into disarray. The host, flustered, attempted to regain control with a flurry of words, only for Jiang Chun to seize the microphone from his grasp. "I recall you, Gao Jian, am I correct?" Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the speakers, creating an atmosphere of entrapment. I stood at the table, ignoring him, lighting another cigarette in silence. This fellow exuded an unsettling calm. He was the first I had encountered who dared to defy the Jiang family in public. "Secretary Zhang, please compile this person's background information for me upon our return." The attendees at the wedding comprised not only Jiang family's business associates, but also rivals. Seasoned players seemed to sense an unusual tension in the air. Noticing my disregard for his words, Jiang Chen's expression soured further. Unlike me, he was the protagonist of the day, representing Jiangjin Real Estate. He could not afford to lose face in this gathering. Descending from a stage, this strikingly handsome groom with a fortune approached me. "I, Jiang Chun, am not unreasonable. If you claim to disagree, you must provide me with a reason, yes? If your words hold merit, I shall accept them. But if you are merely intent on causing a scene, do not blame me for summoning security." His words were measured, a testament to his upbringing as a Jiang heir. I exhaled a plume of smoke, observing the twitch of his eyelid, aware that the anger simmering within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Is a reason truly necessary for disagreement? Very well then. I believe you are incapable of providing Yi Bing with happiness. What? Jiang Chun could scarcely believe his ears. This rogue dared to assert that he could not bring happiness to Yi Bing? If I could not offer her joy, could a man indulging in cheap cigarettes truly provide her with fulfillment? Jiang Chun had treated me well. There was no man more concerned for my well-being than he. Yi Bing, her wedding gown trailing behind her, approached us. Upon seeing our table of former classmates, she paused in surprise, as she had never invited so many people. She was unaware that, apart from myself, the others had been specially brought in by Jiang Chun from various cities. The man most concerned for you in this world? Are you aware that this very man, who claims to care for you for a lifetime, is preparing to transfer the burdens he has sheltered onto your shoulders during this grand ceremony? Is this truly love? My voice was subdued, audible only to Yi Bing, Jiang Chun, and Tai Ningxiang, who was close by. What are you saying? The two women were bewildered, yet in that moment, Jiang Chen's complexion shifted dramatically. His anger and panic no longer concealable. He has never cared for you. You were merely a suitable tool to him, much like this newly purchased suit I wear, which I do not relish at all and will discard once I leave this place. Nonsense. Jiang Chen's clenched fists revealed the tension in his body, the storm brewing within him. The secret of nurturing a mistress within affluent circles was a taboo. Once exposed, it was hard to contain. Gao Jian, whatever you say is in vain. Do not entangle me further. I wish you well in finding your own happiness, all right? Yi Bing, lost in her own confusion, assumed I was merely acting out of desire to be with her. Rest assured, since you left for studying abroad, I have held no expectations of you. My standing here today is solely to repay a debt of gratitude when I was embroiled in a rain-soaked serial murder case. You were the only one who believed in my innocence. What is the point of revisiting that now, as memories of 5 years ago resurfaced? Yi Bing's voice softened. We have grown up. Indeed, it is precisely because we have matured that I can only offer you a warning, rather than sacrificing myself to save you as I once did. The ash from my cigarette fell mournfully as I gazed at Yi Bing, whose eyes avoided mine. Remember what I have said. This should be our final conversation. There is no longer a need for me to remain in this place. My gaze swept past the stunned former classmates, landing on the attendees, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Although the wedding banquet had cost a fortune, it lacked any genuine celebratory spirit. I yearned to seize the microphone from Jiang Chen's hand and voice my true sentiments. Forgive my candor, but all of you seated here are worthless. Noticing my intent to leave, Jiang Chen's expression wavered between hope and despair, if he allowed me to walk away. The Jiang family and Appo's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, if he attempted to stop me, it would likely incite chaos, making it impossible for the wedding to proceed smoothly. To stop or not to stop, as I turned, Jiang Chan and Appo's face suddenly darkened with malice. Since you are here, do not be in haste to leave. Sit down and have a drink. He draped his left arm over my shoulder, and in that moment, I felt as if I'd been ensnared by a venomous serpent, an unsettling chill creeping over me. Had I been watching a large screen phone, I would have noticed the specter lurking behind Jiang Chan, inching its way along his arm towards me, its malformed hands clearly intent on gouging my eyes. A shiver ran down my spine. This sensation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the night in the Anshin Inn when a vengeful spirit had grasped my throat from behind. The malevolent spirit sought to harm me, but I remained resolute, invoking the heavenly thunder talisman with a palm that curved inward, my fingers aligning perfectly to form the talisman of thunder within my palm. Gao Jian. Some individuals are ones you must never provoke, destined to be gazed upon from below for a lifetime. Today, let me give you a taste of suffering. In time, I shall relish your demise. Removing the microphone, Jiang Chun leaned in, his voice low enough for only us to hear. You have finally shown your true nature. My thoughts raced, swiftly connecting the dots regarding the chill emanating from behind me. As Jiang Chen's lips moved, murmuring incantations, I too began to recite the thunder talisman technique taught to me by Liu Banzian. Still clinging to your bravado? Allow me to collect some interest today. Gouge out his eyes. The icy sensation felt like daggers aimed at my very soul, and I could not afford to remain passive. With a decree of thunder, swift as a shooting star, I summoned the divine powers from all directions, invoking the celestial talismans to proclaim to the heavens, commanding the forces to vanquish malevolent spirits and bind evil slaying countless demons. Let the foulness dissipate, and let the Tao and amp, oppose, S spirit endure. With a swift motion, I struck Jiangchan and oppose, S arm. Although I held no talisman, the residual power of the lightning talisman infused my palm with a formidable force. To an outsider, it appeared as if I merely tapped his arm lightly. Yet in reality, the lingering energy from the talisman directly injured the malevolent spirit, which shrieked and scurried back into Jiang Chen's body. Under normal circumstances, the force of such a strike would not have been so considerable. However, the blazing sun shone overhead, amplifying the vitality of the yang energy at its zenith, rendering the malevolent presence particularly vulnerable. The spirit, not inherently designed to cause harm, was thoroughly frightened, retreating back into Jiang Chun, resulting in a mutual depletion of vitality that recoiled upon its master. Jiang Chun recoiled as if electrified, his face paling as he staggered backward, ultimately colliding with the dining table and tumbling to the floor. Frankly, I had not anticipated the backlash would manifest so severely. However, one reaps what one sows, and I possessed not an ounce of sympathy for Jiang Chun. Surely, as the illustrious heir of Jiang Jian real estate, you had not stooped to the level of petty thieves and frauds. Everyone could clearly see that I had merely given you a gentle tap. From my elevated position, I surveyed the once proud Jiang Chun, now half-seated on the ground, his pristine white suit drenched in food stains, a veritable spectacle akin to a scruffy, free-range chicken. Chapter 22. I Want to Marry You. The unexpected turn of events at the wedding was beyond anyone in Oppo's anticipation. Various gazes were fixed upon Jiang Chun, some filled with sympathy, others with mockery, but most were simply astonished. What had transpired just moments ago? Struggling to rise from the ground, Jiang Chun found his legs too weak to support him. He looked up at me, calm and quietly lighting a cigarette, his eyes ablaze with fury. Words failed him as he opened his mouth, and suddenly, he expelled a foul-tasting stream of blood before collapsing once again, unconscious. Can I call the police? This is extortion. I kicked at the motionless Jiang Chun. Forget it. You should call 120. He might still be saved. The venue erupted into chaos as the secretary of the Jiang Jian group and security personnel rushed in, accompanied by a private doctor to carry Jiang Chen away. Can a wedding be called a wedding without the groom? Jiang, you really picked an auspicious day for this. Someone remarked mockingly from the second-floor VIP area, where several men in light gray suits stood up. Your family affairs seem rather tumultuous. We shall not intrude further today. With that, they departed, showing no regard for the Jiang family. Who are they? The audacity of these individuals rivaled that of the earlier foolhardy youth. Silence. That person is the executive director of Qianding Pharmaceuticals, one of the leaders in our city. Apologies for my son and Oppo's rudeness, Mr. Huang. Please take care. The voice emanated from the center of the second floor, but when I glanced in that direction, I saw no one of note. How did you pull this off? Gao Jian? Tai Ningxiang grasped my arm, her expression a blend of curiosity and astonishment, as if she were seeing me for the first time. I did nothing. He collapsed on his own. Who would believe that? Will you speak up? Are you implying that the head of the criminal investigation team is abusing his power to extract confessions? I'm terrified. Various reasons could not be disclosed to outsiders. I chose not to pursue the topic further and glanced at Yibing. Take care of yourself. Farewell. Regardless of the outcome of this chaotic wedding, I was indifferent. I had come solely to bid farewell to the past. Amidst Yi Bing's hesitations and the bewildered gazes of my old classmates, Tai Ningxiang and I exited the wedding venue. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, urged by Tai Ningxiang's phone calls, I returned to the municipal branch. Upon entering the interrogation room, I realized the gravity of the situation. 4 officers stood vigilantly at the corners of the room, including Tai Ningxiang, now donned in her police uniform, all poised as if facing a formidable adversary, guns holstered at their waists. What a display for merely a ragged woman. She was shackled to the interrogation chair, her long hair cascading behind her, face down on the table. You and Oppo's VE arrived. Tai Ningxiang blocked my path as I stepped forward. The suspect is emotionally unstable. Do not approach just yet. The woman bound to the chair was Xiao Feng, I had become familiar with her form that fateful night. What happened to her clothes? Surely, you Haven T resorted to violence against an innocent woman? Violence? This lady nearly demolished my interrogation room. One of the officers was summoned by Tai Ningxiang. Look, this is the bite she inflicted. The injury on Officer Wang's arm was gruesome. Deep bite marks embedded an inch into the flesh, still oozing blood after rudimentary treatment. This Shuden and Amp, Oppos, to be the case. Xiao Feng appeared quite sane. How should I know she would suddenly go mad? You should have seen her, bloodied and wild, as if she had crawled out of the underworld. Out of the underworld? I stroked my chin, recalling that Xiao Feng was a gentle, somewhat timid girl. Her sudden personality shift could very well be attributed to the malevolent spirit of the Anshin Hotel. Yet, the crux of the matter was that this was not the Anshin Hotel. The police station in ancient times served as a court of law, a place where justice was dispensed, free from the disturbance of ghosts. Unless that spirit had not been confined to the hotel, but had always resided within Xiao Feng. This was merely conjecture, for proving the existence of phantoms and spirits was exceedingly difficult. You spent a night with her. You must have forged a deep bond. Once the anesthetic wears off, you shall interrogate her. Tai Ningxiang patted my shoulder, her faith in me evident. Is that appropriate? I glanced at Officer Wang's injury. Investigating is your duty as police officers. I'm merely a... Will you merely? Junior, do not let me down. Besides, she specifically requested to speak with you. Curiosity piqued within me. What could Xiao Feng possibly wish to convey? Although the live broadcast at Anshin Hotel had concluded, the lingering questions remained unresolved. Moments later, Xiao Feng slowly regained consciousness, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Why are you all standing so far from me? Why is my mouth so wet? Her hands and feet were shackled, and she could not reach the blood at the corners of her mouth. Your turn. Tai Ningxiang offered me an encouraging glance before leading the others out of the room. Don't worry. We will monitor your safety from the surveillance. With a heavy thud, the door closed, leaving just Xiao Feng and me. Alone, she suddenly lowered her head, unable to meet my gaze. Will you honor your promise from before? At that moment, Xiao Feng appeared bashful, her voice sweet and endearing. Yet this innocence was overshadowed by the blood congealing at her mouth. Steady yourself, Gao Jian. This girl nearly bit off someone else's flesh. I took a deep breath, retrieved a tissue from my pocket, and crouched beside her. Stay still. Let me clean you up. Perhaps seeing the blood on the tissue rendered her speechless. Rinse your mouth, I instructed, picking up an unknown teacup from the table to help her clean the blood. Then I moved the chair closer to her. Now, tell me what you want. When we were at the Anshin Hotel, you said I could confide in you if I needed anything, and you would assist me, right? I did say that, I admitted, surprised that she took my words to heart. Then, I have but one request, she stated, her eyes gleaming with newfound seriousness. Speak, and I shall do my utmost to aid you. I want to marry you. The interrogation room fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock. Her gaze was intense, as if penetrating through my flesh to reach my very soul. Upon hearing those words, I forgot all my deductions and speculations. Her declaration was utterly unexpected. You want to marry me? Trembling, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and lit it silently. This case has little to do with you. Even if you hide the truth, the punishment won't be severe. With your qualities, you could easily find someone more suitable. According to Tai Ningxiang and Oppos, information, Xiao Feng was not an accomplice but rather a victim. There was no need for her to barter her body for a swift end to her confinement. No one is more suitable than you. Only by being with you can I survive. Xiao Feng and Oppos. Words echoed in my mind, reminiscent of what the paper figure interviewer had said during the Underworld audition. What is your reasoning? Over the years, so many have stayed at the Anshin Hotel, yet you're the only one who cleared my sister and Amp, Oppos, name and punished those devils. Only you have achieved that. That was sheer luck. Besides, that family has already been detained, and the fugitive Lu Xing is currently being hunted. What do you fear? Nothing will change. Until 7 people are killed, Lu Xing will not be captured. Xiao Feng shook her head vigorously. My sister was the first, and I will be the last. The two-faced Buddha foretold that a total of 7 will perish. The first 5 have all come to pass. The two-faced Buddha? I took out my phone and recalled a photograph I had captured in the alley of the Anshin Inn. It depicted a statue embedded in the wall of the cave, featuring two faces of a Buddha, one benevolent and serene, the other fierce and terrifying. This was the very feng shui master who had come during the initial construction of the Anshin Inn, a figure neither monk nor Taoist, who referred to himself as the dual-faced Buddha. Xiao Feng was reminded of her painful memories. I had once eavesdropped on a conversation between him and Lu Xing, which revolved around the chilling notion of needing to kill 7 individuals, with my sister being the first and me the last. If you were already aware, why did you not flee? I had attempted to escape, yet they always managed to bring me back, and furthermore, Xiao Feng gestured for me to lift her shirt from her back. On her smooth, unblemished skin were several tiny black dots. Each time they captured me, they would drive a needle into my flesh. Chapter 23. The terrifying abandoned school, how cruel. My fingers gently traced the delicate curve of Xiao Feng's back. She remained tense, instinctively wanting to flinch away. The female officer mentioned that the needle had rusted into her flesh after so much time, making it exceedingly difficult to extract. I could hardly fathom the suffering Xiao Feng had endured, yet sympathy alone would not suffice. It would be unreasonable to expect me to marry her. How could I possibly bring home a woman of mysterious origins with whom I shared only a fleeting encounter? Not to mention, she might be harboring a malevolent spirit that could erupt at any moment. You have suffered, I said, helping her arrange her clothes. Regarding the matter of marrying me, I hope you can ponder it thoroughly. To marry is to follow the path of one's spouse, a significant decision for any young woman. Choose wisely. Xiao Feng possessed a captivating charm, embodying the gentle grace typical of Southern girls. For someone unaware of her past, it would be difficult to resist her allure. I did not provide a direct answer, but my intentions were unmistakable. The Anshin Inn had become a nightmare I could never revisit. I had never received an education, nor was I adept at socializing. Aside from you, I have no friends at all. Her eyes dimmed at this revelation. At that moment, I was tempted to utter a cruel truth. I apologize. I have never regarded you as a friend. That night was merely a means to extract useful information. Yet, the silence lingered, and I refrained from voicing it. She was already pitiable enough, and I could not bear to inflict further pain. Please consider the proposition of marrying me carefully. After all, you are still young, and a long journey lies ahead. I pushed the chair aside and sat opposite her. Xiao Feng and Appo's face bore a pallid, ashen hue, her eyelids fluttering incessantly. Her hands grasped the handcuffs tightly, and her bound ankles curled backward, as if she longed to rise. Seeing her in such a terrifying state, I sighed deeply. If left unattended, her fate would likely lead to a forced admission into a psychiatric institution. My fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and Xiao Feng's expression grew increasingly ghastly. Even under the bright lights, she remained a figure of dread. Beep. The intercom in the drawer buzzed, followed by a directive from Tai Ningxiang urging an immediate withdrawal. Rising to my feet, I extinguished my cigarette and observed Xiao Feng and Appo's, suffering with a twinge of guilt. Gao Jian, evacuate immediately. The suspect may lose control again. I stood frozen, casually switching off the intercom, transitioning into a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, a world rife with terror and anxiety that could only be comprehended through experience. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I approached Xiao Feng, shielding her head with one hand and gently embracing her. I understand your solitude. I know what you fear. If you truly have nowhere to go, I happen to need a server at my shop. If you dine Appo's, mind, come find me. Monthly salary of 1,000. Food and lodging included. What do you think? There was no immediate response. And it was not until I felt a warmth in my palm that I noticed Xiao Feng had begun to weep, her tears cascading like delicate rain, rendering her exceptionally vulnerable. 5 minutes later, Tai Ningxiang and Xiao Wang entered the room, commencing a routine interrogation. Quite the charmer, aren't and Appo's. You? A seasoned hand in the flower garden. You've managed to make her compliant in no time. Upon leaving the police station, Tai Ningxiang invited me to their canteen. Her chatter unrelenting. By the way, was your offer for her to work as a server genuine? Can your tiny space even accommodate 2 people? Even if it can't, it must. I've already promised. I can't backtrack now. My goodness, You've truly gone out of your way to assist me. It must be quite distressing for you to see things unfold this way. I was uncertain of tying Ning Xiang and Appos as feelings, only to find that early the next morning, 2 police cars were stationed at the entrance of my shop, several officers pounding on the door. Gao Jian, hurry and open up. We're delivering someone to you. Delivering someone? Groggy, I hastily threw on some clothes and rushed to the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by Tai Ning Xiang, her face beaming in her crisp police uniform. Good morning, Gao Jian. What is happening here? Didn't we agree yesterday? I've brought her to you safely, and you mustn't mistreat her. The officers formed a straight line, standing at attention. Behind them, a newly clad Xiao Feng in a sleek black dress walked forward. Wait, isn't this a bit sudden? At least give me a call. We just wanted to surprise you, Tai Ning Xiang said, playfully grabbing the shy Xiao Feng. From now on, consider this your home. If he dares to mistreat you, you let me know. The people's police will not wrong an innocent nor let a villain escape. All right, you two can have your private chat now. We must be on our way. Hey, Tai, hold on. Mission accomplished. Team dismissed. The police cars sped away, their demeanor suggesting they had finally relinquished a burden. So much for the people in Amp. Appos, as police serving the people. I sighed as I welcomed Xiao Feng into the shop. This innocent girl curiously touched everything, leaving me at a loss on how to explain the true purpose of the products. Xiao Feng, from now on, you will be the sole server in our establishment. I'll get you a key soon. You'll eat and live here. By the way, the first floor is yours, and the second is my office. Do not enter unless necessary. Yes, you. My intent was not to conceal fashionable magazines or 100 gigabytes of life documentaries on my computer, but rather to prevent her from stumbling upon records of the underworld-esque showcases. Understood. I'll follow your instructions. Xiao Feng nodded obediently, seemingly embracing her new role as a bride. In the drawer lay a catalog of products and a price list. Memorize this. This device is a stun gun. If anyone bullies you, just press this button. Is it this one? A scream pierced the stillness of the street, heralding the dawn of a new day. It was yet another day for the Underworld Showcase task. I charged my phone and instructed Xiao Feng to remain behind while I ventured to the overpass to borrow talismans from Lu the Blind. However, it appeared that the old trickster anticipated my visit and had closed shop early, leaving me unaware of his whereabouts. Damn it, human lives hang in the balance. Yet you turn a blind eye. Lu, just you wait. Standing outside his door, I shouted for a quarter of an hour before storming off, realizing I had no choice but to proceed alone. At 8 o'clock that evening, I sent Xiao Feng away and settled beside my phone. As the hour hand crossed, the screen emitted a faint cold glow, and an unfamiliar number appeared. Who could this be? I held the phone to my ear, connecting the call. Drop the handkerchief. Drop the handkerchief. Twist off the head and secretly place it behind the little one. Don't tell him. Hurry, catch him. Hurry, catch him. A seemingly cheerful nursery rhyme sent chills down my spine. Finally, the song concluded, and a chorus of eerie childish laughter echoed from the other end. Let us play a game. If you can find me before dawn, you may leave. Otherwise, you shall remain with me forever. As the call ended, a text message appeared in my inbox. The campus in the dead of night transformed into a surreal realm. Counting the 13 steps beneath my feet, I listened to the cries of an infant from the infirmary. The ghostly doll awaited behind the last stall, eager to inquire about your missing left hand. Now, I beseech you to answer my final question. Do you prefer blue, white, or red? Live broadcast task. Arrive at New Hu High School by midnight and survive until sunrise. Optional task. Complete 7 games on campus. For each completed game, earn 1 point. Staring at the sudden appearance of the optional task, I scratched my head. Are you certain this is a game for play, not a game of doom? This live broadcast lacks the protection of a talisman, compelling me to exercise greater caution. Xinyu High School? My recollection fails to acknowledge the existence of such an institution in Jiangxing. A quick online search revealed that it had ceased operations entirely 5 years ago. The authorities have provided no explanation. While netizens speculate wildly, some conjecture that a sudden fire and inadequate crowd control led to a catastrophic stampede, resulting in numerous fatalities and subsequent abandonment of the school. Others assert that the institution was plagued by frequent suicides, ultimately prompting the Ministry of Education to enforce its closure. There are even whispers that it is a ghost school, where students attend classes by day and apparitions study by night. I discovered photographs of the school online, showcasing its bright and spacious environment. Upon further investigation, I learned that it was a prestigious private school established through a collaboration between China and Japan, catering to children from affluent families, many of whom had transferred from other cities. Logically, it should be quite renowned. However, in recent years, I have heard nothing about it, as if its existence has been deliberately obscured. The school and Oppo's location lies between Jiangxing and Pohuxi, rendering it rather remote. This poses a dilemma. On that fateful night at the Anxin Inn, I managed to evade danger, thanks to the timely arrival of the police. Yet, Xinhu School's position between the two cities means that, even at their swiftest, it would take the authorities over an hour to arrive. Without a talisman, I cannot summon help, and I find myself growing increasingly anxious as I stroke my chin. What are you thinking? You look troubled. Xiao Feng emerged from the inner room, carrying a steaming bowl of fried sauce noodles. I made it myself. You should try some. Xiao Feng, I must step out for a while tonight. Please stay here to watch the shop. I want to have time to eat. After checking the live broadcast equipment, I grasped my black leather suitcase, preparing to depart. Are you going to broadcast again? Can I come with you? Her eyes, filled with longing, were fixed on me as she held the hot noodles. I shook my head decisively, refusing her request. No, you need to watch the shop and stay put tonight. At least have a bite. I made it especially for you. The fragrant noodles were placed before me, and it struck me that no one had cooked for me since that incident all those years ago. All right, I hastily tried a few bites, and to my surprise, it was delicious, quite impressive, really. Well, then I must go now. Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Worry. I'll see you tomorrow. Clutching my suitcase, I hurried out the door, oblivious to the smile gracing Xiao Feng and Amp, Oppos, lips. Chapter 24. The fear challenge as I took a taxi to Xinhu High School. The driver initially seemed unaware of its existence. After more than 2 hours of navigating through the city, we finally arrived at the destination. I paid the fare and, upon disembarking, surveyed my surroundings. In the midst of overgrown weeds and foul ditches, I beheld the campus that lay hidden beyond the urban sprawl. Surely, this was a far cry from the opulent private school depicted in the photographs. The images showcased a prestigious institution, while the reality before me resembled a dilapidated shell, exuding an eerie atmosphere akin to a half-buried corpse. It was already 11:00 and Amp. Oppo's clock. I needed to hasten my pace. Determined to fulfill my mission, I plunged into the desolate terrain. However, I was soon halted by a rusty iron fence. No entry. The warning sign had been carelessly discarded in the mud, its surface marred by faint bloodstains. I picked it up and reattached it, though I couldn't and Oppos. Help but wonder under normal circumstances. Even an abandoned factory wouldn't and Amp, Oppos. Erects such barriers unless it concealed hazardous materials, and a school should be exempt from such precautions. Shoot and Amp, Oppos, it. After climbing over the fence, I ventured further inside. If I had turned back at that moment, I would have witnessed the very warning sign I had just hung swaying for a moment before crashing back into the mud. Upon reaching the school and Amp, Oppos, main entrance, I found a heavy black door secured with 2 red locks. Peering inside, I could barely discern the outlines of several buildings. As I focused intently, I suddenly felt a chill in my calf, prompting me to jump back. I was startled to find a black cat crouched at my feet. Its eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and with a curious tilt of its head, it darted into the depths of the abandoned school. The unexpected encounter had left me rattled. If this continued, I would surely succumb to nervous exhaustion. I managed to slide my suitcase beneath the gate and climbed over the iron door to enter Xinhu High School. Hooray! I had successfully reached my destination, and my second live broadcast was about to commence. I retrieved my camera and phone, connecting the mobile coding stick. Acquiring image. Connecting barrage. Data stable. Would you like to start the live broadcast? Yes. Welcome to the live stream, where we greet the likes of Amp, Oppos, Teletubbies murdered in Amp, Oppos, and Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3. As soon as I began broadcasting, familiar names appeared in the chat. Wow, the host is still alive. That and Amp, Oppos, that's fantastic. We thought you and Amp, Oppos, kicked the bucket, and we and Amp, amp, oppos, even ordered wreaths. Where are you planning to tempt fate tonight? The first unit is ready and can call for help at any moment. The enthusiasm of my viewers exceeded my expectations. Even though they were merely jesting, their banter alleviated my unease and tension. Welcome back to the super thrilling live broadcast. Tonight in Oppos, S location is indeed chilling. I directed the camera toward the school and Oppos. S sign. This institution is known as Xinhu High School, a prestigious private academy co-founded by China and Japan, where only the children of affluent families are fortunate enough to study. I had heard of similar elite schools that adopted Japanese-style education, with tuition fees that were shockingly exorbitant. Bah! With 5,000 years of history, do we really need to import Japanese education? Japanese invaders, get out of the live stream. Calm down, everyone. Xinhu High School has been shut down for 5 years. There's no need for arguments about it. I hastily intervened to prevent the chat from spiraling into chaos. This school should be quite renowned locally, yet my investigations revealed that information about it has been intentionally suppressed for 5 years. Were they concealing? What transpired 5 years ago that led to the school and Oppos, as closure? The audience and Oppos, S attention gradually shifted to my words. Through the layers of obscurity, we will seek the lost truth. Tonight, I will lead you in unraveling all the mysteries. Hurry up. The gatekeeper will awaken soon. Intuition urged me to believe that the girls' changing room harbored secrets, and the audience fervently wished for me to investigate. Those upstairs possess profound knowledge. As a humble monk, I gazed into the stars and arrived at the same conclusion. 2 viewers concurred. If you ask me, the girls in Oppos' restroom is far more ominous. Scum be gone. With my phone in hand and camera hoisted, I placed my suitcase at the entrance and stepped into the campus. As for whether to visit the girls' changing room or the restroom first, that was not my primary concern. Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, my first step was to ascertain my bearings and familiarize myself with the layout. Classrooms, laboratories, female dormitories, administrative offices, playground. Xinhu High School was vast, and traversing it entirely would consume considerable time. To be prudent, I resolved to search one building at a time, hoping to uncover something of interest. Host, if you and Oppos, reluctant to visit the girls in Oppos, changing room, a trip to the girls in Oppos, dormitory would suffice. Come on, those in favor of the dormitory, press 6. What the hell? We in Oppos, a ghost hunting program. The girls in Oppos, restroom must harbor spirits, I guarantee it. After much deliberation, I ultimately chose to enter the nearest teaching building. This structure was not particularly tall, comprising just 4 stories. As the school adhered to an elite education model, the student body was relatively small. All 3 grades shared a single building for classes. Each floor contained 4 classrooms, with signs indicating the respective years and classes affixed to the doors. The stairwell walls bore the scars of fire damage, and most of the railings were missing, leaving them stark and treacherous. One misstep could lead to a fall. Given the state of affairs, the speculations circulating online were not unfounded. A fire or stampede incident was highly plausible. As I walked down the first-floor corridor, I wondered if anyone else had experienced similar feelings. Staring into empty classrooms in the dead of night, rows of desks and chairs silently arranged, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. The classrooms were desolate. The blackboards appeared to bear inscriptions, but even pressing my face against the window would and Oppos to reveal their contents. No surprises here. All the classrooms on the first floor were empty. After glancing at the charred walls, I ascended to the second floor. Class 5, Year 1, Class 1, Year 2. Class 2, Year 2. After exploring the second floor to no avail, I began to doubt my instincts and climbed to the third floor in one breath. Empty. Empty, still empty. My anxious heart began to settle, but when I glanced toward the last classroom on the third floor, I was taken aback. What was that? Through the window, I beheld 4 shadowy figures standing beside the podium. Thud! My grip faltered, and the camera tumbled to the ground. I staggered back a couple of steps. Had there been no railing behind me, I might have fallen straight from the third floor. What was that? Were there still students on this campus? No, calm down. Perhaps they were merely human statues. I picked up the camera and leaned closer to the window. Gone? The four shadows had vanished. They were not models. Cold sweat broke out as I hastily moved toward the staircase, ignoring the barrage of comments in the live stream. Creak. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, startling me. Come out. It and Oppos. That's not a ghost. It and Oppos. As a person. Two boys and two girls emerged, backpacks slung over their shoulders. We and Oppos. Student from a nearby school. We and Oppos. V heard tales of hauntings here and came to test our courage. The leading boy, appearing around 17 or 18, explained. Test what courage? You should head home. It and Amp. Oppos. It's dangerous here. I spoke with an unusual seriousness. The fact that this haunted venue had been chosen for a live stream suggested that there might indeed be something sinister lurking. Dude, your courage is lacking. One of the short-haired girls chuckled, seemingly flirting with the boy. Hurry home. If something truly happens, you won't be able to escape. You adults tend to be rather boisterous. We arrived earlier than you and found nothing peculiar about it. Indeed, if you wish to leave, then by all means do so. Our bravery trial has only just commenced. Today's youth possess an audacious spirit. In other words, they seem to believe that one can escape misfortune simply by avoiding trouble. If I were to forcibly expel them, it might only provoke their rebellious sentiments, potentially leading them to stealthily follow us. Very well, since you refuse to depart, might I join you in this so-called bravery trial? As a host of paranormal exploration, I find the subject quite intriguing. I express these sentiments solely out of a desire to safeguard them. Yet little did I anticipate that the true nightmare would begin from this point onward. Chapter 25. The four-corner game. Will you join us? The eldest boy tilted his head to regard me, his eyes gleaming brightly in the darkness, evoking an unexpected association with the black cat I had encountered earlier at the doorway. Since you all are playing, adding me one in Amp, Oppos, make much difference, will it? If it truly doesn't work out, I can merely record from the sidelines while you enjoy yourselves. Xue with him. We can finally gather 4 players and indulge in that game we've been eager to try. The younger boy squeezed closer to me. Hello, I'm Xiumu. This is my brother Xue. The short-haired boy is my classmate Shenming, and the quiet girl in the corner is Sakura. Xiumu was slender and seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet he was the most vivacious and daring among the 4. We had already engaged in several games, such as Pen Spirit and Plate Spirit, but they proved utterly futile. Are you really daring enough to play Pen Spirit in a place like this? You certainly know how to seek thrills. ISN and Amp. Amp, Oppos. It only after playing that one realizes it's all a deception. Xiumu spoke nonchalantly, yet I noticed the other 3 regarding me with icy stares. I felt a twinge of discomfort. If you know it's all a ruse, why not return home quickly? It's late, and your families must be worried sick. No. There is still one game left to play. It's a 4-player game, and we don't have enough participants. Not enough participants? Aren't there 4 of you right here? Xiumu's words dripped with an unsettling quality that sent shivers down my spine. Sakura doesn't play games. She's too timid and never wishes to join us. I glanced past the 3 boys to the shy figure of Sakura, who kept her head down, speaking not a word. All right, I shall accompany you for one game. But remember, once we finish, you must hurry back home. It's unacceptable to sneak out at this hour. Great, we finally have enough players. Xiumu was brimming with excitement. While I merely wish for these children to depart safely so I could thoroughly scour the campus. The game is called 4 Corners, and the rules are as follows. At midnight, in a rectangular, empty room, all lights are extinguished. Each person stands in one of the 4 corners, facing the walls, and must not look back. When the game commences, one individual moves to another corner, lightly tapping the shoulder of the person there before remaining in that spot. Subsequently, the tapped individual proceeds to the next corner, tapping the 3rd person, and so forth in a clockwise direction. However, if one reaches an empty corner, they must cough once before continuing forward until encountering another player. Upon hearing the rules, I did not perceive this as a particularly terrifying game. Is it really that simple? But according to your explanation, there will always be one corner left empty, making it impossible for the game to conclude. Xiumu pressed his face against the window, peering into the classroom. That is not necessarily true. Friends who have played before claim that when no one coughs in the room, It indicates that all corners are occupied. Yet there remains one person perpetually moving, as the sound of footsteps can still be heard. This is a game for four, but as it unfolds, a fifth participant may emerge. His explanation filled me with a sudden sense of regret. It sounded far more terrifying than summoning spirits. What is there to be afraid of? It could merely be the fanciful tales of friends. Xiaomu shrugged. If you're truly scared, all four of you can close your eyes and say, and oppose, game over and oppose, to exit. But remember, it must be a unanimous decision. If one person disagrees, the game continues. I glanced at my phone. The audience in the live stream was eagerly chiming in, with some even threatening to offer rewards. All right, shall we play in this classroom? No, this classroom is too small. Xue Fei interjected. There's a special classroom in this building. Let us head there. Special? I squinted my eyes, glancing at the room numbers. I calculated, with 5 classes per grade and 3 grades, there should be 15 classes total. This building has 4 classrooms per floor across 4 floors. So indeed, one classroom must remain vacant. We ascended to the top floor and halted before the last classroom on the left. Peering through the window, I observed a room stripped of desks and chairs, leaving only a blackboard, a podium, and a rusted fan hanging from the ceiling. According to legend, this classroom was vacated due to a girl from a poor family. Her parents worked multiple jobs to afford her tuition. Consequently, she studied diligently, attending classes during the day and remaining after hours with her flashlight. Days turned into weeks until one night, the girl was targeted by a group of wealthy boys. After enduring their torment, she tragically leapt from the 4th floor, her life extinguished, though her physical form perished. It is said her spirit returns each night to the classroom to study. Stop it, Xiaomu. Shenmeng interjected, her voice rising in alarm. Are you afraid? Shenmeng pouted defiantly. Not at all. I'm merely concerned about frightening Sakura. The timid Sakura, who always kept her distance, remained silent, her head bowed. Enough chatter. Let us commence. As the eldest, Xue Fei's declaration silenced the rest. And you, we must ensure the room is entirely dark. Not a glimmer of light should remain. Let Sakura keep an eye on the camera from outside. I nodded, placing the camera on the windowsill and unlocking my phone, activating the camera function to ensure the live stream persisted uninterrupted. Now let us assign roles. Xiaomu gathered us together. I will be the first to enter and stand in the bottom left corner. You, the host, will be the second to enter and occupy the top left corner. Then Xue Fei will enter third to stand in the top right corner. And finally, Shenmeng will take the bottom right corner. Once we're in position, Shenmeng will cough, and I'll start walking first. We'll proceed clockwise. When I tap the hostess' shoulder, it will be their turn to walk. If we reach an empty corner, just cough and continue onward without stopping. Everyone remembers the rules, right? Then let an oppose us begin. In the pitch-black classroom, not a single ray of light penetrated the suffocating darkness, which clung to us like a thick, inky shroud. After Xiaomu stepped inside for several seconds, I inhaled deeply, extending my arms to feel my way into the classroom. It was indeed dark. Visibility was limited to mere feet, and I could not even discern my own shoes. Gradually, I moved forward until my arms grazed the wall. In that darkness, this small corner offered an oddly comforting psychological reprieve. I turned to survey the room, which was vast and utterly obscured. The sole flickering light emanated from the window, a signal from my camera, beside which stood the bowed figure of Sakura. Before long, I heard Shenmeng's cough reverberate through the room. I knew the game had begun. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind me grew increasingly distinct. Facing the wall, I was acutely aware that it was Xiaomu approaching, yet an uncontainable tension gripped my heart. A gentle tap on my shoulder signaled me to proceed. I understood the cue and moved clockwise to the next corner. To my astonishment, time seemed to stretch interminably in that darkness, as if I had embarked upon a mysterious journey into the unknown. Gradually, I perceived a dark silhouette. It was too dim to ascertain if it was indeed Xue Fei, even though I was drawing closer. Finally, I arrived. Raising my hand, I gently tapped the shadow's shoulder before halting in the corner, watching as the figure slowly shifted and vanished into the obscurity. The wait is interminable. Within this classroom, the concept of time becomes somewhat nebulous. I silently count the seconds, attuning myself to the rhythm of my heartbeat. After approximately a minute, the first cough resonates through the room. It is Shun Ming. Before long, someone approaches from the shadows, gently tapping my shoulder. The cycle of movement resumes, akin to an endless loop. A second cough emerges, faint and indistinguishable in its origin. However, based on my deductions, I surmise that the sound likely emanates from Xia Fei. Chapter 26. Where is the missing one? As the third round of the game commenced, a hand gently tapped my shoulder, prompting me to advance cautiously. If all went well, I was about to navigate the desolate corner once more. Each step in the darkness was arduous, shrouded in uncertainty about what lay ahead. A twinge of regret washed over me, knowing the campus was fraught with danger. I should never have consented to partake in such a game. I took one step, then another, until my outstretched hand finally met the solid wall. Confirming the corner was devoid of others. An inexplicable sigh of relief escaped me. The game had thus far proceeded without incident. Coughing softly, I adhered to the game's rules and continued towards the next corner. As I groped my way forward, the rhythmic sound of footsteps accompanied me, and a shadow loomed ahead. I gently tapped the figure in Appo's shoulder and halted in the corner. The game continued smoothly until the seventh round, when my patience began to wane, and the coughing sound abruptly ceased. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. The cough was no longer heard, yet the sound of footsteps remained distinctly audible. Had another person entered the room? I suppressed my curiosity and refrained from turning back, stealing a glance at the flickering signal light of the camera by the window. There stood Sakura, eerily still like a lifeless body. If it was T. Sakura who had joined the game, then who was the extra person in the classroom? My heart raced as the shadows seemed to harbor vengeful spirits from every direction. I addressed my companions, expressing that it appeared we had an unexpected participant in our game, and proposed a change in the rules. Shimoku and Appo's voice echoed through the classroom, announcing that while the basic rules remained unchanged, an additional stipulation was added. When tapping the shoulder of the person in front, one must state their name. The footsteps never ceased as I contemplated whether to intervene and terminate the game. Suddenly, a tap on my back startled me. I am Shimoku. The low voice, though familiar, bore a subtle difference, reminiscent of someone speaking while eating. Without looking back, I proceeded to the next corner. I'm a host. Upon hearing this, the figure ahead stumbled away, leaving me nervously standing in the corner. Having navigated 7 rounds, I had memorized each positional shift, based on logical deductions and available clues. Both Shimoku and I occupied normal positions, implying that the additional presence must lie between Xia Fei and Shun Ming, or between Shun Ming and Shimoku. As time slipped by, the classroom resonated solely with the sound of footsteps, while I counted seconds and deduced each person's location. A sudden tap on my back interrupted my thoughts. I am Shun Ming. Shun Ming. The shock sent chills down my spine. How could she have come to stand behind me? In the darkness, I refrained from turning around, forcing my feet to move forward, my heart heavy with foreboding. Certain games should not be played casually, especially in such a place. It seemed Shun Ming uttered a few more words behind me, but I could not discern them. As I felt the wall, anxiety gripped me as I left. This shouldn't be happening. In the classroom, only one person's footsteps should have been audible. Where had Shimoku and Xia Fei gone? Unbeknownst to me, I arrived at the next wall corner. Empty? The desolate corner was engulfed in thick darkness. I touched the wall in front of me, coughed lightly, and proceeded to the next corner. Could it be that the 5th person had departed, leaving an empty space? Lost in thought, I was abruptly startled by the sight before me. The second corner was still vacant. I quickened my pace to the 3rd and 4th corners. Still no one. As I traced the wall, my lips felt parched. Could they have been following me all along? I turned swiftly, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. The footsteps had ceased, leaving me alone in movement. This can't be happening. Could it be that apart from me, they were all? I glanced towards the window, where the camera's signal light flickered, only to find Sakura's absence. Standing in the corner, an unprecedented fear enveloped me, as if countless eyes in the darkness were fixated on me with malicious intent. I could no longer maintain my composure and dashed towards the window. the only source of light in my sight. Pushing it open, I leaped into the corridor, escaping the oppressive black room, collapsing onto the ground as if parched. Haha, so even adults can be this timid. At the sound of laughter, I turned to see Shimoku, Shuefei, and Sakura hiding behind the classroom door. Shimoku clutching his stomach in mirth. When did you two come out? I regarded them warily. We've been out for quite some time. Then why? With 4 of us playing, is there an extra person? Actually, there were only the 4 of us in the classroom. The reason for the footsteps was my constant movement. After tapping her shoulder, I returned to my original position, creating the illusion of an additional person, Shimoku explained proudly, unfazed by the darkness that frightened others. Boring. Shuefei shrugged dismissively. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all just a fabrication to scare ourselves. So it was merely a prank. I exhaled deeply, putting away the camera and standing up. Thank goodness, the game is over. You all should head home quickly. It's already late at night. Their parents must be frantic by now. I swept my gaze over the 3 children before me. But where is the missing one? Where is that girl with the short hair named Shunming? She hasn't come out yet? She is probably in the classroom, scared out of her wits. Shimoka laughed, but my face turned pale at his words. She hasn't come out? What's wrong? Didn't you also see through Shimoku's prank and leave early? Shuefei inquired, noticing my unease. No, I didn't see through his prank. I searched the entire classroom, all 4 corners, and upon finding no one, I hurried out. I struggled to simplify my explanation. I looked everywhere. Shunming isn't in the classroom, impossible. The realization struck the children, and they rushed back in the classroom. I took out my phone for light, but the classroom was empty and silent, void of any presence. Shunming has gone missing? Right on our noses. Shunming. The echoes of Shuefei and the others reverberated in the lifeless school building, met only with silence. You jerk. It's all your fault for insisting on playing that ridiculous corner game. Shuefei seized Shimoku by the collar, shaking him. How can you blame me? It was a collective decision to come here for a scare, and you agreed to. Shimoku protested, flailing his arms helplessly. Don't lose your temper. This isn't the time to argue about who's right or wrong. I sighed, grabbing Shuefei's arm. The priority is to find Shunming. This school becomes exceedingly eerie at night, and we can't afford to waste time bickering. Separating Shuefei and Shimoku, I knelt before Sakura, who had not participated in the game and had been standing outside the classroom. Sakura, do you know where that sister went? I spoke softly, trying to communicate gently. Dressed like a porcelain doll, Sakura averted her gaze, staring blankly at the ground before shaking her head. Is this child excessively shy? Regardless of my inquiries, her responses were limited to either shaking her head or remaining motionless, as if she hadn't heard. Host, what should we do now? What else can we do? I rose to my feet, casting my gaze upon the eerie campus shrouded in nightfall. I must meticulously inspect every building to locate her, involving an innocent life. I cannot remain a passive observer, even though I am acutely aware that such actions may ensnare me in a deeper vortex of trouble. I shall revisit the teaching building shortly, and then we shall proceed together to the experimental building. You 3 must stay close and not wander off again. With the camera slung over my shoulder, I led the way, and as the trio momentarily diverted their attention, I discreetly retrieved my phone to review the recent footage. The image was exceedingly blurred, illuminated only by a fleeting glimmer as I passed a window, yet that brief moment of brightness captured a profoundly chilling scene. In that very classroom, someone had been trailing closely behind me. Indeed, you were lying. Chapter 27. Dolls, stairs, sounds exiting the teaching building. I hurriedly led 3 children towards the experimental building. It was impossible not to be concerned when a living person vanished right beneath our noses. Although their disappearance might well have been a self-staged trick, as an adult, my foremost priority was their safety. For I alone was aware that this school might indeed be haunted. Neglecting to view the barrage of comments from viewers, I approached the entrance of the experimental building along a weed-choked path. The structure, towering 6 stories high, appeared far more expansive than the teaching building. Such is the nature of Japanese elite education. Students are exposed to a limited theoretical curriculum in class, with the majority of their learning occurring within the experimental building, where practical skills take precedence. To my astonishment, The Japanese puppet army had not yet departed. Step aside. My grandfather once sank a Japanese submarine with this very grenade. The experimental building in Apo's main door was locked and sealed with a notice. As I drew closer, I observed that although the seal was worn, it had not been torn, indicating that the door had remained shut since it was last closed. Thus, there was no need to investigate this building further. The inability to enter meant I need not worry about Shenmeng being taken inside. Anchor, look here. Xiaomu pointed to a window on the left side of the first floor. It seems as if something is playfully beckoning me from beyond. I approached the window, noting that all but one were sealed and locked, with this particular window ajar. It seemed to deliberately suggest that someone had recently entered through it. The half-open window emitted a soft, eerie moan as the wind blew through. You all wait outside. I shall investigate first. Absolutely not. Shenmeng is my girlfriend. I must go in. Let us all search together. The more hands, the greater the strength. Xiaomu, having narrowly avoided a blow from Xue Fei moments ago, had become somewhat more compliant. Reluctantly, I agreed, for I could not leave Sakura, the youngest among us, alone outside. Very well, we shall enter together. If danger arises, do not panic. With that, I raised my camera with one hand and was the first to step into the room. This appeared to be an art classroom, with old easels piled in a corner. As I casually flipped through a few, I discerned the grotesque colors depicted upon them. Artists certainly possess a unique taste. Closing the easel, I swung my phone as flashlight, and suddenly a vacant face loomed before me, startling me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was merely a plastic model. Had a less resilient person encountered such a sight at night, they might have been driven to tears. The model obstructed the doorway, and as I attempted to move it aside, I discovered it was not hollow, but rather heavy, giving the impression of cradling a living being. I laid it flat on the ground and scrutinized its face, which bore the marks of some mischievous student as handiwork, splattered with vibrant colors. Curiously, I noticed a name scrawled on the Model-S bald head, Gao Jian. Did Gao Jian paint this? I quickly realized my assumption was erroneous. Following the line of sight from the head, the Model-S back was inscribed with an array of derogatory phrases. How unfortunate for this child. Every class seems to have such a child, introverted and taciturn, inexplicably becoming the target for the frustrations of others, isolated and bullied. The words on the model's back bore signs of having been hastily wiped away, yet even those smudges were overwhelmed by an abundance of scornful words densely packed together. Imagining the scenario, I envisioned a pitiful child desperately attempting to scrub the model clean with their uniform while others laughed maniacally, using paint-soaked markers to deface it, maliciously writing over the areas the child had just cleaned, even scrawling upon the child's own clothing and skin. It has been said that children are forever innocent, for sometimes they remain oblivious to the atrociousness of their own actions. As I touched the model's head, memories of my own childhood surfaced. There was a time when I too endured bullying. And what happened then? Xiaomu and Xue Fei tumbled into the art room. I smiled wryly in time. I concealed a fruit knife in my backpack. Wait, you had such a fiery past too? What happened next? Eventually, I was expelled from school, suspended for an extended period, and ultimately had no choice but to enroll in a police academy. My expression turned somewhat somber. Had I been able to endure it back then, perhaps I might have become a lawyer or a doctor. My hand brushed the door, where the lock had been violently dismantled, the padlock rolling amidst the easels. There were no signs of tools used, making it appear as though it had simply been wrenched off. I pulled the door open slightly, revealing a pitch-black corridor beyond, shrouded in darkness. Let us proceed. Hiding here will never lead us to Shenmeng, Xiaomu urged, his eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly devoid of concern for Shenmeng's fate. You three should hold hands and stay close to the wall. If you encounter anything beyond human comprehension, return the way we came. Understood? I reiterated, anxious that the children might find themselves in peril again. You should worry about yourself instead. You're rather verbose, Xue Fei snapped, growing increasingly impatient due to Shenmeng's disappearance. I fell silent, illuminating the path with my phone as we crept along the wall. Bang! A faint sound echoed, a soft thud. Yet in the stillness of the experimental building, it resonated clearly. It was not us. The four of us remained frozen, confirming there was nothing beneath our feet. Bang! Before long, that peculiar sound resonated once more. Xiaomu tugged at my clothing. It seems to be coming from the innermost part of the first floor. Let us go investigate. My initial intention was to search each classroom one by one, but feeling an unease if I did not investigate, I agreed. We passed 2 labs whose purposes were unclear, and before us lay the staircase leading to the second floor. The light illuminated a precise 12 steps. Hey, have you heard the tale of the 13th step? It is said that misbehaved children who arrive at school at midnight will find an extra step added to the usual 12. Stepping upon it grants entrance to another world. Xiaomu whispered mysteriously. Could you be quiet for a moment? Shuefei pressed Xiaomu against the wall. Stop with those stories. There is no such thing as ghosts. Observing the quarrel between the two, I felt an inexplicable irritation. I've heard it differently. Stepping on that 13th step reveals one's own corpse, for it symbolizes the death that awaits. Of course, I had heard of the tale of the 13th step prior to arriving here. I even searched various versions online after encountering the term in a task prompt related to the underworld. Anchor, is what you said true? Both of them inquired in unison, their expressions obscured in the darkness. It is surely false, merely a fabricated story. If you wish to hear it, I can regale you for 3 days and nights once we locate Shinmeng. We continued past the staircase, navigating towards the source of the sound. Bang, bang. Ultimately, we 4 arrived at the innermost recess of the experimental building, only for the strange noise to abruptly cease. This must be the source. The 3 grown men exchanged glances, and to our astonishment, the deepest chamber of the experimental building turned out to be a restroom. I raised my camera, directing my gaze toward the screen of my phone. If anything untoward lurked within, it ought to be captured. I'll go in first, you all stay outside. Pushing open the restroom door, I detected no foul odor, as 5 years had elapsed since its closure. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted me was a washstand, with 3 sinks beneath a large mirror, covered in cracks and dust, with scarlet letters inscribed in paint. Kill you. Exterminate you all. D. What immense resentment this conveys. As I wiped the surface of the mirror, perhaps due to the angle, my reflection appeared so indistinct that I could scarcely be certain it was indeed my own visage. I twisted the faucet. The first 2 were defective. Upon turning the third, a gurgling sound emanated from the pipes, and before long, a viscous liquid began to flow forth. No, could it possibly be blood? I extended my hand to catch a drop and brought it closer to my eyes. Chapter 28. Who is playing the piano? The reddish-brown mud was interspersed with fine gravel, and the sensation against my fingertips was not akin to blood. A false alarm. I turned off the faucet, and the gurgling sound in the pipes ceased. This place exuded an eerie atmosphere, yet there were no traces of malevolent spirits at play, as if some filthy presence was deliberately playing hide and seek with me. I was under immense pressure. This live-streaming task was far more torturous than waiting to die in the Anshin Inn. It felt as though an invisible hand was manipulating my fate within the enveloping darkness, an utterly dreadful sensation. Pushing open the door to the inner room, I encountered a series of individual stalls. Shinmeng, are you there? No response. I attempted to push open the small door of the partition. Wait. Xiaomu, unbeknownst to me, had entered. He grasped my hand that was pushing the door. Host, you must be aware of the taboos associated with restrooms, right? Pushing open a slightly ajar door in the dead of night might result in being seized by the ghostly doll trapped inside. Ghostly doll? There used to be a girl in this school who was a beggar. It was said that she was only 16 when she became pregnant, and the boy who fathered the child vanished without a trace. The poor beggar ultimately took her own life in this very restroom. If the boy was of legal age, he could be sentenced to death according to the law. My expression remained impassive as I wrenched my hand free from Xiaomu's grip and pushed open the first stall door. Amidst the shattered porcelain lay patches of moss. The walls were mottled and smeared with an unknown substance. You shouldn't take this lightly. These stories circulating in the school must have some basis. Xiaomu darted to the entrance of the second stall. Before opening the door, you should knock and inquire. He raised his hand and knocked on the white-painted door. Is anyone there? Miss Wazi, I have come to play with you. His bizarre behavior, deep voice, and the peculiar environment sparked an inexplicable fear within me. I inhaled deeply, raising the camera and swiftly opening the doors in order. Bang, 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 boom. I reached the last door, and the familiar thud echoed once more. Oddly, this door was locked. It is well known that restroom doors can only be locked from the inside. I gestured for the three children to step back and lightly tapped my right foot. What are you going to do? Bang! The resounding crash reverberated through the experimental building as I forcefully kicked the door open. I aimed the camera at the stall, and although no specters or phantoms were visible in the footage, I was still taken aback. On the toilet sat a stuffed toy with its head twisted off. Brushing off the dust, I zoomed in on the lens. It appeared to be an item from long ago. The toy and amp, oppos. S head had been severed with scissors, exposing the tattered stuffing within. Upon closer inspection, I noticed two faint Chinese characters inscribed on the stuffed toy and oppos. S belly. Shuefei? Time had passed too long. The characters were blurred, and I could only half recognize them. A namesake, perhaps? Or, host, what did you see? Shilmu and Shuefei leaned in closer. It and oppos. That's nothing. Just a tattered toy. I casually tossed it aside, my expression unchanged. Shinming is not here. Let us continue searching. The night is long, and dreams abound. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Leaving the first-floor restroom, we ascended to the second floor. As we climbed the stairs, Shiomu counted the steps beneath his feet, only to be disappointed to find there were 12, with no additional step in sight. Most classrooms on the second floor were locked, with only the music room and the health room accessible. The two rooms were quite distant from one another, and I held the camera as I first pushed open the door to the health room. Rows of beds were separated by curtains, tightly arranged, rendering the clinical environment invisible. Iodine, alcohol, reagents. Various medications were haphazardly scattered in the cabinet by the entrance, while used, yellow-brown bandages lay strewn on the floor. As I moved further in, I could see scattered medical records. Bending down to pick them up, I noted that most were dated from 5 years ago. The papers had been gnawed by rodents, and the handwriting was illegible, but I could vaguely make out the name Gao Jian in the name column. It seemed that this child had been a frequent visitor here, suffering not only mental humiliation, but also physical torment. Surprisingly, all the photographs on the medical records had been torn off, suggesting that the child's appearance might have been a secret the school could not disclose. Minor injuries to the left ear, a slight fracture of the pinky, multiple bruises on the thigh. Each record indicated injuries that were not severe, yet the frequent accumulation of such injuries on one individual spoke volumes. The weak are bullied. If they do not resist and silently endure, their tormentors will only escalate their cruelty. Pulling back the curtain at the side of the bed, I was struck by the sight of bloodstains that appeared shockingly ghastly. Although much time had passed, the blood and bed linens had melded together, and the color had faded. Yet a sense of dread still lingered. What transpired? Why was there so much blood? I rummaged through the cabinet and finally discovered the most recent medical record dated closest to today. Severe pelvic fracture, massive internal bleeding, skull fracture. These symptoms reminded me of an online rumor regarding Xinhua High School, which had allegedly witnessed several student suicides before the school was completely shut down. The records stored in the cabinet indirectly confirmed that the suicides were not mere fabrications. Gazing at the bloodstained bed, I found myself perplexed. A normal school would typically isolate the scene of a suicide, then contact the authorities, never daring to move a corpse, let alone transferring it to the health room. I examined several more medical records, my expression growing grave. Death was not an isolated incident. Prior to the school's closure, 5 students had reportedly jumped to their deaths. And that was merely what had been documented. Excluding those that were intentionally concealed, I estimated the number of suicides to be significantly higher. Academic pressure? Romantic disputes? I shook my head. Collective death manifests a peculiar pattern, as if it were preordained. What had transpired among these students? 5 years was ample time to erase the truth. The medical records were incomplete, with most names barely discernible, leaving behind only monochrome printed photographs. The cause of death was one of the keys to unraveling the mystery. I would need to linger in this health room a while longer. I pulled back the curtain next to the second bed, where the blood-soaked sheets were crumpled together. Grasping the sheets with one hand, I shook them open, revealing a school uniform wrapped inside, already in a state of advanced decay, enduring the foul stench. I laid the uniform flat on the bed. Wang Xiu? The school badge on the chest bore a name composed of 3 characters, though the final character was too blurred to decipher. I continued to pull back the curtains of several more beds, each revealing a similar situation. When I reached the final bed, as my hand grasped the curtain, I suddenly felt a presence brush against me from within. Shinming? I took 2 steps back. The sensation I had just experienced indicated that something was indeed concealed inside. Adjusting my phone and amp, Oppo's flashlight to its maximum brightness, the curtain and amp, Oppo's edge continued to flutter, as if something alive had just been pulled ashore. Is it you? Speak. No response. I edged closer, grasping the curtain's edge. Suddenly, a rapid piano melody erupted from the other end of the hallway, causing me to jump and nearly drop my camera. I ultimately refrained from pulling back the curtain. I swiftly made my way toward the classroom from which the sound emanated. Upon my departure, the health room fell into an eerie silence, save for the last bed where a plastic model's arm slowly emerged. What was happening? Gasping for breath, I sprinted to the end of the corridor, where the 3 children were huddled around the piano. Were you the ones playing just now? You should ask him. It's all his fault. Shuefei shoved Xiumu toward me. Xiumu looked somewhat aggrieved. You are truly mistaken this time. I didn't even touch the piano. Both Sakura and I were in the hallway. At that time, you were the only one in this room. Wasn't it Oppo's? You who played? Shuefei clutched Xiumu by the collar. Xiumu and Oppo's feet were lifted off the ground, yet her voice remained resolute. It is not me. It is not me. There must be something else in this room. Nonsense. Let me tell you. If we do not find Shinming today, you shall not return. Enough with the noise. It is possible that Xiumu did not cause that sound just now. I tightened my grip on the camera, my palms clammy with sweat. All 4 of us are currently inside this room, but if you hold your breath and listen closely. The footsteps in the corridor grew louder, approaching from afar. It is Shinming. Shuefei released his grip on Xiumu and amp, Oppo's collar and strode toward the door. I reached out in an attempt to stop him, but my hand grasped only air. Shinming, is that you? The footsteps halted at the threshold, and Shuefei, filled with hope, looked up, only to be met with the sight of a blank, plastic model face awkwardly leaning into the room. Chapter 29. Whom to Trust? Shuefei. Dodge. Upon witnessing that vacant, doll-like visage, a chill ran down my spine, and I immediately abandoned the idea of recording, swinging the camera to hurl it at the puppet. Perhaps the disparity between imagination and reality was too great. Shuefei and amp, Oppo's complexion turned ashen, his legs trembling and immobilized. Run, I shouted, the camera striking the puppet and amp, Oppo's head, splattering droplets that were indistinguishable between paint and blood. Turning around, I noticed several children paralyzed with fear. I kicked the puppet aside again, urging, run, to the first floor, back the way we came. I scooped up Sakura, disregarding everyone else, and dashed towards the ground floor, my earlier kick feeling as if I had struck flesh. How could the mannequin be moving erratically? Upon reaching the first floor, as I approached the art room, the ajar door swung open by itself, revealing yet another vacant face peering out. Oh no, I had completely forgotten about the one inside the art room. Remembering that I had cradled this puppet in my arms moments ago sent a wave of revulsion through me. Trapped between advancing dangers, I glanced back to see the puppets from the second floor pursuing us. Though they moved slowly, the sense of dread was palpable. In a panic, the 3 children and I hurriedly sought refuge in a restroom at the far end of the first floor. Close the door, and whatever you do, Don and Oppo's, make a sound, I whispered, squeezing into the last stall with Sakura and Hidemu, while the larger Shuefei hid in the second to last. Silence. In the cramped, dark space, fear enveloped us, and I struggled to steady my racing heart. Exhaling softly, I pressed my ear against the door. The sound of the puppets and amp, Oppo's footsteps echoed in the corridor, with one voice drawing nearer to the restroom. Top! 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 He is coming. My brows knitted tightly, lips sealed as I focused intently on the sounds in the hallway. The footsteps passed by the restroom door, but did not enter. They merely continued onward. That was close. My heart raced, and the tension in my furrowed brow began to ease. Tap, 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 tap. Before I could catch my breath, That tormenting sound circled back. Silently, it halted at the restroom door. Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in. Hidemu's lips trembled, as if he had finally grasped the notion of fear. After what felt like an eternity, just as we believed the puppet had left, the door outside creaked open. Bang! The first stall's wooden door was forced open. Bang! The second stall's door followed suit. I clenched my teeth, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting the guillotine. This final moment was excruciating. There were only 6 stalls in the restroom, and soon, the third and fourth were flung open. At the fifth stall where Xia Fei was hiding, the door shook, and a hand grasped the handle. Bang! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Xia Fei screamed. And in that instant, I shoved the wooden door open, snatched Sakura, and bolted outside. At this moment, self-preservation took precedence, leaving no room for concern for others. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of Xia Fei's contorted face, twisted in terror, but I could not save him. I sprinted with all my might, escaping. Keep up, keep up, Hidemu urged from behind as we raced to the art classroom and leaped out the window. When my feet finally touched the desolate path of the campus, I breathed a sigh of relief. You all saw that, right? This place is extremely dangerous. I will find a way to rescue Xia Fei and Shenming, so don't complicate matters for me. I set Sakura down, handing her over to Hidemu. You take her home, and have an adult call the police, understood? Hidemu showed no intention of watching over Sakura. He seemed too terrified, shaking off my hand. I want to stay with her. You take care of her. Hidemu spoke with unwavering resolve, as if his words carried a deeper meaning. I observed the nuances but chose not to elaborate further. In any case, let us head home. This school holds too many mysteries. Home! My parents only care about making money. If I died outside, they probably wouldn't even notice. Can this place truly be called home? Hidemu's words left me momentarily speechless. I glanced at the ominous experimental building, the echo of Xia Fei's desperate wails lingering in my ears. Death is far more terrifying than one can imagine. He was reluctant to leave, and I could not forcibly drive him away. After checking the equipment, the camera was still operational, and the live stream's comments were flooding in. The viewership had inexplicably exceeded 500. Yet, there were no donations. I slipped my phone into my pocket, pondering which building to venture to next when Hidemu suddenly tugged at my clothing. Streamer, I need to use the restroom. I had anticipated he would share something monumental. All right, let us go. Sakura, stay put and don't wander off. I led Hidemu to a thicket a few meters away. As we walked, Hidemu suddenly spoke in a raspy voice. Streamer, have you noticed something strange about Sakura? My eyes narrowed slightly, numerous hypotheses flashing through my mind. Yet I merely replied, what is strange about her? Besides, you're friends. How would I know? I wasn't too well acquainted with her. She was a girl that Shenming had brought back. Brought back? Hidemu's remark piqued my curiosity. He nodded. Shenming, Xia Fei, and I all live nearby. We grew up hearing adults warn about a haunted school in an isolated area that we shouldn't enter, although curiosity drove us to explore it in daylight as children. We had never ventured here at night. What does this have to do with Sakura? As we grew older and nearly forgot about this place, Sakura appeared. Each time, she would sit along the path we took home. It's important to note that after evening study sessions, it would already be 8 or 9:00 and Oppo's clock. This little girl was wandering the streets alone. Did she not have a family? Upon careful reflection, there were many contradictions in Hidemu and Oppo's statements, but I refrained from pointing them out. Continue. Just a few days ago, Shenming began conversing with Sakura, feeling pity for her plight as a homeless child, and thus decided to involve us in returning Sakura home. Her home isn't inside this school, is it? No, but it's close enough. The address she provided is just behind the school. Hidemu and the others likely had no idea what lay behind the school, but having researched it, I was well aware that it was a burning pit, utilized for waste incineration and potentially for corpse disposal. So you came here? Hidemu's voice grew softer. Yes, now that I think about it. The name Sakura is only one character away from the ghost doll Hanako that circulates around the campus. Do you think they could be the same person? Or perhaps the same spirit? His ominous tone sent shivers down my spine. Reflecting on Sakura and Oppo's various behaviors, it indeed seemed she was different from ordinary children. Logically, a girl her age would have either cried or screamed in such a situation, yet she remained disturbingly calm. Why have you only now revealed such an important matter to me? If you hadn't seen those moving mannequins, would you have believed my words? From the beginning, I've been sharing tales about this school's legends, yet you never took them to heart. Now look at the outcome. Shen Meng and Shui Fei have met their fates, and I am likely next, with you not escaping either. Hidemu lowered his head, walking silently for a stretch, then suddenly halted. What is wrong? We cannot sit idly by. I have conceived an excellent plan that should put an end to this nightmare. His youthful face bore a hint of pallor, his eyes shining like those of a black cat. Suddenly caught off guard by his intense gaze, I felt a twinge of unease. Do tell. We should join forces and kill Sakura. It is hard to fathom that such words as murder could escape the lips of a child. After the initial shock, I managed to muster a strained smile. Whether Sakurako is human or specter, it remains merely your conjecture. Until a complete chain of evidence is established, your actions amount to murder. I patted Shimu's shoulder and turned to leave. In the eerie ambience of the campus, Sakurako sat forlornly by the flower bed, resembling an abandoned doll. Do not be afraid. I shall escort you from this school at once. Gently lifting the girl, I acknowledged the importance of the task at the underworld showcase. Yet I could not bear to witness the demise of the little girl here. As I made my way towards the school gate, before I could take more than a few steps, the ever-silent Sakurako leaned close and whispered in my ear, "Hurry and leave. The three of them are all spirits." Chapter 30, Girls' Dormitory. Whom to trust? Sakura in my arms felt weightless, so delicate that I could lift her with a single hand, as if she possessed no mass at all. After uttering those words, Sakura nestled her head against my shoulder, remaining silent. Were it not for the lingering warmth of the girl beside my ear, I would have questioned whether she had spoken at all. Before I reached the school gate, Shimoku had already caught up, brandishing a rattan cane and gesturing with a knowing look. His intent was clear. Hesitate no longer, take action. Both were attempting to persuade me in their own ways. My footsteps faltered, and I feigned an inner struggle. Whom should I believe? Setting Sakura down, I glanced at my phone. The Super Thriller Live channel was rife with conflicting opinions. Broadcaster, have you lost your mind? Shimoku is undoubtedly a ghost. He's been manipulating you from the start. That four-corner game was just you playing with three specters. Nonsense. The boy is merely mentally unstable, not a ghost. It and amp, oppose, as Sakura who and amp, oppose, as strange and unnatural. She and amp, oppose, as clearly possessed. Agreed. The livestream camera was close to Sakura and amp, oppose, as face, and I observed her for 3 minutes. Her expression didn't change at all. Definitely a case of reanimation. Which normal high school student casually mentions murder? Shimoku is the ghost. If I'm wrong, I'll castrate myself live. Is there a professional who can explain this? Is Ching-chung and amp, oppose. As Lu Bansheng here? Calling Bansheng, over. Calling your sister and amp, oppose. S. Bansheng. I'll bet 100 underworld coins that Shimoku is the ghost. 100 underworld coins? How embarrassing. Tealing's Biao Yi has tipped the Super Thriller Live channel 999 underworld coins. I bet 999 underworld coins that they are all ghosts. Biao Yi is so domineering. I smiled faintly. No matter how perilous the situation, reading the viewers and oppos comments always helped me regain composure. Compared to my first live stream, my popularity had increased 5-fold, and the skepticism had diminished. In truth, I had already discerned who was human and who was a ghost, but it was not yet time to reveal it. To prevent the vengeful spirits from becoming enraged and driving me to my doom, the charade had to continue. I would not leave this place until I found Shinming. Shui Fei and amp, oppose, as chances were slim, but observing the interior of the experiment building, there seemed to be no trace of Shinming. She must be elsewhere. I crouched down in front of the two. Do not doubt your companions. Do not abandon hope. If we descend into chaos, none of us may survive. Encouraging them, I picked up the camera, preparing to move to the next building. Shimoku, what business do your parents run? They're always away from home. Are they that busy? I don't know. I rarely see them. Anyway, it must be a large enterprise. What's your father's name? I might have heard of him. Wang Hai. Oh, Mr. Wang. Shimoku was not in the mood for conversation, and I would not force it. I had already asked what I needed to know. Besides the experiment building, the closest structure to the teaching building was the girls' and Oppo's dormitory. After circling around, I discovered that the dormitory had no main entrance, only side doors on the left and right. It was the first time I had seen a dormitory built facing away from the sun. How could anyone live here? Girls and Oppo's dormitories were already full of yin energy, and the building was sandwiched between the boys and Oppo's dormitory and the teaching building, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Are you sure you want to go in? Having witnessed Xue Fei's demise, Shimoku had become cautious, careful in every way. I shook the side door of the dormitory. The chains were merely decorative, and the wooden door opened easily. You go in if you want. I wanted Oppo's tea. Shimoku retreated a few steps, while Sakura stood by my side. Strange sounds echoed occasionally in the dark corridor, sending shivers down one and Oppo's spine just from looking at it from the outside. Don and Oppo's blame me for not warning you. Once you enter, you may not be as lucky as last time. Shimoku was averse to this place. Hesitant, I raised the camera and took a few steps inside. The entrance was where the dormitory administrator resided. The room was unlocked, and inside, besides the bed and wardrobe, there was a large notice board leaning against the wall. Several notices were posted on it. Perhaps because they were kept indoors, the words on these papers were clear. Regarding the death of Shin Mengting, bed number 4118. The police have investigated and concluded that the case is a suicide. The school has initiated psychological intervention measures to accommodate the girls on the same floor who are afraid to return to their dormitories at night. The school has arranged for them to reside temporarily in Dormitory Building 1 for a period of time. The notice was issued on a day in April 5 years ago. I stroked my chin. The police had intervened in the death of a student at New Shanghai High School, but I had never heard the police academy instructor mention it 5 years ago. Here, I should explain that most of the teachers in charge of police academy internships are active criminal police officers. They usually serve as instructors to provide students with practical explanations, bringing major and special cases from that time into the classroom for case analysis. For a small number of students with potential, the teachers will take the initiative to discuss in depth with them, using divergent thinking to conduct multi-party reasoning. 5 years ago, I had been exposed to numerous murder cases, but I had never heard the words New Shanghai High School from any of my teachers. Could it really be suicide? I considered another possibility. The case involved significant implications, and even the active criminal police officers at the time dared not reveal any information about it. Tearing off the notice and stuffing it into my pocket, I found a large bunch of keys with dormitory numbers on them in the administrator and Oppo's drawer. The notice provided 2 pieces of information. First, the deceased was named Shin Mengting. Second, her dormitory was 4118. Shin Mengting and Shun Meng differed by only 1 character. Was this an implication? I shook the keys in my hand and walked out of the room. Shimoku and Sakura were standing outside the door. I waved at them. I'm going upstairs. If you don't want to come, stay outside and don't wander around. Wait, I'll go with you. Shimoku avoided Sakura and ran into the dormitory. All right, Sakura, be careful. The little girl stood alone outside the door, and I couldn't help but look back at her before going up the stairs. The girl was staring straight at my back, her gaze like that of someone looking at a dead person. The dormitory floor was tiled and very clean. There was no clutter in the stairwell, which was much better than the dilapidated stairs in the teaching building. I went up to the 4th floor in one breath, counting the numbers on the doors. 4111, 4112. 4118, this was it. Using my phone for light, I struggled to find the right key in the large bunch. In the dark, enclosed environment, standing in front of the deceased and Oppo's door, fear sprouted in the eerie campus. Shimoku was like a frightened monkey, looking around, clutching my clothes tightly. Did you notice something following us? He stared blankly into the depths of the stairwell. I felt like something was coming up the stairs. Damn it, don't be so jumpy. I focused on finding the key, and Shimoku's words made me swear. My hands were sweating, and I felt a little flustered. I'm not lying to you. He shrank his neck. At this moment, all the light was focused on the keys in my hand, and all around was impenetrable darkness. That thing seems closer. I feel like it and Oppo's on the 3rd floor. Shimoku and amp, oppose. S-words made me feel uneasy, and I gradually began to feel the same way. There was indeed something approaching. A similar thought flashed through my mind. It wasn't an amp, oppose, T footsteps, and there was no sound, but I could strangely sense something approaching. It was coming up from downstairs, slowly, like a vast expanse of lifeless shadow. The darkness in the corridor was even heavier, making it hard to breathe. Haven't you found it yet? Hurry up. Or should we run? Don't make so much noise. I'm looking. My hands moved with increasing urgency. Yet the more frantic I became, the more elusive my goal felt. Damn it. How could there be so many rooms in this building? Cold sweat trickled down my forehead as I sensed something rapidly approaching from the unseen darkness at the stairway, just behind me. Hurry, hurry. The voice of Shiomu trembled with anxiety, as if pale hands were reaching out from the shadows. At last, I found the key. I had no time to grab my camera. I clutched Shiomu, and we entered dormitory 4118. Bang! The door slammed shut, and we leaned against it, silently listening for any sound from outside. There was nothing, just an eerie stillness, as if the chilling sensation we had just felt was merely a figment of our imagination. It couldn't an amp, oppose, TB. The camera outside was functioning normally. I retrieved my phone from the Underworld show, where the horrifying live stream was currently showcasing the scene in the corridor. In the profound darkness, I could vaguely discern a blood-red skirt fluttering just outside the door. Chapter 31. The Bloodstained Love Letter. What is that? A look of confusion crossed my face as I glanced down at Shiomu, who was curled up in fear, trembling and mumbling incoherently. My phone screen displayed the image of a red dress fluttering outside the door, showing no signs of leaving. I took a deep breath, recalling all the legends about the campus, yet there seemed to be no mention of a red dress. I needed to stay calm. At least we were safe for now. With the door blocked and no way out, I began to search the room. The deceased, Shin Mingting, had occupied bed number 1. For boarding students, the dormitory is a repository of secrets, and I hope to uncover something here. I wasn't oppose, being overly bold. I was merely observing the terrifying scenes outside through the phone. Alongside the horror, there were messages from viewers commenting on the situation. What a cowardly host, running away instead of facing the danger. Where's the host now? Value your stream. What is this floating object? It an amp, oppose. That's making me shudder. Oh, divine beings, protect me with the power of the comments. What is an amp, oppose, protecting with comments and amp, oppose, even mean? The viewers were flooding the chat with messages, and somehow, the red dress outside felt less terrifying. In dormitory 4118, there were 4 girls living together, all beds located on the 2nd floor, while the 1st floor housed desks and wardrobes. Shin Mingting occupied bed number 1. I opened the corresponding wardrobe, but most of the belongings had been removed, leaving only a couple of tattered garments. I checked the pockets of the clothing, finding nothing, and turned my attention to the desk. Upon opening the drawer, beneath a pile of scrap paper and test papers, I discovered a book titled Love, disguised as monologue. Love is unbearable to behold. Solitude is the only truth. You are dangerous and cunning, leaving me with nothing but despair and desolation. I smirked. This book hardly seemed like something a high school student would enjoy. Flipping to the first page, I found a delicate bookmark inscribed with the words, Your Knight, Gao Jian. Curiously, the back of the bookmark bore another elegant line, My beloved slave. The book appeared new, the bookmark resting untouched on the title page, suggesting its owner had little fondness for it. As I casually flipped through the pages, several letters fell out. I picked one up and noticed it bore a date and a name. These were likely love letters from Gao Jian to Shin Mingting. They were neatly packaged, and it was evident that Shin Mingting had never opened them. Poor Gao Jian had silently endured, reduced to a mere pawn in Shin Mingting's eyes, someone to be commanded at will. I arranged the dust-covered letters by their mailing dates, the first dated 6 years prior. Upon opening the envelope, I found, as expected, a declaration of love penned by a bashful boy who had mustered all his courage. The word struck me as juvenile and laughable, yet for Gao Jian at that time, each letter brimmed with fervent affection. The 2nd and 3rd letters continued in this vein, but by the 4th letter, a shift in tone emerged. Why did you give the gift I gave you to him? Why must I run errands for him? Why must I hide in the closet? watching you too be affectionate. You deliberately flaunt your body before him. Do you not realize the torment this inflicts upon me? At this point, I stroke my chin. To bring about someone into amp, oppose, as ruin, one must first incite their madness. Gao Jian's sanity was gradually being eroded by Shen Mengting. I opened the 5th letter, dated 5 years ago. I'm sorry, it's my fault. All my fault. Please don't ignore me. I would give everything for you. I would even be your dog. In this school filled with monsters, only you are different. I cannot live without you. I will obey you. I will listen to everything you say. In this letter, Gao Jian poured out his heart. Perhaps by then Shen Mengting had already moved on with someone else, growing weary of her ever-obedient shadow. You write so sincerely, but alas, the recipient never even bothered to open the letter. Shen Mengting had never taken Gao Jian seriously. The letters, once received, were merely tucked away in a book, buried beneath the scrap paper. What a stubborn fool he was. One cannot force sweetness from a bitter fruit. I sensed that a tragedy was set to unfold. The 6th letter read, Enough. I've had enough. Shen Mengting, if you continue to be with him, do not blame me for doing something you will regret for all eternity. I swear, I will ruin you. A deranged individual teetered on the brink of destruction. What would Gao Jian do? I could not fathom the answer. So I opened the 7th letter. Look, the bright red blood stains the entire table. The police have arrived, but who would suspect me? The one who has always been bullied, the weakest, the one with no presence. Could it really be me, the murderer? Ha! Shen Mengting, you will regret this. I will kill everyone who has seduced you. I am your knight, and you are my most noble princess. His words were a cacophony of madness. I could almost envision a frail boy brandishing a knife, hysterical before me. I opened the 8th letter. You asked what I could do for you? I would give my life for you. The small gift inside this envelope is proof of my resolve. Shaking the envelope, I discover an object inside and laid it on the table, shining my phone's light on it. Wrapped in layers of cling film was a severed fingertip. This boy must be possessed. The severed piece was a little pinky, though decayed and misshapen. I recognized it at once. The 8th letter was concise, but it was evident that by this time, Shen Mengting's feelings toward Gao Jian remained lukewarm, perhaps even tinged with disdain, as the envelope had never been opened. Setting the book aside, I opened the final love letter. Shen Mengting, I know you have never liked me. I understand now. I no longer desire anything from you. You're just like them. No, you're even more despicable. Gao Jian finally saw the truth. He inflicted pain upon himself without garnering any sympathy or kindness, as the world offered him only malice. Accept my final gift. It is not only for you, but for everyone who has ever bullied me. I have drunk the antidote given by the Buddha. I will drown myself in the purification tank, and I will curse you all. I will await you in hell. I will watch each of you suffer through my torment. Having read all 9 letters, I was filled with both horror and a tinge of sorrow. If someone at the school had shown Gao Jian compassion and concern, perhaps he would not have descended into this abyss. If Shen Mengting had only taken a moment to open the letters, the tragedy could have been averted. Alas, there are no ifs in life. I held the final letter, reading it repeatedly, noting a particular detail. He drank the antidote given by the Buddha. The Buddha? I had never heard of any enlightened being who would cruelly take innocent lives for the sake of one person's wish, then refuse to be reincarnated, remaining trapped in the campus of their former life. This did not seem like the actions of the Buddha. Could it be? Was this Buddha referring to the two-faced Buddha? If we were to consider the actions of the two-faced Buddha in the Anshin Inn, it would make sense. Yet, what connection could there be between the Anshin Inn and Xinhu High School? The letters revealed much information, but also raised countless questions. There are still such foolish men in the world, willing to become a woman and oppose. S-Dog. As I read the subsequent letters, Xiaomu sat beside me, his words filled with ridicule toward Gao Jian, as if this mockery was an ingrained instinct within him. In truth, he was rather pitiable. I refrained from judging Gao Jian's actions. It is my personal habit never to define the character of a criminal, for behind most madness lies a twisted life story. How could he single-handedly take revenge on the entire school? Xiaomu curiously poked at the severed fingertip on the table. My goodness, how disgusting. Isn't it all clearly written in the letters? He must have ingested some form of poison before plunging into the purification tank, resulting in everyone who had consumed the school and damp, Oppos, tap water that day becoming entranced, lost in a haze of confusion. I surmise that those individuals in the infirmary succumbed to the same fate due to their inadvertent consumption of the tap water, which ultimately led them to leap from the heights. With a faint, elusive smile gracing my lips, I carefully tucked away the 9th letter. Do you believe I am correct? Xiaomu nodded earnestly, as if struck by a revelation. How did I not consider that? Surely, it had not crossed your mind. I chuckled softly, continuing nonchalantly. Had you been able to foresee this on that fateful day, you undoubtedly would have refrained from drinking the school's tap water. Indeed, that holds true. The atmosphere within the dormitory abruptly thickened, the silence so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. Chapter 32. The woman in red, when did you realize? After a brief pause, Xiaofu awkwardly responded. From the very moment I laid eyes upon the 4 of you, doubts began to stir within me. As I retreated to the doorway, I distanced myself from Xiaofu. The surroundings of Xinhua School were nothing but desolate land, and regardless of the direction one approached from, the ground would inevitably be muddied. Yet, in the corridor of the classroom where we met, it was pristine, save for the solitary footprint of my shoes. Thus, it could be inferred that you did not enter from the outside, but rather were always present within the campus. Hence, whether it be the 3 of you or Sakura, I could never place my trust in you. With a somber expression, Xiaofu gradually lowered his head, the dim light casting an even more sinister shadow upon him. If you have always known we are not human, why then did you willingly engage in our games? Why assist us in searching for Shenming? Life is but a performance reliant on skillful acting. As an ordinary individual devoid of special talents, my only means of survival here is to employ my wits. A smile graced my lips. I refrain from exposing your true identities, engaging in play with you merely to seize the initiative, to make you complacent, to relax and perceive the situation as a game, thereby sparing my life. As long as I can survive, what does it matter to indulge in a few games with ghosts? Xiaofu's countenance grew increasingly grim, patches of varying sizes appearing upon his pale skin. So, you have been deceiving us all along? What? Are you enraged by shame? I waved my hand dismissively. It and oppose. That's not deception, merely playful banter with you little spirits. How audacious my current demeanor must appear to them, utterly unrepentant. Upon hearing my words, Xiaofu stepped closer, his clothing appearing tattered, and blood seemed to seep from his feet. Xiaofu, in my eyes, you are the most astute among the spirits. Do not act foolishly. Since I have laid everything bare, I naturally must retain a means of retreat. Do you recall my inquiry about your father and aunt? Oppos. S-name? Your surname is Wang. Full name, Wang Xiaofu. The school uniform on the 2nd bed in the infirmary belongs to you. Moreover, traces of Shui Fei and Shenming can be found within this school. You are the victims of 5 years past, souls cursed to die by Gao Jian, unable to be reborn. Poor souls, forever wandering this eerie ghost school, enduring the terror of Gao Jian for eternity. In truth, I do feel a measure of sympathy for you. Your past transgressions have long been atoned for, yet your souls remain restless. Compared to the errors you committed, this punishment seems excessively cruel. Perhaps my words struck a nerve, for Xiaofu halted his advance. We do not require your sympathy. Soon enough, you shall become like us. His voice was hoarse, as if he were gnawing on something within his throat. A mutually beneficial agreement can be forged. You may slay me and imprison my soul here. But before that, I have a proposition. Speak. Allow me to assist you in liberation, to aid you in attaining Buddhahood. Just you? How can you know unless you try? Seeing Xiaofu lost in contemplation, the patches of decay upon him began to recede, and my anxious heart gradually found solace. This life or death negotiation appeared to be tipping in my favor. From the moment I received the notification regarding the optional tasks in the Underworld show, I found myself perplexed. Why would the task require playing games on campus? What games? With whom? How? In a place steeped in ominous energy, it was impossible for any living souls to exist. Thus the answer was simple. I was to play games with ghosts, and the more, the better. Initially, I complied with the requirements. But as the veil of mystery surrounding the campus began to lift, I realized that the spirits within were not merely one or two, and there existed irreconcilable conflicts among them. One side was the perpetrator of the entire tragedy, while the other comprised the victims imprisoned here. If my suspicions were correct, the one orchestrating everything from the shadows was Gao Jian, Xiaofu, Shunming, and the others were akin to puppets, existing solely to perform for Gao Jian, endlessly reiterating fear and despair to absolve themselves of guilt. This imbalance piqued my senses, and I resolved to take the initiative and confront the spirits. The sins you have committed, the torment endured over the past 5 years, have sufficed as atonement. If you do not resist now, do you intend to be enslaved for eternity, forever remaining as playthings? I have participated in civil litigation and served as a mediation lawyer. Though I initially did so to make a living, my past experiences have taught me how to persuade others. You need not hesitate. You may slay me at any moment. But should you miss this opportunity, you will forever remain trapped in your fate. Ultimately, Xiaofu was swayed by my words, reverting to his normal appearance. I can trust you, but if by dawn you have not broken the curse, then you shall stay with us forever. It is a promise. My declaration to aid Xiaofu was nothing more than idle talk, with no assurance. I merely sought to buy time. After all, faced with death, why not take a gamble? To demonstrate your sincerity, could you allow the female ghost in the red dress at the entrance to depart? Such trifles do not intimidate me. Grasping my phone, I vigilantly observed the movements outside. The camera no longer captured the crimson skirt, yet I could not dismiss the possibility of her lurking just beyond its view. Ready to strike the moment, I opened the door. The woman in red? Xiaofu and Amp. Oppos. S expression turned peculiar. This is the first time I have encountered that entity within the school. Is she not Shunming? The situation diverged from my expectations. Shunming had perished, or rather, tonight she had met her end. What do you mean by that? Sighing, Xiaofu wore a pained expression. We are but faint remnants of consciousness, released nightly by Gao Jian to endure the harrowing fears of the past, akin to a recurring nightmare. When our will is tormented to the breaking point, our dissolution signifies death. You have spoken a truth. We are merely puppets dancing in Gao Jian's palm, devoid of freedom, forever unable to escape. If Shunming and Xue Fei do not return tonight, might the woman in red be another of your classmates? Uncertain if Xiaofu was deceiving me, I probed deeper for more information. Shaking his head, Xiaofu revealed a crucial detail. Students under the curse all don uniforms, while outsiders differ, like Sakura. Her origins remain a mystery to me. Silent and seemingly adrift in a dream, Sakura is also an outsider. When did she appear? About a year ago. She claimed to be waiting for someone. However, do not be deceived by her appearance. She appears innocuous, yet harbors a heavy resentment. Even we steer clear of her. As adults, Xiaofu and I possess different modes of thought, our actions driven by purpose. What motives do the myriad spirits lurking within Xinhua High possess? Surely, there exists a treasure within this school of use to the spirits, explaining the calamity that has befallen it. I have never heard of any such treasure in our school. Merely, at its inception, a madman pointed at our school gate, claiming it encroached upon his ancestral grave, cursing for 3 days and nights before being escorted away by security. Xiaofu shrugged. I find your curiosity boundless. Perhaps you should abandon your role as a streamer and instead narrate for 8,000 Ys. I coughed twice to mask my embarrassment, feeling somewhat disoriented, being lectured by a mere spirit. To return to the matter at hand, since you are all cursed by Gao Jian, locating him would likely resolve many issues. You cannot find him. We have wandered this school for 5 years without discovering his whereabouts. We only know he lurks in the shadows, watching us, but do not know where he conceals himself. I can empathize with Xiaofu's despair. Do not fret. I am an expert in locating missing persons and uncovering bodies. The tragic incident at Xinhua High School has not been disclosed to the outside world. To manage the numerous corpses, it is imperative to transport them discreetly. Incinerating them on-site is the most prudent approach. Let us first examine the water tank where Gao Jian drowned, and then proceed to the incineration pit used for waste disposal at the school. After reaching an agreement with Xiaomu, I tucked the dormitory key into my pocket. The The girl in the red dress might have left, and we must hurry out. Grasping the handle and twisting the lock, I flung open the door, snatched up the camera, and dashed toward the staircase. Run! It seemed she was pursuing us. Without needing to glance back, I knew precisely whom Xiaomu referred to. I sprinted with all my might, leaping 3 or 4 steps at a time, finally escaping the girls in Oppo's dormitory unscathed. Let an Oppo's, go. Head to the water treatment center immediately, and don't let her catch up. Instinctively, I scooped up the dazed Sakurako sitting by the roadside and ran into the distance. No need for alarm. It appeared she had not followed. Casting a glance back, I saw the red figure standing at the second-floor window of the girls' dormitory, seemingly waving at me. A chill ran down my spine. This time, I clearly discerned that the woman was not clad in a long skirt, but rather in a wedding gown, as crimson as fresh blood. Why did her silhouette seem so familiar? Shaking off this peculiar thought, I followed Xiaomu and Oppo's lead to the water treatment center. Pushing open the door, I entered a modest room filled with water pipes, with a boiler for heating water at the back, connected to several large storage tanks. He had drowned within one of them. Climbing atop the tank, I opened the narrow 1-foot-wide inlet, releasing a putrid stench. Illuminating the interior with my phone, I found a vast tank devoid of water, a dark void where nothing was visible. Wait outside. I need to take a look inside. The narrow opening barely allowed my passage, and I struggled to crawl inside. The space was dim and confined, an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear enveloping me. Perhaps it had not been open for a long time. The tank was thin on oxygen, and I fought against the suffocating sensation as I hurriedly searched for anything of use. The ground beneath me was slippery. I bent slightly and soon spotted a tattered school uniform in the corner of the tank. Just as I reached out to grasp it, a boy and Oppo's voice suddenly echoed in my ear. Why did you kill me? Who? I spun around, but there was nothing in sight. At that moment, the only exit above me, the 1-foot-wide inlet, was abruptly slammed shut from the outside. Chapter 33. Carrying the corpse Sakurako. Hidemoku. I frantically pounded on the metal surface of the water tank. Open the lid. Please, open the lid. No one responded, and I felt my sanity slipping away. The air within was stagnant, and after shouting several times, dizziness overwhelmed me, leaving me gasping for breath. My arms grew weak, and the phone slipped from my palm onto the ground. The tank was not large, yet I could not find an exit. I desperately searched inch by inch until my face turned a sickly shade of blue, my veins bulging. I had never experienced such terror. It was a primal fear of death, unconnected to any specter. Severely deprived of oxygen, I rubbed my cheeks with my hands, my nails digging deep enough to draw blood. The pain was unbearable, rendering me voiceless, curled up at the bottom of the tank like a fish drained of its life. Why do you want to kill me? In my haze, that voice echoed once more. Struggling to open my eyes, I imagined a boy with a bleeding pinky jumping into the tank, closing the lid himself, slowly sinking into the cold, dark water. Loneliness and fear enveloped him, and instinctively, his body began to thrash in desperation, calling for help. Yet no one answered until all his organs ceased to function and his body turned cold and rigid. I did not wish to die. But why do you want to kill me? That lifeless body floated closer to me, its bulging eyes staring. Why do you want to kill me? In my semi-conscious state, I summoned my last ounce of strength to push him away, but it was futile. Icy hands gripped my throat. Why do you want to kill me? A resounding slap struck my face, shattering the darkness like glass, revealing a delicate, refined face staring back at me. Sakurako? It dawned on me that I was lying in the tank, my body damp. The boy I had seen and the voice I had heard vanished, as if they were mere figments of my imagination. Are you all right? Hidemoku stood above the water tank. Thankfully, Sakurako noticed something was wrong. Otherwise, you might never have woken up. I stumbled to my feet and leaned over the water inlet, gasping for the fresh air outside. What I just witnessed seemed to be the scene of Gao Jian's death. He was shouting and struggling, claiming that you killed him. Everyone at Shinhu High School is living in fear. Who would care about him? Besides, if we had been able to eliminate him early on, perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. Hidemoku had a point. Guijunjia had always been watching us from the shadows. He would not allow you to carry out your investigation smoothly. After Hidemoku's words, I realized how perilous my situation was. I could easily become a victim of that vengeful spirit. Honestly, I had been terrified moments ago, having fallen into a trap unknowingly, and the lingering dread would likely prevent me from entering confined spaces alone for some time. Sakurako, please stay with me for a while. I am feeling a bit anxious. Regardless of whether she was human or ghostly, she had saved me, and I should trust her a little more. I found my fallen phone and shone the light into the corner of the tank, where a tattered school uniform lay discarded. This must be Guijunjia's keepsake. I spread the uniform across the metal surface. The back showed no abnormalities, but the spot touching the chest, there was a dark stain of blood. This was strange. The blood stain on the uniform had soaked through from the wound on the deceased's chest, yet it appeared evenly distributed, unlike a penetration wound caused by a sharp object. I held the uniform against myself, pressing my hand down on the area where the blood was most pronounced. This location corresponds to the heart. What kind of wound could cause uniform bleeding and be difficult to heal? 2 words flashed through my mind: skinning. Remembering Guijunjia's act of severing his pinky to gift to Shun Mingting, any remaining pity I had for him evaporated. He had completely lost his sanity. Though he still bore the appearance of humanity, his actions were akin to those of a devil, psychologically twisted and heedless of consequences. Searching through the pockets of the uniform, I found a class photo, but it had been too soaked in water, rendering the faces indistinct. He must have taken the photo with him to the grave. Not out of nostalgia, but as a medium for a curse, ensuring that all in the photograph would suffer. I tucked the photo into my pocket alongside Guijunjia's final love letter, continuing my search for any further clues. Let us go. It's time to incinerate the pit. This nightmare needs to reach its conclusion. Climbing out of the water tank, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I just needed to follow the leads to find Guijunjia's corpse. The waste disposal area lay deep within the campus, overgrown with weeds, and with each step, I felt an increasing desolation. The cold wind seeped through my clothes, and the thought of numerous bodies potentially buried beneath the ground hastened my pace. Here we are. 2 small houses were adjacent to the school's wall, their doors locked, with peculiar seals plastered across the windows. Host, we cannot accompany you further. We cannot enter this house. Upon nearing the incineration pit, Hidemoku's expression turned grim, her smooth skin showing signs of cracking uncontrollably. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hidemoku's reaction seemed tied to the seals on the windows. As I approached, I noticed strange symbols drawn on all the seals. Having learned from my previous experience at the Anshin Inn, I refrained from recklessly tearing them down. At this moment, it was wise to consult a professional. I sought help in the live broadcast room, but many were charlatans, boasting with little reliability. Is Liu Banzian here? Liu Banzian from beneath Qingcheng Mountain? Now I regretted not appreciating his presence sooner. But unfortunately, he was offline today. Yuan Shun, soul-calling talisman? Just a piece of low-grade talisman paper? One comment among the barrage caught my attention, from a user named Daoist 1E. I took note of him not for his wisdom, but for his grandiose demeanor, speaking as if he were invincible. Human life is at stake. Dear viewers, do you have any good strategies? Call the police. Our live stream's signature move is to call the police at the slightest disagreement. Call the police for what? You listen to me. First kick the door 3 times. Then use your inner strength to disperse the evil spirits. As they say, night kicking the widow's door is the way to rise above. I shall enlighten you with my references. A bunch of nonsensical individuals. Host, you should listen to me. I am a professional, a 3rd-term student at Harbin Buddhist Academy, well-versed in Guanyin City. The comments flew by, and I stood at the door, hesitant to act, paying close attention to the ID of Daoist 1E. Yuan Shun is one of the 8 character deities, also known as the Great Consumption, which is extremely ominous. When encountering ominous signs, the danger increases, especially towards the end of a prosperous fortune. Men encounter ugliness, leading to chaos and slander, gluttonous and lewd behavior. Women encounter calamities, their voices harsh and their nature mixed, engaging in indecency and bearing rebellious children. The corpse within harbors the Yuan Shan curse. In life, it bore the Yuan Shan, and in death, it transformed into a vengeful spirit, filled with resentment. Ordinary talismans are utterly ineffective against it. The Yuan Shun soul-calling talisman merely serves as a temporary measure to contain it. I focused on Taoist Wan Yi's comments. Although I could not discern the intricacies, he seemed far more credible than the others. How can one destroy the Yuan Shin curse? Taoist Wan Yi, do you have any brilliant methods? I lowered my stance. Appearing aloof might drive him away, and that would truly be regrettable. You, a mere mortal, dare to oppose the Yuan Shin? Ridiculous, laughable. Liu Banxian had said something similar to me once, albeit in a much more tactful manner. Taoist, if your knowledge truly reaches the heavens, please guide me. I would be immensely grateful. The mastery of the way may not reach the heavens yet. Reflecting upon the past 50 years, few cultivators can truly match my prowess. Nevertheless, today, I shall impart to you a perilous yet life-saving technique. Within the livestream, numerous viewers expressed their disdain for this pompous and arrogant voice. While I quietly pondered whether this individual was merely a severe case of delusions or a genuinely talented practitioner of the Tao, you, lacking in knowledge and skill, must possess an unwavering courage to unravel the Yuan Shun. Only by defying adversity can you uncover a glimmer of hope amidst the abyss of death. Taoist, there is no need for your commentary. Just instruct me on what to do. The divine spirits are fierce. Without a ghost to guide one's fate, transformation cannot occur. And without the presence of death, authority cannot be attained. I require you to maintain a focused mind, unafraid and undeterred, to seek out the corpse bearing the Yuan Shun amidst the mountains of cadavers, and then carry the body upon your back. Carry the corpse? Find a place where the moonlight is clear and drop it from a height. If it shatters into pieces, you shall have no worries tonight. However, should its vengeful spirit linger, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 34. The 13th step. I have encountered numerous corpses and witnessed forensic examinations. Yet all were conducted under stringent protective measures, such as sterile gloves and isolation suits. However, to carry a corpse unprotected and traverse about is a feat that even those professionally engaged in funeral services would find daunting. Must I carry it? If you feel uncomfortable, cradling it in your arms is permissible, but be sure to avoid letting the body touch the ground. This land has been tainted by the malevolent forces of Yuan Shan for far too long, making it susceptible to further aberrations. The other changes that Taoist Wan Yi mentioned filled me with an ominous premonition, prompting me to blink my dry eyes. It would indeed be safer to carry it on my back. Having someone to guide me is preferable to wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, so I resolved to heed Taoist Wan Yi and Amp, Oppos, as instructions. Sakura and Shiomu cowered at a distance, hesitant to approach, revealing that the talismans affixed to the window were not as ineffective as Taoist Wan Yi had claimed. Taking a deep breath to steady my mind, I vowed to remain unflinching regardless of what I might encounter inside. I would not relent until my objective was achieved. I tore down the talisman, sealing the window, and climbed into the modest dwelling. The smaller room outside served as a resting place for workers. It was ordinary and devoid of any anomalies. Yet, merely a doorway, the inner chamber was plastered with seals, accompanied by a sign forbidding entry to outsiders. With the talisman now torn away, retreat was no longer an option. As I stepped into the inner sanctum, a pungent stench assailed my nostrils, a smell that had not dissipated over 5 years, instead fermenting into something even more dreadful due to the confined space. Frowning deeply and holding my breath, I recalled Taoist Wan Yi's words. To persist in the face of adversity is to seek a glimmer of life amidst the brink of death. I would press on. With determination, I ripped the talisman from the door and pushed aside the wooden barrier separating me from the chamber sealed for 5 long years. The hellish scene unfolded before my eyes. Flames devoured, gasoline poured upon the corpses, and vengeful spirits coalesced like dark clouds shrouding the ceiling. My body trembled, my teeth chattered. The reality before me was too vivid and brutal, and even with my extensive experience at crime scenes, I felt profoundly unsettled. My fingers spasmed, and I found myself at a loss for action. Upon touching the first charred remnant, resembling a human form. I felt as if I had crossed into a filthy, alternate reality. My reasoning was correct, yet the execution proved exceedingly arduous. I could not surrender. Fear must not consume me. I must find him. My humanity was tormented, and I clung desperately to my last vestiges of rationality, functioning as a machine in my search throughout the room. I had no knowledge of Gao Jian's appearance, nor did the school possess any remnants of his image. But I held a crucial lead. A palm-sized patch of skin had been excised from his chest. I needed to locate a corpse devoid of skin on the left rib cage, all the while suppressing any signs of fear or wavering resolve. The passage of time elongated infinitely. My thoughts spiraled into chaos, rendering me unable to discern whether I was alive or dead, merely repeating the motions of my hands as my obsession took root like a malignant seed within my heart. Find him. My hands, now blackened. I could not tell how many corpses I had overturned or how much time had elapsed. As I reached the corner, a small, well-preserved skeleton came into view, as if by fate. I dragged the body out, its features charred beyond recognition. Yet, as my gaze fell upon its chest, one side bore the blackened flesh adhering to the bones, while the other side was empty, the heart inexplicably absent. I had found him. The moment I hoisted him onto my back, the entire room quaked, the spirits roiling as if something were awakening. The talismans on the walls fluttered without wind, and several glimmered faintly with a crimson light. The windows rattled. Disregarding everything else, I ensured the body would not touch the ground before striding forth with purpose. As I stepped out of the burning pit, the glass of the adjoining house shattered explosively, the talismans turning to ash, rendered utterly ineffective. The place illuminated by the moonlight beckoned. I had to reach the top of the teaching building. I sprinted, the urgency of life and death propelling me forward. The malevolent spirit, having transformed from Gao Jian, would soon sense my actions. At that moment, neither Sakura nor I would stand a chance. The black smoke billowed within the burning pit, the resentful thoughts materializing in various grotesque forms. I could hear Xia Chi's panicked cries behind me, yet I dared not look back, nor utter a word, and pressed on toward the teaching building. A thunderous crash erupted behind me, the smoke rising violently, as Gao Jian's vengeful spirit broke free. It was over. Xia Chi's face drained of color. We were doomed. Yet there was still a chance. The corpse was his only vulnerability. Gritting my teeth, I finally made it into the teaching building, ascending the dilapidated and cracked staircase. A chilling wind howled behind me, akin to a ravenous beast in pursuit. The weight of the corpse on my back grew heavier. My legs quaked, and a sense of vertigo threatened to engulf me, reminiscent of being trapped within a water tank. Hold on. I bit down on my tongue, blood filling my mouth. The pain kept me alert in those final moments. First floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Before me stood the final staircase leading to the top floor. The last 12 steps would determine the outcome of my life and the vengeful spirit. One step, 2 steps. My legs felt as though they were encumbered with lead. Glancing back, I saw the unrelenting resentment coalesce into a horrific specter, rapidly closing in. Only 10 steps remain. Blood trickled from my lips, and I struggled to lift my leg. Xia Chi's voice echoed in my ears, distorted as he was torn apart by the malevolent spirit, his remains scattering like snowflakes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The demon howled, and a small figure appeared before it. Sakura let out a piercing scream, her face pale as paper, with only her dark, hollow eyes remaining. An astonishing wave of resentment surged from her small frame, as if a bloodied butterfly had emerged from a shattered cocoon. The demon and Appo's advance faltered, and the two became locked in a standoff. I could not discern what transpired behind me, only feeling as though I were burdened by a great mountain. I lifted my leg, only to find my steps growing heavier and slower. 4 steps, 5 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. The 12th step lay beneath me, while Sakura and the demon remained locked in struggle. I could do this. With all my strength, I stepped on the 12th stair, ready to advance. Yet, as I looked down, a 13th step appeared beneath my feet. Impossible. I had counted clearly. I had traversed 12 steps. Why was there an additional one? Stopping in place, it felt as though countless arms were grasping at me. beads of sweat trickling down my forehead as I stared at the unexpected step, uncertain whether to take that final stride. The sounds of conflict below diminished, and Sakura was hurled away like a rag doll, leaving no one to hinder the demon and amp, oppose, s advance. Resentment shifted, the black smoke dissipated, and the grotesque spirit morphed into a frail boy. His features were indistinct, much like his experiences within this school. No one had ever cared for him, nor could anyone recall his visage. Just one step remained. You are the ones who killed me, the ones who forced me to die. You must pay the price. The boy incessantly repeated similar phrases, his resentment intensifying, and the corpse upon my back seemed to come alive, tightening its grip around my throat. They wronged you, but you alone are guilty of murder. I wonder, how deep must your resentment run to have killed so many and still not relent? Aware of my impending demise, I ceased to struggle. You all deserve to die. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. The boy advanced step by step, enveloping me in darkness. He passed by me, but did not strike immediately. Instead, he stepped onto the 13th stair. In that fleeting moment, the path to the rooftop was abruptly obstructed, revealing a pitch-black cavern that seemed to hang suspended in the air. Peering inside, I beheld pale-faced souls clad in school uniforms, weeping, eternally imprisoned in this realm. It dawned on me that ascending to the 13th step indeed allowed one to glimpse another world. This thought consumed my mind as my breath grew labored, and I felt myself leaning toward that abyss. Just as half of my body was on the verge of crossing the threshold, a familiar, melodious voice echoed from afar. Gao Jian, who was calling my name. Blinking through the haze, I could discern at the end of the night a figure in a crimson dress blooming like a fierce flame. Chapter 35. The auspicious red star in a haze of consciousness. A charred corpse on my back dragged me toward the 13th step, as the souls imprisoned within pounded against an unseen barrier. It felt as though an invisible door separated two worlds. My heart beat slower, my eyelids heavy, overwhelmed by an unprecedented weariness. I was exhausted, yearning to succumb to sleep and never awaken again. Gao Jian. At that critical moment, the voice resounded once more. Yet half of my being had already been pulled into the realm of the dead, ice-cold and parched, as if I were submerged at the bottom of a shadowy lake, unable to utter a single word. Gao Jian. Someone persistently called my name, and it was no mere illusion. I distinctly heard it, like a drowning man. I flailed my arms, but my body continued to sink, reminiscent of a nightmare, plunging into an endless abyss. Grab my hand. Gao Jian. The dark waters stirred, and a blaze descended from above, illuminating my lifeless gaze and consuming my entire field of vision. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes, yet my palm brushed against the flames before me. There was no searing pain, only warmth, akin to grasping a piece of exquisite jade, smooth and firm. It was a woman's hand. Hold on. The long-lost warmth spread through my body, rekindling vitality in my heart. I clutched the fiery essence tightly, and the darkness before me was incinerated by the flames. Gasping for air, it felt as though I had awakened from a dream, abruptly opening my eyes. The corpse on my back remained, but the 13th step leading to another world had vanished, replaced by a piece of human skin, intricately carved, flayed from the chest. The section of skin that had disappeared from Gao Jian now lay on the path to the rooftop. The cursed skin he had used to imprison the souls of wrongfully deceased students. Who had saved me just now? Looking up, I saw two figures, a black and a red, engaged in a fierce battle on the staircase. The dark, menacing specter was the Yuan Chun divine spirit, while the woman in a crimson wedding gown, equally haunted by resentment, was none other than Xiao Feng. Red Star auspiciousness, the tone of the live streamer, usually so composed, finally betrayed excitement. The divine spirit of the 8 characters shines upon the Red Star. What fate does this streamer possess? It is rare for one to encounter such divine spirits in a lifetime, yet this person has encountered 2 in just a few hours. Moreover, their fates clash, leading to a turn of fortune. The Red Star auspiciousness, too, was one of the 8 character divine spirits. Though not as fearsome as Yuan Chun, it could still preside over bloodshed, ensuring that in a struggle, it would not easily fall behind. I had no idea how Xiao Feng had followed me, nor the luxury of time to ponder it. rising once more, with Gao Jian's corpse on my back. I stepped over the piece of human skin and kicked open the wooden door leading to the rooftop. The faint moonlight bathed my face. It was only at the pinnacle of the building that one could glimpse the moon and Apos' ethereal glow. Beneath the moon and Apos' silvery light, I swore to obliterate this malevolent spirit that caused harm, scattering its essence to the winds. I stepped cautiously toward the edge of the teaching building, standing atop the railing. Perish! With all my might, I hurled the corpse from the fourth floor. A thunderous roar erupted within the corridor as billowing black smoke released countless grotesque faces, howling and clawing in anguish. The sound of the body colliding with the ground echoed a few seconds later, and simultaneously, the spirits congregated on the rooftop dissipated into nothingness. It was only then that the Yuan Chan divine spirit finally freed itself from Xiao Feng's grasp and approached the rooftop. But alas, the die had already been cast. The evil specter transformed into wisps of green smoke, ultimately leaving behind a frail boy standing before me. Clad in a thin school uniform, his indistinct face gradually becoming clearer. "Is it you?" I blurted out, yet I couldn't recall where I had encountered him before. "We shall meet again." The boy disintegrated into ashes beneath the moonlight, but his final words etched themselves firmly in my heart. Had it truly ended? The sky began to brighten with a faint light as I limped back to the staircase. The human skin on the ground had vanished, and Sakuya Hideki was nowhere to be found. Only Xiao Feng, still clad in her wedding gown, sat dazed on the cold steps. "Thank you, child." I reached out to pat Xiao Feng on the shoulder, but when she turned, I was taken aback. The expression on her face was not human, filled with hatred and anguish. After a moment of contemplation, I understood. Occupying Xiao Feng and Apos' body was the vengeful spirit from Anshin Inn, explaining her overwhelming resentment. I did not retract my outstretched hand, but gently embraced her shoulder. "It's all right, Xiao Feng." The murderous fury in her eyes gradually cleared, her expression softening as she leaned her head to the side and fainted. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." I lifted Xiao Feng and returned to the rooftop, where dawn had yet to break. The tasks of the underworld showcase had not ceased, leaving me with no means of escape. Setting my phone and camera aside, I perched on the railing at the building and Apos' edge, gazing at the silent, desolate campus. Was this truly the real world? Throughout the night, I had teetered on the brink of death. A moment's misjudgment or a stroke of bad luck could have rendered me a lifeless corpse, my soul eternally imprisoned here. I finally comprehended why Xia Chi had avoided the live broadcasts. This was truly not a task fit for the living. I retrieved a cigarette, lit it quietly, and observed the world beneath me, awaiting the first rays of sunlight to grace my being. Surviving such a calamity must surely bring blessings. I had never before encountered someone with such a rare fate. The live stream still had over 400 viewers, an exhilarating night that far surpassed any horror film. Taoist, you're still not resting? Aren't practitioners like you supposed to prioritize self-cultivation? I exhaled smoke, feeling grateful toward the Taoist with such a grandiose manner of speaking. Such ingratitude. I just saved your life, and now you want me gone? Am I one to forget a debt of gratitude? Why not provide me with an address? And I shall send you 2 boxes of free-range eggs. I've had my fill of delicacies. They no longer hold allure. However, your fate is indeed rare. May I have the chance to meet you? That would be a wish fulfilled. I fear you may find me in dire straits before that day arrives. I sincerely hope you can offer guidance then. Fate has its timing. We shall meet when the moment is ripe. Your words are so cryptic. The more I listen, the less reliable they seem. Do you believe I can survive until that day of opportunity? Better to err on the side of caution. I have great faith in those I choose to befriend. Young one, allow me to share a poem before I depart. Listen closely. What poem? The red star auspiciousness enters the life palace, granting success in all pursuits. Observe the peach blossoms bloom in vibrant hues, as one encounters noble benefactors repeatedly. What does this poem mean? Just as I was about to inquire further, Xiao Feng stirred in my arms, seeing herself in the wedding gown leaning against me. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Last night was truly perilous. She buried her face in my chest, feeling anxious and uncertain of what to say. Seeing her in such a state made my heart ache. I refrained from voicing my thoughts and from probing in her secrets, merely brushing her hair aside. I didn't expect you to look so beautiful in a wedding gown. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. As the sun ascended above the horizon, its golden rays dispelled all shadows, marking the conclusion of a new high school live broadcast. Ding! As the sunlight enveloped me, a message appeared in the mobile inbox of the Underworld Showcase. The live broadcast task of arriving at new high school at dawn and surviving until daybreak has been completed. Scoring begins now. Completing the live broadcast task earns 1 point. If the peak viewership exceeds 500, an additional 2 points are awarded. If the total gifts received during the broadcast surpass 1,000 ghost coins, another 2 points are granted. Completing the Underworld Commission earns an extra point. Optional tasks involve completing 7 games on campus, with a progress of 3 achieved, participating in the Courage game, the Four Corners game, and Hide and Seek, with an additional 3 points awarded. The statistics are in. This live stream has garnered a total of 9 points. A full 9 points. Indeed, high risks yield high rewards, as this score surpasses that of the previous Tranquil Inn by more than double. Although I cannot recall completing 3 games, I am willing to accept this assessment from the Otherworldly Showcase, perhaps by not revealing the true identity of the showman and continuing the charade. I might partake in more games. Alas, the thought that each point symbolizes a gold bar causes a twinge of pain. The host has accumulated 9 points. Would you like to exchange them for goods? The catalog of available items has been updated. Tai Kuomintong, 5 points. A random selection of 6 minor talismans, 5 points. Tong Xian wine, which nourishes yin and supplements yang, harmonizing the 5 organs, 5 points. A headless ghost tomb altar, capable of summoning low-level ghost servants, 6 points. An introductory lecture on destiny, 6 points. An enlightenment pill, randomly opens an acupoint on one and oppos, S-body, 6 points. And a dragonfly larva, bloodbound to its master, capable of saving one and killing another, with immense growth potential, 9 points. Chapter 36. Acquiring a dog after the update of the product catalog. There were suddenly over a dozen new items. I did not examine them in detail. My sole focus was on leaving Xinhu High School as quickly as possible. As for what to exchange, that would require careful consideration later. Supporting each other, Xiao Feng and I finally made our way to a taxi after walking quite a distance. The unpleasant odor emanating from us, combined with Xiao Feng and Amp, Oppo's, striking red wedding dress, startled the driver considerably upon our entry. I managed to deflect the situation by claiming we were filming a movie. Xiao Feng, how did you find me last night? I inquired. I hailed a taxi right after you left. The driver, a middle-aged, balding man, seemed to recognize you. He was particularly interested in supernatural live streams, she replied. Balding uncle? What a coincidence! I exclaimed. He mentioned that people like you, who mingle in the entertainment industry, ought to be careful. Otherwise, it could lead to illicit rendezvous. Looking at Xiao Feng, who tightly clutched her arms, I was at a loss for words. She undoubtedly harbored significant secrets, yet I did not know how to broach the subject. Perhaps it was best to leave it as it was. Upon our return to Ting Tang Road, we were taken aback. Which scoundrel dares to vandalize my shop? The grating sound of shattered glass greeted us. With the roller shutter left unsecured by Xiao Feng the previous night, merchandise lay strewn across the floor, utterly ruined. I had intended to take a shower and enjoy a restful sleep, but now my shop had been ravaged. Fuming, I rolled up my sleeves and stormed inside, only to find Liu, the blind man, leaning on a shoulder pole, engrossed in examining some device. What on earth is this for? There's not even an instruction manual. I scolded. You blind fool. I considered you a brother, yet you vandalized my shop. This is everything I've worked for over the years. Seizing Liu by the collar, I was about to give him a piece of my mind when he deftly turned the pole, effortlessly pinning me to the ground. Why would I vandalize your shop? A frail wretch like you is hardly worth my trouble, he retorted. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? I shouted in your alley for half an hour yesterday and saw no sign of you. Yet today, you come waltzing in like a weasel paying a visit to a hen. Alone, my abilities are limited, so yesterday I sought out my senior brother in another city. Did you find him? No. You've got some nerve to be so calm when you found nothing. Let go of me. I challenge you to a duel. Before Lu could retort, he noticed Xiao Feng in her wedding dress entering the room, and his expression shifted dramatically. He raised the pole defensively, shielding me behind him. What malevolent spirit dares to appear in broad daylight? He bellowed. She's my hired help. Release me. I managed to extricate myself and explained Xiao Feng's arrival to Lu. After hearing, he frowned and remained silent for a moment. Brother, if you didn't smash up the shop, then who could have done it? Lu, moving his fingers, seemed to be about to divine the answer when he simply pointed to the surveillance camera outside. Take a look for yourself. After reviewing the footage, we saw a group of people arrive in a van around 2 or 3 in the morning, wielding clubs and commencing their destruction without a word. Although their license plate was obscured, their faces were not. One thug, bearing a scorpion tattoo on his chest, even flashed a middle finger at the camera after smashing my property. Such audacity. I must have offended quite a few people lately, yet I cannot ascertain their identities at this moment. Xiao Feng, busy tidying up inside, suggested anxiously, should we call the police? Even if they are apprehended, they would only serve a week or 2 at most. Such a trivial punishment cannot quench my rage. I shall investigate this matter myself, regardless of who is backing them. Those who dare to vandalize my shop shall face retribution. Those who fear nothing are the most dangerous. My current state aligns with that recklessness. After organizing the shop, it was already noon. Xiao Feng and I freshened up and donned ordinary clothing before inviting Lu to join us for a meal. After several rounds of drinks, Lu remained silent until he noticed Xiao Feng had succumbed to intoxication. He then dipped his fingers in water and scrawled on the table. Is there something more between you two? Amused, I replied, Old Lu, do I strike you as someone who cannot withstand temptation? She is homeless, and I am merely offering her refuge. Our relationship is purely platonic. She is fated for tumult, ensnared by a malevolent spirit, a living enigma. You must not provoke her. Send her away as far as possible. Lu wrote with urgency. I dismissed his concerns. You've had too much to drink. Without Xiao Feng, I would have perished yesterday, and I cannot betray her even if it cost me my life. Entangled in karmic debt, you will find yourself ensnared deeper and deeper, until only 2 paths remain. Lu stood, concluding his final words in ink. Either marry her or kill her. You are truly intoxicated. I will neither marry her nor kill her, I asserted confidently. Lu seemed to be about to write more, but, hearing my resolute tone, sighed deeply. Very well, it is all predestined. Human efforts are futile. Peering through the blindfold, Lu scrutinized me for several moments. You are gravely ill. Resentment has penetrated your very bones. I know not where you were last night, but the malice surrounding you has multiplied. Should this persist, you will not endure long, even without her interference. I comprehend that, yet there are places I must visit. Last night, I engaged in games with wandering souls and searched for bodies in the sealed chamber of the Tianqian deity. It is no wonder the negative energy is so pronounced. Old Lu, do you know how to dispel this negative energy? Only rare treasures can eliminate such energy. Wealth alone will not suffice. Moreover, you should be more concerned about another issue. He glanced at Xiao Feng. Heavy negative energy attracts more foul entities, rendering your situation increasingly precarious. With debts, one is not crushed. Encountering foul entities frequently is of little concern. You truly possess a carefree spirit, Lu retorted, exasperated. One who walks by the river will inevitably get wet. Exercise caution. It would be prudent to keep a few roosters or black dogs in your shop for warning purposes. In dire moments, they may buy you precious time. Keeping roosters in the shop seems impractical. I speak for your own good, if your life is at stake. What do you have to lose? With that, Lu downed his last drink, picked up his pole, and departed. I settled the bill and carried the inebriated Xiao Feng back to the shop. Gazing at her charming features, flushed cheeks, and gentle breaths, I found myself wide awake. After covering her with a blanket, I locked the shop and ventured to the largest pet market in Jiangqing. Lu was right. Certain animals indeed possess the ability to ward off evil spirits. Acquiring one to keep in the shop would be beneficial, especially when I am alone. Upon my first visit to the pet market, I was surprised by the bustling business. Green iguanas, chameleons buy 2, get 1 free, all for only $19.99. Are you troubled by the lack of companionship? Do you feel misunderstood and lonely? Come and purchase a monk parakeet. It is not merely a pet, but a healer for your soul. Intelligent red roses, the queen of the spider realm. Are you not tempted? Feeling somewhat sheepish, I hesitated to approach the exuberant shopkeepers, saying, "Excuse me, I would like 2 roosters, the kind with white feathers and red crowns." After browsing down a lengthy street, I finally stumbled upon a shop specializing in pet dogs. Upon entering, I found an array of adorable breeds, sure to win the hearts of young women. Shaking my head, I was about to leave when the enthusiastic owner called out, "Brother, you look dissatisfied with my dogs." "I need something more imposing," I replied. I did not dare to tell him that my intention behind acquiring a dog was to ward off evil spirits. Understandably, the customer is king. Thus, I complied. The dogs within were fierce, and I feared they might terrify passers-by if left outside. The proprietor lifted a heavy curtain, leading me into the backyard. Although the dogs appeared menacing, for some inexplicable reason, the moment I approached, they retreated to the farthest corners of their cages, trembling in fear, which left the owner quite embarrassed. This was unusual. These pups were typically quite fierce. Why, on this day, did they not even dare to bark? The owner pondered this in confusion. I, too, found it perplexing, suspecting it was due to the heavy aura surrounding me, perhaps influenced by my celestial fate. Noticing my intent to leave, the owner resolutely called out to me, "Wait, I have more dogs in my shop, truly top-notch specimens. However, regardless of whether you decide to purchase, please refrain from discussing this outside. I fear it may attract trouble." "Oh, are there even fiercer dogs than these?" I inquired. "Indeed," he replied, producing a key and unlocking the innermost chamber. As the door swung open, the scent of raw meat wafted through the air. "Be cautious. Do not approach the cages too closely. These are large fighting dogs, and there are also mastiffs being boarded here, all fed on raw meat, quite wild indeed." The owner stood by the door, gesturing for me to enter and observe at my leisure. I nodded, and, as I took my first step inside, the sound of rattling chains erupted from all the iron cages, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil. Chapter 37. The Fierce Dog's Boss. Is this cage sturdy? A sense of trepidation washed over me. The fighting dogs, snarling from their iron enclosures, regarded me as if I were some formidable beast, poised to attack at any moment. If not for the iron chains binding them, I feared they would launch themselves at me and tear me to shreds. The owner stood at the entrance, equally perplexed. "This has never happened before. Sir, were you perhaps a professional dog killer in a past life?" I could hardly bear to kill a chicken, let alone a dog. The fierce beasts before me, while strong and intimidating, did not meet my expectations. Their inexplicable hostility suggested that taming them was an impossibility. "Do you have other dogs?" I inquired, unwilling to concede. This was the largest pet shop in the market. If I couldn't and Oppos, to find a suitable dog here, I had little hope elsewhere. The owner inhaled sharply at my words and remarked cryptically, "Today is indeed peculiar." "Very well. Since you are here, I shall show you my prize collection." We traversed through the rows of iron cages, arriving at a separate breeding compartment at the rear of the shop. Even from 10 meters away, the hunting dogs within sensed our presence, erupting into a cacophony of growls that seemed to threaten the very roof of the building. The clattering of iron bars and the thudding of their bodies against the cages were incessant. "Keep your distance. These dogs have a history of aggression. They ought to have been euthanized, but I cannot bring myself to do it." "Good," I replied, my anticipation now peaked. Their sensitivity to the dark energy I exuded made them worthy of consideration. Inside the compartment, the iron cages were reinforced and larger than those outside. The owner lifted the black cloth draped over the first cage, gesturing to its occupant. "This is the Neapolitan Mastiff, one of the most dangerous breeds in the world. Once it attacks, it will not relent until either it or its target is dead, often consuming its prey, including humans. It is regarded as the most ruthless killer in the canine realm and was once favored by the mafia to symbolize terror and power." The dog inside barked ferociously, its size akin to that of a yearling horse. "I wouldn't recommend this dog. It has reached adulthood, and since its last owner has passed, no one has been able to tame it," the owner cautioned, moving on to unveil the second cage. This is the Italian cane corso, historically used to drive cattle to slaughterhouses and to assist butchers. It excels in hunting large game like wild boar, possessing remarkable agility and reflexes. Fierce and courageous. It fights to the death, often until victory or demise. It is said that the three-headed hellhound, Cerberus, in many films is modeled after this breed. With some effort, this dog can be trained to become your most loyal guardian. If you truly wish to purchase it, the price is $30,000. $30,000. The owner's extravagant claims fell on deaf ears, for I had only $200 in my pocket, which I had initially thought would suffice. Unaware of my predicament, the owner lifted the black claw from the third cage. This is a pit bull, also known as the American Bulldog. A 30-kilogram pit bull can overpower a 75-kilogram Caucasian Shepherd, capable of killing 2 sheepdogs in just 3 minutes. Among all fierce dogs, it is the most brutal and combative. This purebred pit bull, due to its history of aggression, is being offered at a discount, $15,000. Noticing my poker face remained unaffected, the owner unveiled the fourth cage. This is a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, consigned by a wealthy businessman who fell into bankruptcy. I have video evidence of it bravely fighting 3 hungry wolves without losing ground. The consignor insists on a price of $100,000. I licked my parched lips, incredulous at the notion of a dog priced at $100,000. What about the last cage? I'm merely here to broaden my horizons, I asked casually. To my surprise, the owner hesitated. The dog in this cage is not for sale. If you don't find anything you like, please feel free to leave. Not for sale? His words only heightened my curiosity. Boss, you don and amp? Amp? Oppos. Do you mean to tell me that the last cage holds a protected species, do you? That would be illegal. How could that be? If you wish to see, go ahead, but it's hardly a remarkable dog. He pulled away the black cloth, revealing a seemingly ordinary wolf dog sprawled lazily inside. Hidden so securely, I had imagined it housed a lion. Compared to the other proud and fierce canines, this wolf dog appeared rather mundane. The owner, wearing a sheepish grin, explained. This dog is scientifically known as the Chinese rural dog, commonly referred to as a native dog. One cannot judge by appearances. It is hidden away for a reason. The owner appeared somewhat embarrassed, but continued. This dog was consigned here by a disheveled Taoist priest who, in his destitution, proposed a trade of the dog for liquor. Trading a dog for liquor? How audacious! I mused, scrutinizing the dog within the cage. Strangely enough, while the other dogs barked incessantly, clearly intimidated by the dark energy surrounding me, this native dog lay calmly, indifferent to the chaos. According to the scruffy priest, this dog was a guardian from Changbai Mountain, having chased Siberian tigers, battled bears, and slain snakes over 6 or 7 zhong long, raised on the waters of Tianxi and fed with medicinal herbs. Just this? A zhong is approximately 3 meters long. Setting aside the existence of such a lengthy snake, this native dog barely measures over a meter with its tail straightened. Boss, your tall tales are becoming excessive. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would find this hard to believe. That's what the Taoist priest claimed. Initially, I didn't believe it either, but I later discovered that this dog indeed possesses an extraordinary nature. The owner pointed to several other dogs. These fighting dogs are ferocious and cannot be housed with others. But this native dog is different. Once, an employee left the door ajar, allowing a bull terrier to escape. None of us adults could manage it. And just as we were about to call the police, this native dog appeared from nowhere, barked once, and the bull terrier obediently returned to its cage. Just a few months ago, my wife brought our feverish child to the shop, urging me to drive them to the hospital. Just as I was about to fetch the car, my wife suddenly declared the fever had subsided. Upon entering the shop, I found my son playing on the floor with this native dog. You wouldn't believe the sight. A majestic dog sitting near the entrance, while all the other pets remained silent, none daring to bark. Strangely, when it was time to leave, the native dog clamped onto my child in oppos, as clothing and wouldn't let go. In the end, we had to cut the garment off. Since discarding that piece of clothing, my child has not fallen ill again. Upon returning home for the new year, I learned that the clothing had been made for my sister-in-law's child, who tragically drowned in a reservoir while playing. Boss, I came here to buy a dog, not to hear stories. Having experienced so much, I sensed the owner spoke the truth. Yet, as a host in the underworld, I needed to conceal my identity and maintain the facade of a normal person. The owner, Feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted, sometimes I find it quite uncanny myself. But this dog indeed possesses spirit. It has been sold several times. Yet each time it managed to escape and return. Eventually, I chose to keep it in the shop, providing it with good food and care, as it has shown loyalty to my family. You certainly have a bond. The owner's words moved me. Was not such a spirited dog exactly what I needed? How much for this dog? I sincerely wish to purchase it. Please, name your price. I'm not refusing to sell it to you. But even if you take it today, it might sneak back tomorrow, wasting your time and mine. I'd have to refund you. That's my concern. Just name a price. I feigned impatience, as if eager to reach in my pocket for the money. The price was set by the disheveled Taoist, and you are required to pay this amount. The proprietor extended 5 fingers. 500? That and amp. Oppos. S exorbitant. I believe 200 is quite reasonable. 500,000. What? I abruptly turned around, unaware of what I'd stepped on, and my body tilted, crashing into the adjacent iron cage. Inside, the Tibetan Mastiff, which had long regarded me with disdain, caught the scent of flesh and lunged towards me. Chapter 38. The request of Boss Wong caught off guard. I had no time to react. As I turned my head, the sharp fangs of a dog lunged toward my eye. Bang! I was struck with such force that my cry for help never escaped my lips. My body was thrown aside. When my vision cleared, I found a yellow-haired mutt affectionately licking my wrist. Was it you who saved me? Boss Wong was drenched in sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. For had his dog bitten my eyes, the consequences would have been dire. Are you all right, brother? He hurriedly crouched beside me. I and Oppos. Am fine. No need to worry. Just as I attempted to rise, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through my wrist. Turning my head, I noticed the mutt seemed particularly interested in a specific spot on my wrist, licking it incessantly. This dog and I share a bond. Wait. A flash of realization struck me. This dog was licking the wound left by the ghostly flower curse. Swiftly pulling back my arm, I ignored the apologetic laughter of Boss Wong and locked eyes with the mutt. Do you know what this is? Boss Wong was bewildered by my reaction. Why are you lying down now? You're not trying to extort me, are you? Boss, I want this dog. Huh? What's going on? I said, I want this dog. No, brother, this dog is not for sale. That 50,000 was probably just drunken talk from the old Taoist. What is its name? Brother, why are you so direct? This dog has been waiting for its owner to return. Even if you buy it, it will sneak back. Tell me its name. Bai Chi. Bai Chi, the renowned general of the Qin dynasty who slaughtered 400,000 people. While the characters matched, the implications were profound. What a domineering name. What heavy bloodlust. No wonder it remained unfazed, untouched by gods or spirits. This dog was mine. Standing tall, I produced a black card from the underworld and declared, Boss, 50,001 in amp. Oppos, T-short change you a single cent. Brother, please calm down. Boss Wong was utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? No more hesitation. It's exactly what I desire. I took out 200 yuan from my pocket and thrust it into his hand. We'll make installment payments. You keep this 200 for now. Bai Chi, let us go. We dashed away, Bai Chi captivated by the ghostly flower brand, trailing closely behind me. After we had sprinted 2 streets, I heard Boss Wong and Oppos shout behind us. Waving the 200 yuan he had in his hand, clad in slippers, he shouted, Hey, that dog is not for sale. The remaining 49,980 is yours. No need to send me off. Once we exited the pet market and hailed a taxi, I urged the driver to hurry. First, take a loop around the city, then return. Quickly. All right. Upon returning to the pet market, I noticed Boss Wong hadn't called the police. Business continued as usual, and I breathed a sigh of relief. He probably thought I would sneak back the next day. I stroked Bai Chi's fur around its neck. The dog lay comfortably across my lap, its nose incessantly sniffing the wound on my wrist. You know about the underworld showcase, right? That's where the nightmare began. I can never forget it. I harbor an uncontrollable fear of that place. And though I'm reluctant to admit it, my avoidance of the unlit roads for investigations serves as ample proof. Returning to the peak of happiness, I found Xiao Feng had prepared dinner, diligently reciting the names and prices of various products at the table. Seeing her recite those embarrassing names with such composure made me chuckle. Today's meal smells delightful. I could smell it even before entering. Welcome back, Xiao Feng joyfully greeted. But upon noticing Bai Qi beside me, she let out a shriek and retreated into the shop. Hi, Jian. What? What is that? It's called Bai Qi. It will be a member of our shop from now on. Inside, Bai Qi wagged its tail, leisurely circling Xiao Feng, who, despite her destined fortune, trembled with fear. Too scared to move. Seemingly pleased with her reaction, Bai Qi barked 3 times at her before retreating into the room to play with its tail. Xiao Feng, from now on, prepare 3 meals daily, ensuring there's meat in every dish. This dog understands human emotions, so let us not neglect it. I feel like you treat it better than me. Xiao Feng, startled, looked a bit aggrieved. I quickly sat beside her. You've worked hard. I'll raise your salary. Tomorrow we'll go buy some suitable clothes. After saying this, I silently reproached myself. Was I behaving like a heartless charlatan? Watching Xiao Feng, who seemed much happier now and kept serving me food, left me with words I couldn't voice buried deep within. After a satisfying meal, fatigue washed over me. I let Xiao Feng sleep in the bed upstairs while I spread a mat on the floor below. The next morning, a rapid knock on the door jolted me from a sweet dream. Who is it? Upon opening the door, I was met by a peculiar figure clad in a trench coat, wrapped tightly. Look, my friend, there's no shame in purchasing items from a pet shop. But must you dress like a spy? The man replied coldly, let us talk inside. I have a business proposition for you. Business? Once inside, I asked Xiao Feng to step out to tend to the shop and prepared a cup of tea for the man in the trench coat. What kind of business are we discussing? He remained silent, merely placing a briefcase on the table and opening it. 100,000 yuan worth of business. Quite a bold offer. Compared to the petty dealings of Xia Chi, this is the real deal. 3 years of silence, followed by 3 years of prosperity. Please, elaborate. The man stood at the door, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then removed his hat and took a seat. Hello, Mr. Gao. I am Zhang, the personal secretary of Director Huang from Qianding Pharmaceuticals. Is it the trend now for your circle to hire male secretaries? A pleasure to meet you. My gaze remained fixated on the 100,000 yuan, its vibrant hue captivating me. Mr. Gao, this 100,000 is merely a deposit. If your investigation yields satisfactory results for Director Huang, we will provide an additional 100,000. 20,000 in total. What exactly do you want me to do? Steal commercial secrets from a rival company? Indeed, Director Huang has 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. The eldest daughter works in another province. The second daughter is gravely ill, and the only son, Huang Guanhong, is in his early 20s, yet indulges in frivolous pursuits. You can't possibly want me to investigate your superior, Director Huang? That is not the case. The client for this commission is Director Huang himself. He met you at the Jiang family wedding and found you quite capable. Thus he asked me to communicate with you. My apologies, I acted rashly. Please continue. Though Director Huang's son is wayward and lives in debauchery, he is still the only heir to the Huang lineage. Thus, despite the headaches he causes, Director Huang has always assigned someone to protect him in secret, fearing an accident might befall him. However, despite the layers of protection, Huang Guanhong has still died. Dead? Yes. The police concluded it was an accidental car crash, for which Huang Guanhong was solely responsible due to drunk driving. Drunk driving? That's his own fault. I lit a cigarette. Hope you don't mind. Secretary Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Though Director Huang and Appo's son was reckless and indulgent, he had a significant flaw. He was allergic to alcohol. Hence, the likelihood of him driving under the influence is non-existent. Furthermore, the alcohol was only detected later through an autopsy. Thus, Director Huang suspects foul play. Someone murdered his only son and staged it as an accident. Secretary Zhang sat up straight. Many groups have interests conflicting with Qianding Pharmaceuticals, making it difficult to identify the culprit. As Director Huang is the face of Qianding Pharmaceuticals, there are matters he cannot address directly. Hence, he wishes to hire you for a discreet investigation. I pondered for a moment. Private detectives typically do not accept cases involving homicides, yet the vibrant stacks of cash before me were undeniably enticing. Very well, I shall take on your case. Extinguishing my cigarette, I steeled myself. I require you to furnish me with pertinent information, including all communication devices and social media accounts belonging to Huang Guanhong during his lifetime. I intend to meticulously scrutinize everyone he has had contact with. No issue. I'm well acquainted with your protocols. Secretary Zhang produced a document bag from his trench coat. Both of Huang Guanhong and AMP, Oppo's mobile phones were contained within, along with records of his social media accounts and passwords. Here is my business card. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhang, I secured the door to the second floor and opened the document bag. A transaction worth 200,000. It appears I must dedicate myself entirely to this endeavor. Extracting Huang Guanhong and Oppo's former mobile phone, I logged into his WeChat account, and a somewhat familiar username materialized before my eyes. Handsome and skilled, adored by the ladies? Could it be? Chapter 39. The practice of Qianmu. This title had once graced my live broadcast, and I recall it vividly. During the stream at the Anshin Hotel, there was an individual who doubted me from start to finish. Coincidentally, it was he who alerted the authorities and ultimately saved me. There are many users with similar usernames, so it is unlikely they are the same person. While I was streaming at Xinhu High School, I did not encounter the charming, handsome man whom the ladies adore, and given the timing of his demise, he had already met with misfortune by then. Could this be mere coincidence? I took out paper and pen, following the information provided on social media to map out his social connections. Huang Guanxing truly lived up to his reputation as a playboy. His WeChat filled with models and third-rate celebrities, each more alluring than the last, enticing one to crime. As I listened to their voice conversations, I found myself captivated. All were enchanting sirens, flesh and bone, yet cold. Within 3 days, 22 individuals had contacted Huang Guanxing, 21 of whom were women, with the sole exception being his father. Director Huang. Narrowing the investigation further based on chat content, I ultimately identified 4 individuals. Jiang Shihan, an intern nurse at Jiangqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital, stands at a striking 1.66 meters, boasting an impressive 36D bust. She was Huang Guanxing's public girlfriend and had spent the night of the accident with him until the early hours. According to the information provided by Secretary Zhang, she seemed to have experienced some trauma that night and is now mentally unstable. Miao Yuan, a young woman from the countryside, possesses a fresh and delicate beauty and is one of Huang Guanxing's targets. However, due to inexplicable reasons, he had yet to succeed in his pursuits. Notably, Miao Yuan hails from the Miao region, retaining its original customs and remaining unassimilated by Han culture. Wang Yuchen is the only prominent star among Huang Guanxing and Oppo's WeChat friends. Before her rise to fame with the hit I Am Panjin Lian, the two had briefly dated, but once she gained notoriety, she promptly severed ties with him, being whisked away by a mysterious benefactor. Gue Shu Lingxiang, the sole Japanese woman in the mix, is the owner of a blues bar. Yet Secretary Zhang's records contain no information regarding her. Each of these 4 individuals possesses both motive and means to commit the crime. To eliminate their suspicions, I must conduct an on-site investigation. After organizing the information, I casually flipped through Huang Guanxing and Oppo's phone. Upon opening the contacts, one call record piqued my interest. For days prior, this young master had actually dialed 110. Why did he alert the police? That evening, coinciding with my live broadcast at Anshin Hotel, I checked the time of his call against my own experience. Such coincidences seem impossible. Huang Guanxing must be the handsome man adored by women. He must have seen my live stream. I scoured the phone, examining all browsing history, yet found no trace of the so-called underworld showcase. I am uncertain how he came across my broadcast, but I have an unsettling premonition that his death is intertwined with it. Having committed the information to memory, my next step is a visit to the police station, hoping to glean some clues indirectly. Unlocking the door, I descended to the first floor, suddenly feeling a throbbing headache. Xiao Feng, impeccably dressed and seemingly well-prepared, shyly approached and took my hand. Let us go shopping for clothes. In broad daylight, such flirtation seems inappropriate. Lu Xiazi, leaning against the door with a shoulder pole, appeared out of nowhere, Gao Jian, your vitality is already waning. You must keep yourself in check. Woof. Bai Chi, lounging in the corner, barked discontentedly, clearly expressing, "Hurry up and give me something to eat. I am starving." I replied, "Gentlemen, it is barely 8:30 in the morning. Can you grant me a modicum of personal time?" I discreetly withdrew my hand from Xiao Feng and Amp. Oppo's. Grasp. Lao Lu, aren't you worried about your fortune-telling booth under the overpass being seized by the city management? Nothing good comes without a reason. I have come to seek your assistance. Lu Xiazi produced a piece of white jade strung with red thread from his pocket. Last time I went searching for my master, although he was not at home, he left this Chengxin jade behind. Chengxin jade? What does it mean? I asked, intrigued. Lu Xiazi and Amp. Oppo's. Expression was one of amusement. It means that if you wear this jade and keep your thoughts pure, you will be able to see the words on the Tianmu practice manual. It is a secret tome that will greatly benefit you. No merit, no reward. If you gift me this treasure, why don't we study that book together? If I encounter any confusion, I could consult you. Please, I lack your fortune. Lu Xiazi firmly refused. Once you learn the methods of the Miaojian sect, you must identify yourself as a practitioner of Miaojian, or you will invite great trouble. I understand. It is akin to intellectual property and intangible cultural heritage. Lu Xiazi was momentarily a loss for words, eventually mumbling, "Well, as long as you and Oppos, happy." After bidding farewell to Lu Xiazi, I eagerly donned the jade pendant, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over me. I retrieved the manual from the cabinet, took a deep breath, and opened it. A drop of clarity reveals the truth. The 5 eyes and 6 senses discern the divine and the demonic. When sight and sound can reach thousands of miles, is it not as if the universe is but a small boat? With great anticipation, I turned to the second page. What? Is still blank? Old blind man, you deceived me. I slammed my palm on the table, preparing to chase after that trickster when Bai Chi, lying nearby, suddenly barked at me. Woof! The sound startled me, and I realized my mind felt utterly clear, as if all distractions had been expelled. Looking down again, I saw lines of text emerging from the blank page, with the top door breaking through myriad demons. Ascend the golden stairs towards the Jade Emperor. You may accompany celestial beings, using the earth and Amp. Oppo's S-axis as a threshold. All ailments dissipate like smoke, and the 3 origins shine brightly as the sun. One attainment leads to eternal gains, both form and spirit flourishing in health. When the central meridian flows, all 100 veins are unblocked, penetrating marrow and essence, not merely sweeping away trifling ailments, but certainly severing the threads of poverty. The world transforms into a paradise, and the universe becomes a small abode. From the highest heavens to the deepest earth, true energy wafts gently, easing all bodies. Such an impressive display. Yet I understood not a single word. With my mind devoid of clutter, even the act of turning the page felt effortless. The practice of Tianmu is divided into 5 realms: chasing sight, discerning sight, prescient sight, penetrating sight, and distant sight. As fruits drop from their stems, one ascends naturally. Tianmu resides at the midpoint of the brow line. Visualize this spot during dawn or dusk while seated in meditation. Relax your entire body. Let your tongue touch the roof of your mouth. Gently close your lips and fix your gaze steadily. As you inhale, envision the sun's red golden light and warmth entering your brain through the Tianmu point. As you exhale, visualize golden light and warmth remaining within while expelling turbid energy slowly and evenly from the Tianmu point. Additionally, an inner energy descends from the central meridian to the Huin point, continuing until the Tianmu becomes warm and engorged. Each day at midnight, refine once more under red light. In the absence of sunlight, the light will suffice. Once refined to see birds soaring 100 meters high, the chasing sight is achieved. The essentials of cultivation, emptiness and relaxation, with the mind completely free of distractions. Should sensations of pressure on the forehead or swelling at the brow occur, or tears flow from the eyes, these are normal phenomena and should not be concerning. Focus your intent on the Tianmu point. Having read the method for the first realm of chasing sight, I was about to turn the page when suddenly my eyelid twitched and chaotic thoughts flooded my mind. Looking at the Tiamu practice manual again, it had reverted to a blank page. Truly wondrous. I had memorized the cultivation method for the first realm, and with time, even without the underworld showcase and amp, Oppos, as camera capabilities, I could discern the divine from the demonic with a single glance. What are you smiling at? Xiao Feng inquired, gently placing her hand on my forehead. Have you become bewitched? Haha, Xiao Feng. From now on, do not even think about concealing any secrets from me. In a cheerful mood, I jested with her. Even clad in garments, you cannot evade my discerning gaze. What are you rambling on about? She retorted, her face flushed as she clutched her collar. This afternoon, I will accompany you for shopping. However, I must make a brief visit to the police station now. Without granting Xiao Feng the opportunity to respond, I slipped away. As I walked to the city precinct, the sight of armed officers and traffic police at the entrance gradually transformed my expression into one of gravity. What is the commotion outside the police station? I inquired. Do not join the throng. There has been a fatality inside. Chapter 40. Are all the lives in the live broadcast room at their last breath? How could there be deaths at the police station? I pushed my way through the crowd, gathered to witness the commotion, only to discover that a truck, having lost control due to overloading, had crashed directly into the entrance of the police station. The scene was horrific, with debris from the truck scattered everywhere. Hey, what are you doing? Step back behind the barrier. It was Captain Tai Ningxiang who sent me here. There's new progress in the murder case at the Anshin Hotel. The officer regarded me with skepticism and made a phone call. His demeanor shifted immediately. Captain Tai wants you to head over right now. I nodded, realizing that Tai Ningxiang and Oppos' influence was indeed formidable. The head of the criminal investigation team was not to be underestimated. Upon entering the criminal investigation department, I was met with the hostile gazes of several officers as I made my way to Tai Ningxiang's office. At that moment, she was diligently reviewing case files, her high nose bridge adorned with a pair of glasses, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of an authoritative teacher. What brings you here under the pretense of my orders? Tai Ningxiang asked, her eyes still glued to the documents. If I said I came specifically to see you, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Cut the sweet talk. Tai Ningxiang removed her glasses and slammed a pair of handcuffs onto the table. You are obstructing justice. If this happens again, I will have no choice but to detain you for a few days. Knowing her character, I understood she would follow through on her words. I quickly moved closer to her. I was just joking. I thought you might need help with your overwhelming workload. Spit out quickly. I have a crucial lead regarding the murder case at Anshin Hotel. A smile danced on my lips, having cast my bait. I was certain that Tai Ningxiang, who was eager to solve the case, would take the bait. What lead? A dual-faced Buddha statue. You must have seen it at Anshin Hotel as well. The dual-faced Buddha acts as a link between the Anshin Hotel and the Nuhu High School and Oppos' two live broadcast locations. This implies that the third live task from the underworld's show must also relate to the dual-faced Buddha. Investigating its origins with the police's assistance would greatly benefit me. Tai Ningxiang nodded and retrieved several photographs from the files. Indeed, we discovered numerous similar statues within the building. However, when we interrogated the landlord couple, they claimed to have no belief in Buddhism. The murders committed by Luxing were instigated by the dual-faced Buddha. Although I am uncertain whether it represents an individual or an organization, wherever it appears, a murder is bound to follow. Have you uncovered any other crime scenes recently? A woman's intuition can be formidable, especially in the case of an exceptional police officer. The collective death incident at Nuhu High School was too vast. For now, I could only keep it a secret, shaking my head in silence. The dual-faced Buddha is perilous. Exercise extreme caution during your investigations. If you encounter anything that bullets cannot handle, call me. What is it that bullets cannot handle? I cannot articulate it clearly, but it undeniably exists. After mingling with the semi-divine figures in the live broadcast rooms for so long, I had learned to speak in ambiguous terms. Tai Ningxiang remained silent for a moment, then rose to draw the curtains, stepping closer to me. Senior, standing so close is inappropriate. At Zhang's wedding, we sat together the entire time, and your behavior was rather peculiar. After you pulled out that large screen phone, your demeanor changed completely. Be honest, what did that phone record that prompted you? A person devoid of influence or power, To confront the Jiang family? Could it be that they possess what you describe as something unseen, yet undeniably present? I realized I had underestimated Tai Ningxiang and Appo's as keen observation. Provide me with an explanation, including Jiang Chun and Appo's strange reaction afterward. He merely tapped you lightly, and now he lies in the hospital. I am curious. How did you manage that? Senior, do not call me senior. Our current roles are that of police officer and suspect. Do you suspect me? I harbor no doubts about you, yet you have concealed far too much from me. Tai Ningxiang's assertiveness belied her gender. I managed a bitter smile as I sat on the bench. To tell you would only bring you trouble. Some truths, once known, cannot be forgotten. The police embody the ideals of fairness and justice in society. If I were to cease my quest for truth out of fear of repercussions, this city would remain forever shrouded in darkness. Thus, I'm ill-suited to be a police officer. Lighting a cigarette, I still refrained from answering Tai Ningxiang and Appo's inquiries. Instead, shifting the topic. A few days ago, the son of Qianding Pharmaceuticals was involved in a car accident. I suspect it was a meticulously planned murder, and I wish to see the autopsy report. I continued smoking, and Tai Ningxiang, observing my brazen demeanor, slammed her fist onto the chair. I am truly at a loss for your shamelessness. Senior, I have provided you with numerous leads and assisted in your deductions. Who knows what may come of it? The autopsy report is in the cabinet behind me. You have 3 minutes. Read it and disappear from my sight. Understood. I quickly skimmed through the report, and it confirmed that he had indeed crashed due to driving under the influence. Why would someone allergic to alcohol become intoxicated? With this question lingering in my mind, I exited the criminal investigation department. Upon reaching the door, I found a throng of police academy students in uniform blocking the entrance, many with tear-streaked faces. What is going on? Did a police academy instructor pass away? The officer who had initially stopped me, now aware of my connection to Tai Ningxiang, spoke with more courtesy. The deceased is Grandpa Huang, the doorman. He was in excellent health. Who could have anticipated such a calamity? Why are the police academy students here, mourning so sorrowfully? You may not know this. The officer spoke with a tone of regret. Though Grandpa Huang was over 60, he had a keen interest in solving cases and often lingered at the police academy's first-floor entrance to listen in on classes. Eventually, the academy decided it was inappropriate to let him stay there, so they arranged for him to attend classes with the students. So they were his classmates? Indeed. Grandpa Huang was warm-hearted and well-liked by the children. Upon hearing of his misfortune, the entire Class 3 to 2 students skipped class to come and pay their last respects. Are all these students from Class 3 to 2? Yes, they have been together for 3 years and are about to graduate. Recently, Grandpa Huang often joked about how they should no longer call him Old Huang, but rather Officer Huang. Officer Huang? I truly do not understand the allure of being a police officer. Waking up before the roosters, sleeping later than dogs, and living in constant fear while awake. Regardless, in the hearts of the students, Grandpa Huang will forever be Officer Huang from Class 3 to 2. That is true. There is no denying that. Just as I was about to leave, my foot hesitated as I grasped the officer and Appo's shoulder. What did you just say? I said nothing. The last sentence. At least in the students and Appo's hearts, Grandpa Huang will forever be Officer Huang from Class 3 to 2. My face turned pale, and my pupils dilated. Officer Huang from Class 3 to 2. Yes, that's him. Do you know Grandpa Huang? I pushed the officer aside and dashed past the barrier into the fray. What an Appo's wrong with him. Someone in Appo's rushed in. Stop him. With bloodshot eyes and a forming suspicion in my mind, I thought, please let this not be true. Traffic officers and patrolling police rushed to obstruct me, but I paid them no heed. I would fight my way through if necessary. I must confirm with my own eyes. Damn it, get out of my way. Desperately sprinting within the quarantine zone, I finally beheld the old gentleman. His skull was bleeding, and a gaping wound marred his abdomen. Yet, there remained a subtle rise and fall in his chest. He was not dead. I rushed to his side. You're Officer Huang from the Anshin Hotel, aren't you? You have seen my live stream. Haven to you. Help me subdue this madman. Several officers pinned me to the ground as I watched, helpless. the slowly stiffening body of the old man being carried away by the medics. First, it was the charming young man loved by the ladies, followed by Officer Huang from Class 2, Year 3. Was it possible that everyone who had witnessed my live stream would meet such a fate? Was this truly the purpose of the infernal stage? The blows raining down upon me felt heavy, yet I could not sense the pain. As I watched the ambulance drive away, an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within me. Chapter 41. No witnesses suspected of assaulting a police officer. I was detained until the afternoon before being released, instead of returning to Ting Tang Road. I hurried to a store to buy a fruit basket and then made my way to Grandfather Huang's home. I felt compelled to examine the old man's belongings. Unlike Huang Guanxing, a wealthy heir who thought only with his lower half, Grandfather Huang was a police academy student with a fundamental understanding of criminal investigation and a knack for uncovering the truth. I hoped I wasn't Appos. Too late. I lightly knocked on the door, which was opened by a woman in her 60s. I am from the city police department. We are all saddened by the unfortunate incident concerning the old gentleman, and I have come as a representative to check on things. The atmosphere inside was heavy with sorrow. The old woman invited me to sit on the sofa and prepare a cup of tea for me. Please accept my condolences, I said, not touching the teacup on the table, but instead wandering around the room. May I see the room where Grandfather Huang lived? Of course. The old man had created a small 2-square-meter partition in his room, filled with detective novels and police academy study materials, clearly indicating his genuine interest in solving cases. I refrained from touching anything, scanning the titles and the creases on the pages to identify the books he had recently perused. There was nothing hidden within their pages. I opened a drawer, revealing a notepad with several torn pages, an old pair of reading glasses, and a fountain pen, all meticulously arranged. Sitting in the chair that Grandfather Huang used to occupy, I pondered where I would record an intriguing secret if I were in his place. Are you looking for something? Grandfather Huang's companion stood at the door. I stiffened momentarily before regaining my composure. Nothing much. Has the old gentleman exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Other than that, he kept muttering about a live murder broadcast, locking himself in his room every night to stare at the computer as if waiting for a program. And the old woman hesitated, gazing at me for some time before continuing. He seemed to have a premonition of his impending misfortune, leaving a letter this morning before heading to work, specifically instructing that if anything happened to him, it should be given to the police. A letter? I struggled to maintain my calm. What could possibly warrant delivering it to us? Was it his reasoning regarding the case? He wouldn't let me see it. Since you're here, I'll give it to you directly, she said, pulling out a securely glued brown paper envelope from her apron pocket. Very well. I shall take it back to the station to show the captain. My heart raced as I accepted the envelope, maintaining an impassive facade. I wanted to amp. Appos, to disturb you further. Please take care of yourself. As I exited Grandfather Huang's home, I could hardly contain my eagerness and tore open the letter before even leaving the corridor. Live murder broadcasts. The first broadcast took place at the Anshin Hotel, claiming 5 lives. The second occurred at Xinhou High School, with a conservative estimate of over 10 fatalities. This is not merely a mystery-solving program. The corpses are real, and the scenes are alarmingly gruesome and thrilling. Moreover, the perpetrators always arrive at the crime scene before the police, suggesting that they may very well be the killers themselves. The same individual hosted both broadcasts. He had frequented the police station and had a close relationship with the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. His identity was enigmatic, and he acted decisively, demonstrating a keen awareness of investigation and counter-investigation tactics. After finishing the letter, my expression darkened. Thankfully, I had arrived in time. If this letter had reached Tai Ningxiang, the consequences would have been dire. I retrieved my lighter and incinerated both the letter and the envelope until they were nothing but ashes, ensuring no trace remained before I dared to leave. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, I absent-mindedly accompanied Xiao Feng as she bought clothes, then locked myself in my room. Was the underworld showcase genuinely a method of collecting lives, or were the deaths mere coincidence? Or could it be that only those on the brink of death could witness the broadcast from the underworld? The causal relationship remained uncertain, yet one undeniable fact persisted. Every broadcast resulted in fatalities. What was I to do? Unable to think clearly, I chose to distract myself and descended to the first floor. intercepting Xiao Feng as she prepared to cook. Come, accompany me for a few drinks. Is this a formal date? Xiao Feng transformed into a more alluring figure, having changed into a newly purchased fitted dress and a snug t-shirt. Her long, fair legs momentarily made me forget many of my worries. What are you daydreaming about all day? If you don't go, I might just take Bai Chi instead. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chi perked up, his eyes darting around as if he had caught a whiff of meat, rushing over to tug at my pant leg, refusing to let go. All right, I'll go. Xiao Feng pouted, casting a reluctant glance at Bai Chi. This dog is so attached to you, but bares its teeth at me. I treat it well every day, and you both bully me. With a chuckle, I led Xiao Feng and Bai Chi out. At the Jiangbei night market, as I gazed at the tranquil, flowing water of the river, I downed several bottles of beer to dispel the gloom that had settled within me. In 2 days, it would be time for the underworld showcase to announce its tasks again. Life was already arduous. Why should I seek further discomfort? With a slight intoxication, I glanced at Xiao Feng, her cheeks flushed from the drink and the evening breeze tousling her hair, revealing the deep-seated pain and loneliness etched upon her face. Compared to her, my life had been filled with more happiness. At least I had experienced joy and lived without restraint. My hand rested on her somewhat thin shoulder, startling her like a frightened rabbit. However, upon realizing it was me, she offered no resistance, her gaze reflecting confusion and tenderness as she leaned her head against my chest. 2 lonely souls stared at the river in the night. One side was filled with revelry, while the other was faint and distant, like a far-off horizon. Xiao Feng and I were deemed ill-fated women. Our foster parents had long chastised us for our worthless lives. The neighbors could recite our foster parents in AMP, Oppos, license plate numbers, but could not recall our names. We were often labeled as worthless, burdensome, and monsters, subjected to the whispers and scorn of those around us. Initially, I could not comprehend why this was the case. It was only after my sister was murdered by Lu Xing that I realized I was nothing more than livestock in the eyes of my foster parents, akin to a pig raised for slaughter. This was the first time Xiao Feng had willingly shared her childhood experiences with me, devoid of color and saturated with deep gray despair. The day I met you, my back had already been pierced by 7 iron needles. That night, I had planned to honor my sister's memory and then end my own life. But you appeared. Your eyes were rational and clear, as if you had seen through everything. In truth, it was you who saved me. Since leaving the police station until now, this period had been the happiest time of my life. I knew you might never marry me, but could you allow me to stay by your side in the future? I would forego any title. Xiao Feng spoke earnestly, like the river beside us, silently enduring much without expecting any return. Who says I wouldn't marry you? I raised my bottle and downed the remaining contents. At that moment, I must have been intoxicated, ready to utter the next words when a scruffy-headed thug approached, cigarette in mouth. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a lighter? His lewd gaze fixated on Xiao Feng. Your friend is quite daring with her outfit. How about we all have a drink together? Clearly, he had noticed my drunken state and sought to take advantage of Xiao Feng. Don't make me say it twice, scram. Oh, look at you being so tough. I guess I need to teach you how to speak to others. The thug brandished a bottle opener, swinging it toward my face. I kicked the table, leaning back to evade his punch, then seized an empty beer bottle and smashed it over his head without holding back. Blood gushed forth immediately. Next time you get into a fight, at least get a haircut. Looking like a hedgehog. How will the doctor stitch you up? Frustrated, I felt he had walked straight in my line of fire. What's going on? Xiao Wei, damn, you dare to touch my brother? Bring that girl over here to apologize to Wei Ge. Suddenly, 4 or 5 burly men stood up at the neighboring table, their bare arms glistening with muscle. Gao Jian, we should leave quickly. Xiao Feng tugged at my sleeve from behind, her tone urgent and filled with concern. You insisted on following me, so from now on, you belong to me. How could I stand idly by while you are bullied by others? A beer bottle shattered against the bridge pier, exposing sharp glass shards. Come on, 1 against 5. If I take a step back today, I shall no longer bear the surname Gao. Damn it, let us finish him. Among the 5, the largest man brandished a bench and charged at me, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, a commanding belly protruding as he ran with great bravado. My eyes narrowed, I had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and felt dizzy, yet this did not hinder the outcome. Your voice is rather loud. Is that move called a wild boar charge? With both hands, I flipped the table, and while his line of sight was obstructed, I bent my leg and delivered a kick to the most vulnerable part of his body. As he clutched his groin and screamed, I seized his hair and pressed his face to the ground. There are 4 of you left. Do you all wish to join him? My gaze swept across the group, finally resting on a man adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his chest. I believe I have seen that face on surveillance footage. The effects of alcohol had not fully dissipated, and it took me a moment to recall. SN and AMP. AMP, Oppos. This the same bastard who vandalized my shop and gave you the finger on camera? Excellent. Fate has conspired us to meet. Let us settle old scores today. The scorpion tattooed man seemed to be their leader. In a moment, I will block him with a Ming. You two devise a way to bring that girl over. She is truly a beauty, seemingly an innocent, unaware of the world. You have no shame whatsoever. I pressed the broken bottle against the neck of the hefty man. It seems today will turn bloody. Kid, don't be too arrogant. There are 4 of us against just you. No, you are mistaken. I have a dog. The thugs looked disdainfully at Bai Chi, lazily lying by the riverbank. Are you joking? This mutt? In my rage, I laughed. Bai Chi, did you hear that? These guys call you a mutt. I had never seen Bai Chi lose his temper. He always acted indifferent, as if he were just an ordinary stray dog, living aimlessly. However, today, Bai Chi revealed another side. His fangs bared, emanating the unique aura of a predator, utterly distinct from that of a domesticated dog, instilling a chilling sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. This was the essence of killing intent. Chapter 42. The Girl Living in a Nightmare Boss. Something's off with this dog. My brother-in-law is a police officer. The trained police dogs are like this, capable of snapping a person's throat, fiercer than a wolf. Quit being a coward, both of you. Attack together. The thugs exchanged glances, none daring to make a move, resembling tourists who had stumbled into a lion's den, suddenly cautious and compliant. Their hesitation did not imply that I would show them mercy. Now they knew fear. How brazen they were when they smashed my shop. Without further ado, I seized a bottle and charged forward. As I said, no matter how fierce a dog may be, it is still merely a beast. The tattooed man, accustomed to street brawls, turned and hurled a stool at me with a roar. Let us go. Take it down. Yet just a few steps away. The ferocity on his face transformed into sheer terror within a fraction of a second. A yellow figure darted past, and before I could comprehend, the tattooed man was already pinned to the ground. Sharp teeth hovered perilously close to his eyes, hot saliva dripping onto his nose bridge, while a pair of dark, lifeless eyes fixated on his most vulnerable neck. The tattooed man swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, staring at the mixed-breed wolf dog, slightly larger than a typical mutt, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. So swift. Without time to marvel, I crouched beside the tattooed man. Smack! The bottle crashed onto the concrete beside his ear. I have a few questions for you. Answer well, and I'll let you go. Conceal the truth, and losing an ear would be no injustice, would it? I concede today, but my brother seems to have never wronged you. Did you smash the store called Happy Peak at 263 Ting Tang Road? Indeed, it was I who led the charge. His response was surprisingly frank. Who is your boss? I am quite sober now, the Jiang wind refreshing my senses. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment. You cannot afford to offend them. Half of Jiang City is under their command. Is it Jiang Jin Real Estate? Did Jiang Chen instruct you to do this? We and Oppos, not qualified to speak with the Jiang family and Oppos, as young master. The one who ordered us was the security captain of Century New Garden, Shi Yofu. The tattooed man lay there, resigned. For grievances, seek the source. If you're truly aggrieved, go find them. I heard Shi Yofu is celebrating his birthday today, having invited several girls to a party at the Blue Jazz Bar. The Blue Jazz Bar. I had no intention of wasting time on these small fry. Recalling information about the bar, I commanded Bai Chi, let us go, hastily departing the night market. I failed to notice the tattooed man and Oppos' resentful gaze. I instructed Xiao Feng to return to the shop alone, while Bai Chi and I made our way to the Blue Jazz Bar. The sleepless street lay at the heart of Jiang City, lined with restaurants, KTVs, and bars that thrived all night, the lights never dimming. Nestled amid this vibrant nightlife was the Blue Jazz Bar, characterized by its industrial metal components and simple striped wood decor. The ambience was somewhat oppressive, yet it attracted a plethora of young patrons, likely drawn more by the enigmatic proprietress than the decor itself. I ordered a cold beer and settled into a dim corner of the bar, the cacophony of heavy metal music assaulting my eardrums, intermittently illuminated by bright spotlights. Furrowing my brow, I pondered why so many reveled in such debauchery. Scanning the room, I recognized Yofu, the security captain, whom I had encountered at a Jiang family wedding. Had he not arrived, or was he hidden in one of the private rooms? My gaze swept across the frenzied crowd, youthful souls igniting sparks of passion. Suddenly, my attention was drawn to the far end of the bar where an 8 or 9-year-old girl was perched, diligently working on her homework. Dressed like a doll, she exuded innocence, seemingly oblivious to the raucous music and the dancing throng, her head bowed in concentration. Could she truly focus in such a noisy environment? The little girl did not lift her gaze, ignoring my presence entirely. "What's your name? Have we met somewhere before?" Upon uttering this, the bar staff exchanged wary glances, as if encountering a pervert. "Your pickup skills are rather antiquated," remarked a drunken fellow as he passed by, his arm around his girlfriend, casting lingering looks at the girl. "So young, and you dare approach? Brother, heed my advice. Don't sacrifice your whole life for a fleeting moment." I forced a smile, genuinely feeling as if I had seen the girl before. Due to my profession, I tend to observe everything and everyone around me. This was no mere illusion. "This establishment prohibits pets. Sir, please keep your dog in check." A staff member approached, her demeanor unfriendly. "I and Amp, Oppos, LL leave after finishing this drink." My intention was to remain in the shadows, observing until I spotted Yofu, maintaining a low profile, though curiosity about the girl lingered. Yet, as I stood to leave, a cold grip encircled my hand, akin to polished jade. Surprised, I turned to find the little girl, silently clutching my fingers, pen in hand. "What in the world?" I stood there, bewildered. "Impressive, brother. Your strategy of feigned pursuit is masterful. You've captured her curiosity, luring her into your trap. It seems you are the true master of romance." The drunken man rambled on, oblivious to the unfolding scene. "No, You needn't speak. I know what you wish to ask. According to our laws, for a girl under 14, the minimum sentencing begins at 3 years. Brother, don't be timid. Opportunities abound. Life is but a dream, and the pursuit of fame and fortune is ultimately hollow. Why not liberate yourself and relish the present?" "Release me." I sat down, still held by the girl's hand, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed downward, seemingly engrossed in something invisible. The staff, witnessing this interaction, hastily retreated, likely to summon assistance. "Excuse me, classmate. Have we met somewhere before?" The girl continued to hold my hand, refusing to speak, leaving me in an awkward predicament, as if I had wronged her in the past. "You two have met. How could I, as her mother, be unaware?" I turned towards the voice, my attention captured. How to describe her? That woman seemed to possess an innate allure that captivated men, exuding a sultry maturity, a beguiling beauty I had never encountered before. Between her fingers, she held a slender cigarette, her ruby lips gently biting it, igniting vivid imaginations. Following the graceful curve of her neck downwards, a mysterious azure tattoo, resembling a fox's tail, danced rhythmically from her chest to her thigh. I had encountered many beautiful women, yet few could rival her. "Why are you in a daze? I am inquiring about you." She settled beside me, beckoning to the staff, who promptly retrieved a bottle of Royal Salute from the counter, opening and preparing it on the spot. Such liquor is rarely sold by the glass. Today, consider it my treat. The drink, layered beautifully, burned with fire atop, resembling the woman before me, leaving me at a loss for words. "Who are you? You're seated in my establishment, holding my daughter's hand, and you inquire about my identity?" She dropped 2 ice cubes into the drink, the contrast of hot and cold rendering the liquor rich and smooth. I diverted my gaze, mimicking her actions by adding ice to my glass. "Kitsuki Aika?" Her command of the language was exceptionally fluent, leaving me uncertain of my initial guess. "Taste my exquisite wine." It is a novel concoction that cannot be savored in any other establishment. How could I possibly indulge in a drink under such circumstances, with the daughter of another holding hands in the presence of her mother? It was merely a misunderstanding. I thought your daughter bore a striking resemblance to someone I might have encountered before. Would a mere acquaintance prompt her to take your hand? My cherished daughter would never permit even my maternal touch. From the words of Ayaka Onisuka, I discerned an underlying meaning. I apologize. I must have mistaken you for someone else. I seldom interact with children of her age in my daily life. To my surprise, Ayaka did not react with anger. Instead, she spoke with profound significance. Just because you do not encounter them in reality does not imply you have not envisioned them in your dreams. She lifted her glass and swayed her hips. Sakurako, come to my room. Sakurako? The mere mention of the name nearly caused me to drop my glass. During the live broadcast of Shinho High School, a young girl boldly stepped forward at a critical moment to shield me from the malevolent spirit of Yuanshin. That girl, imbued with resentment, was named Sakurako. But is she not a specter? The girl before me is undeniably alive. Summoning my courage, I gently cradled her face. And upon seeing her expressionless countenance, my hand trembled involuntarily. She bore an uncanny resemblance. She looked exactly like that ghost. Closing my textbook, Sakurako took my hand. Following Ayaka Onisuka, the three of us, accompanied by a dog, retreated to the staff lounge behind the bar, distancing ourselves from the cacophony and the envious gazes that surrounded us. As Ayaka shut the door, she removed her high heels and gracefully perched herself on the bed. Each casual movement posed a challenge to any ordinary man as restraint. Do not be so stiff, relax. Yet how could I possibly relax in this situation? I could only express my relief at not having donned sweatpants that morning. What is it that you summoned me for? We seem hardly acquainted. Do not be so formal. Since Sakurako has taken a liking to you, I shall too. Once I take a liking to someone, you may desire anything you wish. She arched her back, revealing an astonishing silhouette. Do you require a hint? Chapter 43. Sure, Yofu, I simply wish to inquire, where was Sakura the night before last? I interrupted the conversation of this Japanese woman. You are indeed a gentleman solely concerned about Sakura. She bit her lip, as if to tease me deliberately. She was in my shop the entire time, nowhere else. That's impossible. I saw her the night before last. Oh, and where did you happen to encounter her? I hesitated, unable to voice the location. Shinhwa High School, due to the myriad implications entwined with it. It's complicated. Isn't it? Ayaka Onisuka, on tiptoe, approached me, reaching out to touch Sakura's face, only to have Sakura evade her touch. You saw it yourself. This child has never been close to anyone, not even to me, her own mother. Indeed, Sakura displayed an extreme reticence, unwilling to engage with others. When I first encountered her at Shinhwa High School, she was similarly withdrawn, speaking only after Shiomu suggested harming her, prompting me to feign a desire to protect her by taking her away. That was when she uttered her first words to me. My husband passed away long ago. Ever since he left, Sakura has become this way. I've taken her to numerous psychologists, yet none have helped. Some claim my daughter has autism. Others suggest her emotional faculties are lacking. There is even a so-called dream analyst who attempted to hypnotize Sakura into her dreams, only to lose their sanity when she awoke. A bittersweet smile graced Ayaka's face. I yearned to provide her with a healthy and joyful childhood, but I am unable to. Lighting another cigarette, she stood barefoot. On the 3rd anniversary of my husband's passing, a clan elder mentioned that it was a curse of our family. Every 50 years, one of the descendants can see things in dreams that ordinary people cannot. I begged him to save Sakura, but he merely advised us to leave Japan and try our luck in China. Thus, we have been gone for 3 years. Sakura's condition has only worsened. Initially, we communicated at a basic level, but for the past few months, I have not heard a single word from her. Beneath Ayaka Onisuka and Appo's alluring exterior lies a mother and Appo's deep concern. Sakura refuses to interact with anyone. You're the only person I've seen her willingly hold hands with. Her tone turned earnest. You claim to have met her, so I surmise you must have encountered her in her dreams. Given Sakura's demeanor towards you, you must have cared for her well in the dream realm, correct? In dreams? I dared not reveal any excessive emotion. Yet I was acutely aware that Shinhua High School was no dream, and Sakura's situation was far more complex than her mother had described. Perhaps you may not believe this, but whenever Sakura sleeps, she is confronted with terrifying visions. She has been living in a nightmare, which is why she has become so numb. As her mother, I find myself unable to penetrate Sakura's world, forced to watch her suffer, a torment that afflicts both my body and spirit. Ayaka placed her hand on my chest, slowly sliding it downward. My request is not extravagant. I merely wish for Sakura to experience the happiness of a normal child. For that, I am willing to sacrifice much. I felt beads of sweat forming on my forehead as her voluptuous figure, adorned with a blue foxtail tattoo, seemed to come alive with a mischievous glint. Speak up. How can I assist you? The challenge posed by this woman was no less daunting than contending with the celestial being, Yuan-shun. From the moment I entered the room, she maintained the upper hand. Sakura is a pitiful girl, unwilling to connect with anyone but you. Therefore, I hope that if you have the time, you can spend more moments with her. Is it truly that simple? Why not? Ayaka returned to the edge of the bed, slipping on her high heels. Regardless of what transpired between you two in the dream realm, no one else would know. Even if you were to, well, I hope you tread lightly. She is still a child. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I found that her casual remarks left me momentarily speechless, with no retort at hand. I can agree to your request, but I wish to inquire about something else. I set aside thoughts of Sakura, returning to the matter at hand. Huang Guanhong from Qianding Pharmaceuticals died in a drunken driving accident a few days ago. As I understand it, he left the Blue Note bar that night before the accident occurred, and you two had a brief exchange on WeChat that very day. Do you believe that a lonely woman burdened with a child could be the murderer? Until the true culprit is apprehended, everyone remains a potential suspect. Therefore, I will comply with your request, but I ask you to answer my question honestly. Did Huang Guanhong exhibit any unusual behavior that night? Ayaka pondered for a moment. That night, Huang Guanhong and his young girlfriend arrived at my place quite late. They argued repeatedly for reasons unknown to me. I distinctly recall Huang Guanhong slapping the girl. Was he drinking at that time? No, Huang Guanhong was entirely sober. He only ordered a glass of juice while in my establishment. When did he leave? Approximately at midnight. He took his girlfriend to a home inn. The accident occurred around 5 in the morning, effectively eliminating Ayaka's potential involvement. If there is nothing further, I must be on my way. After all, as a single mother, it's not wise for us to linger together too long, lest the staff begin to gossip. Ayaka feigned concern for her reputation, leaving me somewhat speechless, considering who had just been lounging on the bed, stretching her body provocatively. As I pushed open the locked door and made my way to the lobby, a drunken, rotund man barreled towards me. Where's your boss? I've heard she is more beautiful than a vixen. It's my birthday today. I want her to sing for me and liven up the atmosphere. Apologies, but the boss is in a private meeting with a client. Outsiders are not permitted inside. Quit with the nonsense. Who sneaks off to discuss business in private? Get out of my way. The man charged past me into the backstage area. Captain Sure, I wonder who you are so hastily searching for? Ayaka Onizuka swayed her serpentine waist against the doorframe, holding a half-burnt cigarette. The sight of her made the man's eyes widen, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. You're stunning. It an amp, Oppos. That's my birthday, so here is an opportunity for you to earn some extra cash. Come back to the private room with me and sing a song. Treat me well, and money won into Oppos. TB an issue. That will be quite a predicament for me. The evening has already been reserved for this gentleman. Why not negotiate with him to see if he can spare you a minute or two? Ayaka feigned innocence, mimicking Sakura by casually taking my other hand. You're offering me a whole night? Just this pretty boy? The drunken man, Shiryofu, glared at me with malevolence. Kid, I have some status in Jiangjin real estate. I'm taking her with me. You wouldn't dare object, would you? You're truly asking for trouble. Having escaped the clutches of the mother and daughter, I stretched my sore fingers. Shiryofu, you and Oppos, merely a guard at Jiangjin real estate, and you dare speak of status? Don't push your luck, kid. I don't want to make a scene on my birthday. You and your kind at Jiangjin real estate are all the same. This rotund man was the one who instigated the tattooed man to vandalize my establishment, and today's encounter would not end peacefully. Beautiful lady, you should come with me. Seeing me release Ayaka's hand, Sure Yofu assumed I was yielding, and he approached with a leering grin. Oh, is this your daughter? A beauty from such a young age. Why not bring her along for some fun? His intentions were clear. As I brushed past him, I seized a half bottle of Royal Salute from the bar. Boss lady, I've heard that genuine Royal Salute from abroad comes in exceptionally sturdy bottles. Even if dropped on concrete, it won't shatter. I wonder if your liquor is the real deal or counterfeit. Shiufu reached out to embrace the enchanting Guishu Lingxiang, who remained unperturbed, even taking a moment to inhale a puff of smoke. Of course it's genuine. If you doubt it, feel free to verify for yourself. Very well. I shall give it a try. With a smirk gracing my lips, I seized Shiufu by the collar. The rotund fellow was utterly transfixed by Guishu Lingxiang, his pudgy hands almost reaching her when suddenly, someone yanked him back from behind. Are you seeking death? The voice admonished. Stop with the foul language. Hasn't your mother taught you to behave like a civilized being? I maintained a smile, perhaps even a gleeful one at that moment. Are you not Shiufu, the head of security at Jiangjin Real Estate? Indeed, that's me. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, you'll face the consequences. It appeared I had not mistaken his identity. Shiufu, still feigning indifference while I held him by the collar, prepared to count. Yet, I did not afford him the luxury of further dialogue. There's no need for 3 counts. 1 will suffice. Raising the bottle of liquor high, I brought it down forcefully upon his balding head. Crack! Glass shards erupted, mingling the light brown liquor with vibrant crimson blood as Shiufu and Appo's eyes widened in shock before he toppled over. Discarding the broken bottle, I mused, indeed, one cannot trust a woman's words. This is clearly counterfeit alcohol. The bar erupted into chaos as several young patrons rushed from their private rooms. I offered a sheepish smile to Guishu Lingxiang, retrieving my phone. Hello, Air Guzi. It appears we have work this evening. Chapter 44, Mr. Gu. The young men emerging from the private room were all members of the Century New Garden security team. These lads, lacking in real skill, merely trailed behind Shiryofu, leveraging the Jiang family and Appo's influence to act with unwarranted bravado. Now, witnessing their leader being assaulted, they rushed in like a pack of street thugs, fists flying and curses erupting. Grab him, beat him to a pulp. Shiryofu, who had been knocked down by a single bottle, lay groaning on the ground, clutching his bleeding head, devoid of any drunken stupor, his face contorted with rage. You think you can intimidate me just because you have numbers? I shouted defiantly. Yet the imposing figure of Bai Chi was nowhere to be seen. As the crowd closed in, I turned to see that the foolish dog had drunk the remainder of the royal cannon, swaying drunkenly behind a flower pot, clutching the shattered bottle. What in the world is happening? This mess could cost me my life. 7 or 8 burly fellows brandished various implements, glaring menacingly. Dare to touch our boss? You'll walk in, but be carried out. As they charged toward me, I hoisted the befuddled dog and fled. Is there a back door? I didn't forget to step on Shiryofu's stomach as I departed, watching as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fury from the store's destruction dissipating. The kitchen had a small door leading directly outside. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again another day. Without a moment to bid farewell, I dashed toward the kitchen, adhering to the adage that a wise man avoids immediate loss, intending to settle scores with Ergo later. Pursued by several, I blindly fled along the dark alleyway behind the Blue Jazz Bar. Stop. Listen up. Whoever captures him first today will receive a $1,000 reward. Motivated by the promise of money, the pursuers surged after me like they were on adrenaline, unfamiliar with the terrain and burdened by Bai Chi, who, while appearing only slightly larger than a typical dog, weighed several times more than a domesticated mutt. My shoulders soon ached from the strain. With a limited tolerance for alcohol, why did he insist on drinking? Was he not a living embodiment of a teammate and Appo's downfall? After sprinting 100 meters, I was breathless and, in a moment of desperation, tossed Bai Chi aside, picking up a brick to stand defiantly in the center of the alley. Keep running? Kid, if I don't send you to the hospital today, I shall lose all face in Jiang City. Beat him. Just as I was about to be overwhelmed, 2 second-hand Wuling vans descended upon the alley like divine reinforcements. Are you okay, Brother Jian? Sorry for being late. A dozen men emerged from the vans, wielding clubs and donning masks and caps. The leader, with a plaster cast on his right hand, had striking blonde hair visible in the darkness. Dare to touch my brother Chinurdu? Beat him. The tide of the confrontation shifted dramatically. I chuckled and tossed the brick aside. Ergo, your timing is impeccable. The security team found themselves cornered in the alley. Shi Yofu, surprisingly calm, used a towel to cover his head. You all understand, we are the Jiang family security. Do you still wish to operate in Jiang City? The Jiang family? Ha! Not even the King of Heaven could save you today. The men brought by Ergo were young but fierce, their attacks ruthless. If you're here to drink, then prepare for a reckoning. Don't panic, let me call for help. Shi Yofu hastily dialed a number. Mr. Gu, we're in the alley behind the Blue Jazz Bar. Please hurry, they are too many for us to handle. Once the call ended, Shi Yofu regained his confidence. Fortunately, we invited Mr. Gu for the birthday celebration today. Soon you will understand what it means to be trapped in a situation you cannot escape. With double our numbers. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Should I let my brothers bleed you out one by one? He intercepted Argu. Hold your horses, mister. Gu is not someone to be trifled with. Now realizing their folly, Shi Yofu's face, smeared with blood and alcohol, bore a sinister grin. Jiang Chun invited someone to deal with me? At the wedding banquet, I had injured Jiang Chun's pet spirit. He must believe I am a practitioner of the Tao, hence the summoning of a Miaojiang sorcerer. I had humiliated him at the banquet, and I knew retribution was inevitable, but I never anticipated such malevolence. From my understanding of Miaojiang poisons and sorcery, once the insect enters the body, the consequences could range from madness to a slow, torturous death. Seemingly gentle, yet ruthlessly cunning, Jiang Chun truly harbored a vicious intent. The back door of the Blue Jazz Bar swung open, and a figure draped in a black cloak stepped into the alley. Mr. Gu, we are here. Shi Yofu appeared to have found his savior, calling out for help. The cloaked figure paid no heed, leisurely advancing into the alley, their face obscured, exuding an aura of inscrutability. Stop! The area is sealed. Two of Ergo's lackeys attempted to block the figure, but after lingering for several seconds without a response, both suddenly turned pale, clutching their wrists as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Haha, Mr. Gu, what skill you possess? Are you beginning to realize the gravity of your situation? Zhongxing Lu Gu. Ergo attempted to check on the fallen, but I restrained him. No, let me handle this. Be careful. That guy carries an aura of malevolence. I motioned for him to remain calm, though I too felt uncertain. However, this was a mess I had created, and I had to face it alone. In the dilapidated alley, the cloaked figure moved unhurriedly, seemingly indifferent to our presence, even disinterested in conversing with us. I gripped the brick tightly, having a hunch about why Ergo's two lackeys had collapsed. They likely suffered from an insect bite. I remained vigilant, aware that a single bite could spell my doom. Yet, in the pitch-black alley, guarding against a venomous attack posed a significant challenge. As I pondered my next move, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my leg. Looking down, I saw a palm-sized snake had bitten my calf. I yanked the snake off, and after a few futile struggles, it lay motionless, its body rigid, dead. I examined my leg. Aside from two tiny puncture wounds, there was no unusual sensation. Remarkable. You are the first person I have encountered who remained unflinching after being bitten by a seven-step snake. The voice from a cloak held a tone of surprise. Turns out you're not mute. It was not my fortitude, but rather the fact that my leg felt oddly numb, invigorating my blood circulation. Still have the strength to speak. Let us see how long you can endure. The cloaked figure sneered, extending his palm, and several tiny, bug-like creatures sprang from his hand. 3 paths insect. Using sorcery on ordinary folks is a waste. He seemed to revel in his own prowess, a picture of solitude among the skilled. This display unnerved me, prompting me to remain still. Minutes passed, and seemingly nothing happened. Upon closer inspection, I noticed several small flying insects on my shoe, lethargically flapping their wings. They resembled the aforementioned 3 paths insect. Could they explode upon death? To be frank, I was astonished by the cloaked figure's methods, which had incapacitated 2 grown men with a mere wave of his hand. Initially, I assumed he possessed great strength, yet after all this time, he had done nothing to harm me. Could it be a slow-acting poison, one that would take effect at midnight? Oh, the 3 paths insect cannot approach. It seems I must compel you to use sorcery. The cloaked figure chuckled disdainfully. I intended to grant you a comfortable demise, yet you seem ungrateful. With a flourish of his long sleeves, he produced a sealed ceramic jar. Today, I shall broaden your horizons and let you witness true sorcery. He poised his index finger above the jar, allowing a drop of blood to fall within. As the scent of blood wafted through the air, a fearsome giant insect emerged from the earthen jar, resembling a centipede with a staggering 33 pairs of legs. The secret art of Gao Jian. Thousand-legged goo. With a flick of his fingers, the thousand-legged goo scurried down his arm and onto the ground, its speed increasing to a point where it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I held a brick, glancing around in confusion. How could an ordinary mortal like me dare to challenge a millennia-old goo technique? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. No sooner had he finished speaking than I felt a sudden chill in my arm. That creature had somehow climbed onto me without my notice. This is bad. I attempted to shake it off, but it was too late. The goo insect sank its fangs into my arm. Venom coursed through my veins, causing the skin of my forearm to turn a sinister shade of bluish-black. Chapter 45. Are you here to amuse me? The venom of the thousand-legged goo worm strikes like lightning, its potency fierce as a tempest. If the wound from its bite is not severed immediately, the poison will spread throughout the body, leaving but a mere 15 minutes of life. The figure in the black robe cackled maliciously, nonchalantly waving his hand as the goo worm completed its mission and descended from my arm, crawling back with remarkable sentience. Brother Jian, ergo, concerned for my safety, hurried over. As he examined my arm, he noticed the previously dark blue mark gradually fading, ultimately transforming into a drop of black blood that oozed from the plum blossom wound on my wrist. Bewildered, I patted Ergo on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be alarmed. Though bitten by this creature, it is not painful. In fact, it brings a refreshing sensation." Turning to face the figure in black, I perceived him now as a benevolent healer, dedicated to the welfare of all, rather than the sinister goo master he had seen before. "You are merely bluffing. Once the poison takes effect, let us see how you maintain your mirth." The black-clad figure, irritated by my resilience, waved his hand and retrieved a red-black ceramic jar from his robe. In the life of a meow person, one can only nurture 9 goo worms, among which the first, nourished by one in amp, Oppo's essence, is the life-bound goo. "You may find peace and death beneath this goo," he asserted. Upon extracting the jar, an ominous energy enveloped him, intensifying the sinister aura surrounding us. The poison within the jar was no ordinary pest. Observing his demeanor, I felt a twinge of trepidation, hesitant to act recklessly. Dozens of eyes fixated on his palm as he began to chant incantations. The surface of the jar darkened ominously, and a massive moth burst forth, soaring into the air. This was no average moth. Its palm-sized form boasted 6 wings, and upon its back was a grotesque face, grinning eerily. The life-bound poison goo, the human-faced moth. As it emerged, the already dim alley grew even more foreboding, the neon lights outside warping, as if scattered with willow fluff. "Hold your breath. The air is toxic." I quickly covered my mouth and nose, but alas, it was too late. Something seemed to have entered my nostrils, causing an itch in my throat. Turning to look, I saw Ergo and even the distant Yofu, both as pale as goose liver, clutching their throats and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as if suffocated. The human-faced moth, one of the 3 and 5 disasters, contains lethal phosphorus powder. "Without my antidote, you shall perish within the hour," the black-robed figure proclaimed, laughing triumphantly as those in the alley fell limply, all except for me, rendered immobile. Ergo, he clutched his throat desperately, fingers digging into the earth. Agony etched across his face, while I, having inhaled the same phosphorus powder, found merely an itch in my throat. Indeed, that was all I felt. Was I truly immune to all poisons? Or had the excess of gutter oil fortified me against the meow goo? It made no logical sense. I picked up a brick and approached the black-robed figure. Regardless of his insidious tricks, I resolved to subdue him first. You can still move? I must admit, your tenacity is somewhat admirable. The black-clad figure, hands behind his back, wore an expression of rare appreciation. Very well, if you can take 5 steps without falling, I may consider granting you a merciful end. He began to count my steps. You are afflicted by multiple goo. Moving forcefully will only hasten your demise. As your blood flows, the toxins and eggs will root themselves in every corner of your body. The faster you move, the greater the pain you shall endure when you collapse. Having taken 5 steps, the black figure shook his head, slowly closing his eyes. With a heart consumed by myriad worms, blood will flow from all 7 orifices. I can already foresee your tragic demise. His words sent a chill down my spine, yet I felt no ill effects. Boldly, I took 5 more steps, feeling perfectly fine. My throat even felt better. Were the circumstances different, I might have even burst into song. But something was amiss. Ergo and the others were indeed suffering. Why was the poison having no effect on me? I stared blankly at the plum blossom wound on my wrist. Could be the plum blossom goo from the underworld showcase? From its appearance alone, the plum blossom goo resembled a dragon, with peculiar horns sprouting from its head, suggesting it was of a far superior rank to the black-robed master-esque goo. Could it be that the plum blossom goo was so dominant that my body could not accommodate any other goo? Lost in thought, I had unknowingly taken over 10 steps. Now, just a meter or 2 from the black figure. Hearing my footsteps, he opened his eyes wide. What? How are you still alive? His voice, tinged with a hint of rural simplicity, echoed in my ears. Brother, I too am curious why. After your goose bite, my waist no longer aches, my legs are unburdened, and I can stride so far while still wielding this brick with vigor. You are no ordinary being. You're also a goo master, the black-robed figure exclaimed, stepping back in shock. I did not expect to encounter a fellow practitioner here. Very well. According to the rules of goo masters, I shall challenge you. He waved his hands, and 3 ceramic jars fell from his robe, arranged in a formation before him. Let us unveil the goo. Really? To be honest, had Ergo and the others not been on the brink of death, I would have thought this fellow was merely a severe case of delusion, dressed in a costume of unknown origin. Goo, when divided, reveals the worm below and the dish above. Transforming the shadow into a worm, the dish becomes goo. 3 and 5 disasters. The black-robed figure chanted as I approached him. Buddy, perhaps next time you could shorten your incantation? Look, I'm already in front of you, and you're still not finished. Doesn't that seem a bit awkward? The black figure, who had maintained an air of composure, now paled, his expression shifting dramatically. As he prepared to drop blood into the jar, I swung the brick towards him. Thud! Clutching his bleeding head, the obstinate goo master fell to the ground, mumbling his incantations, his frail, trembling arm reaching for his jars. Your stubbornness is beyond my comprehension. With a swift maneuver, I pinned him to the ground and pulled back his robe, revealing a scrawny middle-aged man with a rather unseemly demeanor. Impossible! You are afflicted by goo poison. How can you remain unscathed? This is inconceivable. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Hurry and cure the poison afflicting my brothers, or you will face the consequences. I swung the brick again, incredulous at how easily I had subdued this goo master, who had poisoned so many. You are nearing your end. The poison has seeped deeply. You will surely perish within 15 minutes. The Miao Goo arts are unparalleled. You are oblivious to your impending doom. The black-robed figure raged, pointing at me, but I paid him no heed. Raising the brick, I struck him twice on the forehead. And what are your Miao Goo arts? Unmatched, you say? If you do not cure the poison, I shall roast your worms with this lighter. After a few strikes, the result was immediate. The black figure complied, remedying the poison for Ergo and the others. Brother Jian, you truly are remarkable. I nearly believed I was facing death just moments ago. This black-robed fellow is indeed formidable. Had he not encountered me, a unique victim of the plum blossom goo, others might have perished. Having cured everyone of their goo poison, the security guards huddled in the corner, too terrified to utter a word. Their leader, Shi Yofu, wore an exaggerated grin. His previous ferocity entirely vanished, as if he were a different person. A misunderstanding, brother. It is all a misunderstanding. He stuffed his pockets full of cash and ergo and amp, Oppo's, hands. And, as I pulled out a cigarette, he rushed over to light it, his obsequious demeanor reminiscent of a historical figure. He shunned. Brother, my smashing of your shop was merely a directive from above. I am but a messenger, without power or influence, simply following orders. We all make our living this way. I apologize for any losses you may have incurred. If you inform me, I shall compensate you immediately. Sure Yufu, in his 40s, alternated between calling me little brother and begging for mercy. His overly accommodating attitude disarmed me, and ergo. And we did not press him too hard after he relinquished a significant portion of his savings. They urged him to leave quickly, encircling the beleaguered Gu master, whose black robe had been torn to shreds, leaving him in a rather pitiful state as he cowered in the corner. They were free to depart, but he was not. I instructed go to strip him bare, leaving only a pair of black underpants. Good heavens! A few of my underlings stood astounded. Having retrieved from this man a plethora of cloth pouches and 7 ceramic jars of varying sizes, the means of which to conceal such items remained mystery. Mere moments ago, the Gu master had exuded an air of formidable authority. Now, he sat exposed, clutching a newspaper to shield his chest, resembling a young girl who had just been bullied. Now that he had fallen into our hands, we could do as we pleased. Whether to kill or to torture was entirely at our discretion. I said, my friend, please refrain from gazing at me with such a despondent look, as if life holds no meaning and yet you refuse to perish. We have no intentions of harming you. We merely wish to pose a few inquiries. We tossed the Gu master into the van and drove back to Ting Tang Road. Chapter 46. The most overbearing Gu. Upon alighting from the van, I relinquished all the money I had taken from Shi Yufu to Ergu. Meanwhile, I gathered an array of bottles and jars belonging to the Gu master, along with his person, and carried them back to the shop. Xiao Feng, lend me a hand. Although Xiao Feng was astonished at my acquisition of a living person, she complied with my request, never questioning beyond what was necessary. I assisted the Gu master into the room, wrapped him in a bedsheet, and then secured the shop door before ascending to the second floor with him. Xiao Feng, do not touch the earthen jars in the black robe. After issuing my caution, I locked the door, leaving only the Gu master draped in the sheet, and myself in the room. Who on earth are you? What have you brought me here for? The Gu master clutched the sheet tightly, appearing somewhat anxious without his usual poisonous goo at his disposal. His demeanor reminded me of Xiao Feng at Anshin Inn, although she had exuded grace, while the Gu master's appearance was rather comical in comparison. You must be curious why goo worms have no effect on me, right? I drew the curtains, as our ensuing discussion might delve into matters of the underworld, and I wished to keep it private. Today I find myself at your mercy. I can only lament my lack of skill. Do as you please. I have endured the pains of the world, and no matter how you torment me, my brow shall not furrow. The Gu master spoke dramatically, yet his grandiose aura was entirely undermined by the bright red flower-patterned sheet he was wrapped in, rendering the scene rather amusing. Are all practitioners of Gu this arrogant? I sighed, retrieving paper and a pen, inscribing the characters for Plum Blossom Gu onto the blank sheet. I have brought you here today to pose a question. Answer well, and I shall release you. Is that a promise? A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's oath, but you must answer truthfully, without any tricks. The question I wish to pose concerned the Plum Blossom Gu, the only lead left behind after Xia Chi's disappearance, and it held great significance for me. The Gu master furrowed his brow, gnawing on his fingertip, and, with a drop of blood on his forehead, declared, I swear on my life, Gu worm, if I speak falsely, the shadow insect shall consume my body. You may ask now. The Gu master's disrespect for the divine was evident. The life Gu worm was singular, and swearing upon it did indeed carry some weight. Your Gu poison has no effect on me, not due to my mastery of Gu techniques, but possibly because of a particular Gu poison I had previously encountered. Impossible. If you had already been afflicted by a Gu poison, various toxins would merely hasten the hatching of the eggs within you, turning your body into a living Gu vat. He explained, indicating that Gu poisons stimulated one another, provoking ferocity and giving rise to more formidable Gu worms. Are you certain? Could it not be that a particular goo poison is so dominant that once it enters the body, it cannot accommodate any other? The goo master seemed to ponder this notion, but soon shook his head. Such a thing does exist, but those particular worms have long been extinct. My interest piqued. I pressed on. Might you have heard of the term plum blossom goo? Plum blossom goo. The goo master's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at me. Even among goo seedlings, the plum blossom goo is a taboo. How could an outsider know of it? Indeed, such a thing existed. And if I could unravel the mystery of the plum blossom goo, would I not be liberated from the grips of the underworld? Containing my excitement, I lowered my voice. To speak frankly, the poison I have encountered is indeed the plum blossom goo. To my astonishment, the goo master, wrapped in a sheet, suddenly sprang to his feet. The plum blossom mark? The innate goo worm truly exists. He sat down, his expression shifting between elation and trepidation. Young man, truthfully, I do not comprehend the plum blossom goo well. I have only come across it sporadically in ancient texts. Although it bears the name plum blossom goo, its appearance bears no resemblance to the plum blossom itself. It is named thus because those afflicted carry the mark of the plum blossom for life. This mark never heals. Indeed, it persists until death. One overbearing goo worm. It is not merely overbearing. It is an affront to natural law, the goo master recalled from ancient writings. The plum blossoms bloom before all others, reigning supreme in spring. This plum blossom goo is the foremost among all goo, incomparable to the 3 een and 5 disasters. And the method of its concoction has long been lost. He glanced at my wrist. To resolve the goo, one must target the specific ailment, employing poison to counter poison. I know what you wish to inquire. I regret to inform you that this poison has no antidote. I was taken aback by his resolute response. Is there truly no way? Let me be candid. The most dominant goo worm extant should be the blood goo of the green granny, which is derived from the strongest 99 blood leeches selected from 1,000. They are nourished with fresh fish blood for 9 days, then made to slaughter one another until only 9 remain. These are then fed with the blood of livestock for another 9 days, leaving just 1. Finally, it is nurtured with human blood and various toxins for 49 days before it can be activated. However, in the past, this blood goo merely served as sustenance for another type of golden silkworm goo. What I'm saying is, ancient texts record that the plum blossom goo's preferred sustenance is none other than the golden silkworm. After a long, circuitous explanation, I finally grasped the sheer ferocity of the plum blossom goo. Is there truly no remedy? If there is any concealment, may the heavens strike with 5 bolts of lightning. The goo master's words left me with no recourse. Per our agreement, I opened the door. You may leave now, but refrain from associating with the Jiangjian real estate people in the future. Be wary lest they sell you out while you assist them in counting their profits. Despite his profound mastery of goo techniques, the goo master was surprisingly simple-minded, or rather, he lacked guile, too innocent for his own good. As I opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted in. Xiao Feng called from downstairs. I've cooked noodles for you too. You just had a drink. Eat well before you leave. Fate is indeed curious. Moments ago, the two of us had been adversaries, yet now we sat at the same table, sharing a meal of noodles, exchanging glances that were anything but ordinary. I can't believe you still have the gall to stay for noodles, I remarked. Oomph. The goo master's tone was frosty. Yet he devoured the noodles ravenously without any pretense. After a hearty meal, it was already past 1 or 2 in the morning and with no taxis in sight. I surveyed the goo master, still draped in a sheet, and sighed if I let him out, anyone who sees him will likely call the police. Never mind. He might as well stay here for the night. We laid out bedding on the floor, discarding all the bottles and jars outside. After locking the shop door, I felt reassured. Don't entertain any ill thoughts, or you will regret it. The goo master snorted coldly and promptly fell asleep. Noticing his stillness, I too surrendered to slumber. The room was silent, but around 3 in the morning, the goo master, ensconced in the thin blanket, abruptly opened his eyes. You are too inexperienced to contend with me. With a mocking smile, he quietly recited a spell, causing the earthen jar left outside to tremble. In moments, a human-faced moth emerged, fluttering through the ventilation duct and into the room. For the sake of that bowl of noodles, I shall spare your life. but dare to insult a Goo master, and you shall pay the price. He commanded the moth to scatter phosphorescent powder within the room. The human-faced moth is of the shadows. This place shall grow even colder. I will sever your source of income. The Goo master chuckled inwardly. But the delight of retribution faded almost instantly as Bai Chi, having consumed half a bottle of royal salute, roused himself. That dog is quite perceptive, but even a mere beast without wisdom could not kill your master. Do you think I cannot handle you? He envisioned the dog succumbing to the poisonous powder. Yet to his astonishment, Bai Chi merely shook his head, entirely unaffected. What was happening? Could this dog also be afflicted by the plum blossom goo? While he pondered, Bai Chi, having just awoken, spotted the flitting human-faced moth. In a burst of excitement, he leapt up and swatted the moth to the ground. Puffed. The Goo master spat out a mouthful of blood, and it was no exaggeration. He had sustained injury to his life goo. The moth, having narrowly escaped, found its wings torn asunder by Bai Chi, with several legs broken. Having traversed the Miao territory for over a decade, I could hardly endure such humiliation. This matter shall not conclude here. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he once again recited the incantation. This time, a 1,000-legged insect crawled in, obeying his command to ascend the roof and make its way into the inner room to evade Bai Chi. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The insect halted motionless before the door where Xiao Feng lay sleeping, completely beyond his control. What could this mean? The Goo master's face turned pale. The 1,000-legged creature is drawn to those shrouded in extreme cold and darkness, and it only ceases its movement upon encountering a woman born under such ominous circumstances. Could it be that the one residing within is the heavenly auspicious maiden I have sought for years? Chapter 47. You are the seventh. Typically, those who pursue the art of Goo are women. It is not that men cannot learn it, but rather that Goo is an exceedingly cold and sinister entity. Men who attempt to master it often face a shortened lifespan, which is why the Miao family strictly prohibits the teaching of Goo techniques to males. The Goo master acquired his skills through clandestine study and self-teaching. His innate talent is remarkable, yet being a man, his life expectancy dwindles as his mastery of Goo deepens. To prolong his existence, he must seek out items of profound yin energy to nourish his body. In acquiescing to Jiang Chun and Appo's request to eliminate Gao Jian, he found himself in a desperate position, as procuring such items in the remote Miao territory would require a significant sum, which was difficult to amass. Everything is driven by the instinct for survival. Yet on this very day, the centipede Goo he nurtured discovered a girl born during the yin hour. Such a girl is inherently suited for the practice of Goo. Had she been a part of the Goo lineage, she would undoubtedly be chosen as a holy maiden of the clan. Not only was she born during the yin hour, but the density of yin energy surrounding her was astonishing. Was she a living ghost or a soul that had traversed the netherworld? If he could remain close to her, perhaps the yin and malevolent energy of the Goo could be mitigated or transferred. After considerable effort, he managed to return the centipede Goo to its jar, and that night, the Goo master slept soundly. At the break of dawn, I was roused from my slumber by Xiao Feng and Appo's gentle shaking. A fire had broken out. I threw off the covers and leaped up, only to find Xiao Feng kneeling beside the bed, a peculiar expression on her face. It was as if she had encountered a cockroach but was unable to crush it underfoot. Following her gaze, I saw the Goo master, already awake, wrapped in a bedsheet, wearing a stiff smile, his hawkish eyes fixated on Xiao Feng, as if he wished to devour her whole. Good heavens! Could this old rascal have developed an affection for Xiao Feng? The age gap is egregious. How shameless! After donning my clothes, I approached the Goo master. The sun is up. Why do you still linger here? I'm in no hurry. I feel a strong connection with this girl and wish to impart to her a fortuitous opportunity. The Goo master replied, his tone calm and measured. What opportunity? I wish to take her as my disciple and teach her the Goo techniques of Miao territory. His intentions were clear, under the guise of mentorship. He sought to remain close to Xiao Feng and transfer the Goo and Appo's malevolent energy to her. Have you lost your mind? Upon awakening, the Goo master's thoughts had taken a wild leap. I turned to seek Xiao Feng's opinion, and she resolutely shook her head in refusal. As you can see, Xiao Feng is not interested in learning Gu techniques. It's getting late. You should leave. This is not a shelter for the disabled. Return whence you came. The Gu master's face shifted from green to white. Young lady, think carefully. My mastery of Gu is unparalleled in Miao territory. With just a little guidance, I could empower you to easily overpower 4 or 5 strong men. I'm not interested. I don't like fighting. It seemed I had not conveyed my point clearly. The art of Gu is profound and multifaceted. Beyond its lethal applications, it can also preserve youth and vitality. I have no need for it. In truth, the art of Gu is enigmatic, with some potent poisons possessing unforeseen effects, such as controlling the hearts of others, ensuring that one in damp, Oppos, as beloved remains utterly devoted. I trust Gao Jian. You. The Gu master was rendered speechless, his lips turning a shade of purple from the effort of restraint. I neatly folded the blankets and nudged the Gu master. Enough of this. I intend to open for business soon, so stop clinging to this place. How about this? I swear on my life, Gu, as long as that girl lends me something, I will never act against you and will assist you with one task without conditions. The Gu master and Oppos' tone was earnest. Piquing my curiosity, what do you wish to borrow from Xiao Feng? After a moment of hesitation, the Gu master awkwardly confessed, the heavenly vine of women. The heavenly vine has been a valued medicinal herb since ancient times, a precious item of profound yin energy. Xiao Feng, still somewhat confused, shook my arm, asking, what is the heavenly vine? If you don't understand, you can search online later. I'm going to the kitchen to fetch something. I was genuinely asking for it. If she agreed to lend it to me, I would promise to help her with 2 tasks. No, 3 tasks to be fair. In response, I remained silent, emerging from the kitchen with a knife in hand. Old lecher. If you refuse to leave today, I swear I will chop you in half. Don and Amp, Oppos, TB Rash. Would 5 tasks suffice? We can negotiate. I managed to shove the Gu master out of the shop, but he continued to tap on the rolling shutter from outside. Think it over a bit more? By noon, Xiao Feng was preparing to go out for groceries when she unexpectedly bumped into the waiting Gu master. Dressed in tattered black robes and holding a jianbing, a type of Chinese pancake, he bore no semblance of sage. Young lady, our encounter in this vast sea of humanity is the fate of master and disciple. He rambled on, persistently following Xiao Feng to the market. And even the usually patient Xiao Feng began to lose her temper. Stop following me. I simply cannot bear to see you miss this opportunity. If you continue to follow me, I will call the police. In an attempt to evade the Gu master, Xiao Feng chose winding back roads. In a desolate alley, silence reigned, occasionally disrupted by the sound of a fallen bottle, startling anyone who passed by. As Xiao Feng walked ahead, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Why are you following me again? I told you, I do not like insects and do not wish to learn Gu. Learning drums? I want to teach you to drum. Brother has something much more delightful to share with you. The voice was off, and Xiao Feng hurriedly turned around to see a tattooed scorpion on a man's arm. It's you? The ruffians from the night market. What ruffians? We Haven and Oppos. T taken anything from you? The tattooed man grinned maliciously, reaching for Xiao Feng. At that moment, the Gu master in his black robes stepped into the alley. You seek death? How dare you touch someone I have set my sights on? Someone you have set your sights on? What can an old relic like you do aside from watch? With a cold smile, the Gu master replied, your statement contains 21 characters. I shall make you suffer for 21 days before you perish. Centipede Gu. As the jar fell to the ground, the Gu master began to chant a spell, but was struck from behind with great force. He struggled to see the assailant's face, but his mind clouded, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Take that woman away. Leave this place immediately. The assailant, wearing a cap, had a handsome yet scarred face, marred as if burned by fire. Let go of me. Release me. Xiao Feng cried, struggling against their grip. The man with the cap approached her with a smile. Sister, it's been a long time. I hear you've been doing quite well. Haven't you, sister? Xiao Feng's expression shifted suddenly, as if recalling a deeply terrifying memory. Slowly, she raised her gaze to meet the man's grotesque visage, and as if struck by lightning, she screamed, Lu Xing, shut her mouth and take her away. In the suburbs of Jiang City, within an abandoned warehouse, Xiao Feng was bound tightly and thrown onto a dilapidated sofa, while her brother Lu Xing sat beside her. The bodies hidden in the Anshin and have been discovered. Our parents have been taken away by the police, and I have become a wanted criminal. He toyed with a small knife, occasionally brandishing it near Xiao Feng's face. But look at you, living a blissful life with your little lover. Have you forgotten your wretched fate? With that, Lu Xing seized Xiao Feng's hair, disregarding her pained screams, and pressed the blade against her neck. You cannot escape. Not a single one of the 8 characters of your destiny can evade this. But fear not. I won't kill you just yet. You are the 7th. And before you, I have one more to eliminate. Xing picked up the newspaper from the ground. The headline reported the police's significant breakthrough in the case of the hidden corpses at the Anshin Inn. Accompanying the article were 2 images, one of the Anshin Inn and the other featuring the captain of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Municipal Bureau, Tainingsiang. The celestial star of war I have sought for a decade, and to my astonishment, it is right here in Jiangqing. He laughed heartily, while several of his subordinates bowed their heads, their humble demeanor resembling that of puppets under a spell. The auspicious stars, Red Luan, Yuan Chun, Jiesha, Wang Shun, Tian Yi, Gui Run, and the 10 evils had all gathered together. Now, all that remained was to await the moments of mourning, the hanging of funeral banners, and the arrival of death, at which point he could seize the heavens, alter his fate, and reshape his destiny. Chapter 48, the 3rd live broadcast. Xiao Feng reclined on the sofa, observing the maniacal laughter of Lu Xing, as haunting memories from her childhood flooded her mind. In anguish, she shut her eyes, reflecting, it is fate. There is no escaping this destiny. In the warehouse, everyone harbored their own thoughts, oblivious to a centipede-like worm stealthily crawling out from Xiao Feng's pocket and slipping into the crevice of the sofa. By the time I learned of Xiao Feng's disappearance, it was already afternoon. Mr. Gu, in a state of frantic urgency, burst into the shop, declaring that Xiao Feng had been taken by a group of ruffians. Initially, I was skeptical, but after personally visiting the market, I realized the situation was far more dire than Mr. Gu had indicated. The abduction scene bore no signs of struggle, suggesting that the assailants could easily subdue Mr. Gu, indicating their formidable nature. Why would they abduct Xiao Feng? For money? For lust? Shaking my head to dismiss these possibilities, I picked up the basket that had fallen to the ground. The vegetables within were still pristine, not scattered, implying that the basket hadn't been flung during a scuffle, but rather released by Xiao Feng herself. Why did she let go? Had she seen something utterly horrifying? On a bright day, was a malevolent spirit at play? Unlikely, as Xiao Feng was already tormented by such spirits. Even a ghost would not terrify her excessively. A knot formed in my mind. Who was Xiao Feng most afraid of? The landlord couple had been detained, and aside from them, there was only one person capable of inducing such panic in Xiao Feng, her brother, Lu Xing. My eyes gradually brightened as I called Mr. Gu and inquired if he had seen a peculiar young man. Mr. Gu, vague and uncertain, recalled that when he fell, a youth clad in a cap stood behind him. Almost certainly, I hastened to report this to the authorities, as that individual was very likely a fugitive. Half an hour later, upon meeting Tainingsiang, the first words out of her mouth were, Xiao Feng has been kidnapped. It is likely the work of Lu Xing. A city-wide search commenced surreptitiously. While I was deeply concerned for Xiao Feng and Appo's safety, I recognized that I could offer no assistance at this time. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, Mr. Gu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I bear half the responsibility for the girl's disappearance. I will assist you in finding her. Eventually, what was fated could not be avoided. I prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles and lit a cigarette. Actually, there's something I must tell you, Mr. Gu began. I have lost one of my centipede worms. Lost one? I inquired. The centipede worm, that half-foot-long creature, thrives in cold, dark environments. It escaped from the container while I was unconscious. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Mr. Gu revealed the details of his activities from the previous night. Are you saying that the lost worm is likely with Xiao Feng now? I asked. Indeed, I feed it with my blood. As long as it is within 100 meters, I can sense its presence. Can you traverse such a vast city step by step? I retorted. Wait patiently for the police. I am more anxious than you, he replied. While I understood Mr. Gu and Appo's good intentions, his proposed method seemed far too inefficient. Rest assured, I will find her and provide you with an explanation, I assured him. After finishing his words, Mr. Gu, in his black cloak, exited the shop. The once lively shop now lay in eerie silence, reminiscent of days long past. If only I had uttered the right words by the river yesterday. A whole day passed without any news of Xiaofeng. I had enlisted Air Guzi to search for her and even asked Lu Xiaozai to divine her fate. But to no avail. As Lu Xiaozai remarked, this was Xiaofeng and Amp, Appo's calamity, one that could not be avoided. I was disinterested in any other pursuits until 8 o'clock the following evening, when a sudden cold light illuminated the dimly lit shop. Someone had dialed the large-screen phone of the Underworld showcase. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. I took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello. Ding dong. You have arrived at the Miyun Mansion. Please gather your belongings and exit from the rear door. Please walk carefully. The vehicle has arrived. Please exercise caution, as the 14th route is a non-ticketing bus. Please board from the front door. Insert a coin of 1 yuan. No change will be given on the bus. As the vehicle departs, please secure yourselves. Welcome aboard the 14th route non-ticketing bus. Please prepare your change and insert 1 yuan. Passengers boarding should move towards the rear door. The next stop is the crematorium at bridge number 3. After the bus-like announcement concluded, a woman's voice resonated. Promise me. Do not let my daughter board. Promise me. The call abruptly ended, and the busy tone echoed within the shop. Soon after, a text message arrived in my inbox. In the silent, desolate midnight, refrain from boarding the delayed last bus, for it may very well be a hearse laden with the deceased. Live broadcast task. Arrive at Miyun Mansion by midnight. Board the 14th bus and reach the final destination alive. Note, the task cannot be undertaken in the company of any living being, otherwise it will be deemed a failure. Optional task. Protect the passengers on the bus. For every additional surviving person, 1 point will be awarded. Staring blankly at the message in my inbox, each live broadcast task left me with a sense of unexpected urgency. The prohibition against undertaking the task alongside any living beings was clearly aimed at Bai Qi. How did the Underworld showcase know about Bai Qi? Had they always been lurking beside me? With only 4 hours remaining until the broadcast commenced, my sole trump card, Bai Qi, could not accompany me. The task from the Underworld showcase grew increasingly perilous. Last time, I survived solely due to Xiaofeng and Appo's timely intervention. I could not expect miracles every time. Relying on last-minute efforts was far too daunting. After much contemplation, I resolved to use the points from the Underworld showcase to exchange for talismans that could ensure my survival. I instructed Bai Qi to stay behind as a guard, then called Lu Xiaozai to come over and took a taxi to the largest bank in Jiangxing. Taking out my large-screen phone, I sent a message via my inbox. Points exchange. I wish to exchange for 6 random minor talismans. Points deducted. Remaining points. 4. Your items have been deposited into your personal safe and can be collected at any time. The Underworld showcase responded swiftly. By the time I arrived at the bank, which should have been closed, it was brightly lit, and the elegant lobby manager awaited me at the entrance. Mr. Gao, we have received notification. Please follow me. Are the items here? Did you ascertain who delivered them? Apologies. We only received a call indicating you would come to collect them. I found this somewhat incredulous. The Underworld showcase indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. Upon further reflection, if they could communicate with spirits and procure items like the plum blossom worm, then placing things unnoticed into the bank's vault would hardly escape an ordinary person's notice. Upon reaching the basement personal safe, I swiped my black card and retrieved a black package. Without hastily unpacking it, I returned to Ting Tang Road, where Lu Xiaozai awaited me. Carefully locking the shop door, I invited Lu Xiaozai inside. Gao Jian, your celestial gate is obscured, dark clouds loom, and great peril is imminent, he warned as he settled down. Tonight, you must not go anywhere. Stay indoors and ideally sleep with this dog, he insisted, his voice trembling with urgency. I offered a wry smile. Your calculations are quite accurate, but I must venture out tonight. Venture out for what? Are you seeking death? Lu Xiaozai exclaimed, visibly agitated. There was no choice. Leaving offered a glimmer of hope, while staying would surely lead to doom. I unwrapped the package, a faint scent of incense wafting through the room. I invited you here to help me discern the purpose of these talismans. I had exchanged 5 points for 6 random minor talismans, and, as a novice, I had no inkling of their efficacy, necessitating Lu Xiaozai and Amp, Oppo's expertise. Peering down, I laid the 6 talismans flat within the package, their surfaces unwrinkled. While they lacked the aesthetic appeal of thunder talismans, each stroke and line exuded an aura of spirituality. Where did you acquire these talismans? Lu Xiaozai inquired. Lu, the blind man, was captivated by the talismans, his tone filled with astonishment. To think there still exist lost methods of talismanic arts. I glanced at the clock, noting it was already 9 in the evening, and hastily urged, forget about that for now. Quickly tell me their effects. The first talisman, with a yellow background and black characters, is the Maoshan Guiding Talisman, the most ordinary among the 6, capable of dispelling illusions and thwarting ghostly barriers. The second talisman, exuding an ominous aura, features a yellow backdrop with red characters, crafted from cinnabar and blood. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Maoshan 7 talismans. The third talisman is even more extraordinary, adorned with a yellow background and white characters, inscribed with a mixture of glutinous rice and ink. It is likely the creation of a reclusive hermit, known as the Child's Night Cry Talisman, aptly named for its ability to silence a child's night wails. As for the fourth and fifth talismans, I cannot discern their significance. The latter appears to be a pair of mother and child talismans, but my insufficient knowledge leaves me unable to comprehend them fully. Regarding the sixth talisman, it is crafted on red paper, signifying a dire omen. Chapter 49. The Midnight Bus. This talisman, unbeknownst to its rightful use, should never be employed recklessly, lest it brings forth calamity. I never anticipated that among the 6 randomly exchanged talismans, one would harbor the potential for misfortune. Not all talismans printed on red paper are ominous. It is merely that this particular one is imbued with malevolence. The paper is unremarkable, the ink ordinary, yet the artist who inscribed it was far from benevolent, each stroke laden with resentment. In any case, heed my advice. Do not reveal this talisman casually, nor utilize it indiscriminately. Having neatly stacked the 6 talismans and placed them in my pocket, I bowed slightly to Lu the blind. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. I apologize for any past grievances. Should I survive this night, I shall come to offer my apologies in person. Why does your tone suddenly resemble that of farewell? Lu inquired, his fingers deftly moving, his blindfolded eyes seeming to pierce through my very soul. I could not divulge my destination, yet I felt compelled to go, and it had to be alone. I packed all my live streaming equipment into a black leather case, lit a cigarette, and noted that there were still 2 hours until midnight. You seem resolute. I shall not impede you, Lu remarked, but I just consulted the oracle, and the omens are dire. Oh, what do the omens reveal? This was my first encounter with fortune-telling, as I had previously dismissed such matters. Lu shook his head. The horse will not ride. The vehicle will not move. Whatever your destination tonight, it is best approached on foot. Furthermore, born in winter, you thrive in warmth. Your fate is tied to the south. Under no circumstances should you head north tonight. Lastly, take the winding paths instead of the straight ones. The seemingly distant routes may lead you to your intended destination. With that, he took his leave, coughing twice and leaning on his staff. The peculiar directives of not taking a vehicle, avoiding the north, and eschewing straight paths lingered in my mind. I promptly opened my computer to research the notorious Route 14 bus in Jiangxing. To my astonishment, I discovered that there had been 11 reported accidents involving the Route 14 bus, with numerous fatalities over the years. A common thread tied these tragedies together. They all occurred on the last bus of the night. Regardless of the driver's experience, inexplicable blunders led to irrevocable outcomes. Netizens speculated wildly. Some attributed the accidents to the remote route and poor conditions, while others criticized the outdated Minxing buses still in use despite their decrepit state. Yet, a more sinister theory emerged. It was said that the last bus of Route 14 carried not the living, but lost souls. This theory held weight, considering that the bus's final stop was the crematorium at Jiangxing's Third Bridge. Furthermore, on the nights of the Ghost Festival and the Lantern Festival, The bus company would dispatch an empty bus to run the entire route without passengers. This strange practice baffled many citizens, and the company provided no clear explanation, fueling rumors that the last bus was a harbinger of death. As a local, I had heard whispers of these tales, yet I had never taken them seriously, viewing them merely as fodder for idle conversation. Had I known what awaited me, I would have inquired more thoroughly at the bus company. With only 4 hours in AMP, Oppos noticed with a ghostly showcase task, time was of the essence. After a brief online search, I hoisted my leather case and set out. Following Lou and Damp, Oppos' advice, I refrained from taking a taxi, choosing instead to walk to the remote Miyun Pavilion on the outskirts of the city. What secrets lay in wait for me at this location? The Route 14 bus map was etched into my memory. Miyun Pavilion was neither the starting point nor the terminus, merely an inconspicuous stop along the route. After an hour and a half of walking, I finally arrived at Miyun Pavilion just before midnight. The area was far more desolate than I had imagined. Weeds thrived amidst the half-constructed resort, resembling a patient with its chest opened, lying lifelessly on the barren land. The building remained unfinished, with heaps of unused sand and hardened concrete littering the ground. The entrance lay collapsed, with half of the sign buried in soil. Construction of Miyun Pavilion began years ago, touted as the premier resort in South China, yet it remained incomplete even after all this time. There was not a soul in sight for hundreds of meters, though faint lights flickered from the distant two-story farmhouse. After circling around, I finally spotted the bus stop. A lonely iron sign displaying the Route 14 map. Only one bus operated on this route, a grim reality. Glancing at the time, I noted there were 5 minutes until midnight. I set down my black case, seated myself on the curb, and lit a cigarette, pondering whether the bus would indeed arrive. At midnight, it was reasonable to assume that services would have ceased. Before long, the lights from the farmhouse extinguished, leaving me alone with only the glowing ember of my cigarette in the endless darkness. Regardless, midnight was approaching, and it was time to commence the live stream. I opened the case, opting against the camera since I anticipated broadcasting from the bus, instead extracting my large-screen phone, activating the camera function, inserting the mobile encoding stick, and clicking on the ghostly showcase. Acquiring image. Connecting barrage. Data stable. Shall we begin the live stream? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biao Yi, to the live stream. Welcome. Upon starting the broadcast, the viewer counts surged to 50, familiar IDs flashing by, yet I felt no joy. The presence of Officer Huang from Class 2 and the charming lady who adored him in my stream was unsettling, for they were likely specters drawn by their residual life force to witness my broadcast. First, welcome everyone to the super chilling live stream. Before we commence, I must warn you that not everyone may witness this broadcast. According to my personal speculations, all who have viewed the stream could be at risk of dire consequences. I urge all viewers to exercise caution. My warnings stem from concern for their safety, and I refrain from recounting the full details of Mr. Huang and Huang Guanhong and Damp, Oppos' demise, as I too wish to survive. For the stream to flow smoothly, it required an audience. Death was an unrelenting force. The host is at it again with the bravado. Who are you trying to scare? Less theatrics, more sincerity, please. This critique struck me unprepared, lacking any setup, an abrupt attempt at showing off, earning disdain. Teletubbies Murdered rewarded the super chilling live stream with 99 ghost coins. You shall not speak ill of the host. I and Amp, Oppos, V watched him twice, and he gives an earnest performance, rivaling that of the leading ladies in those island films. Why does today and Amp, Oppos, as qualities seem a bit unclear? Am I going blind from too much indulgence? Nonsense. My biology teacher informed me that the eyes and, well, you know, are entirely unrelated. Excessive indulgence merely leads to a hand pregnancy. Well, I've learned something new. Next time, I shall certainly wear gloves. The barrage of comments flooded in, with no one heeding my words. I shook my head and smiled ruefully, directing my phone towards the bus sign. Tonight, the seasoned driver shall take you on a ride. This is the 14 route bus. Oh no, the host is about to speed. Fasten your seatbelts. New driver, please insert your fare. Beep. Student card. Beep. Senior card. Beep. Due to your handsome face, this device is temporarily unable to identify you. Everyone, please be quiet. The vehicle we are about to board is no ordinary one. I quickly intervened to prevent the seasoned drivers, who were ready to engage in a meme battle, from causing a ruckus. And I began to explain the situation regarding the last bus of Route 14 in Jiangsheng to my fellow passengers. As I was elucidating the matter, an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s or 70s, appeared across the street, carrying an iron basin and a bag of paper money. She was positioned directly opposite where I was seated, precisely at the return stop of the 14 bus. Where did she come from? Initially, I paid her no mind, but within a few minutes, the old woman began to burn the paper money in the middle of the road, weeping as she did so, her cries echoing with profound sorrow. Chapter 50. The eerie passenger. I felt compelled to inquire about her situation. Gazing at the ever-rising flames and listening to the heart-wrenching cries, my eyes grew distant. Yet I found myself unable to take a single step forward. She was burning joss paper in the street. Could it be that her family had perished on this very road? Or perhaps the workers from the Miyun mansion had met with an accident here. The sorrowful wails indicated that the deceased was undoubtedly a close relative. My mind was inexplicably clouded with chaotic thoughts as the fire dimmed, and the bag of paper money quickly burned away. "Excuse me, may I ask if this is the bus stop for Route 14? A voice suddenly emerged from behind me. Startled, I turned to see a girl with a backpack. She appeared to be around 12 or 13, likely not yet in junior high school. Indeed, this was the bus stop for Route 14. "Oh, thank you," she smiled sweetly and stood beside me. I was puzzled. Looking across the road, I noticed the elderly woman had already departed, leaving only the smoldering remnants of the joss paper on the asphalt. She left? I was oblivious to when the old woman had vanished. It felt as if only a brief moment had passed. "What do you mean, left?" The girl beside me flicked her ponytail and glanced down at me. "It didn't amp. Oppose. That's nothing. Just an unfamiliar old lady." I brushed off the dust from my clothes and took a moment to appraise the girl beside me. She stood at about 150 centimeters tall, youthful and innocent, dressed adorably, resembling a flower on the verge of blooming, eager to showcase her most beautiful self to the world. "Hey, what is your name?" "Louis." "Why are you at the bus stop so late at night instead of heading home?" I was perplexed. The girl was already a beauty, and with her light makeup, she appeared pure and enchanting. The consequences of encountering someone ill-intentioned were unfathomable. She did not respond directly, but kicked at the gravel by the roadside, retorting, "And why aren't you going home? Why wait for the bus here?" This clever girl left me momentarily speechless. "You should go home, look around. There ISN and Oppos. A single light for hundreds of meters. I and Oppos. I'm not going back. I want to wait for the bus." "Wait for what bus?" "Can and amp." "Amp? Oppos. You see it clearly states on the sign. The last bus leaves at 9:30, and it's long been out of service." "Where are you heading?" "If it comes to it, I can give you money for a taxi. My mom says I shouldn't take things from strangers." The girl was resolute, her twin ponytails bobbing behind her, which struck me as quite amusing. "Your mom must have also said not to run around at night. Hurry home. Don't make her worry." The girl lowered her head and after a while said, "My mom isn't home. I'm going to find her." She was a stubborn girl, and I could not sway her, so I resigned myself to waiting alongside her. "Do you think the Route 14 bus will come?" After a brief silence, she blinked her big eyes at me with a pitiful expression. "It will come. In truth, I hope the Route 14 bus would not appear. I would even prefer to stand by the roadside the entire night rather than board that notoriously late last bus." Around 1:00 and amp. Oppos. Clock. As I sat on the curb, nearly drifting off to sleep, I spotted two yellow-green headlights piercing through the darkness on the uneven road in the distance. "Route 14. It and Oppos. S here." The bus moved slowly, taking 5 minutes to travel from the moment I saw the lights to when it finally came to a halt at the stop. "Ding dong. Miyun Mansion has arrived. Please take your belongings and exit from the rear door. Please be careful as you disembark. The vehicle is now arriving. Please pay attention to your safety. Route 14 is an unmanned ticket bus. Please board from the front and deposit 1 yuan. No change will be given on the bus." The familiar announcement reached my ears, dispelling my drowsiness as I sprang to my feet. Could it be true? At 1 in the morning, the Route 14 bus still operated? It seemed there were quite a few passengers on board. Could the rumors possibly be accurate? The area surrounding the Miyun mansion was enveloped in thick darkness, with the only light emanating from the bus headlights. Both the front and rear doors of the bus swung open. I stopped Lu Yi, who was about to board, with a 1 yuan note, signaling her to wait a moment. Before long, an elderly gentleman descended from the rear door. It was not yet autumn, yet he was clad in a heavy cotton coat, a scarf wrapped around his neck. He appeared gravely ill, yet moved swiftly, crossing the street in the blink of an eye to stand beside the pile of burnt joss paper. Just as I was about to scrutinize further, he slipped from my grasp and boarded the bus herself. With no alternative, I pulled out a 1 yuan coin and boarded from the front. This was a bus that had seen better days, an old and dilapidated model, with a manual lever to start it. The windshield wipers were broken, and the interior was a patchwork of wear, permeated by an odd odor. Though the floor was devoid of visible trash, the peeling paint was quite severe, and the wooden seats felt as uncomfortable as sitting on a coffin lid. As the vehicle began to move, a voice announced, "Please hold on and take your seats. Welcome aboard the unmanned ticket Route 14 bus. Please prepare your change and deposit 1 yuan. Passengers are asked to move towards the rear door. The next stop is in Village." I did not immediately take a seat. Instead, I used the pretense of searching for a place to sit to observe every passenger on the bus. The driver was a young man, appearing even younger than I, dressed in a transport company uniform, his eyes fixed intently on the steering wheel, his forehead glistening with sweat. Is it really that hot? Or is it cold sweat due to fright? His identification badge was turned inside out, making it impossible to discern any information. I moved slowly, and he did not rush me, displaying an extraordinary level of patience, devoid of the typical impatience found in someone of his age. Right next to the driver sat Lu Yi. She took off her backpack and even stuck her tongue out at me playfully. A few seats away was a middle-aged woman, dressed quite ordinarily, as if she had just finished a square dance and was heading home. At 1 in the morning, one would expect someone of her age to be fast asleep. Where could she be heading on Route 14? Behind the middle-aged woman was a couple, seemingly disconnected. In their early 20s, the woman leaned against the man, reluctant to part, while he frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. Across the aisle from them was a patient, or rather, a peculiar individual clad in a hospital gown with a bandage wrapped around his head. This person appeared to be around 40, with an unusually pale complexion, muttering to himself, his leg unconsciously shaking against the seat. No matter how I looked at him, he hardly seemed normal, yet he was the one who felt the most sane amidst the oddities on this bus. In the second-to-last row, there was a girl, about the same age as Lu Yi, who seemed to have just cried, her eyes swollen and a backpack clutched in her arms. 2 girls? I recalled a phone call I had received during the task from the Underworld show, where a woman had implored, "Promise me. You must not let my daughter get on that bus. Promise me. Which one of them is your daughter?" The task from the Underworld show was indeed complex, not easily deciphered, and I had too few clues in hand. I could only let things unfold naturally. In the last row, by the window, sat a heavily made-up woman with voluminous curls, dressed as if she were a hostess from a nightclub. Beside her was a woman draped in red, her hair completely obscuring her face, leaning against her. Strangely, the heavily made-up woman seemed oblivious to the woman in red, engrossed in her phone. One odd pairing. I averted my gaze and took a seat behind Lu Yi. "Uncle, where are you planning to get off?" In the bus, not a single person spoke. It was eerily quiet, making Lu Yi's voice ring out clearly. "Don't talk, don't move. When we get there, hurry off, understand?" I whispered down, yet I was perplexed. Couldn't this silly girl see that everyone on the bus was abnormal? As the driver prepared to close the door upon my entry, a figure suddenly grasped the half-closed door, just in time. "Hurry up." 3 workers, adorned with safety helmets, boarded the vehicle. Their attire was splattered with paint, and their shoes were caked in mud. After paying the fare, they jovially settled into their seats, arm in arm. However, it struck me as peculiar. How could there still be workers boarding at this late hour, especially when the construction at Miyun Mansion had been halted for years? A scent of alcohol wafted from them, their faces flushed, unmistakably indicating they had indulged in drink. Could even ghosts partake in liquor? I shook my head. Perhaps they were merely local farmers hired for some repairs. Once the three were seated and the door securely shut, the number 14 bus gradually set off, marking the official commencement of my third harrowing live broadcast. The bus roared to life, smoothly navigating the road toward the north. I, however, had disregarded every one of Lou's 3 pieces of advice. With a wry smile, I gazed out the window, where the ashes of paper offerings danced in the wind. The elderly figure swathed in a scarf was nowhere to be found. All I could faintly discern was a black and white photograph resting in a metal basin, the elderly man within seemingly smiling back at me. Chapter 51. Get off the bus with me. The elderly man in the black and white photograph smiled enigmatically, sending a shiver down my spine. Was there a frame in the iron basin at the beginning? The number 14 bus slowly started moving, its windows not tightly sealed, allowing the cold wind to rush in, swirling around a bus full of passengers, both human and spectral. Jianbang, shift over a bit. I'll lie down for a while. Wake me when we arrive, said a construction worker, reeking of alcohol, as he propped his feet up on the seat and winked at his young companion. The 2 younger men accompanying him understood immediately, removing their hard hats and sitting in front of the permed woman to block her from the view of others. The older foreman chuckled, curling up in the last row of seats. He appeared to be asleep, but his drooping hand was anything but innocent, subtly brushing against the permed woman whenever the bus jolted. Could he not see the woman in the red dress? Using my phone camera, I captured the scene. The foreman lay cradled in the arms of the woman in red, most of his face obscured by her cascading hair, creating a rather unsettling sight. Noticing that the permed woman did not resist and was engrossed in her phone, the foreman grew bolder, while the young man in front swallowed hard, unable to resist reaching back. Bro, can I take a nap too? The young man named Jianbang said, eyeing the situation with envy. You little brat, you haven't even sprouted hair yet. What are you sleeping for? Through their conversation, I gathered that the 3 were from the same hometown. The eldest, the foreman named Wang Chuanfu, had brought along the 2 younger men, Niu Jianbang and Niu Jianya, from their village. All 3 had drunk quite a bit, and in their intoxicated state, they became increasingly audacious, taking advantage of the silence. Finally, unable to endure the harassment, the permed woman screamed, swatting away Wang Chuanfu and Amp, Oppo's incessantly probing hand. What are you doing? She shouted, rising with her small bag, her long legs igniting a fire in Wang Chuanfu's eyes as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Beautiful lady, I just got a bit tipsy, I apologize. I didn't touch you, did I? He slurred, feigning innocence. The permed woman scoffed, recognizing she had encountered a rogue. She moved to the front of the bus, seating herself across from Lu Yi. Strangely, the woman in red followed closely behind her, like a shadow, taking a seat directly in front of me. With only an aisle separating us, I seized the opportunity to scrutinize her closely. The long skirt of her dress brushed the floor, concealing her ankles, and her hair obscured her face entirely, making it impossible to discern her features. Could it be that this woman lacked a face? Imagining several horrifying scenarios, I glanced at the permed woman, whose anger lingered. She seemed to be sending messages on her phone, but the recipient was unresponsive. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she dialed a number. Rong, what exactly do you want? Didn't I tell you not to call my home? A man's voice on the other end was deliberately lowered. I've sent you so many messages, not a single one has been answered. I called your office, and no one picked up. Do you have to wait until I'm dead before you're satisfied? Rong, the divorce paperwork is being processed. The division of assets is complicated. You must give me time. You always say that, dragging it out for weeks. I'm telling you, if you don't give me an answer soon, I'll go to your house with my belly sticking out. Stop it. Don't do anything foolish. You must trust me. Hubby, who are you calling at this late hour? Don't wake the children. A strange woman's voice came through the receiver. Wife, how come you're awake? It's nothing, just company business. Those fools can't function without me. The man abruptly hung up. Hello, Li Zijian, you bastard. The permed woman angrily threw her phone, striking her slightly protruding abdomen with her fist. No one in the bus intervened. The driver remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road while occasionally wiping the sweat from his forehead. Such a scoundrel is not worthy of you. He has no intention of divorcing you. He simply doesn't want to take responsibility. All his excuses are just that, excuses. Wang Chuanfu staggered from the back of the bus, picking up the phone that had fallen to the floor. Oh, an iPhone. Did that scoundrel give it to you? Give me back my phone. Ouch, listen to that voice. Like a little female leopard. If he doesn't want you, surely my friends and I will. He reached out to grab the permed woman's shoulder. Stop. Finally. Someone stood up in the silent bus. But it wasn't me. It was Lu Yi, who stood trembling, clutching her backpack. What are you meddling in? I sighed. Out at this hour, you probably aren't from a decent family. You seem rather timid. Wang Chuanfu's gaze fixated on Yi's face, growing more salacious by the moment. Come here. Come to Uncle. Show Uncle how to let go. With the situation escalating, I felt compelled to intervene. What do you want? I'm her guardian. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. You're quite bold, aren't you? Wang Chuanfu and the two younger men approached, their demeanor threatening. I clenched my fists, preparing for a fight. Ding dong. An village has arrived. Please take your belongings and exit from the rear door. When disembarking, please be cautious. The bus's announcement rang out, indicating we had reached our destination. The front and back doors swung open, revealing a row of mourners clad in white mourning attire. Their faces ashen. I caught a glimpse of the driver's face, betraying his terror. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as his hands twitched around the steering wheel. How unfortunate. Wang Chuanfu cursed as he noticed the mourners boarding the bus, tossing the phone back to the permed woman and seating himself beside a figure in a hospital gown. The moment he settled, the person in the hospital gown curled up, pressing against the window, muttering, I didn't do anything. I didn't see anything. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything. Wang Chuanfu spat in front of him and scowled. Are you out of your mind? You nearly scared me to death. I paid little attention to their exchange, my full focus on the mourners. It was exceedingly strange. What did it mean for them to be wandering around at night in mourning attire? At this stop in N Village, 5 individuals boarded the bus, both men and women, their complexions grim. They did not remove their mourning clothes upon entering, as if they were accustomed to them. All 5 settled in the last row. Are they human? Are they ghosts? As they passed by me, a chill swept through the air, and with their arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the bus once more. The vehicle surged forward. Please remain seated and hold on. Welcome aboard the number 14 bus, which does not sell tickets. Please prepare exact change. Fare is 1 yuan. Passengers boarding, please move to the rear. Next stop, Shanjuyuan. The scenery outside slowly faded into darkness, the number 14 bus resembling a solitary vessel adrift in the vast night. The atmosphere inside the bus was stifling. I stole glances at the 5 individuals seated at the back, their attire entirely white, their clothing unhemmed, tied at the waist with coarse rope, their facial muscles stiff, as if they had wept for far too long and had temporarily lost sensation. Mourning attire carries significance, yet their appearance seemed incongruous. I felt an instinctive unease about those 5, but I couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Uncle, thank you for your help earlier, Lu Yi whispered, casting a furtive glance at me, her voice trembling. Don't speak, don't move. When we arrive, get out quickly, I reiterated firmly, furrowing my brow. In the entire bus, she was the only one who felt like a normal human being, prompting an instinctive desire to protect her. Lu Yi lowered her head and pouted. Understood. Silence enveloped the interior of the vehicle, save for the resonant roar of the antiquated engine, a sound reminiscent of an elderly individual on the brink of demise. Struggling for breath, each passing moment fraught with agony. Time seemed to stretch interminably in this heightened state of tension. Ding dong. We have arrived at Mountain Chrysanthemum Garden. Please ensure you collect your personal belongings and disembark through the rear door. Kindly proceed with caution upon exiting. The doors of the number 14 bus swung open, yet no passengers boarded from the front. My gaze shifted to the rear door. A seemingly mismatched couple rose to their feet. The man urged the woman to hasten, while she reluctantly grasped her handbag, and together they exited the bus. As the vehicle lurched forward, a voice announced, "Please secure yourselves. Welcome aboard the No. 14 unmanned ticketing bus. Kindly prepare exact change, with a fare of 1 yuan. Passengers, please move towards the rear as we set off to our next stop, Martyrs and Amp, Oppos Street." Just as the journey commenced, an elderly woman seated behind me suddenly sprang to her feet, Wait. She seized my neck in a frenzy, exclaiming, "You are a thief. Come with me to the police station to clear this up. You must have stolen my belongings. Let us go. Disembark with me." Chapter 52. Haunted Dreams. I was utterly perplexed as the elderly woman exerted a surprising amount of strength, dragging me towards the rear door of the bus. What madness is this? How could I possibly steal from you while seated in front? I protested, bewildered, yet she was impervious to my defense. It was you. I saw it clearly. A person of your stature, resorting to theft. She pulled me to the door, declaring, "To the police station we go. Right now." Unjustly accused of theft, I was forcibly removed from the bus. Watching it slowly depart into the distance, I could only chuckle in disbelief. "Madam, I assure you I am no thief. Search me, I possess nothing." The elderly woman, panting, remarked, "I know you are a good person. I wish to save you because you are good." "Save me from what?" I inquire, mystified. She cryptically continued, "Just now, the wind revealed something sinister about those in mourning outside. Can you fathom what I saw?" "What did you see?" I asked instinctively. "Those people were not human." Her wrinkles tightened as she whispered, "They have no legs beneath their mourning garments." "No, it can't be." I was astonished by her keen observation. Despite my own training in criminal investigation, I had failed to notice anything amiss. Was it merely a matter of perspective? She had been close to them, while I could only observe through my phone. Regardless of the reason, I wish not for your gratitude, only for you to escort me home. Once off the bus, she transformed from a seemingly ordinary woman into someone rather peculiar. "Resigned." I nodded. "Where do you live?" "It's rather desolate here." "Fear not. Just follow me closely. Keep your head down," she instructed, leading me northward along the road. Soon, a woman's desperate cries pierced the night. I was about to intervene when the elderly woman commanded, "Do not interfere. We must leave at once." Hesitant, I argued, "But it sounds like that couple who just got off." "Go. Mind your own business, or you may endanger yourself." She gripped my arm with surprising strength, reminiscent of a grown man. "No, I must see," I insisted, breaking free from her grasp and rushing towards the source of the cries. The ground was uneven, and the branches of wildflowers scraped my legs, causing sharp pain. "Are you all right?" I called, rushing through the thicket. In the dim light, I discerned a woman collapsed in a pool of blood. Without hesitation, I hurried to her side. Checking for a pulse, I found none. Is she dead? As a result of my profession, I instinctively examined her body, but strangely, there were no wounds. Instead, her neck bore marks as if she had been strangled. Where then did all this blood originate? Trembling, I glanced ahead and spotted a man lying nearby, stabbed multiple times. "Look out!" The elderly woman shoved me aside, just as I crouched near a glimmering fruit knife embedded in the ground. Still in shock, I turned to see the woman, previously lifeless, stirring and rising. "You're not dead?" I gasped. "She has long since departed this world," the elderly woman interjected, positioning herself protectively between us, clutching my arm tightly as if fearing my escape. Unfazed by her previous failure, the woman grinned ominously. "How dare you speak to me? Your son has desecrated your grave, leaving you homeless." Silence. The elderly woman's grip tightened painfully. "Fear not. I will take you home. You shall not encounter these wandering spirits there." Their conversation sent chills down my spine. I could no longer follow her. "Madam, I fear I cannot escort you home. I have urgent matters to attend to," I stammered. Despite my struggles, her grip was unyielding, as if her hand were melded to my flesh. "Do not leave. My home is close. Come, sit with me." The more fervently she invited me, the more dread enveloped me. Clutching my phone, I summoned all my strength to push her away. Stepping back, my expression fluctuated between fear and confusion. "Where exactly is your home?" The elderly woman, her back to me, shook her head vigorously, then abruptly turned, her head nearly lolling off. "We shall arrive shortly, just past this grave." "Grave?" It dawned on me that the mound the man had leaned against was not merely earth, but an unmarked grave. My body reacted instinctively, retreating as I sought to distance myself from these two eerie women. "Do not leave. Come to my home, where no spirits shall bother you." Her voice grew discordant, echoing hauntingly in the night wind. I dare not look back as I fled into the enveloping darkness. My clothes were torn, my shoes lost, and my feet were bloodied. I had no sense of how long I had been running. Time had become elusive. All that remained was the sound of my heavy breathing. Exhausted, I felt my knees. Stopping now, I raised my head, my face draining of color. A figure perched upon a grave, just meters away. No, it was not a figure, but a specter. The middle-aged woman who had pulled me off the bus approached, brandishing a stone. A life for a life. A sin to absolve the wicked. As the stone descended, the world spun violently, a searing pain igniting in my chest, my heart pounding furiously. As I slowly opened my eyes, I found myself not in a graveyard, nor among wildflowers or evil spirits, but surrounded by a flickering flame. Observing the rising fire and the heart-wrenching wails, clarity suddenly struck, and I withdrew my foot, halting my advance. What was happening? Before me lay a broad road, where an elderly woman was placing paper offerings into an iron basin, burning them in the middle of the street. Was this scene merely a dream? The cigarette I held had yet to burn out. Glancing around, I realized I was still standing at the bus stop for Route 14 outside the Mia mansion. Checking my watch, it was still before midnight. This was impossible. The events of earlier were vivid in my memory. Livestream? Yes. I could ask the viewers in the chat. I grabbed my phone. Dear friends, I have a serious question. Did I board a bus just now? Did you see any drunken workers or mourners? Here goes the streamer again with his theatrics. The comments flooded in. Such a performance. You could win an Oscar. Young friend, how have you been? A comment from Lou Banzian appeared. I saw you dazed by the roadside for about half a stick of incense. Relieved, I thought. If even Banzian says so, perhaps I truly was under a spell. Looking down, my shoes and pants were intact, with no injuries on my body. Could it truly have been a dream? It felt too real. When I reached into my inner pocket, I realized something was amiss. This pocket was designated for talismans, and upon touching them, I discovered 2 had turned to ash, leaving only 4 intact. I stood there with my mouth agape, at a loss for words. How could the talisman possibly ignite spontaneously? Just then, Lou Banzian was live streaming, so I recounted the events that had just transpired in their entirety. Lou Banzian, situated beneath Qingqing Mountain, responded, "From what you have described, it feels like a dream, yet not quite. It seems to embody the essence of seeking fortune while warding off misfortune. Is it possible that a skilled practitioner is covertly assisting you?" "Donotist," I replied. "The only adept I know is blind and perpetually pursued by the urban management." I then poured the ashes of the talisman from my pocket, attempting to recall their forms and the divine patterns inscribed upon them. I inquired of Lou Banzian, might those 2 talismans be connected to the dream I just experienced? After a considerable pause, Lou Banzian finally sent a message. "Strange. Very strange. Based on your account, I am 80% certain that the burned mother and child talisman is an esoteric secret of the Xiaozhuang temple. The child talisman, linked to the soul, can induce dreams, while the mother talisman, steeped in dreams, can allow one to experience calamities within the dream realm. Soul-tie dreams?" Chapter 53. The ghost on the bus. I suspect that the dream I just experienced is inextricably linked to the 2 talismans. Yet I am unaware of the incantations associated with them. I neither formed seals nor chanted spells, so how could they have activated on their own? Upon expressing my doubts, Lou Banzian explained that the mother-child talismans do not require specific incantations, as long as one harbors deep feelings of longing or connection to an object or person. The talismans will naturally take effect in dreams. Ever since I acquired the talismans, my mind has been preoccupied with the 14 bus line, aptly illustrating the adage, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. Unintentionally, I triggered the child talisman, which in turn led me to the dream under the guidance of the mother talisman. Host, you are indeed blessed. Had the child-mother talismans not drawn you into the dream, everything you experienced might have manifested in reality. Indeed, reflecting on it now fills me with trepidation. No wonder I felt time fluctuating, unable to even count my heartbeats. It was merely a nightmare. Across the street, an elderly woman continued to wail, prompting me to revisit the scene of my dream. "Madam, please accept my condolences. Death cannot be reversed." The grieving woman looked up at me through her tears. "Go away. Don and Amp. Oppos. T block the light. My husband has poor eyesight and one in Oppos. T know where to get off. Get off." I inquired, could you elaborate? Go away. She continued to scatter paper money, her cries echoing into the night. I silently stepped aside, discerning through her lament that she was burning paper offerings for her late husband. They had weathered life's storms together for over 50 years. The depth of their bond was beyond my imagination. No matter how fierce the flames, they eventually extinguish. Once the paper offerings turned to ashes, the woman wiped her tears and hobbled away toward the distant village. After she departed, I crouched beside the iron basin, sifting through the thick ashes. As anticipated, beneath the remnants of the burnt offerings lay a glass frame containing a black and white photograph of a stern elder. The photo was likely taken in winter, as he was dressed in a thick coat and wrapped in a scarf. I carefully placed the photograph back, bowing 3 times in respect to this couple who had journeyed from youth to old age together. Returning to the bus stop for the 14 line, I checked my watch. It was precisely midnight. Excuse me, is this the bus stop for the 14 line? A voice suddenly came from behind me. I hesitated before turning. I recognized that familiar tone. Indeed, this is the 14 line bus stop. Oh, thank you. She smiled sweetly and stood beside me, seemingly curious about this peculiar uncle, her large eyes involuntarily drifting toward me. Everything was as it had been in my dream, but I had met a grim fate at the mountain chrysanthemum garden. The woman among the couple and the older lady were both lost souls. What are you doing here at this hour instead of going home? I asked for the second time, and E and Amp, Oppos. S reaction mirrored that of my dream. She did not answer directly, instead kicking at the gravel. Then why are you here waiting for the bus? I lit a cigarette, glancing around. Actually, a mother sent me to pick up her daughter, but I've never seen her daughter, so I'm just waiting here. Mother? E seemed to let something slip. She unzipped her backpack and handed me a photograph. Is this her? In the photo, a mother in a light yellow dress sat on a park bench, while a young E beside her cried over a melting ice cream cone. Indeed, that is her. I returned the photo, feigning surprise. You must be E, right? Your mother asked me to come pick you up. Yes, I am E, she exclaimed, visibly excited, though I felt a tinge of guilt over deceiving her. I knew this was the only way to protect her. All right, since you are indeed E, you must come with me shortly. The night is perilous, and if you wish to see your mother, you must heed my words. She nodded earnestly, looking exceedingly adorable. The 14 bus arrived at 1 a.m., and on board were a woman with permed hair engrossed in her phone, a woman in red with long hair, a middle-aged lady, a girl about EE's age, a couple, and a man in a hospital gown. Remember, once we board, do not move around or speak unnecessarily. Leave everything to me. I'll listen to you. E mistakenly believed I was a friend of her mother and Amp, Oppos, S, and compared to my dream, she indeed became more compliant. Well then, the night's terror is about to truly commence. I shall discern who is human and who is ghostly. Time flew, and before I knew it, it was 1 a.m. The distant yellow-green headlights pierced the darkness as the dilapidated 14 bus approached the stop. Ding dong, we have arrived at Mia Mansion. The doors opened, and a scarf-wrapped elder exited from the back, dressed in thick winter attire, smiling kindly at me. I recognized that face from the 2 photographs I'd seen. I bowed gently, and with EE, boarded through the front. The driver, younger than I, gripped the steering wheel nervously, his gaze fixed ahead, silent. I seated EE behind the driver, then surveyed the interior. The middle-aged lady, the couple, the one in the hospital gown, the girl, and the permed woman. Something was amiss. My eyelids twitched. It suddenly dawned on me that someone was missing. Where had the woman in red, who had been leaning against the permed woman, gone? Recalling the dream, I realized that everyone had ignored the woman in red. Only I could see her. Sitting in my seat, I grew increasingly restless, seemingly. There were only 9 passengers in the bus, yet I understood there were 10. The woman in red must be sitting in the last row. If the dream and Amp, Oppos, S events were to be believed, she should currently be resting her head on the permed woman and Amp, Oppos, S lap. As the vehicle started, the announcement echoed. Please remain seated and hold on. A bang. The bus doors swung open, and 3 drunken workers boarded, their demeanor and speech identical to how they were in my dream. The bus began moving again. Please sit tight. Welcome aboard the 14 line, a non-ticketed service. Please prepare exact change. Fare is 1 yuan. Passengers, please move to the back door. Next stop, in village. Taking advantage of the bus's motion, I turned to look. A worker named Wang Chuanfu lay sprawled in the last row. At a glance, it appeared only he and the permed woman were there. Yet I alone knew that Wang Chuanfu was resting on the lap of the woman in red, his face completely obscured by her long hair. Why did one additional person appear in the dream? The woman in red was certainly not human, yet why could even the spirits not see her? Questions swirled in my mind, and as time passed, the events of the dream began to unfold. The permed woman was harassed, moving to the front of the bus to make a phone call, while Wang Chuanfu persisted until EE stood up. Ding dong. We have arrived at N Village. Please take your belongings and exit through the back door. Please exit carefully. I lower my head in silence. This was the second stop. As 5 mourners boarded, the temperature inside the bus plummeted, leaving only the one in the hospital gown mumbling incoherently. The 14 bus launched into motion again, and my palms began to sweat. The next stop was Mountain Chrysanthemum Garden, and this time I absolutely could not disembark with the middle-aged lady. I realized that the night concealed countless dangers. Remaining on the bus was the safest choice. I cast a glance at the young couple seated by the rear door. The woman whimsically traced circles on the man in Amp, Oppo's chest, while he wore a brooding expression, as if concocting some nefarious plan. For each life I save, I am rewarded with a point. Should I intervene? The man certainly does not exude benevolence, yet in my dream, he was indeed slain by the woman. For the sake of points, perhaps I should spare his life. Ding dong. We have arrived at Shanja Garden. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings and exit through the rear door. Walk carefully as you alight. Time slips away inexorably. As the announcement reverberates once more, I rise and approach the rear door. The young couple also vacates their seats, preparing to disembark. Everything mirrors the dream so closely. At least, the beginning of the tale bears a striking resemblance. Chapter 54. Zhang Rong, the car door creaked open, and the young couple stepped out hand in hand. Wait. I grasped the railing, positioning myself in front of them. What do you want? The man asked, his tone dark and his eyes glinting with malice. I had no time to reason with him. He certainly would not believe me if I accused his girlfriend of being a malevolent spirit in front of everyone. Thus, I resorted to a rather extreme tactic, placing one hand on my hip and shouting like a shrew. You shameless pair, do you think I'm invisible? Looking for trouble? Get lost. What a lunatic. The man tightened his embrace around the woman, clearly asserting she and Amp, Oppo's mine. How dare you? Stand still. I pushed the man aside, seizing the woman and Amp, Oppo's right hand, and pointed out her middle finger. Everyone, take a good look. There are marks left by a ring on this finger. This wretched woman was already engaged to me and still dares to seduce another man. I had been discreetly observing the woman's details. Her palms bore calluses, and there were signs on her right middle finger of having worn a thimble and a ring. A corner of her sleeve peeked out from her bag. And since the previous stop was a textile factory, it was highly probable that she was a married worker in her past life. Coupled with the haunting dream where the woman seduced a man and then cruelly murdered him, it was clear they were not husband and wife, but rather had a more casual relationship. The woman was taken aback, pleading with the man, I don't know him, au fond, you have to believe me. Caught in the act and still denying it? Come home with me. The kids are waiting for you to feed them. I barked sharply. The woman looked genuinely aggrieved. Clinging to au fond and Amp, Oppo's arm. Au fond, let us leave. Ignore this madman. Madman? I feigned an exaggerated fury and kicked the woman out of the car. Get back home and take care of the children. Are you out of your mind? You dare lay a hand on her? Au fond shouted, frantically pulling a spring knife from his pocket. Indeed, he was no good man. I remained unperturbed, carefully watching the knife as we grappled. What a spectacle! In this city, even a bus ride turned into a grand performance. 3 dazed workers in the back chuckled amongst themselves, showing no inclination to intervene. The young driver busied himself wiping sweat, nervously tapping the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the time. It was a kind-hearted elderly lady who approached. If you must fight, do it under the bus. Don't disturb the others. After saying this, she grabbed both I Fong and my arms, attempting to drag us off the vehicle, while the woman feigned trying to mediate. Want me to get off? Not a chance. Having experienced the despair in my dreams, I would not comply with their wishes. I shook off the lady's grip and dashed to the front of the bus, shouting as I ran, "You vile woman, trying to harm me? Go home and cradle your children. Today, I must teach this pretty boy a lesson." Feng, fueled by rage, lunged at me with his knife, and we engaged in another round of struggle at the front of the bus. Oddly enough, the woman and the elderly lady who had exited seemed unable to return, reduced to merely pounding on the doors. The driver ignored our scuffle, fixated on the electronic display at the front. After 2 or 3 minutes, he pulled the manual lever, closing all the doors as the bus lurched forward. "Stop! Let me off!" Feng shouted, but the driver showed no intention of halting. He cast a pale glance at Feng and quivered, stating, "Each stop cannot exceed 5 minutes. Otherwise, other passengers will board." "Other passengers?" I noted the driver as a peculiar choice of words and inquired further. "Passengers unlike you," he said, returning to his focus on driving. I glanced outside, and the figures of the woman and the elderly lady had vanished, as if they had never existed. Feng, sensing the strange atmosphere in the bus, tucked away his knife, rising from the ground to reclaim his seat. The draft from the ill-fitting window chilled the air. After the commotion I had instigated, the interior grew eerily quiet. At last, I had escaped the calamity. The hints from my dreams had come to an end, and the journey ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. I picked up my phone to check the live stream, and a comment caught my eye. "Streamer, you shouldn't have saved that man. He seems to be a fugitive serial killer." Read the message from a user called Police Dog Loves Rice. A serial killer? I fell silent, pulling out my phone to search online. With the national police system interconnected, all wanted fugitives were accessible. Comparing the man's appearance with the information I found, I quickly uncovered his profile. Yuan Feng, 25 years old, 173 centimeters tall, previously known as Feng, the Madman. On May 12th, a murder occurred at Shanjuan in Huaxing District, Jiangcheng. The victim, Wang Amei, was a worker from the Huaxing textile factory. Investigations revealed that Yuan Feng was a prime suspect and was now on the run. His accent was from Beijing. He stood about 173 centimeters, had a medium build, and was last seen wearing a white checkered shirt, blue jeans, and black sports shoes. A reward of 50,000 RMB would be offered for information leading to his capture. I read the information on my phone in silence, my heart churning. I saved a murderer? That female spirit clearly intended for Yuan Feng to pay with his life. But I had inadvertently thwarted her plans. If I survived this night, I would ensure he faced justice. Matters concerning the living should be handled by the living. Casting a glance at the enveloping darkness outside, I tucked my phone away and clenched my fist. The next 2 stops were along Martyr Street and the Red 9 brick factory. No one boarded or alighted. However, the driver would still open the front and rear doors at each stop, waiting a minimum of 3 minutes, but never exceeding 5. Please take your seats and hold on. Welcome aboard the number 14 unmanned fare bus. Please prepare your change. The fare is 1 yuan. Passengers boarding, please move to the rear door. The next stop is the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. As the bus set off, the phone of a woman with curly hair rang, the sound jarring in the quiet vehicle. No sooner had she answered than a man and oppose. As furious voice erupted from the other end. "Zhang Rong, why did you send our photos to my wife? Damn it. Don't you know she is pregnant now? Pregnant? Is the child in my womb not your own?" The curly-haired woman nearly screamed, her long-suppressed anger finally bubbling over. "Li Zijian, since you want to tell her, I will. I have plenty of photos I took while you were asleep. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll ask your wife what kind of position she prefers. Then I'll frame them and send them to you." "Shut up. Don't say another word. Why should I speak? Why must I always be the one hurt?" The curly-haired woman shrieked. "We both carry your children, yet she lounges in your villa on a comfortable mattress while I sit here on this wretched bus, bullied by thugs. Zhang Rong, let me be clear. I cannot divorce. If you truly care about our relationship, you'll terminate that pregnancy. I will compensate you, you bastard." "Say that again?" The curly-haired woman had expected some comfort from the man on the other end, but to her dismay, he treated her as nothing more than a disposable plaything. "Our relationship is a mistake. I don't want to make another. If you keep being willful, it will harm us both. Zhang Rong, you know what to do." The call was abruptly disconnected, the busy tone almost cruel to my outsider's ears. The curly-haired woman's face twisted in rage, her expression menacing. Fine, I'll do as you say. Li Zijian, do not harbor regrets. The pallid hand of the perm-haired woman rested upon her abdomen, long nails having etched several crimson lines into her skin. She gasped heavily, her lips stained with blood, and the heavy makeup on her face was smeared by tears, rendering her an unsettling figure, neither wholly human nor entirely ghostly. The number 14 bus continued its journey, forcibly uniting a group of strangers whose lives bore no connection. They hailed from disparate places, yet this bus had but one destination. Time flowed quietly through the night, and before long, the bus's intercom crackled to life once more. Ding dong! Arrival at Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Please gather your personal belongings and disembark from the rear door. Walk carefully upon exiting. Chapter 55. The Dead Man Hails a Cab, Part 1. The bus announcement echoed through the air as the number 14 bus approached the station. A woman with a ghostly appearance and permed hair staggered to her feet, biting her lip, her nails digging in her abdomen as she made her way to the door. Excuse me, please exit from the rear, the driver softly reminded her, but she seemed oblivious to his words, closing in on the front door with just a few steps. The door swung open, and melodious laughter of children at play wafted in. I leaned out to glimpse several small shadows, tossing a vegetable basket at the bus entrance before they scampered into the maternal and child healthcare hospital, whose unruly child is still awake at this hour. The woman, clad in high heels, descended with a clattering sound, her heart heavy with sorrow as she failed to sidestep the obstructing basket, her foot poised to step directly onto it. Wait! Just as her sharp heel was about to pierce the basket, a baby's wail emanated from within. The woman hesitated, her foot hovering perilously close to the infant's fragile skin, the child even able to reach out and grasp her slender calf. The near tragedy stirred a flicker of awareness in her otherwise tormented mind. Manga. The infant and Amp, Oppos, as cries, tinged with desperation, sounded like a plea for its mother. Crouched at the bus and Amp, Oppos, as front door. The woman lingered in contemplation for over a minute before abruptly changing her mind. Rather than disembark, she picked up the basket and returned to her seat. What madness is this? Regardless of whether she is human or specter, her departure would pose no threat to me. Yet, to my astonishment, she held the baby close, cradling it tenderly. It is not that I lack compassion. Rather, the timing and location of this abandoned child are too bizarre to comprehend. In the desolate wilderness, who would choose to abandon an infant at a bus stop in the dead of night? This was clearly an act of forsaking life, not merely abandonment, but a deliberate intent to kill. The woman clung to the basket, ignoring the infant's cries as she nonchalantly opened her handbag, retrieving a makeup case to begin applying cosmetics meticulously. As she lost her mind, I pointed my phone at her, the live stream erupting with astonishment. What on earth is this? It became evident that when humans exert effort, they can be far more terrifying than any specter. You mere mortals see only the surface. Have you not noticed the most peculiar aspect of this woman's appearance? What discoveries lie above? It is indeed the season for black stockings. Yet this woman is clad in pantyhose. How absurd. After hastily retouching her makeup, she layered thick foundation over her tear-streaked face and finished with a coat of lipstick amidst the baby and Oppos, wails. If I had not terminated my first child, he would be about this age now. Her face, which would crumble with a smile, would undoubtedly diminish one's appetite. I almost felt sympathy for the infant in the basket. The woman retrieved her phone, lifting the baby, caressing its swollen face. You resemble him so much, that heartless man. Strangely enough, as she cradled the infant, its cries diminished, and a deeper emotion seemed concealed behind its chubby visage. Since no one wants you, I shall be your mother. Come, let's greet your father. She dialed the man's number, only to be met with disconnection after disconnection, her frustration mounting. Fine, Li Zijian, you have forced my hand. The woman, cradling the infant, tightened her frail arms around it, causing the child discomfort, yet she remained indifferent. After a lengthy search on WeChat, she finally located her target and initiated a video call, holding the phone aloft to ensure both she and the infant appeared on the screen. The video call connected shortly after. The recipient, a gentle and introverted woman clad in pajamas, her pregnant belly prominent and eyes swollen from recent tears, answered, "Who are you? How do you have my WeChat? Who am I? Have you forgotten the photos in your email? I am the one your husband has been cheating with." Cheating? To be honest, your husband's so-called overtime is actually spent with me. We know every inch of each other and oppose as bodies. Silence. How shameless. You have the audacity to speak? You are the one who stole him from me. I am his wife, and look, I am holding his child. The woman's face twisted into a malicious grin. How similar they are. Take a good look. He resembles your husband so much. As she spoke, she thrust the infant's face toward the screen, manipulating its tiny hands for emphasis. You. The pregnant woman on the other side suddenly bent over, letting out a pained cry. Hearing the commotion, a man rushed into the room from the living room where he had been sleeping. Ro, young Ro. Blood stained the woman's white pajamas as she tumbled from the bed, prompting the man to urgently dial for an ambulance. The mobile video broadcasted the tragic scene in full view. On this side, the baby wailed, while the woman laughed with unsettling glee. "You deserve this," she chuckled, placing the infant back into the basket as if discarding a used tool, leaving the child to cry without a second thought. "Sitting beside her, ye inherently kinderhärtet," instinctively reached to comfort the crying baby. Just as she prepared to stand, I grasped her shoulder firmly. "Sit down. Do not involve yourself in matters that do not concern you." The bus announcement rang out, signaling its departure, and for the next 3 stops, a span of over 40 minutes passed without incident. The destination was nearing, yet unease crept over me. Despite the oddities of this journey, no real danger had emerged. A stark contrast to the chaos of Xinhu High School. Ding dong, Xingtu Temple has arrived. Please ensure you take your belongings with you and exit from the rear door. Please walk carefully. As both front and rear doors opened, rhythmic bell sounds echoed outside, reminiscent of the cowbells from my childhood days. What might board next? The ringing grew clearer, and the baby ceased crying, leaving several passengers perplexed. At that moment, 5 individuals clad in mourning attire rose from the last row, their faces pale, movement stiff. They lined up and exited through the rear door. As they turned, I noticed that each of them bore a yellow paper with red characters affixed to the back of their heads. A paper affixed to the back of their heads? I stood to capture the peculiar sight with my phone, only to inadvertently glimpse an old Taoist priest in a blue robe standing beneath the bus. He shook a copper bell with one hand and waved a willow branch with the other, muttering incantations. Could this be the legendary corpse driver? I approached the rear door, and as the priest continued his chanting, he trembled, looking at me with disbelief. "You are." I began to speak, but the old man silenced me with a gesture. He inserted the willow branch into his waistband, retrieved the yellow paper, swiftly inscribed a few characters, folded it, and placed it in my hand. The bell continued to ring as he boarded the bus, slipping the yellow paper into my palm before descending with his eyes still closed. Throughout this encounter, he uttered not a single word, nor did he glance at the passengers inside the bus. I refrained from immediately opening the yellow paper, watching as the old Taoist and the mourners moved away. As the vehicle set off, a voice chimed, "Please secure yourselves. Welcome aboard the number 14 unstaffed bus. Please prepare exact change. 1 yuan for the fare. Passengers boarding, please move to the rear. Next stop, Garden Community." Alongside the announcement, the woman's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, a grotesque smile spreading across her face. "Hello? Li Zijian. How's your precious wife?" Rong, what are you talking about?" "You are indeed my cherished darling. That yellow-faced woman can no longer impede our union." The voice on the phone was crystal clear, its tone and timbre identical to that of previous conversations, yet the content and manner of speaking were utterly transformed. "Who are you?" "I am Zijian. I called you at this late hour to share delightful news. We can finally be together openly." "You divorced?" "No, even more decisively. That woman perished in a car accident along with her illegitimate child. I need not divide any assets and can claim a substantial sum from the insurance company. It is fate that has brought us together." The voice on the other end was that of an exhilarated man. reminiscent of a child eager for praise after a good deed. Stop the charade. Do you think I would still believe you? The woman with permed hair replied coolly. You called me late at night and urged me to terminate the pregnancy. You heartless scoundrel. Terminate the pregnancy? Rong, have you been dreaming? I never called you. Moreover, that child is my own flesh and blood. How could I bear to have you end its life? The man's voice conveyed confusion. Rong, I am not deceiving you. Check the news for yourself. I have been monitoring the situation and found the plot twist exceeded expectations. Returning to my seat, I promptly retrieved my phone to search online. This afternoon at approximately 5:00 and amp. Oppos, clock, a severe traffic accident occurred at the entrance of Jianshan Garden Community, where a private vehicle collided with a bus on Route 14. The incident resulted in 2 fatalities and 1 injury, one of the deceased being an elderly pregnant woman, confirmed to be named Yang Ro. The news article included several images, one of which displayed a woman in a red maternity dress, her face obscured by a mosaic. The woman with permed hair must have seen this news as well. Her hand trembled as she held her phone. Hello, Rong, you see now I was not lying. Xia Chi. It was as if someone had grasped her throat, and the woman with permed hair struggled to breathe. I am sorry. In truth, I deceived you. Your wife has not been unfaithful. The child she carries is yours. Her head was forcibly turned, and the woman gazed upon the infant that had emerged from the basket, staring at its face. Look, he resembles you so much. Chapter 56. The Ghostly Encounter. Part 2. The attitude of the perm-haired woman underwent a dramatic transformation, not due to a newfound conscience. Utilizing the mobile camera feature of the Ghostly Showcase, only I and the viewers in the live stream could witness the unfolding events. A woman with cascading long hair, clad in a garment as red as blood, stood up from behind the perm-haired woman, her hands rubbing the latter and Oppos' face, while her blood-stained black hair slowly coiled around the perm-haired woman and Oppos' neck. This woman in red, who had previously appeared in my dreams, had never truly departed. She had been shadowing the perm-haired woman all along. At last, I unraveled the sequence of events. The perm-haired woman falsely accused the original partner, Yang Ro, of infidelity, paving the way for the mistress to entwine herself with Li Zijian. Feeling wronged, the pregnant Yang Ro went alone to the hospital for a checkup, but upon exiting her community, she collided with bus number 14. Her pent-up grievances transformed into a torrent of resentment, binding her spirit to the ill-fated bus even after her demise. In the dead of night, she called the perm-haired woman, urging her to terminate the pregnancy. And everything captured in the preceding video was the work of Yang Ro and Oppos' vengeful spirit. No wonder the woman in red clung closely to Zhang Rong in my dreams, following her wherever she went. It was due to an unresolved animosity. Upon reflection, the ghostly figure's attire appeared exceedingly loose in my dream. I had initially mistaken it for a red coat. In truth, it was a blood-stained maternity dress, rendered loose by the death of the unborn child. The infant, nestled in the basket, clung to the perm-haired woman's leg, attempting to crawl up her body. Her bulging eyes brimmed with terror as her neck elongated, her head resembling a radish being forcefully uprooted from the ground. Help! Me! Save me! The perm-haired woman teetered on the brink of death, as the vengeful spirit seemed to deliberately prolong her suffering. I sat in my place, observing everything through my phone, her cries echoing in my ears. Yet I had no intention of intervening. You reap what you sow. Whether it was Yuan Feng or the perm-haired woman, both had drawn the ire of the ghost through their own misdeeds. If I were to inadvertently save Yuan Feng, I could await dawn to let the law enact justice upon him. However, Zhang Rong and Oppos' situation was different. Her actions had not transgressed any laws, and at worst, she would face public condemnation without any real impact on her life. She could continue to revel with Li Zijian, squandering the insurance compensation meant for Yang Ro. Some injustices in this world remain unaddressed and will not be known to the masses. If the death of the perm-haired woman could appease the vengeful spirit's wrath, I deemed it a fair outcome. Auntie you. Before E could finish her sentence, I silenced her. As someone who had navigated the complexities of society, I understood the necessity of self-preservation at that moment. avoiding any confrontation with the vengeful spirit. Yet, the actual circumstances diverged from my expectations. As the three inebriated workers and Yuan Feng approached, the peculiarity of the perm-haired woman made it nearly impossible for her to go unnoticed. "Help! Save me!" For burly men gathered around her, their vitality causing the ghostly woman's movements to slow. What is wrong with her? Is she having a fit? Is it asthma? With the city's heavy smog, many were afflicted. "You two clueless fools, step aside." Wang Chuanfu, also tipsy, looked at Zhang Rong's frightened expression at this moment. "We need chest compressions and artificial respiration. Get out of the way and ensure airflow." His intoxication was evident, and I could hardly bear to witness the farce unfolding. Yet I hesitated to intervene, still uncertain of the identities of these three men. "Everyone, take note. This is basic first aid," Wang Chuanfu proclaimed with feigned authority. Yet his expression was sullied with lascivious intent. He ripped open Zhang Rong and Amp, Oppo's S-collar, pressing down while pretentiously inhaling, then leaned down to exhale into her mouth. "Girl, do you feel any better?" As the warmth of their vitality flowed into her, Zhang Rong sensed a flicker of relief, the black hair around her neck loosening slightly. She nodded vigorously. "Save me, please." "All right, I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't stand by and watch." Wang Chuanfu continued his ministrations, oblivious to the subtle shift in his own countenance, which had begun to take on an ashen hue. "Let us assist as well." The two young men, Jianbang and Jianya, chimed in. Sure. When pressing down, make sure to apply force." The three exchanged glances and, without further ado, took turns. Jianbang and Jianya exuded even more vitality than Wang Chuanfu. Observing through the ghostly showcase, I noted that the hair of the red-clad ghost entwined around the four. Yet they equally shared the burden of her resentment, their lives spared for the moment. The bus number 14 meandered forward, the driver seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within. After passing a vast, desolate rose garden, an enormous advertisement for investment appeared, followed by an announcement over the bus intercom. "Ding dong, we have arrived at Huayuan Community. Please take your belongings and exit through the rear door. Please mind your step." The location of Yang Ro's accident was precisely at Huayuan Community. According to the circumstances surrounding the elderly woman and the textile factory worker at that time, the vengeful spirit would need to disembark at her place of death, indicating that the ghost in red was about to exit at this stop. Zhang Rong was fortunate to have narrowly escaped with her life. As the bus and Oppo's front and rear doors opened, I meticulously monitored the movements of the red-clad ghost through my phone. She was unable to kill all four individuals at once. Her bloody garment fluttered as her hair surged like waves. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. The infant that had clung to Zhang Rong and Oppo's form grew dark and fell back into the basket. Suddenly, as if by magic, a white cat with hollowed eyes leaped from the basket and darted away from the bus. With no one boarding at the front, the driver pulled the lever, preparing to depart. "The vehicle is now in motion. Please secure yourselves. Next stop, Twin Tower." The bus intercom crackled, the front door closed. Yet the back door remained ajar, seemingly obstructed by something. "Driver, the rear door is malfunctioning." Yuan Feng pounded on the back door. The driver glanced back, but appeared hesitant to leave his post, muttering, "It may be a mechanical failure. Try pulling it a couple of times." "What a piece of junk." Yuan Feng stood and kicked the door several times, then forced it shut with brute strength. "All right, let us go." Witnessing his actions, I felt a cold sweat run down my forehead. Only I understood why the back door refused to close. It was not due to mechanical issues, but rather the red-clad ghost had wedged herself in the door, unable to exact her vengeance on the remaining targets, her wrath unsated. From my vantage point in the live stream, I clearly saw that the ghost was forcibly pushed out of the bus by Yuan Feng, yet she did not stray far, her hair obscuring her face as it pressed against the glass of the door, her head repeatedly striking it. As the vehicle roared back to life, I initially believed we could safely navigate this stop, only to discover that the true horror was just beginning. Before we could exit, bus number 14 came to an abrupt halt once more. The passengers erupted in confusion. "Why have we stopped? Let us go." The driver, trembling, rose from his seat, his face pale as he gazed outside. What is happening? I felt a surge of urgency. We were so close to the final stop. I rushed to the front door and was met with a shocking sight. Lying just inches from the front wheels of bus number 14 was a pregnant woman. No, to be precise, it was the corpse of a pregnant woman, her beige maternity dress soaked in blood, her eyes wide open, staring blankly into the bus. Oh heavens! You've hit someone. The three inebriated workers awoke from their stupor at the sight of the lifeless body. The perm-haired woman took one look and screamed. Darting to the back of the bus, Yang Ro, it wasn't me who caused your death. This is not my fault. Not my fault. Moments ago, from a distance, I could only discern a shadowy figure, initially mistaking it for a piece of wood. As I approached, it became apparent that it was a person. The driver, taken aback, struggled to articulate his thoughts, wiping the sweat from his brow as he attempted to explain. Yuan Feng, the driver, and three workers stood by the front of the vehicle, exchanging bewildered glances, each momentarily at a loss for what to do. The face was swollen and discolored, indicating that death had occurred several hours prior. Holding my phone, I reassured the driver, do not panic. Can you maneuver around her and drive the vehicle out first? We were positioned too closely. This old car would lurch forward upon starting, inevitably rolling over the body. The driver kept rubbing his hands together, and I noticed that his palms were slick with perspiration. Moreover, there is something I must tell you, he stammered. The experienced driver who operated this vehicle warned me never to stop at a station for more than 5 minutes, lest something dreadful occur. What might happen? Yuan Feng and I inquired in unison. I did not know, the driver replied, his expression growing increasingly grim. The master called me last night, just before he passed away. With that, his complexion darkened further. This was a troublesome situation. I frowned and gazed outside. Under normal circumstances, the car could not remain at each stop for more than 5 minutes. But now, with a deceased person obstructing our path, departure was impossible. You must think of a solution quickly. Only 4 minutes have elapsed. Chapter 57. Unceasing struggle time slipped away, and hesitation was no longer an option. After a moment of contemplation, I declared, let us men disembark together and remove the body. Remove the body? A collective gasp filled the air. Have you lost your mind? Wang Chuanfu was the first to exclaim. If you want to go ahead. I refuse to partake in this misfortune. Indeed, I say we simply drive over it. After all, she's already dead. Yuan Feng's words were even more extreme, devoid of any humanity. I turned my gaze toward the driver. What do you think? I cannot leave this position. The master said that if a driver strays, the vehicle will drive itself, the driver and Oppos. S face flickered between shades of green and white, unsure of what was truth and what was false. I glanced at my phone. Only 50 seconds remained. Forget it. Open the door. I and Oppos, am going down to move the body. If you wish to survive, everyone must come and assist. Reluctantly, the driver opened the rear door. You can only exit through the back. It's the rule. I stowed my phone and waved to the others in the car, but only EE responded. The young girl placing her backpack on the seat before rushing to my side. What are you doing here? Go back and sit down. I admonished loudly, aware of the dangers outside. Moving the corpse could attract vengeful spirits. Let me help you. You can't do it alone, she insisted. As time dwindled, I sighed and surveyed the faces of those in the vehicle. Fine, let us move quickly. EE and I dashed from the rear door, a chill enveloping us. The presence of malevolent spirits felt palpable. In a race against time, we grasped the legs of the pregnant woman's corpse. Pull with all your might. In theory, moving a body should not be overly difficult. I had once sprinted with Wajunjia during a 100-meter dash in high school. Yet, the corpse before us felt as if it were laden with lead, and despite our combined strength, we barely shifted it a few centimeters. Why is it so heavy? Hurry! The others in the vehicle shouted incessantly, urgency filling the air. EE and I were drenched in sweat, yet the corpse felt increasingly immovable. Just drive over it. Yuan Feng pressed against the windshield, the driver's foot poised over the gas pedal, his eyes locked on the digital timer. Someone come help. I shouted at the car, veins bulging on my forehead, but we were unable to budge the pregnant body. Anyone. It wasn't an Oppos. Me. I didn't kill her. I muttered frantically, astonished when a figure in a hospital gown emerged to assist. He wrapped his arms around the waist of the corpse, and together we managed to drag it away. We're almost there. Slowly now, I felt the body lighten unexpectedly, as if whatever had been possessing it had fled. All right, quickly, back in the car. I took EE's hand and sprinted towards the vehicle, but the driver only opened the rear door, necessitating a circuitous route to enter. It wasn't me. I didn't kill her. The voice from behind, belonging to the man in the hospital gown, caught my attention as I turned to see him kneeling, bowing before the corpse. Damn it. I shoved EE into the car and rushed back to pull the man along. Yet the vehicle had already started, mere seconds remaining. Go. Drive now. Yuan Feng urged the driver, his hand pounding on the shoulder. The woman with the perm, who had been cowering at the rear of the vehicle, suddenly shrieked, pointing outside, Don't come near. Don't come near. Clutching her small bag, her high heels clicked against the floor as she darted to the side of several men. She's coming. She wants to get in. Drive. Now. Wait. There are still people outside. We can't wait. Drive. The deranged woman barreled towards the driver, attempting to seize the steering wheel. Do you want to kill us all? Yuan Feng quickly intercepted Zhang Rong, but she was already in a frenzy, terrified by the ghost in red, wildly flailing her arms, her nails scratching Yuan Feng and Oppo's face. Damn it. They're all insane. Yuan Feng's face darkened as he pushed Zhang Rong away, while Jian Bang quickly caught her, gently placing her on the seat by the rear door. Rest a moment. Don't be afraid. We're here for you. The vehicle gradually began to move, and I boarded with the man in the hospital gown, all seeming resolved. Close the door. Drive. I pressed the man into a seat, panting heavily. As the car accelerated, the rear door remained ajar. Driver, close the back door. I already did. What? I quickly retrieved my phone, aiming it at the rear door. On the screen, a blood-soaked woman dressed in red was desperately attempting to enter, her hair slithering inside like a serpent from the depths of a lake. Oh no, it was too late to warn. The bloodied tresses ensnared Zhang Rong and Jian Bang, who were oblivious to their impending doom as they drifted toward the open door. Beware! I stood to grasp them, but Zhang Rong, held tightly by Jian Bang, was vicious. She stomped on his foot, causing him to stumble back in pain. With a swift motion, she pushed him out of the vehicle. Bang! The door finally slammed shut, yet the young man vanished into the night. The events at the rear unfolded in a flash, and only then did the men at the front of the vehicle realize someone had fallen off. Zian Bang, brother. Wang Chuanfu and Jian Yi gazed out into the abyss of night, where Jian Bang had already disappeared without a trace. Stop the car. I need to find my brother. No, we cannot stop until we reach the station. That's what the master instructed. Jian Yi turned, grabbing the driver by the collar, fury in his eyes. Stop the car. Calm down. Yuan Feng intervened, knowing that the deceased were of no concern to him. He felt no sorrow. A life cannot be restored. If you exit now, you will only endanger yourself. Scoundrel, what have you done? Wang Chuanfu seized Zhang Rong, slapping her fiercely. We three tried to save you, and instead of gratitude, you caused Jian Bang's death. I'll throw you out of the car to join him. With that, he seized Zhang Rong by the hair, dragging her toward the window. Stop, please. The woman's screams echoed painfully within the confines of the vehicle. Yet, most remained silent, revealing the darker facets of human nature. Enough. The meekest among us, grasped Wang Chuanfu's shirt. You cannot do this. Get away. Wang Chuanfu pushed her aside, but this stubborn, kind-hearted girl rose once more, clinging to his arm. Everyone, cease this. I massaged my temples and stepped forward to separate the three. Now is not the time for discord. Our shared fate has brought us together in this dark hour. Who said we share a fate? Wang Chuanfu grit his teeth, likely holding back his aggression due to my imposing stature. It's your fault we're in this predicament. If you hadn't insisted on moving the body, none of this would have happened. These individuals had not come to assist when the body needed moving, yet now they offered scorn. I chuckled coldly, choosing silence. After all, one cannot reason with a rabid dog. I took Yi's hand and returned to my seat, gently patting her head. Stay calm. I'll handle this. Just remain quiet. At the rear, Zhang Rong endured Wang Chuanfu's wrath, and when he finally vented his anger, only the sound of her sobbing remained. Yi gazed at Zhang Rong on the floor, a tinge of pity in her eyes. Look, her arm is bleeding. Yet compared to the transgression she had committed, this minor injury was but a trifle. I strive to present a gentle smile, reassuring myself that the destination is near. The dimly lit, eerie carriage has returned to a state of tranquility as I bow my head, awaiting the next announcement. This night feels interminably long. After approximately half an hour, the driver suddenly slams on the brakes. Why have we stopped? We have yet to reach the station. Yuan Feng hurriedly rushes to the front to inquire, only to find the driver tremblingly pointing outside. Is there something out there? I turn my head to look, and at the end of an expanse of desolate rose gardens, a massive investment promotion billboard stands by the roadside. Uncle, haven't we encountered this scene before? He asks, her little hand cold and tinged with panic. I grasp her hand tightly, nodding with great difficulty. Indeed, we have returned to the garden community. Gazing into the distance, the lifeless body lying across the middle of the road remains in place, its eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. Chapter 58. The Guiding Talisman, What to Do. What to do? The occupants of the vehicle were like ants on a hot stove, utterly bereft of ideas, their hearts racing as they paced anxiously in place. Could this be a case of a ghostly wall? Jian, who had just lost a loved one, leaned against the window. The corpse of the pregnant woman remained, yet his brother had seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Yuan Feng and Appo's countenance was dark, and he suddenly drew a spring knife, pressing it against the driver and Appo's neck. I refuse to believe in the supernatural. Speak. Are you the one behind this? Brother, what does this have to do with me? This is my first time driving the 14 bus. The driver dared not move, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Driving other routes only nets me a little over 3,000 a month, but this last run on the 14 line, which I only need to drive 4 times a month, offers an additional 4,000 in bonuses. I only took over for my master because I urgently needed the money. Had I known this would happen, not even under duress would I have come. His tone was tinged with a hint of despair, sounding genuine. If you dare to play tricks, Don and Damp, Appo's, blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Feng growled before sheathing his knife and approaching me. Do you have any ideas? You seem rather composed. Do you know something? I'm not a deity. What could I possibly do? I tightened my grip on Yi's hand. It's not ideal for the bus to stop here. Let the driver get us moving again, circling around the corpse of the pregnant woman. Perhaps after another round, we can find our way out of here. At this juncture, we had no choice but to attempt it. Yet, half an hour later, the expressions of the passengers were ashen. We've returned. A massive billboard loomed outside, and the desolate rose garden appeared akin to an excavated grave awaiting the burial of the 14 bus. What now? Is that all you can say? Can you articulate anything beyond that? Use your own brains. I'm not the only one on this bus. Approaching the terminus, encountering a ghostly wall ignited a smoldering rage within me. Jinya buried his head, seemingly lost in thoughts of his brother, while Wang Chuanfu clutched his guanyin pendant, muttering incomprehensible mantras. Only Yuan Feng stood at the front, his expression shifting like the weather. Indeed, there were more than just me on this bus, yet to be frank, your behavior has been the most abnormal. Yuan Feng reached into his left pocket, and I distinctly remembered that his spring knife was stowed there. My behavior is abnormal? The suspicion thrown my way by Yuan Feng left me bemused. Indeed, from the moment you boarded, you have exhibited an unsettling calmness, with every action seemingly deliberate. My doubts about you are not without reason. Yuan Feng maintained a distance of over 2 meters from me, a reflection of his inherently cautious nature, especially while being a wanted man. His words prompted the remaining passengers to look at me askance, except for Yi, who steadfastly stood beside me. Have I harmed any of you? I glanced at the few flawed beings within the bus. You have led yourselves to this dead end. You may not have directly harmed them, but I suspect you might turn against me. Yuan Feng leaned against the car door. You're a police officer. Even though you held back during our previous altercation, some habitual movements cannot be concealed. They're ingrained from the training of criminal investigation units. I was taken aback by Yuan Feng's perceptiveness. What does my being a police officer have to do with you? I am merely helping a friend by escorting this little girl to her mother. For now, playing the fool while possessing clarity was my only option. As long as Yuan Feng wished to survive, he would refrain from turning against me at this moment. Uncle, you are a police officer. The most animated in the vehicle, clearly held law enforcement in high regard. Officer, what should we do now? The identity of a police officer proved advantageous. As Wang Chuanfu and Oppo's demeanor softened significantly. I touched the talisman concealed against my chest. Solutions were not entirely absent, but I would not resort to them until absolutely necessary. Let us drive another round. Pay close attention. We might uncover something unexpected. Driving another 10 rounds is futile. Yuan Feng moved to the back of the bus. Gripping Zhang Rong, who sat on the floor, I have a method to help us escape. What method? I felt a flicker of curiosity. Yuan Feng and Oppo's smile was cruel. It's simple. The pregnant woman outside died indirectly because of this woman. If we stop next to her corpse and throw this woman off the bus, we will be free. No, please Don and Oppo's. Throw me off. Zhang Rong clung to Yuan Feng's leg, disregarding the pain of her hair being pulled. There's a female ghost outside. She's been there all along. And if I go out, I will die. This vile woman deserves to die. Yuan Feng kicked her away. It said in Buddhism that karma prevails. In my view, once Zhang Rong is dead, we shall all be saved. He was inherently indifferent to life, valuing his own survival over the demise of others. Raise your hands if you agree with my plan. The majority will prevail. Counting the driver and the eerily silent girl in the back, there were 9 of us in total. Let us commence the vote. Yuan Feng raised his hand first, followed by Wang Chuanfu and Jianya, who also raised theirs. Think carefully. This is not the time for sympathy. This vote will determine our fate. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, the driver raised his hand. I'm sorry. My fiancé, is waiting for me at home. I am the pillar of my family. I cannot die. It was now 4-5 against. Yuan Feng turned his gaze towards me. Are you willing to sacrifice everyone to save her? Furrowing my brow. I was about to speak when the girl at the back of the bus slowly raised her hand. 5-4. You two come help. When I count to 3, we'll open the door and together throw her out. Zhang Rong fought desperately, but the 3 men showed no sympathy, pinning her arms and lifting her horizontally. Prepare to open the door. I will count to 3, and we will let go together. The 3 men, driven by desperation, were truly ready to cast Zhang Rong from the bus. Stop. A living human life. No matter how hard-hearted I may be, I cannot remain indifferent. This act constitutes murder. Even if you survive tonight, you will have broken the law. Don't preach to me about morals. If we don't kill her, we will all perish. As the bus pulled into a station, the driver was about to open the back door. I knew I could wait no longer. Let her go. I have a way to save you. Striding towards the front of the bus, I drew out a yellow talisman with black characters, the Mao Shan guiding talisman. Is there a half-immortal present? We might be facing a ghostly wall. I wonder if this Mao Shan guiding talisman can dispel the illusion. Seeking assistance in a live broadcast, Liu Banzian from Qingqing Mountain did not disappoint. My young friend, you always possess peculiar talismans. You are favored by the heavens. The talisman in your hand, drawn by the Mao Shan Tianshi, is more than sufficient to break the ghostly wall. Thank you, but I am uncertain of the incantation and gestures for this guiding talisman. You put me in a difficult position. Qingcheng and Maoshan are thousands of miles apart. I can only provide you with the incantation from Qingcheng. Give it a try. For the paths of the Great Way intersect. Thank you, half-immortal. I bowed in gratitude towards the live broadcast. Without Liu Banzian, I would be in dire straits tonight. Listen closely. I will only say it once. And Oppo's, clear-hearted Oppo's, decree, open the path, guiding talisman, hasten as the law commands, and Oppo's. Is that all? Wasn't the incantation for the thunder talisman much longer? Talismans are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and great levels. The guiding talisman is merely a common type within the lower level. Hence the incantation is naturally simple. Once again expressing my thanks to Liu Banzian, I position my fingers to form the talisman at the front of the bus. Who is this person conversing with? How did the police suddenly transform into Taoist priests? I noticed one of them holding talisman paper. The 3 men ceased their actions as Zhang Rong, rescued, crawled to the rear of the vehicle, curling beneath the seat. Yuan Feng approached me, inquiring, "What trickery are you concocting this time?" Stand aside and watch quietly, I shouted, focusing my mind and casting aside all distractions. Akin to when I immerse myself in the essence of celestial practices, emptying my body and spirit, visualizing a point between my brows, the edict of a tranquil heart, opening pathways, guiding talismans, swiftly as commanded. The talisman paper ignited between my fingers, and the night outside raced backward as if shattering a glass mirror. I succeeded. Chapter 59. The crematorium at bridge number 3. The biting cold wind surged into the vehicle, akin to a film being torn away from my face, finally allowing me to breathe freely. Once the fog of confusion was dispelled, the gazes of those in the vehicle towards me shifted immediately. It turns out there is a Taoist among us. My brother, you possess quite the knowledge, do you not? Wang Chuanfu, ever the opportunist, seemed to have forgotten our previous discord, approaching me with a facade of insincerity. I chose to ignore him and patted the driver on the shoulder. Wipe your sweat and drive swiftly. As I settled back into my seat, Yi turned to me, astonished. How did you manage that? Her question echoed the sentiments of the majority in the vehicle, all straining to listen intently. It was taught to me by my mother. All credit goes to her. To shift the source of the talisman paper to a non-existent entity was a premeditated tactic before I revealed the talisman. Mother? Did she say anything else to you? Of course. I gently stroked Yi's head and fabricated a benevolent lie. She said that as long as you are obedient, you will soon see her again. Ding dong. We have arrived at Duanwang Tower. Please gather your belongings and exit from the rear door, and step carefully as you disembark. Upon arrival, I checked the route map for bus 14. The next stop after Duanwang Tower is the crematorium at bridge number 3. And tonight in Oppo's live streaming task would soon be completed. As we disembarked, Wang Chuanfu reassured Jianya, do not worry about your brother. Preserving even one life is commendable. The two intended to alight at this stop, while Yuan Feng was also eager to leave the eerie bus 14. Hey, if you wish to avoid death, stay with me until the final stop. I rose and cast a cold glance at the group. I shall remind you only once. One must see things through to the end. My earlier demonstration of the guiding talisman had left a profound impression on them, and with my words, hesitation began to creep in among several. To be frank, I had no genuine concern for their fates. My sole motivation was to fulfill the optional task of the underworld showcase. Each additional survivor would yield 1 point. No one is leaving. We will heed your counsel. 3 minutes passed, yet no one exited the vehicle, prompting the driver to close the doors and prepare for the final destination. I sighed in relief. It was no small feat to save these rascals. If they chose to exit and meet their demise after all my efforts, it would all have been in vain. The vehicle lurched forward. Please secure yourselves and hold on tight. Welcome aboard Bus 14, a non-ticketing vehicle. Kindly prepare your change. Fare is 1 yuan. Passengers, please move towards the rear door. The next stop is the crematorium at bridge number 3. Turning to gaze out the window, I noted it was approximately 3 in the morning, the darkest hour of the night. We were nearing our destination, yet dawn was still a long way off. An unusual characteristic for the underworld showcase. An unsettling feeling gripped me, and I suddenly recalled the yellow paper given to me by the Taoist from the Qingde Temple. I cautiously opened it. Although it contained but a single line of text, it sent a chill down my spine. Releasing Yi's hand, I retrieved a cigarette. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not ignite it. Uncle, would you like my assistance? Looking into Yi's innocent and bright eyes, I silently shook my head. The information on the yellow paper indicated that all my prior deductions might have been erroneous. The road became increasingly treacherous, the dilapidated vehicle jostling up and down, with barren land on either side, devoid of any habitation. In the darkness, only the yellow-green headlights illuminated the path ahead, resembling a small vessel ferrying across the river of oblivion. After about 10 minutes, a series of buildings materialized, antique blue tiles and pale red courtyard walls. This was the crematorium at bridge number 3. The road was littered with an increasing amount of joss paper, the evening breeze creating a white haze, beyond which lay what appeared to be a refuse heap, filled with remnants of various spirit effigies and paper horses, their exaggerated faces quivering in the wind. I shuddered, growing even more silent. Ding dong. We have arrived at the crematorium at bridge number 3. Please gather your belongings and exit from the rear door. And step carefully as you disembark. As the announcement rang out, everyone in the vehicle stood up in unison, as if previously arranged. Let us disembark. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur. I patted my chest. As my hand descended, the Maoshan's 7 talismans were discreetly concealed in my palm. The entrance to the crematorium at bridge number 3 faced the bus station. Upon stepping off bus 14, the notifications from the Underworld showcase arrived as anticipated. Ding! Live streaming task. Arrive at the Midnight Cloud Mansion at the stroke of midnight. Board bus 14 and reach the final stop alive to complete the task. Commencing scoring. Completion of the live streaming task grants 1 point. If the peak viewership exceeds 1,000, an additional 3 points. If the total gifts received during the live streaming exceed 1,000 ghost coins, an extra 2 points. Failure to complete the commission from the Underworld will result in a deduction of 1 point. Optional task. Protect the passengers on the bus for an additional 2 points. Statistics complete. This live stream has garnered a total of 7 points. Upon reading the Underworld showcase and Oppo's notification, my expression soured further. Not due to the meager live stream points, but because of the optional task. I distinctly remembered the optional task stipulating clearly, protect the passengers on the bus. For each additional survivor, reward 1 point. Yet here we were, with 8 people, including the driver, arriving at the destination, and I was only granted 2 points. This implies that among the 8, 6 were not human. Successfully arriving at the crematorium at bridge number 3, and with the commission from the Underworld unfulfilled. A mandatory task was triggered, survive until dawn. Just as I had feared, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. The driver, Yuan Feng, Wang Chuanfu, Jianya, Zhang Rong, Yi, the figure in the hospital gown, and the peculiar little girl seated at the rear. Who among them was human, and who was a ghost? I retrieved the yellow paper given by the Taoist from the Qingde temple and scrutinized the text once more. Was it Yi? What are you looking at? Yuan Feng, noticing my prolonged silence, approached me with a glint in his eye. Do I need to report my actions to you? I had already researched his background while on the bus. The news merely stated he was missing, with no clarity on whether he was alive or dead. Do not quarrel. We are all in this together. No need to sour the atmosphere. Wang Chuanfu forced a smile, his voice trembling. Anyone would feel fear with the bus halted at the gates of the crematorium. Zhang Rong, who had lost a high heel, disembarked, glancing around like a petty thief, ensuring the red-dressed ghost had not followed before scurrying behind the men. Get lost. Were it not for you, we would and Amp, Oppos, TB in such a predicament. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please, let me accompany you. Her voice broke, her pleas desperate. Yuan Feng, seeing Zhang Rong, kicked her away. You harbinger of doom, get lost. The others were equally unkind to Zhang Rong, yet I remained silent. She mistook my silence for sympathy and rushed over, clutching my legs. You are a police officer. Save me. I will do anything you ask. Anything? I narrow my eyes. Can you tell me, are you human or ghost? Zhang Rong was taken aback by my abrupt question, striking her own head. My head hurts. I pried her hand away and stood among the group, feeling isolated. Astonishingly, only 2 among the 8 passengers were alive. What a farce. Where do we go now? Are we to wait in this haunted place until dawn? Wang Chuanfu inquired, clearly seeking my guidance. Nowhere. I beckoned to Yi and began searching for the other little girl's figure. I had a premonition that they were the key to tonight's events. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes have passed. We must board the bus now. The driver poked his head out the window, his face seemingly perpetually drenched in sweat. Leave? We VE reached the final stop. Where else would we go? Prepare for the return journey. Everyone, move quickly. Each stop cannot exceed a 5-minute stay. The driver's words sent a wave of panic through the group. You cannot possibly intend for us to stay at the crematorium overnight, can you? Even the staff themselves dare not linger here after nightfall. Indeed, staying in a crematorium during the witching hours is an exceedingly terrifying affair. Yet the presence of the number 14 bus parked not far away seems even more sinister. You have repeatedly emphasized that we must not remain for more than 5 minutes. Today, I shall witness what transpires beyond that threshold. Yuan Feng let out a cold laugh. resolutely deciding to stand beside me. And what about the rest of you? Our home is at the previous stop, Duanwang Tower. Or perhaps, silence, all of you. Holding on to E and amp, oppos, S-hand, I approach from behind the bus. We are missing one among us. Have you not noticed? After searching high and low, I could not find the little girl who had been seated at the rear of the bus. It seemed she vanished the moment the No. 14 bus arrived at the crematorium by the third bridge. Chapter 60. Madness Yuan Feng, caressing his spring knife, approached me and remarked, "That girl has always been rather inconspicuous. While everyone is deliberating on matters of departure, who can afford to concern themselves with others? Indeed, we should first tend to our own affairs and not overburden ourselves with worries." Wang Chuanfu chimed in. They all seemed to believe I possessed some genuine abilities as a practitioner of Taoism and wished to accompany me. On the bus Route 14, the driver urged us, "Hurry up and board. You have 1 minute left. If you don and amp, oppos, T get on, I will depart." The group turned their gazes toward me in unison. "You are the police. We will heed your words. Please give us guidance." I refrained from responding directly, instead scrutinizing the faces of each individual. Even if the driver and the missing girl were apparitions, only 2 among the 6 before me were human. Until I ascertained their identities, I dared not speak hastily. Allowing a ghost to linger would only heighten my peril. I believe there may be a misunderstanding regarding my capabilities. I'm not a sorcerer. Just a week ago, I was a skeptic of the existence of demons and spirits in this world. Therefore, there is no need for you to make the same choice as I. Taking E and amp, oppos, S-hand, I withdrew to the side, opting out of the discussion at hand. I choose to stay. Jianya, let us remain as well. That fellow must still have some tricks up his sleeve. 2 minutes later, bus Route 14 departed, leaving behind all but the one in the hospital gown. Gazing after the bus as it receded into the distance, I found myself compelled to gamble on fortune, hoping that both the hospital-gowned individual and the driver were specters. We have no other options. Where shall we go now? Yuan Feng summoned the group to gather around me. I am not prepared to accompany you. I firmly declined. Leading E away, seeing my resolute stance, they grew anxious. Do not be foolish. We are all in this together. It is safer to stick in a group. Their reasoning held merit. With 2 or 3 hours until dawn, our collective vitality would be stronger. You may proceed as you wish, but I shall not join you. It would be best if you did not follow me either. My words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Take care of yourselves. Here is my final piece of advice. Do not trust those around you. With that, I grasped E and amp, oppos, S-hand and walked into the distance. Uncle, are we really leaving everyone behind? I feel it is safer together. He expressed her fear, her backpack weighing heavily as I held her hand tightly, compelling her to follow. I will not let you come to harm. Those individuals are not to be trusted. I glanced back, observing 3 men with troubled expressions, oblivious to Zhang Rong, who lay on the ground, seemingly afflicted, eyes rolled back, convulsing. After circling the crematorium, I found nothing but scattered paper offerings and ominous tree shadows. Had she ventured into the crematorium? Approaching the back in trance, I beheld the iron gate creaking in the wind, though I desired to uncover the truth. Entering the crematorium at such an hour felt excessive. The commission from the underworld concerned a girl, yet there were also 2 children on the bus, indicating that one was human while the other was a spirit. Throughout my journey, I had focused on protecting E, neglecting the other child of whom I knew nearly nothing. Should I enter in search of her? If E were indeed the girl mentioned in the commission, I would have nothing to fear. My concern lay in the alternative scenario. E, you mentioned you were looking for your mother. We have reached the terminus, yet her presence remains elusive. Why is that? I do not know. The call instructed me to take bus Route 14 to the terminus, where I would meet my mother. A call? Suddenly, a realization struck me. The reason the perm-haired woman boarded the bus at night was also due to a call, one from a malevolent spirit. Who called you? My mother. Are you sure? Could it be someone impersonating her? What about her tone, her usual phrases, and the way she constructs sentences? It must be my mother. Yi insisted. Her gerçekten unyavering. I pinched her stubborn cheek, at a loss for words. Rational analysis led me to conclusions that were undeniably cruel for the young girl. Very well. Let us wait here for your mother to appear. Just as I resolved not to enter the crematorium, shouts erupted from a distance. Run! That madwoman is coming. Police! Help me! Save me! Frowning, I observed Jianya, Yuan Feng, and Wang Chuanfu sprinting ahead, seemingly pursued by a bizarre creature with limbs stretched wide. No, that was no animal. My eyes widened in disbelief as the one chasing them was none other than Zhang Rong. Run! The crematorium was surrounded by desolate land, offering no cover. Gritting my teeth, I lifted and scaled the back gate of the crematorium. Damn it, I've ended up in this cursed place after all. Upon seeing me vault the wall, the three men hastily followed suit. Yuan Feng, agile and swift, leap high, grasping the top of the wall and vaulting over. Jianya used the chain of the iron gate for leverage, quickly following suit. The two executed their movements in perfect harmony, but poor Wang Chuanfu, trailing behind, struggled. Help me! Save me! He cried, grappling the edge of the iron gate, his bulk and age hindering his ascent. We seized his hand, yet our momentary delay allowed Zhang Rong to close in. It was hard to believe that a human could tear into flesh like a beast. Blood oozed from Wang Chuanfu's lower half as he ultimately lost his grip, dragged into the abyss by Zhang Rong. That was too close. I turned to the two who leaned against the wall, drenched in sweat. What transpired? To be honest, it was that overweight fellow in Appo's fault. Seeing the desolate surroundings, he intended to take advantage of Zhang Rong. Yet who would have thought that deranged woman would go wild and bite at anyone in sight? Yuan Feng smirked lewdly, glancing at me holding the little girl. Apologies for interrupting your intimate moment. Mind your tongue. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. I shot him a glare, realizing Zhang Rong had returned unnoticed. Remaining outside was perilous. Now that we were inside, it was prudent to search for the missing girl. Listen closely. We will each pursue our own paths without obstructing one another. Yuan Feng kept his hand in his pocket, likely clutching his spring knife. Why do you insist on finding that girl? Is she also your charge? This murderer had sensed something amiss with the girl, and I did not conceal the truth. She may very well hold the key to our survival tonight. Yuan Feng paused, contemplating my words, while I lowered to the ground, taking her hand as we ventured deeper into the crematorium. Though I had encountered many dead in recent years, this was my first visit to a crematorium. Offices, storage rooms, halls of mourning, urn storage rooms, mortuaries, cremation chambers. Most doors were locked, yet a few could be accessed through alternate passages. To guard against any sudden appearances of malevolent entities, I raised my phone before my face, advancing cautiously while monitoring the Livestream and Appo's activity. The crematorium and Appo's pathways were generally divided into two types: a pedestrian passage and a corpse transport passage. The transport route would be secured with chains after hours, while the pedestrian path displayed a wooden sign prohibiting entry. The route and I traversed was intended for pedestrians, though the large red sign had been overturned by an unknown hand. Venturing deeper into the building, I discovered a door at the back of the sterilization room ajar, seemingly indicating that someone had recently entered. Could be Yuan Feng and Jianya. Driven by curiosity, I approached the entrance of the sterilization room, gazing upward to find a bagua mirror hanging over the doorframe, its surface bulging outward in an oddly disconcerting manner. The house exudes an unsettling aura. Should I enter or abstain? Glancing at my phone, I seek counsel from my online friends. Lu Banzian from Qingchang Mountain informs me. The bagua mirror is categorized into two types based on its surface: the convex bagua mirror and the concave bagua mirror. The concave mirror is typically employed to attract wealth, while the convex mirror is primarily used for warding off malevolent energies. The convex mirror before you resembles a tortoise shell, exhibiting a protruding, arc-shaped surface. Ideally, when malevolent forces approach, this convex mirror could dispel their negative influence. However, upon closer inspection, you will notice that the mirror's surface is already cracked, clearly indicating that sinister presences have lingered here for many years. So what do you suggest? Esteemed seer, should I venture forth or refrain? My young friend, there should be limits to courting danger. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? Chapter 61. The hearse is on the road. I comprehend the reasoning, yet there exists a critical girl who may be inside. I cannot resign myself without attempting. Mere malevolence cannot dissuade me. Typically, even a crematorium would not casually hang a Bhagwan mirror, at most. They would bury 5 emperor coins at the corners of the building or suspend deities and bodhisattvas. The comings and goings of people should remain unnoticed. What do you mean, half immortal? It means that the crematorium you are in is unclean, an ominous structure built on a site imbued with malevolent energy. It resembles a black hole vortex that intensifies the accumulation of negative energy. Such places are best avoided, not just by ordinary individuals, but even by those of high virtue and integrity. The half-immortal spoke earnestly, yet the other viewers in the live chat continued to egg him on. Go in and take a look. I oppose. You never been to a crematorium in my life. What qualifications does the half-immortal have? He knows about black holes? I am a quantum physics major from Oxford, eager to discuss steady-state universes and thermonuclear explosions with you. Scientists are merely failed philosophers. I just want to ask everyone here, are there any Harvard alumni? I am the president of the Cambridge Student Union. Cambridge alumni, please raise your hands. The Blue Sky Tractor Institute refuses to accept this. Liu Banxian from Qingchang Mountain remarked, "The universe and all things arise from nothingness. Nothingness is a grand tome of the heavens." I have not attended a private school, yet in terms of understanding the essence of the universe and humanity, I surpass those blind men who think they understand. Through the screen, I seem to see an elderly man in a Taoist robe furiously gesturing at the live chat, chuckling ruefully. Dear viewers, it seems we have digressed again. Liu Banxian began an argument with a group of pseudoscientists, the barrage of comments flying by, leaving me unnoticed. I held a small hand as we entered the disinfection room. The door, originally locked, had been forced open. The surrounding wood chips suggested it had been recently tampered with. Inside, the room was empty, all items neatly stored in cabinets. I glanced around, but found no signs of theft. Is anyone there? He called out, but the only response was an echo. The disinfection room was much larger than I had anticipated. As we walked further in, I discovered it connected to another room. Uncle, should we check that room? There were no lights. The only illumination came from my phone screen. Since we were here, let's take a look. Halfway through, my leg brushed against something, producing a clattering noise. Looking down, I saw a long chain blocking the passage. This path was used for transporting corpses. Hesitating for a moment, I stepped over the iron chain and continued inward. Where would this lead? After feeling my way along the wall for 6 or 7 meters, both and I caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Uncle, you look at that. She shook my hand, pointing at a sign on the wall. Mortuary? I stood frozen for 3 seconds. How did we end up here? Earlier, I had seen this room from outside, the door locked, and I was relieved not to have to worry about the girl entering here, yet I had not managed to evade it in the end. Stay close to me. 3 rows of iron tables stood, each row with 3 tables. In the darkness, I could only see white cloths covering them, while what lay beneath remained indistinct. Uncle, let us go outside. I'm scared. Fear is a normal reaction. Not just her, even I, as an adult, felt a sense of trepidation. Wait, let me take a quick look around. I mustered my courage and lifted a white cloth from one table. Beneath it lay a clean surface, devoid of anything. What a torment it was. Each time I lifted a cloth was a challenge, psychologically torn between the fear of discovering something horrific and the hope for a revelation. Caught in this conflicting mindset, I proceeded to lift the cloths from all the tables in the first row. What a false alarm. The cloth lay flat, revealing an uneven surface, mostly cluttered with odds and ends. Indeed, this was not a hospital morgue. A body left overnight would have long since begun to decay. After comforting myself, I approached the second row. I lifted the cloth from the first table. Nothing lay beneath. And just as I was about to grab the cloth from the second table, I glanced up to see Liu Banxian as frantic messages flooding the live chat. Do not lift it. Under no circumstances. Leave this room immediately. Young friend, do not provoke this malevolent spirit. You cannot handle it. Hurry and go. Liu Banxian's comments came in rapid succession, indicating a genuinely urgent situation. Why? Nothing happened when I lifted all the cloths in the first row. You are truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Look up. Is it not a beam directly above the center of this room? I looked up, and indeed, there it was. In feng shui, This is referred to as a and oppose, beam pressing down. And oppose, if one sits beneath it for an extended period, it can induce dizziness, headaches, poor health. And obstructed fortune is a place of financial loss and physical harm. Physical depletion and obstructed fortune are not great matters. Why must one be so anxious? If a person is pressed down by a beam, it is precisely as you say, but do not forget where we are. I was momentarily stunned by Liu Banxian's words. The crematorium and amp, oppose, as mortuary. Liu Banxian quickly sent another message. Exactly. The beam does not press down on a living person, but on corpses. Consider the implications. A beam pressing on a corpse, resentment intertwining, and the placement aligning with the number 9. This place undoubtedly harbors great peril. I cannot personally attend to examine the feng shui, so I cannot assist in dispelling the calamity. At this point, the safest course of action is to restore everything to its original state and leave as we came. To abandon the place simply because of a beam overhead? To be honest, I truly wish to see if there were any unclean entities on the table in the middle. My hand was nearly touching it. In ancient times, Taoists could discern autumn from a single leaf. Young friend, be cautious. All right, since you insist, I will heed your advice. Turning around, I intended to restore the disrupted cloth to its original state. E clung tightly to my hand, her nervousness causing her to stutter. Uncle, look at what? I turned my head, and I too was taken aback. The cloth on the central table was moving of its own accord. It was as if an open scroll revealed everything on the table before E and me. A head, a chest, arms, legs. On the central table lay a corpse emitting a foul stench. Bang! I hurriedly retreated, accidentally bumping into the iron table behind me, the sound echoing throughout the empty mortuary. Uncle! He clung to me tightly, her head buried against my chest, too frightened to look that way. Don't be afraid. I patted her back, signaling her to remain calm. Is anyone there? After instinctively asking, I turned to look at the corpse on the iron table. He was dressed in a bus driver's uniform, seemingly pulled from the water, his clothes clinging together, still entangled with unprocessed water plants. I boldly approached and lifted his cap. It was him. The youthful face appeared even younger than mine, the sticky substance on his face indiscernible as either river water or sweat. The driver of the 14 bus. Just half an hour ago, I had seen him alive, and now he lay in the mortuary of the crematorium. How could this be? I rummaged through the driver and amp, oppose, as clothing, estimating the time of death to be just a few hours prior. It seemed the driver's identity was confirmed. I took out my phone, carefully reading the report I had seen earlier on the bus. This afternoon around 5 o'clock, a severe traffic accident occurred at the entrance of Jianshan Garden Community, involving a collision between a private car and a 14 bus, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury. One of the deceased was an elderly pregnant woman, confirmed to be named Yang Ro. Another victim was the bus driver. At the moment of the incident, he took decisive action, ensuring the safety of all passengers on board. But tragically, he was flung from the vehicle and fell into a ditch beside the road, resulting in his immediate demise. The injured party was a pedestrian, whose emotional state was highly unstable and has since been transported to the hospital. The spectral figure in red, the driver, and the patient in a hospital gown. After multiple readings, I was finally able to ascertain the identities of the 3 individuals. The driver had succumbed hours earlier, yet his spirit remained trapped within the ominous spirit vehicle of Route 14. The individual in the hospital gown was undoubtedly the pedestrian who had been injured. He was one of the few living souls aboard the ghostly carriage of Route 14. But how did the other individuals find their way onto the spectral vehicle? I finally grasped a crucial detail as I discreetly retrieved the yellow paper given by the Taoist from the Qingta temple while carrying E on my back. Chapter 62, The 10 Evils, Part 1. The words on the yellowed paper were hastily scribbled, appearing somewhat indistinct in the darkness. I gently stroked E and oppose, S head and softly inquired, does the and oppose, E and oppose, in your name correspond to the number 1? No, it is the and oppose, E and oppose, from and oppose, still and oppose. May I see what you have packed in your backpack? Seeing my unavering determinaten, ye relustanti unzippet her backpack. Besides textbooks and a group photo, there were several postcards, all signed with the same name, Tai Yixiang. I examined each postcard, noting that the return address was the local public security bureau, with the most recent one dated just a day prior. Why have you never mentioned your father? My father divorced my mother when I was very young and went to Guangdong. He only occasionally sends letters and remittances to my mother and me. Did your mother say anything before she left? I narrowed my eyes. This was the question I truly wished to ask. The girl's late-night search for her mother suggested that her mother must have abandoned her. I was entrusted with a mission from the underworld, and the truth was undoubtedly harsh. All I wanted was to understand why a hidden figure would harm an innocent and kind child. The red-clad woman targeted Zhang Rong because Zhang had destroyed her family, indirectly leading to her demise, a case of karmic retribution. Yet, based on our brief interactions, seemed inherently innocent, completely unassociated with any wrongdoing. My mother went on a business trip 2 weeks ago. She had been unwell. That day, she had just been discharged from the hospital when someone from the company came to take her away. Someone from the company took her? Yes. The girl and Oppo's logic held numerous gaps, so I attempted to moderate my questioning pace. You and Oppo's, you've been alone for so long. Were you not afraid? I had my aunt with me, and I call my mother every night. Are you sure? Absolutely, it was my mother. What a stubborn girl. I fell silent for a long moment before finally squatting in front of her. Could you promise me something today? What is it? In the terrifying morgue, time seemed to stand still. I grasped her shoulders tightly. If you see your mother tonight, do not go with her. Wait until dawn. You must wait until dawn. Why? The girl looked at me, bewildered, her eyes clear as water, shining like a lake on the plateau. To prevent your mother from suffering eternally in regret. Do as I say. I forced a strained smile, rising to my feet, my expression cold as I gazed at the iron table in the center. Come out. Cease your charade. I have seen you. The iron table shifted, and a little girl crawled out from beneath it, clutching a white cloth. You are actually here. Was visibly startled. I had suspected someone was hiding under the table all along, but had refrained from stating it. Why are you helping me? The missing little girl had led me here, intending for me to see the driver and Oppo's as corpse. With this crucial evidence revealed, all the fragmented clues in my mind could finally coalesce. The girl remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to my words. As she recovered the body with a cloth and walked toward the door, I observed closely. She was walking on her own legs. Do you know this girl? I don't know her. I've never seen her. Not a friend of Yi's. I had no recollection of her either. Only her small stature struck me as somewhat familiar. She bore a resemblance to Sakura, though she looked entirely different. I hurried after her, and I followed her out of the room. None of us exited the way Liu Banzian instructed, facing the iron table in reverse. Thus we failed to witness the corpse on the table slowly sit up after we turned away. 10 heinous acts, each indispensable. Upon leaving the room, the little girl paused briefly, leading us to a back door of another building. She opened a window and skillfully leaped inside. What is this place for? I followed the girl into the room, perplexed. A simple wooden desk bore 2 computers. The little girl stood quietly by the computer, pointing at the screen with one hand. Should I turn it on? I plugged it in and powered it up. The old computer booted slowly, lingering on the startup screen for a full minute. The dim blue light illuminated the room, casting eerie shadows on our faces. Uncle, it seems someone is approaching outside. Stood at the door, just about to peek out when I pulled her back. Go find something to cover the computer monitor. Do not let the light shine through. After sending away, I stood behind the door, extending my phone through the window gap to capture the hallway scene, which appeared like a horrifying live broadcast. There was no one on the left, to the right. Just as I turned to the right, my heart raced, nearly causing me to drop my phone. A woman was crawling on all fours down the right corridor, her hair disheveled, resembling a ravenous beast. I gestured for and the little girl to hide quickly. Then I tucked my phone away, grabbing a cloth to cover the computer screen, crouching behind the door, holding my breath. How did Zhang Rong get in? What about Wang Chuanfu? I hadn't looked closely before, but now I recalled that Zhang Rong seemed to be smeared with considerable blood. This madwoman. Just a door away, footsteps in the corridor grew closer, as she seemed to pause at each door for a moment. She is almost here. I picked up my phone, dimming the brightness to the lowest setting, positioning the camera at the corner between the wall and the doorframe. Before long, a frantic face emerged from below the window ledge. Peering inside, as the night breeze blew, the window creaked inward slightly. Alarmed, I broke into a sweat. I had only focused on covering the computer screen and had forgotten to close the window. If Zhang Rong stretched her face just a little further inside, she would certainly spot me hiding behind the door. Each second felt like an eternity, and when the footsteps faded once more, the ghastly visage slipped from my phone's view, allowing me to exhale in relief. Did she leave? I stood up cautiously, extending my phone out the window. Darkness enveloped both sides of the corridor. No need to hide. We are temporarily safe. I hurried to the computer, scanning through the files on the desktop. What exactly did this girl want me to see? My eyes naturally fixated on a file labeled cremation task list for the 25th. Wasn't it amp? Amp? Oppos. T yesterday the 25th? I opened the document. The table was straightforward, with names in the first row, ages in the second, followed by cremation times, storage durations, and special notes. Uncle, what does this table signify? Aren't the names listed those of the people we just traveled with? Wang Jianya, Wang Jianbang, Wang Chuanfu, Zhang Rong, Zhou Wei, Chu Fei. I recited each name aloud, feeling both the thrill of uncovering the truth and a tide of fear washing over me. On the early morning of the 24th, a major incident occurred at the Miyun mansion. Crane operator Wang Chuanfu, intoxicated, mishandled the operation, resulting in 3 fatalities and multiple injuries. The families of the deceased have been unable to resolve compensation issues, and the bodies are temporarily stored at the number 3 Bridge crematorium, awaiting further directives. On the morning of the 24th, a woman committed suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills in Building 9 of the Garden community. She had suffered from severe mental illness, suspected to be linked to multiple abortions leading to infertility. Her parents severed ties with her, and her body is also temporarily held at the number 3 Bridge crematorium, awaiting further directives. At 5 p.m. on the 25th, a car accident occurred on Huayuan Road, and the body of Zhou Wei was sent to the No. 3 Bridge crematorium for temporary storage. On the night of the 24th, cancer warrior Chu Fei passed away, and his body is also held at the number 3 Bridge crematorium. By the time I reached the last entry, my back was already drenched in sweat. The only 3 individuals whose identities remained uncertain were the little girl, and Yuan Feng. Continuing to search, I perused the document for previous records. Outside, footsteps echoed in the corridor once more, seemingly belonging to a man in a hurried pace. Uncle, let us hide quickly. You all hide first. Do not mind me. My eyes fixated on the screen, my palms moist with sweat as I desperately maneuvered the mouse. 2 weeks ago. There it is, iron. Bang! The window, which had not been securely shut, was thrust open, and a disheveled figure leaped into the room, leaning against the door as he adeptly locked the window. Yuan Feng? The individual clearly did not expect anyone inside, and was taken aback. Once he discerned it was me, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Quick, turn off the computer. Zhang Rong, that madwoman, is coming." Chapter 63. The 10 Malevolent Spirits, Part 2. I have finally discovered what I sought, and without hesitation, I severed the power supply, plunging the room back into darkness. How did Zhang Rong catch up with you? I inquired. I was lost in this wretched place, just about to find a room to hide when you wanted amp. Oppos. Do you believe what I saw? Yuan Feng replied, his voice hushed and mysterious. Did you encounter a ghost? I asked, merely testing him. To my surprise, he nodded emphatically. You all saw it too, in that house in the center. His face was ashen with fear as he gestured wildly with his hands. There were 8 or 9 figures inside. At first, I thought they were people, but when I crouched down to look through the window, I realized their faces were as white as paper, and their words were utterly nonsensical. What did they say? I pressed, sensing something was amiss. Yuan Feng shook his head. I could only catch a few words, something about a spirit car and the 10 evils. Where's that house? I must see it for myself. The final puzzle is about to be unveiled, and the climax of this night is finally upon us. It's right in the middle of the crematorium, but the main door is locked. To get there, we must navigate around the side of the ash storage area. You seem to know quite a bit, I remarked, but Yuan Feng failed to grasp the implication of my words. I advise you not to go now. Zhang Rong is still outside and likely has gone far. Do not worry, I will be cautious. After a few more moments of silence, I squeezed ES' hand and gently pushed open the door. Let S go. Move quickly. Just as I was about to step outside, my clothing was seized, and turning back, I found the eerie little girl gripping my arm tightly. Her lips moved, whispering, "Don't go, you will die." I was taken aback by her words, wanting to respond, but Zhang Rong, disheveled and wild-eyed, had already spotted us from the depths of the corridor. Split up. Forget everything else. We dashed through the corridor to the heart of the crematorium, which should have been a solemn and respectful place. Yet now, shadows flitted about, and I could faintly hear cries, laughter, and murmurs. Holding EE's hand tightly, I followed Yuan Feng's directions to the ash storage area. No matter what happens, do not come out until dawn. You must hold on until then. Minutes later, a scream pierced the air. It was Yuan Feng's voice, likely captured by Zhang Rong. The deranged murderer, who had taken the lives of women, had ultimately fallen to the hands of a woman. As the stars dimmed, dawn was approaching, marking the darkest hour of the night. I pulled out my phone. Is Liu Banzi in there? The final battle is about to commence. Battle? With what do you intend to fight? Liu Banzian replied with a sigh. You've scoured the crematorium, and I too have unraveled its feng shui layout. This crematorium is not meant for guiding souls. Rather, it transforms the Yin into malevolence, aiding a formidable evil entity to escape. An evil entity? I retorted. Do not be foolish. Possessing a few talismans does not grant you the power to confront such a being. Even a breath from its mouth could render you utterly annihilated. Though the entity is formidable, I am not without my own means to challenge it. I retrieved the yellow paper given to me by the Taoist of King Tuguan, upon which was inscribed a single phrase. The spirit car is on the road. The dead return home. One ghost is missing. The fiend is unforgiven. At the Anshin Inn and Xinhu High School, I encountered two distinct malevolent spirits, Yuan Shun and Hong Wan. Drawing connections, I later researched extensively on the 8 characters of malevolence. Although much of it was fabricated, it at least enlightened me on the various spirits. The term 10 evils had echoed in my mind, mentioned once by the matron of the mass grave, and later inscribed on the Taoist death note. Hence, it was evident that the malevolent spirit I encountered during this broadcast was indeed the 10 evils. The spirit car is on the road, the dead return home. The figures of the living and the dead represent certain aspects of the 10 evils. Indeed, as the saying goes, 10 evils are unforgiven. Only by gathering these 10 souls can their destinies coalesce into the complete 10 malevolent spirits. The latter part of the inscription emboldened my resolve. One ghost is missing. The fiend is unforgiven. The 10 evils were not fully assembled. One was absent. Thus, the malevolent entity trapped in the crematorium could not escape. Tonight, I would only contend with 9 minor ghosts. I had previously contemplated that the girl named Liu E, with one ghost missing, would embody that very absence. For a time, I suspected E was a ghost, but upon discovering the postcards in her backpack, I learned her mother was named Tai E, sharing a phonetic similarity. Furthermore, I found her mother's name on the crematorium's computer records. Over a week ago, she had already been cremated. This revelation was exceedingly cruel, and it was the reason I hesitated to confront E directly. As for the nightly phone call she received, I could surmise their origin. The woman in red could harm others through the phone, and similarly, a lingering soul could convey its final longing through the same medium. Much like the elderly woman I had seen at the Mai mansion, burning paper at midnight to summon her deceased spouse, not for wealth or fortune, but merely to catch a glimpse of her partner after decades of shared struggles. Death extinguishes life, creating a chasm between the living and the dead. Not all spirits are malevolent. Many simply wish to relive the moment they first beheld their beloved. Yi, vited inate kindness, could not possibly be guilty of the unforgivable sins of the 10 evils. Thus, the pivotal question arose, who was the last of the 10 evils? I surmised it could very well be EE's mother, a gentle and admirable figure, yet perhaps she harbored undisclosed transgressions. To facilitate the escape of the malevolent entity, The 10 malevolent spirits must merge into one, erasing their individual consciousness. All memories of E held by her mother would dissipate, a fate her mother would undoubtedly resist. The unseen puppeteer would then devise a way to compel her compliance, leading to E being summoned onto the spirit car at the witching hour. The spirit car is on the road. The dead return home. This vehicle serves solely the deceased. Had I not boarded, I shudder to think how the innocent E would have been tormented by those restless souls. This deduction brings me closest to the truth and explains my presence at the Mai mansion. The call from the underworld was initiated by EE's mother, and my primary task tonight is to protect EE. As long as she remains alive, her mother will not consent to the merging of the 10 evils, preventing the malevolent entity from escaping. With the causal threads aligned, I produce the Mao Shan's 7 talismans. Lu Banzian, the moment of life and death has arrived. Quickly teach me how to wield these talismans. This talisman is my trump card. With fortune on my side, surviving until dawn should be feasible. My young friend, do you not know your letters? You claim this is the Mao Shan's 7 talismans, yet my teachings are from Qinsheng, separated by thousands of miles. How can I instruct you? Upon Lu Banzian's message, I was taken aback. Didn't your Qinsheng incantation work effectively with the guiding talisman earlier? The guiding talisman is a common charm, while the 7 talismans are the authentic talismans of Mao Shan, meant to subdue malevolence. Only direct disciples can even glimpse their usage. How could I, an outsider, know their application? Why not try the Thunder Talisman incantation I taught you? Try what? I nearly dropped my phone in despair, after toiling all night to decipher the enigma. Lu Banzian and Oppos. S-words cast me from euphoria to despair. It seems I must learn genuine skills from Lu Banzian if I am to survive this night. I grimaced at the live stream. Though I resolved to pursue the Taoist path, it hinges on my survival until morning. I implore all viewers, if anyone understands Mao Shan Taoism, please share your insights. I understand. Listen closely, host. Recite with me. Great Tathagata, compassionate and guiding, the bright mirror is not a platform. No need for thanks. I am indeed the one from the Harbin Buddhist Academy. Goodness, so you are an alumnus of Harvard. My apologies for my earlier demeanor. Is it truly the time for jesting amidst such circumstances? Dear host, I am a devoted admirer. I am the sales manager for the Taoyuan Cemetery. When your time comes, I shall provide you with a comprehensive VIP-level funeral service fit for royalty. Outside, Zhang Rong paces restlessly in the corridor, while the sounds of weeping and laughter from the adjacent hall grow increasingly jarring. I observe the tumult within the live stream, and in a moment of desperation, I produce another talisman, the blood-red ominous charm. Chapter 64. Invoking the divine, the talisman, drenched in a hue reminiscent of blood, exudes an unsettling essence, marred by shades of dark crimson. Were it not for my desperate predicament, I would never resort to employing this enigmatic piece of parchment. Esteemed companions, does anyone recognize this talisman? I am now at a point of recklessness, hoping to stumble upon fortune by sheer chance. The talisman measures 1/2 foot in length and 5 inches in width, with the words mysterious gate, divine seclusion inscribed on one side, while the reverse portrays a 9-tailed blood fox, its tails reaching towards the heavens, corresponding to the Taoist 9-character incantation. Lu Banzian, a sage from Qingsheng Mountain, cautioned, young friend, do not act impulsively. The talisman you hold is not crafted by a celestial master. Its brushwork is crude, imbued with a lethal intent. If it is not a tool of malevolent sorcery, it is a divine talisman left by an otherworldly entity. You imply that this talisman is not of Taoist origin, but rather the work of a monster? I am nearly certain that this is a common summoning talisman, yet it shows no reverence to the divine. Instead, it invokes wicked spirits and demons. I grasped Lu Banshan's warning. This talisman carries immense risks. Summoning malevolent entities could drain my vitality, perhaps even cost me my life. Do you know the incantation for this summoning talisman? I must prepare for both possibilities. If the spirits breach this realm, I must hold on until dawn, lest both E and I perish. Young friend, invoking spirits is no trifling matter, especially with such a dubious blood talisman. Blood talisman? Have you ever heard the saying, and amp? Amp? Oppose. It is easy to summon a spirit, yet difficult to send it away and amp. Amp? Oppose. Liu Banxian understood my youthful audacity and endeavored to elucidate the consequences. I once encountered an elderly woman who, years ago, found a damaged statue of a deity by the roadside. Unable to bear seeing it exposed to the elements, she brought it home. As time passed, her health improved, yet calamities beset her household. Her eldest son's business collapsed. Her second daughter suffered a miscarriage. Her youngest grandson died young, and even her third daughter was expelled from school due to various misfortunes. Perplexed by these tragedies, she sought answers, only to discover that the statue she had salvaged was that of a malevolent Thai deity. Fearing the repercussions, she attempted to dispose of it, but was too late. The cursed idol continued to haunt her neighborhood. Soon after, her eldest son leaped to his death over debts. Her second daughter fell into despair, and her youngest daughter was murdered. In the blink of an eye, her once happy family was reduced to ruin, a cautionary tale of summoning spirits without discernment. I did not scrutinize Liu Banxian's commentary further. Today, I must use this talisman. To abstain would mean certain death, while employing it might grant me a slender chance of survival. Enough of this. Please, tell me the method of invocation. I am resolved to forge ahead, with no retreat possible. I sense Zhang Rong and Oppose, as footsteps drawing near, methodically checking each room. She would soon discover our hiding place. Sage, I fear I may bring you misfortune instead of aid. I hope you will not harbor resentment. I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions. How could I resent you? Listen closely, young friend. Focus your mind, visualize the blood talisman, and recite silently. The 5 directions wander, a span of 10 feet. Manifest in clarity, shrouded in mystery. E'en virtue abounds, shattering the 5 elements. Fortune descends upon my heart, entering my spiritual abode, and Oppose. I murmured the incantation, committing it to memory. Thank you, Sage. There is no need for thanks. This incantation is merely a standard summoning spell. Beyond this, I cannot assist you. I yearned to converse further with Liu Banxian, yet the footsteps in the corridor halted at the door. This is dire. I swiftly lifted E, concealing us behind a shelf that held urns. Dawn was approaching. I had to buy time. Creak. The door creaked open, and Zhang Rong slithered inside, her visage more terrifying than before, blood dripping from her lips. Hair cascading down her back. Like a predatory beast, she prowled the room, and in a desperate attempt to evade detection, I clutched E and circled the room to avoid her gaze. After several minutes, Zhang Rong vanished from sight. Has she left? I gently set E down and peered outside, relieved to find the entrance empty. Just as I began to exhale, my head collided with something above. I slowly raised my gaze, only to see strands of black hair floating in the air. Oh no! Zhang Rong had somehow climbed atop the shelf, her long hair hanging down as she grinned menacingly at me. Run! I seized E and Amp, Oppose, S-hand and dashed for the door, but to my shock, the usually docile E broke free, seemingly drawn to something unseen, racing to the other side of the shelf. E, come back, I shouted, disregarding my fear of exposure, rushing towards her, just as Zhang Rong lunged at me from the shelf, baring her teeth. Get away! I grabbed a chair and thrust it against her, her sharp nails clawing through the gaps, aiming for my face. This deranged woman even gnawed at the chair and Oppose, S-leg, frantic and devoid of reason. E, I called again, but she did not respond. Instead, the door to the morning hall swung open. Figures that should have departed this world emerged. Drivers, patients in hospital gowns, Wang Chuanfu, Jianya, Jianbang. So, you were all deceased. The only living souls in the vehicle, aside from me, were E and Yuan Feng. Initially, I mistook the patient for a survivor of a car accident who had fled from the hospital. However, I later recognized him from the crematorium and Oppose S records. This deranged figure, clad in a hospital gown, was Zhou Wei, a well-known cancer warrior who had lingered near death multiple times, his mind now clouded, straddling the threshold of the afterlife, set to perceive both the living and the dead. E's boarding was orchestrated by vengeful spirits, while I was summoned by the underworld's design, and Yuan Feng and Amp, Oppose, S presence was the result of his own misdeeds, entangled in malevolent thoughts, facing karmic retribution. The companions from a single night reappeared before me. Yet they seemed devoid of consciousness, mere cold corpses. I realized these beings were nothing more than puppets of sinister forces. Even the slightest resistance from a powerful spirit would render them ineffectual, much like the woman in red. As dawn approached, I called out, "Evil spirits, disperse," in a bid to bolster my courage. But my shout inadvertently drew the attention of even more souls from the morning hall. They were far too numerous. Some have been trapped here for countless years, unable to escape, transforming the ethereal into malice. What a grave sin. I pondered who could possess such power, gathering malevolent entities over the years to orchestrate this elaborate scheme. Who was the mastermind behind it all? My voice trembled as I clutched the talisman, overwhelmed. The assembly of spirits exceeded 100, compounded by the malevolent energy of this cursed ground, a veritable death trap. What was I to do? The winds of the underworld surged as lost souls and wild spirits converged upon me, making it hard to breathe. I had no choice but to fight back. Only minutes remained until dawn. Come forth, I shall not retreat. With the blood talisman held to my chest, I focused intently on the nine-tailed blood fox, casting aside distractions. The 5 directions wander a span of 10 feet, manifest in clarity, shrouded in mystery. E'en virtue abounds, shattering the 5 elements. Fortune descends upon my heart, entering my spiritual abode. The final word escaped my lips, igniting the talisman in flames, my essence merging into the fiery energy. Not enough, still not enough. The flames blazed, yet they failed to take form. ISN and amp, oppose, T. It is sacrifice you seek? Take my lifespan and flesh. I bit into my wrist, letting blood splatter onto the talisman, while the jade, gifted by Lu Xia, shattered, turning to dust. Fortune descends upon my heart, entering my spiritual abode. The flames birthed from the talisman rained down like a crimson deluge, and I screamed, my consciousness fading into a haze. Summon the divine. My eyes bled crimson, and an unprecedented brutality and authority surged within me. What manner of deity is this? How can such profound enmity and murderous intent exist? In the live broadcast, Lu Banzian incessantly flooded the screen with comments. However, at that moment, I had already summoned a spirit, and I was no longer myself. My phone slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. The figure on the screen appeared both familiar and ordinary, yet amidst the throng of spirits, he remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. With the inverted gathering of shadows and the malevolent spirit's convergence, what a cunning method this is, but alas, you stand in my way. The figure on the screen flashed a sinister smile and raised his right hand. First, the spiritual fox, then the heavens. Blood-soaked mortals shall extinguish the immortals. Oh no! Upon hearing these lines, Lu Banzian in the live stream suddenly realized, how could it be summoned here? Chapter 65, Bloodstained Mortal Realm, the Nine-Tailed Awakens. The shelf holding the ashes trembled in the chilling wind, accompanied by the wails of spirits. The accumulated malevolent energy of the crematorium at Bridge No. 3 surged forth from the depths below. How dare they be so audacious in my presence? A smile graced my lips, a rare expression for me, embodying a rebellious spirit that scorned all existence, as if to trample upon everything beneath me. With a palm facing downward, I executed a seemingly mundane yet profound gesture, as if resonating with the very principles of the cosmos. With a mere flick of my hand, clouds transformed into rain. Blood flowed from my wrist, staining my palm, and as I turned my hand, the chilling winds within the crematorium abruptly stilled, as if the very feng shui array was being reversed. Begone, I commanded, and the spectral souls retreated. In the vast memorial hall, only 9 ghostly figures remained, some freshly departed, their souls still clinging to their earthly forms. How dare you challenge me, lacking one of the 10 evils? As I stepped into the hall, a colossal bas-relief of a dual-faced Buddha loomed on the wall before me. One visage exuded compassion, gazing at the spirits, while the other snarled fiercely at me. Ah, intriguing indeed. The hall resonated with the chants of monks, the 100 ghosts lamenting. A woman, expressionless, was lifted by the spirits and placed at the center of the 9 evils. The 10 evils, indeed, this Buddha is truly merciless. As the 10 evils united, the feng shui of bridge number 3's crematorium began to reconfigure, waiting for the moment just before dawn when a malevolent energy would peak. At this juncture, I, possessed by the spirit, felt a weight of seriousness. I sensed an ominous entity sealed within the earth beneath my feet, an existence far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. I was eager to witness how you would emerge from the depths before my very eyes. The 10 evils coalesced in the hall, the malevolent energy spiraling like a vast vortex, drawing in all wayward souls. Above the night sky, a thick black cloud inexplicably gathered, echoing with laughter and cries. The formation was formidable, yet to break free from its confines, you had not sought the consent of my ancestors. Cackling madly, I plunged my fingers into my chest, piercing an inch into my flesh, blood gushing forth. I wielded my hand as a chisel, carving intricate blood patterns into my own skin. As dawn approached, the ominous entity below grew restless, and the vortex of malevolent energy emitted feral roars. A half-formed, dark blue finger emerged from the center of the whirlpool, just a fragment, yet it bore such weight that I could not lift my head. My hands, in a frenzied self-mutilation, continued their artistic endeavor. With blood as my pigment and flesh as my canvas, the image began to clarify, an enchanting nine-tailed blood fox. Madness. This ancient creature was painting with the lifespan of a host, each stroke consuming vitality. Liu Banzian, observing from the livestream, could only howl in despair, powerless like the others in the chat. With each inch the finger stretched outward from the vortex, the pressure intensified tenfold. I was on the verge of collapse, kneeling on one knee, while the tattoos I carved were nearing completion. Such brutality. Liu Banzian watched in horror as two monsters unfolded on the screen. The calmness of his heart disrupted. One was an unparalleled ferocity, its mere finger exuding overwhelming power. The other, 1,000 miles away, embodied a spirit, unyielding, using living beings as parchment and flesh as ink, crafting symbols with their lifespan. He was rendered speechless, contemplating the vastness of the land of China, teeming with extraordinary individuals and fierce warriors. In the memorial hall, I continued my struggle against the malevolent entity. As its finger extended, my blood symbol was also completed, reaching its zenith, poised for a life-or-death confrontation. The door to the ashes storage creaked open, and a little girl emerged, tear-streaked and clutching an urn. Who was that? The urn bore a photograph of a woman, clad in a bright yellow dress, radiating warmth and joy. "Mommy," she cried out to the 100 ghosts, her despairing voice echoing throughout the hall. The truth I had concealed was revealed through her own discovery. She realized that 2 weeks prior, her mother had passed away, and those who took her mother were not from a company, but from the crematorium. I understood, yet I feared that knowing the truth would mean I would never receive your call again. Thus, I chose not to believe. I could not accept that you had truly left, right? Each tear on her defiant face held a grievance. She did not wish to cry, yet no matter how tightly she clenched her teeth, the tears flowed uncontrollably. When one dies, the light extinguishes, and the realms of life and death part ways. She refused to accept reality, preferring to wait by the phone each night, anticipating a call that could cease at any moment. How I wish to say just one more word to you. Just one, please. As she appeared, the enormous vortex of malevolent energy noticeably slowed, as if something within were desperately struggling. Could this child in Appo's mother still retain memories from her life? Liu Banzian observed intently. Lingering souls would be affected by their past memories as long as they did not cross the Naya Bridge, yet such a strong influence was exceedingly rare. The 10 evils were inseparable. The little girl's mother was struggling, while the malevolent entity found itself thwarted. With dawn approaching, it decided to press its finger, extending the seal towards the girl. It intended to eliminate this variable disrupting its plan. The roar of beasts echoed, and the winds shifted ominously. The power of its finger was terrifying. It seemed your fate was sealed, and you could not escape tonight. Possessed by the evil spirit, I laughed maniacally, my body drenched in my own blood. Yet I cared not. relishing the moment as I approached the girl, hands raised to inscribe a sigil, my blood unwavering. The malevolent entity's finger bore down like a mountain, yet only when calamity loomed did I form my seals. A mad grin upon my face as I tore off my shirt, revealing the entirety of the nine-tailed blood fox tattoo. This technique had been dormant for a decade. Blood streamed from my 7 orifices. I appeared more fearsome than a vengeful spirit. 10 years ago, I asked you, if the world maligns, deceives, insults, mocks, belittles, scorns, and betrays me, how should I respond? You told me to endure, to let it be, to avoid, to allow it, to tolerate, to respect, and to ignore it. Wait 10 years and see. And what was the outcome? My clan was annihilated, my lineage extinguished. In this life, having narrowly escaped, I shall not allow you, be it Buddha, demon, or ghost, to obstruct my path. I will eradicate you all. I know not which deity I have summoned, but its thirst for blood is profound, indifferent to my survival, focused solely on slaughter. The malevolent entity pressed its finger down, while the body it controlled advanced without retreat. My hands danced like butterflies, forming seals one after another. My blood swirled backward, subtly transforming into 9 blood-red tails that reached for the heavens, staunchly blocking the entity's finger. The sky began to lighten, and the entity,